level blades. A rank Ninjutsu Chakra Scalpel. Having successfully employed his signature ninjutsu, Yakushi Kabuto felt a surge of confidence. But before anyone could be amazed by Yakushi Kabuto's chakra scalpel, Akali instantly split into four. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a hoarse, deep laughter, and invisible pressure descended upon Yakushi Kabuto. Even the instant shadow-killing array which could suppress Orochimaru effortlessly subdued Yakushi Kabuto. Feeling the pressure emanating from all around him, Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed dramatically. Ding emotion value 99.99 from Yakushi Kabuto. Looking at the shadows of Akali surrounding him, Yakushi Kabuto was utterly confused about what was happening. Of course, he couldn't comprehend, because at this moment only those with Byakugan or Sharingan could perceive what was happening to Yakushi Kabuto. He saw invisible shadows extending from the feet of Shadow Akali linking to Yakushi Kabuto, as if mimicking the shadow imitation technique. The shadows crawled up his body, transforming into chains, and no matter how Yakushi Kabuto's chakra scalpel sliced through the air, how could he sever something invisible? It's over. On the stands, Kakashi shook his head. Just now, when the contestant named Yakushi Kabuto used the chakra scalpel, it had given him a sense of crisis, suggesting that he had something up his sleeve. But seeing Yakushi Kabuto being restrained by Akali, he realized he did have something, but not much. Kakashi retracted his gaze, glancing at the withdrawn Sakura beside him, then felt a rare headache. He never expected such events to unfold in the second exam. Honestly, he was quite irritated with Sasuke. But for now, he should focus on Sakura. Organizing his thoughts, Kakashi walked towards Sakura. However, before he could start advising Sakura, a series of gasps interrupted his steps. It was from the direction of Akali, as she had just suppressed Yakushi Kabuto with the instant shadow-killing array, and then the four shadow clones unleashed their techniques, leaving grotesque slashes on Yakushi Kabuto's body. Yet the focus of everyone's attention wasn't Akali's final blow, but Yakushi Kabuto. Just as Akali's blade left his body, or even before it left, Yakushi Kabuto's severed flesh began to rapidly self-repair. His hand's chakra scalpel viciously slashed at Akali's shadow clones, several times paying the price with his own life force. What is this? Looking at Yakushi Kabuto's rapidly healing body, the four shadow Akalis asked in unison, feigning ignorance. Yakushi Kabuto did not respond. Naturally, under the current circumstances where he was weak and his opponent strong, explaining would only be asking for death. But his silence didn't mean the many jonin in the stands couldn't see through it. Healing Rebirth, A rank medical ninjutsu. Kakashi's expression turned serious. By anticipating the enemy's attack points and healing before they strike, one can minimize the damage taken. Such a technique requires strong, instantaneous judgment, predictive ability against the enemy, and of course the most important thing, medical skills. But the first two require continuous combat to hone, and if one possesses such medical abilities, why not become a medical ninja? After all, due to Tsunade's existence, the status of Konoha's medical ninjas is unparalleled in the world. Let's put it this way, even in times of war, unless absolutely necessary, enemy village ninjas would not choose to kill Konoha's medical ninjas, but would wait until the war was over to exchange prisoners. Konoha's medical ninjas, while not quite on par with pilots worth their weight in gold, are certainly not far off. This Yakushi Kabuto has issues. The many jonin in the stands instantly reached a conclusion. Damn it! The scrutinizing gazes from the jonin made Yakushi Kabuto grit his teeth in discomfort. He never expected that just after their first exchange his secrets would be so close to being revealed, which was fatal for a spy like him. But Yakushi Kabuto quickly put such thoughts aside, because at that moment a mocking female voice rang out behind him. You dare to lose focus while fighting me. You are quite bold. Uft. With Akali's words, a scythe strike slashed open Yakushi Kabuto's back. Blood splattered everywhere. Damn it. And in clutching his wound, Yakushi whirled around and slashed with a chakra scalpel aimed at Akali. And Akali merely executed a graceful backward roll, the roar of wind and thunder vanishing in an instant. A pitch-black shadow shuriken pierced Kabuto's right chest, bursting out from his back slick with blood. And in boom. Wounded Kabuto collapsed onto the ground, while the shuriken, undeterred by impact, drove deep into the stone finger statue. And instantly the corrosive power of shadow surged forth. Before the stunned gazes of onlookers, a soft rustling filled the air, grains of sand cascading downward. And in from the point of impact, the statue's stone began dissolving into fine dust. The sand continued to trickle, the corrosion spreading relentlessly. And in the end, the once solid stone sculpture was hollowed out into a gaping cavity, 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep, with the fiery flying thunder god seal Akiel etched precisely at its center. Just one shuriken. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. And if mere stone could be eroded into such a vast crater, what would happen if that same force struck flesh? Instant annihilation. Yet Akali, who had launched that strike with casual precision, regarded the scene with quiet dissatisfaction. And in for this spectacle revealed a sobering truth. Most of the modified hawk dance technique's devastating power had been wasted upon the statue. Akali had never imagined her hawk dance revision, swift, potent, and infused with both wind and lightning, would suffer such a flaw. It was simply too overwhelming, its destructive force so excessive that it overpenetrated. The shuriken pierced Kabuto's body clean through, leaving behind only elemental damage while the shadow's corrosive essence vanished entirely unspent. This granted Kabuto a fleeting reprieve. And then cough, 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 cough. Amid coughs more violent than even those of Moonlight High-8, Kabuto staggered upright, the wound in his chest sealing rapidly beneath his palm, which glowed with emerald luminescence. Trading chakra for vitality, a textbook exchange. And then back in action already. Akali remarked genuine admiration in her voice. Senior Kabuto, are you truly indestructible? Indestructible? Hardly. As I said before, even a broken ship retains 3 nails. And under his own medical jutsu the agony receded from Kabuto's face. He swiftly swallowed a soldier pill. And in feeling chakra surge anew within him his confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. He believed this mission was now assured. And after all he knew Akali bore the heaven and earth curse seal. Her chakra severely disrupted reduced to barely a tenth of its former strength. Thus from the outset Kabuto's entire combat strategy centered on exhausting Akali's chakra. Danzo's directive was to probe her techniques, Orochimaru's to ascertain her current limits. Both objectives could be fulfilled by forcing her to expend chakra, compelling her to unleash her jutsu. And in what he hadn't foreseen was that Akali, fully aware of her chakra deficit, would open the battle with her ultimate technique. Each slash from her shadow clones landed with brutal precision, leaving him utterly disheveled. And yet his counterattacks with chakra scalpels against those shadows proved futile. They were but constructs of shadow. Wounds meant nothing, they merely cost extra chakra. And unfortunately, whether Akali's shadow prison assassination array possessed only a single strike, or whether her chakra was simply depleted, remained unclear. After that onslaught, Akali reabsorbed her shadows into a single decisive slash across Kabuto's back, followed immediately by another shuriken technique. Though unexpected, every blow had been absorbed. And yet how much chakra remained within Akali? Her chakra flame flickered, like a candle trembling in gale winds. And then Akali absently touched her own rounded hip. In countless novels, protagonists express confusion or discomfort by rubbing their noses or their chins. And in readers long weary of such cliches had quipped, why not just touch your butt instead? To their surprise, Akali tried it, and instantly fell in love. The sensation was exquisite, like kneading a cloud of spun cotton. Yet due to its delicate location and its inherent impropriety, she rarely indulged in the gesture. This time, however, the motion escaped her instinctively, because quite suddenly she found Kabuto incomprehensible. And why was he growing excited? Was he truly elated, simply because he'd survived? I don't get it. No matter. She had already revealed enough about Kabuto. So let it end. With a subtle twist of her wrist, 3 distinct smoke bombs materialized in Akali's palm. In the next breath, 2 detonated between her and Kabuto. In secret art mist veil formation, overlaid with her own secret art mist veil reformation, augmented by the shadow fist variant, seamlessly compensating for the earlier lone strike variant. Thick, inky smoke instantly engulfed the arena. And where was the 3rd smoke bomb? There it rolled, right beside Moonlight High-8's foot. Moonlight High-8, boom, in the smoke bomb, forged by the rogue gunman, detonated, plunging Hate into total blindness. Earlier, Akali had declared her intent to kill and acknowledged Hate as a potential interference. He in turn had anticipated every conceivable method she might use to deceive him. Slips of the hand, accidental misfires, unintended errors. And yet he never imagined her solution would be so brutally direct. Because of that smoke bomb, Moonlight Hate seethed with indignation. Could a mere puff of smoke truly impede him? And he shouted toward Akali's direction, Akali, you've won the match. Must you also take a life? Do you truly hold me, Moonlight High-8, in such contempt? Without pause, he formed hand seals and wind release, great breakthrough. And drawing a deep breath, he prepared to unleash a torrential gust, scattering the smoke and arresting Akali on the spot. But Hate forgot one crucial detail. Akali had already deployed 2 smoke bombs, blanketing 80% of the arena. Why then had she deliberately tossed him a 3rd? Because this one came from the rogue gunman, and a smoke bomb forged beyond convention, dense, acrid, suffocating. The moment Hate inhaled deeply, his lungs seized violently as though he'd drawn on a counterfeit cigarette. A fit of wrenching coughs erupted. Whatever he intended next was now impossible. And by the time Hate recovered from his wheezing, Akari's smoke had finally dissipated. There stood Akari, boredly twirling her fingers, beside Kabuto's lifeless form, a cross-scythe embedded deep in his forehead. According to Orochimaru's assessment, Kabuto's prowess rivaled Kakashi's. And yet, in actual combat, Akari found that, aside from his medical ninjutsu, his repertoire was startlingly limited. She couldn't tell whether his more esoteric techniques were forbidden in formal duels, or if some other constraint applied. And regardless, facing Kabuto imposed little pressure upon her. Even now, her chakra artificially restricted, she felt no strain. And the outcome spoke for itself. Kabuto lay fallen, Akari stood unbroken. Naturally, Akari had considered the possibility of Kabuto feigning death. But with his heart shattered and a cross-scythe driven through his skull, if that could still be faked, then let him vanish into illusion. It changed nothing. After all, deception when mastered is its own art. And then, as if witnessing the smoke's retreat for the first time, Akari offered the assembled crowd a sweet, radiant smile. Clad once more in her own attire, and per Hinata's request wearing the ghost dancer armor, Akari exuded an intoxicating, almost dangerous charm. And only then did the onlookers realize throughout the entire battle not a single fold of her clothing had wrinkled. The young shinobi trembled inwardly, nor had they anticipated Akari would act so decisively, striking down Kabuto without hesitation. And after all, Kabuto was not an outsider. He was a Leaf Village native. Most of these young shinobi remained idealistic, unversed in Kabuto's unsettling nature. And now, gazing upon Akari, several wore expressions tinged with fear. Meanwhile, Hate, having regained his composure, sunshine to Akari's side, and in his pallid face contorted with rare fury, "Candidate Akari, you dared assault an examiner." "Oh my, did I?" Akari assumed an expression of pure innocence in, "I merely slipped. I misfired. Accidentally hurled the smoke bomb meant for Kabuto straight at you, Examiner Hate. Surely that doesn't constitute assault. I never imagined you'd be so vulnerable to smoke. And, my deepest apologies." And she bowed low, sincerity radiating from every line of her posture. "You." And then Hayate's chest tightened again. Was Akari trying to provoke him to death, just to inherit his fiancée? Yet he found himself speechless, because his intelligence was incomplete. And into any impartial observer, Akari had simply thrown a smoke bomb to obscure his vision. As a special jonin, being incapacitated by smoke invited suspicion. Was he complicit? His silence was born of helplessness. After glaring at Akari for a long, frustrated moment, Hate sighed deeply and approached Kabuto's body. A cursory examination sufficed. And beyond saving, remove the body. And I declare the victor of this match, Akari. Next candidates, prepare. And at Hayate's command, the medical team carried Kabuto's corpse away, while the arena's digital display began selecting participants for the second round. Having successfully evaded censure, Akari strolled leisurely back to the observation deck. And Akari, congratulations. And Hinata rushed forward the moment Akari returned victorious. Don't you find it troubling that I killed one of our own from the Leaf? And Akari teased lightly. And in just moments earlier, Ino and Tintin had regarded her with unmistakable trepidation. But Hinata simply shook her head. Never. Anyone Akari chooses to eliminate must be unworthy. And isn't that right, teacher Kurenai? Hinata turned toward Kurenai Yuhi. And indeed, Kurenai affirmed, promptly defending Akari, such extraordinary medical ninjutsu. Unaffiliated with Konoha Hospital, yet wielded freely in a dual arena. That man was clearly compromised. Rest assured, the medical team will conduct a full autopsy. We'll know soon enough whether he harbored hidden flaws. Precisely, Inazuma Sarutobi added his support. If his skills were legitimate, he'd have earned Jonin rank long ago. What business does he have taking a Chunin exam? Absolutely. And Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy echoed the sentiment. And with so many elite Jonin publicly vouching for Akari, the village's unease over her slaying a comrade quietly dissolved. Akari glanced at them, genuinely surprised. And she had always walked her own path. And this act, though swift and seemingly capricious, reflected that independence. She could have methodically exposed Kabuto's secrets before delivering the final blow, but chose not to. She ended it swiftly, decisively. And yet, even so, the Jonin stood by her. Truly, in the shinobi world, strength is the highest justice. Her approach required no revision. And after all, what was that saying? If you appear fearsome, then be fearsome. And with the Jonin's unified defense, the minor controversy faded into silence. Unexpectedly, this Chunin exam preliminary round opened with a stunning shock. Yet that shock proved singular, confined solely to its opening. Following Akari, Sasuke Uchiha faced Akato Yoroi. As in canon, and unburdened by chakra restrictions, dispatched him effortlessly with a series of grand fireball jutsu. Shino Aburame defeated Sakan of Otogakure at full strength. Kankuro subdued Mibu Kadami, Tintin fell to Temari's overwhelming advantage, and Kintsuchi of Odogekure was outmaneuvered intellectually by Shikamaru Nara. All unfolded precisely as recorded in history, until the divergence. And unexpectedly Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, the perennial rivals, did not draw each other, thus avoiding mutual disqualification. Instead, Sakura was matched against Naruto Uzumaki, Ino against Kiba Inuzuka. The outcomes required no elaboration. Sakura fought with desperate resolve, but lacking Naruto's capacity for explosive growth, she collapsed from exhaustion before falling to him. Ino could indeed dominate Kiba's mind, but Kiba fought not alone, he fought with his Ninken. Thus she too succumbed to superior synergy. In next, Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga engaged in a courteous exhibition. Mutual respect, mutual restraint. Niji had no choice but to comply, lest someone else decide to lift his skull. Whether due to prior contact between Akari and Gaara, or simply because Gaara's intelligence was no longer needed, Lee failed to encounter him. Instead, Choji Akimichi drew Gaara, and honoring Akari's counsel, immediately conceded. Lee meanwhile faced one of Kiba's teammates, and claimed victory with ease. In and after Lee came Tosaku Odogekure's strongest, master of infrasound attacks. He matched against the final member of Team 8, and likewise secured a swift, effortless win. And thus the 12 finalists for the third round were officially confirmed. They were Akari, Sasuke, Uchiha, Naruto, Uzumaki, Kiba, Inuzuka, Gaara, Rock, Lee, Shikamaru, Nara, Kankuro, Temari, Tosaku, Shino, Aburame, and Niji Hyuga. The Chunin exam preliminaries concluded. Subsequently, under the third Hokage's supervision, the 12 genin who had passed the preliminary rounds drew lots to determine their match pairings. Naruto, Uzumaki vs. Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari, Kankuro vs. Shino, Aburame, Rock Lee vs. Kiba, Inuzuka, Sasuke, Uchiha vs. Gaara, Dosu, Kinyuta vs. Akari. The match order, familiar yet subtly altered from canon, was now officially set. Last one. Perfect. Akari declared with evident satisfaction at her placement. After all, being scheduled after Sasuke meant she would most likely never need to step onto the battlefield. No need to spar with amateurs. As the saying goes, slacking off feels good once, but doing it constantly feels even better. Once the draw concluded, the third Hokage dismissed everyone. Akari decided to head home for a well-earned nap. Though she'd done little these past days, she felt thoroughly drained. Just then Hinata gently caught her arm. Akari, you'll be training intensively for the next month in preparation for the Chunin exams, meaning you have only a few days left to relax. So, how about we go soak in an onsen together today? Hinata proposed. Afterward, you can focus entirely on your preparations. Oh, Akari perked up instantly. She almost boasted, telling Hinata that no one in the current Chunin exams posed even the faintest threat to her. Yet meeting Hinata's crystalline pure gaze, all pretense dissolved into a single breathless syllable sure. After leaving the forest of death, Akari and Hinata made their way to the Hyuga family's private onsen. In the bathing chamber, Hinata entered wrapped only in a modest towel. With a graceful lift of her slender arm, her smooth, luminous underarm came softly into view. She handed Akari a bottle of body wash, then let the towel slip down her delicate legs, its pristine white fabric gliding over smooth, youthful skin. Before Akari stood Hinata's flawless back, her narrow waist, and her gently rounded, shapely hips. Hinata swept her dark hair upward, coiling it neatly atop her head, revealing the pale nape of her neck, and softly asked Akari, "Would you help me scrub my back?" "Of course." Akari replied, her voice slightly husky as she swallowed hard. Her cheeks flushed a delicate rose, her skin warm and radiant. Then a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Glancing at the milky lotion in her hand, she smiled faintly and began applying it slowly, deliberately across her own skin. What followed was a deeply restorative interlude, a serene, rejuvenating respite at the Hyuga family's onsen. Alas, tranquility is fleeting. Whether Akari's playful antics had crossed some unspoken threshold, or something else entirely, remained unclear. The day after the onsen visit, even though Akari insisted she required no preparation, Hinata resolved not to disturb her for the entire month. Having declined Anko Mitorashi's offer of training, Akari slipped into a stretch of quiet, uneventful days, until one crisp morning. Knock, 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 knock. Her door rattled sharply. Akari opened it to find a bright-eyed blonde boy standing before her. She raised an eyebrow. "Naruto, you're not preparing. Why are you here?" Naruto exhaled, sharply, brimming with indignation. "Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke for special training, but left me behind. I went straight to the Hokage, only to be handed off to some unreliable Four Eyes. I thought about asking Might Guy-sensei, but since I'm fighting Niji, that's out of the question." He scratched the back of his head, flashing his trademark goofy grin. "So here I am." "Ah, I remember now," Akari murmured, recalling the incident. Kakashi really does wear two faces. Sasuke had abandoned Sakura without a second thought, displaying abysmal team awareness. Yet Kakashi, who claimed he'd teach him a lesson, whisked him away immediately after the preliminaries to train the Chidori. She'd even planned to seek Sasuke out for more photo sessions after parting ways with Hinata, but time had slipped away. Still perhaps, just perhaps, in Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke's choice to abandon Sakura and rush to save Naruto, however questionable, embodied the very essence of true camaraderie. After all, what is a bond without foundation? How could it ever hold? Shaking her head wistfully, Akari redirected her attention to the present. Even if No Brain lacked unhappiness, No Brain himself remained ready and willing. Naruto, if you came seeking my help, you already know where to begin, don't you? Akari produced a camera. The master photographer had returned. Ugh, fine. Naruto pouted slightly. He didn't want to waste time, but helping him meant paying a price, and he had no choice. Yet a realization struck him. Wait, how can I shoot solo? Who says you can't? Ever heard of a solo feature? And when Sasuke's finally free, he'll get his own exclusive deluxe edition. Time to cash in big. I haven't worn stockings yet. I'll deck him out in thigh-highs, leg cuffs, chokers, bunny ears, cat ears, and even a tail. Everything. For daring to refuse her, Sasuke would face Akari's full, unrelenting creative force. Naruto silently offered him 2 minutes of solemn mourning. Why only 2 minutes? Because the rest, he'd spend gleefully reveling in Sasuke's misfortune. With Naruto in tow, Akari stepped out the door ready to shop for today's photoshoot attire. But Akari hadn't anticipated that the moment she opened the door, Sakura would be standing right there, face to face. A beat passed, then ding. Sakura's emotional resonance 999. Sakura stared astonished. Akari, you've grown so tall all of a sudden. Grown taller. Naruto turned puzzled, his gaze shifting to Akari. Only then did he notice it. If Akari had once stood at 150 centimeters, she now measured 155 centimeters. Still petite, but undeniably taller. You really have grown. Naruto exclaimed, genuinely stunned. Akari rolled her eyes. Took you long enough. Thought you were blind. Honestly, I just didn't notice. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepish. Indeed, Akari had grown. The effect of the infinite convergence artifact, or rather the time scepter, was cumulative. Upon reaching maximum resonance, it advanced her by 1 level. Here 1 level equated to 1 year. Having sustained peak resonance for several days, Akari had matured by a full year, her strength deepening accordingly. Yet this sudden growth stemmed from an artifact's power, an explanation she chose not to share. I'm a girl after all. Growth spurts happen at this age. Now, what brings you here, Sakura? Surely you didn't come all this way just to ask about my height. Yes, I did. Sakura drew a slow, steadying breath, then dropped into a deep, reverent kneel before Akari, her soft pink hair brushing lightly against Akari's bare foot. With quiet intensity, she voiced the decision forged through days of reflection. Akari, please train me. Help me grow stronger. I beg you. This? Akari stared blankly at Sakura, who knelt before her, a flicker of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. She could understand Naruto and Sasuke seeking her guidance, but why had Sakura come knocking on her door too? Why me? Akari asked curiously. Because I investigated, Sakura replied. Akari, you're the one training Naruto and Sasuke. That's why they've grown so strong. Sakura straightened her posture, her pale green eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. I refuse to be left behind. I want to stand beside Sasuke and Naruto, not as baggage, but as a true comrade. I see. Akari nodded slowly. Sasuke's abrupt abandonment of her in the forest had clearly struck Sakura harder than her original transformation ever had. Later, Sakura had even fought Naruto, before she could at least belittle him, deride his shortcomings to soothe her own insecurities. Now even that fragile comfort had vanished. And since Akari had trained Naruto and Sasuke openly, without concealment, Sakura had simply walked right in. Frankly, Akari had no desire to help her. This wasn't a nursery or a charity. She hadn't truly guided Naruto or Sasuke much, so why should Sakura be any exception? But before Akari could refuse, Naruto, who knew her well, already sensed her hesitation. He blurted out urgently, Akari, please help Sakura. What we do, Sakura can do too. Naruto's logic was refreshingly simple. Photoshoots required no special expertise, and as a girl, Sakura was already perfectly suited. Akari shook her head. No. Huh. Why not? Naruto frowned, genuinely puzzled. You two boys have no shame, no vanity, no fragility. Once you cross that mental threshold, nothing weighs on your conscience. Earning money. Nothing shameful about it. But Sakura is a girl. That changes everything. It was like cross-dressing. Photography boys could wear black stockings, pose with elegant legs, post the images freely, even caption them, look how cool I am. A girl couldn't do the same. Wouldn't that instantly brand her a fan service idol? Yet Sakura held a different view. I can do it. She spoke with quiet conviction. Oh, Akari raised an eyebrow, amused. I haven't even told you what it entails, and already you're certain. Sakura's gaze remained unshaken. I don't know what it is. But if I refuse this chance, I'll lose all hope forever. Is that so? Akali fell silent for a moment, studying Sakura's fierce determination. She'd never wanted to involve herself. Sakura, after all, often behaved with unsettling duplicity. Yet if this resolve ran deeper, if it truly marked a turning point, perhaps she could intervene early. First, however, she needed to test its sincerity. Suddenly Akali declared, "Sakura, you know the etiquette of pleading for help, right? Expose your chest and hand over your panties as collateral. It's common knowledge." Huh? Sakura froze stunned. Naruto burst out laughing. What kind of common knowledge is that? Thwack. Akali rapped him sharply on the skull. Shut up, dumb fox, or next you'll be doing fan service shoots. Ding. Naruto's emotional resonance 999. Under the threat of fan service retribution, Naruto shrank back, mute and obedient. Watching Naruto bow to Akali's authority, Sakura felt an unexpected lightness, as if a crushing weight had lifted from her shoulders. A decision crystallized in silence. Ding. Sakura's emotional resonance 9999. She rose, and without hesitation reached for the zipper of her dress, pulling it down. Before Naruto could react, her pink dress slid to the floor, revealing her slender frame, clad only in child-sized undergarments. Then she reached for her undergarments, only for Akali to swiftly unfurl a sheet from her storage space and wrap it tightly around her. At once Akali barked, "Naruto, get out. I'll deal with you later." "Okay." He bolted, like a hound snapping at his heels. Akali scoffed inwardly. With Sakura's slight frame and childish undergarments, there was honestly little need for modesty. Had there been even a hint of curves, she wouldn't have reacted so swiftly. Yet Akali hadn't anticipated her own disdain would vanish the instant she watched Naruto disappear through the doorway. For when she turned back, Sakura had already extended a slender snow-white arm from beneath the sheet, offering a folded piece of bloomed white fabric. HSSSD. Akali sucked in a sharp breath. She glanced up. Sakura met her gaze with a serene, relieved smile. "Akali, I did it." Huh. For a fleeting second, Akali was speechless. Then, realization dawned. Without thinking, she lifted the edge of the sheet and glanced beneath. Ding. Akali's emotional resonance 999. In the next instant, she snapped the sheet shut. One glance was enough. Any more, and she'd earn 1,284 palm strikes from Hinata's gossip-fueled fury. True, she'd glimpsed Sakura once before, in the central tower bathhouse. But seeing her now under these circumstances evoked something entirely new. Akali realized she owed Sakura an apology. Yes, she could still feel flustered. Who said flatness disqualified one from heroism? After several internal jabs, she let out a wry, self-deprecating smile. "Sakura, must it really come to this?" "It must. Strength demands sacrifice, and I accept it without hesitation." Her voice rang with ironclad certainty. Fine, enough. I accept your terms, I agree." Defeated, Akali pressed Sakura's hand against the sheet and urged her to hold it tight. Then turned away. "Get dressed first. But understand this, I won't train you directly. I'll only point you toward a path and grant you one opportunity." The rustling of fabric paused mid-motion behind her. Sakura's voice came clear and steady. "That's enough." The naive girl was gone. The woman who stood now understood one chance was all she needed. Very well. With no further objections, Akali considered briefly. "Wait. No, tomorrow. I'm occupied today. Can you return at this time tomorrow?" "Not to delay you. I have matters to settle with Naruto first. And there are other things I must verify." She intended to seek out Jiraiya after Naruto's photo shoot, but wasn't sure whether he'd returned yet. Confirmation was necessary. Sakura voiced no objection. She departed, and soon afterward Naruto returned. While tidying up, however, he noticed something odd. He pointed to a crumpled blue and white garment resting on the sofa and asked, puzzled, "Akali, is this yours?" Akali glanced over and recoiled. Damn. Akali never expected that to ensure she kept her promise, Sakura, this earnest child, would actually leave her own panties as a reward. Fortunately, Naruto saw it, otherwise if Hinata had seen it, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Akali immediately stepped forward, grabbing the blue and white striped panties from the sofa and putting them into her storage space. However, there was still one more. Akali turned to Naruto with a strange look in her eyes. Naruto cautiously took a step back, saying, "What are you doing?" For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy, but he couldn't pinpoint why. It's just that he accidentally saw Akali's underwear. It was Akali's problem for not putting it away properly, not his. Surely Akali wouldn't do anything to him, right? Naruto thought uncertainly. But just then a shadow suddenly darted out from under Akali's feet. In the next second, a slender figure with a cold expression, Shadow Akali, appeared behind Naruto, raising her shadow hammer and striking down heavily on the back of his head. Bang! A melodious sound echoed. With a vacant look in his eyes, Naruto collapsed straight down. This was the physical amnesia technique. However, Akali's goal was to make Naruto forget not to kill him. So after Naruto fell unconscious, Akali came over and began using healing techniques to treat his injuries. After a while, Naruto woke up, and his first question was, "Akali, why did you hit me?" "Akali. Looks like it failed, no matter, let's try again." With no mercy, Akali picked up the shadow hammer. Bang! The sound of hammering echoed several times in Akali's room this morning. The bump on the back of Naruto's head was so large that even Akali's medical ninjutsu couldn't reduce it. Of course, it wasn't a big problem, because if she used the transformation technique, these issues could be covered up. Although during the filming Naruto would often touch the back of his head in confusion, the day's shoot was still completed satisfactorily. Congratulations, congratulations. Meanwhile, in Konoha's women's bathhouse, Akali also collected some witness reports about a white-haired voyeur. This point was later confirmed after visiting Hinata. Jiraiya had indeed returned to the village. A plan began to form in Akali's mind. After Hinata, Akali visited the Inuzuka Yamanaka Nara Akimichi clans in order, so the next day at noon, Sakura pushed open the door to Akali's house and was immediately stunned by the scene inside. At that moment, Akali's once spacious living room was now filled to the brim with a crowd of young women. As soon as Sakura opened the door, a strong scent of cosmetics wafted into her nostrils, making her nose itch. Looking at Akali surrounded by a group of women in their 20s, she was calling them good sisters one after another, sitting on one sister's lap, enjoying head pats and face rubs, while hugging another sister's waist, being called cute, and then being swept into a warm embrace for a face wash, clearly in her element, having long adapted to such an environment. Sakura's obvious entrance didn't even alert Akali. Clearly at this moment, Akali's senses were completely filled with the soft voices, gentle touches, and smiles of the older sisters. In the past, Akali had always been seen by Sakura as either reclusive, powerful, or quirky and playful, though any occasional closeness was only directed towards Hinata, which could be interpreted as good friendship. She had never shown such a warm and approachable image. Watching this side of Akali, Sakura felt a strange sensation in her heart. However, seeing that Akali was so engrossed and had no time for her, Sakura held back her odd feelings and continued to observe the situation inside. It was then that she noticed among the group of over 10 women in their 20s, there was a familiar blonde girl with twin ponytails. In terms of pure beauty, aside from Akali, she was the most exquisite and beautiful in the room. That perfect oval face, sky blue pure eyes, and ivory-like fair skin. If Sakura were still the girl she used to be, she might have already sighed in comparison and felt inferior, leading to an emotional outburst. But the current Sakura had matured a lot. Although she cared about beauty, she no longer pursued it. Now, looking at the blonde girl with twin ponytails, Sakura could appreciate her purely. However, the blonde girl's situation was clearly not very good. Because surrounded by a group of older sisters, she was not as adaptable as Akali, instead showing signs of awkwardness and restlessness. Unbeknownst to her, once the number of women increased, their boldness multiplied, and once they passed a certain age, their enthusiasm skyrocketed. Just right, the older sisters here met both criteria. So the blonde girl's reaction would only make the older sisters want to tease her more, touching and playing with her even more. As an outsider, Sakura could clearly see that the poor blonde girl's eyes were spinning in circles, her cheeks flushed, and she was clearly on the verge of losing her mind. Her waist, legs, delicate hands, and even her hair were all being played with by the older sisters. How tragic. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but sigh in sympathy and took 2 steps back cautiously. Although she had grown, if she fell into such a circle, she wouldn't fare much better than that blonde girl, so Sakura naturally chose to keep her distance. It was just that she didn't know if it was because she took a step back to breathe fresh air, or if the lighting in Akali's room was too dazzling. Under the stimulation of various lights, Sakura's nose couldn't help but itch any longer. Achoo! Sakura sneezed heavily. Her sneeze acted like a pause button being pressed. The once bustling room suddenly fell silent, and Akali, along with the over 20 people, turned to look at her. Eek! Under the gaze of over 30 pairs of eyes, Sakura trembled. Akali's excited voice interrupted Sakura's daze. "Sakura, you finally came." Sakura, confused, came back to her senses only to find Akali had already approached her, grabbing her hand that she instinctively raised in defense, pulling her toward the group of young women. Sakura wanted to stop, but Akali's steps were too fast and her strength too great. Before she could struggle much, she was pulled over. Come, let me introduce you." Akali's voice rang out. When Sakura looked up, she found they had arrived in front of an older sister with a single ponytail, a fair face, painted with red makeup. "This is Inuzuka Hana, sister of Inuzuka," Akali introduced. "Inuzuka Hana." "Hello, Sakura." Inuzuka Hana waved at Sakura with a smile. Then Akali pulled Sakura to another person, saying, "And this one is Hinata's head made Hyuga Natsu, sister Natsu." "Oh, you're Sakura, Hinata's classmate. How cute." Hyuga Natsu tilted her head slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "Hyuga Natsu." Then Akali continued to introduce, "This one is also from the Hyuga clan. This one is from the Yamanaka clan. This one is from the Nara clan. This one is from the Akimichi clan." This time Akali visited the 6 clans of Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Akimichi, inviting a total of 17 older sisters. Akali introduced each of them to Sakura. And soon Akali's introduction reached the last one. This one is from the Akimichi clan. Akimichi. When it was time for the Akimichi clan, Sakura's eyes widened. Because in her impression, the Akimichi clan, due to their family secret techniques, had to eat continuously, so they were basically just balls. But the girl from the Akimichi clan in front of her with similar hair and eye color had a long ponytail that reached her waist, looking somewhat like a delinquent older sister. She was not a ball but two. Inuzuka Momo. At first glance, the impact of her gigantic bosom larger than Sakura's head would have even the usually composed Sakura feeling a bit overwhelmed. This person, could it be the legendary Bustastar person? Ding. Sakura's emotional value 1111. Seeing Sakura's shock, Inuzuka Momo smiled. She crossed her arms, legs crossed, and her chest and thighs jiggled with movement, creating waves of impressive flesh. What's wrong, doesn't it look like? It must be said that as someone often subjected to certain discrimination, Inuzuka Momo loved seeing expressions like Sakura's right now. At this moment, seeing Sakura stunned by Inuzuka Momo, Akali wasn't surprised because Inuzuka Momo, known as the epitome of voluptuousness, was her biggest game this time. Akali took the lead, saying, "You're lucky, Sakura. Originally, the Akimichi clan couldn't help with my request, but just so happened Sister Momo used her ultimate technique on a mission and just returned. And she has a habit of burning fat after using her secret technique and not rushing to replenish, letting her body starve for a few days first, so she can join us this time. I thought this operation would be unstable, but with Sister Momo on board, capturing that old lecher will be a piece of cake. After all, Sister Momo is not just any peach, she's like the celestial peach that descends from the heavens, leaving a fragrant trail of scent that makes all men drool. Haha, I'm not as great as Akali says." Hearing Akali's praise, Inuzuka Momo let out a hearty laugh. "But you can say more of that. I, as a slightly plump girl, love to hear it. Akali, you and your sweet mouth." Saying this, Inuzuka Momo pulled Akali's head into her bosom, mercilessly squishing her little face. Woo! Akali, unable to speak, narrowed her eyes and displayed a look of enjoyment. Her demeanor fully expressed what it meant to enjoy when your wife is not at home today. But Sakura didn't care about that. Instead, she caught on to the key phrase in Akali's words. "Operation Old Lecher?" Sakura asked in confusion. "What are so many of us going to do?" Yes, that's right." Listening to Sakura's question, Akali reluctantly pulled away from Inuzuka Momo's bosom. It's no wonder she was reluctant. Who would have thought she could see a chest of that caliber in reality? Who could resist that? However, unlike Naruto, who had already understood what to say and what not to say, Sakura still needed to be cautious. Akali explained, "Didn't I promise you yesterday to give you a chance? You need an opportunity, and Naruto needs a temporary teacher. Coincidentally, there is someone who can fulfill both needs and has recently returned to Konoha. We need to find him now." "I see." Sakura roughly understood, and speaking of Naruto. "Where's Naruto?" Sakura looked around. "Naruto." Akali glanced unnoticeably at the side at a certain golden-haired girl with twin ponytails, whose body trembled, revealing a mischievous smile. "He is." Akali elongated her voice. Ding. Naruto's emotional value 9,999. He's at home waiting. He can't help out this time. After startling Naruto, Akali continued, "Because the person we're looking for is very strong. If he doesn't want to be found, we won't be able to find him, or we can only lure him out. Coincidentally, that person is a lecher. So I invited sisters from several shinobi clans. This is a plan I call the Jiraiya capture plan." Jiraiya. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Sakura was very confused. Is he worth such a big effort? Sakura felt a bit guilty. If my matters need to go to such lengths, I think. Akali covered Sakura's mouth with her hand. She cast a puzzled glance. Akali shook her head. "You misunderstood. It's not such a big sacrifice. Forget it. There are too many explanations. In short, you have to participate. Use the transformation technique to make yourself look a little older and come with us." Under Akali's urging, Sakura stopped talking and silently performed the transformation technique. Although she looked somewhat similar to Inuzuka Momo after the transformation, it wasn't a big issue. Akali expressed understanding. With Sakura's participation, along with Akali, Naruto transformed into Naruto, and 4 from Hyuga, 4 from Nara, 1 from Akimichi, 2 from Yamanaka, 4 from Yamanaka, and 2 from Inuzuka. A group of 20 people was divided into 5 teams of 4 with the 4 Hyuga and Akali as team leaders. They would go to a water play area outside of Konoha, pretending to play in the water and waiting for that old lecher Jiraiya to come sniffing at the scent. With the assistance of the Hyuga, he could be spotted promptly no matter which group he approached, and then the team leader would trigger Akali's flying thunder god Kanai. Then Akali would arrive and capture that old lecher on the spot, forcing him to concede due to his guilt. This outlines the entire Jiraiya capture plan. Afterward, accompanied by the group of young women, Akali headed to the outskirts. Per the original plan, Akali and her party of 20 divided into 5 groups, each seeking their own spot to enjoy the water. As for Konoha, leaving aside all else, its natural scenery was truly exceptional. Akali strolled idly and soon discovered a small serene pool nestled beneath a cascading waterfall. Bathed in sunlight, the pool's waters were crystalline and transparent, revealing smooth palm-sized river stones carpeting its bed, beside which cold-water fish no larger than a handspan glided gracefully with the gentle current. Moreover, the gradient from shore to waterfall rim descended gradually, from shallow to deep, thoughtfully demarcating distinct zones for waders and swimmers alike. At the water's edge, the thundering cascade released a fine mist. A single soft inhalation carried coolness deep into the throat and further soothing the lungs. Flanked by elegant groves, the lush greenery surrounding the pool filled the heart with serenity and delight. Wow! Beside Akali, Inuzuka Hanabi and Akimichi Momoko, among others, let out spontaneous cries of wonder, utterly unable to suppress their exhilaration at the sight. No woman could resist such a pool. None. As for Akali murmured half to herself, suppose, just suppose, I set up a sunshade here, cast a fishing line then. Come on, hurry. Momoko's voice cut through Akali's reverie. Akali turned and saw Momoko swiftly shedding her garments, revealing a vibrant coral pink swimsuit whose crisscross halter straps formed an X across her neck, yet barely contained its generous, voluptuous form. A breathtaking expanse of beauty unfolded before her eyes. Just then a gentle breeze stirred the water's surface, rippling light into dazzling, overlapping waves of brilliance. HSS. Confronted by such a vision, Akali lowered her gaze, aware that gazing longer would be deeply improper and perilously destabilizing. Yet even averting her eyes from the swell of chest, she could not escape the sway of hips and thighs. Momoko was the very embodiment of sensual grace, full-breasted, wide-hipped, radiantly abundant. Her rounded buttocks pressed so tightly together that only 2 broad, luminous, peach-colored orbs and delicate coral ties remained visible, her lower half appearing as though clad in nothing more than a minimalist C-string. Akali fell silent. In that instant, profound philosophical questions surged through her mind. Ancient sages seemed to lecture within her thoughts, striving to lift her from base allure back to higher contemplation. Yet, what are you thinking about? Momoko stepped before her. Freed from restraint by her new attire, she playfully pressed the coral fabric against Akali's cheek, almost teasingly. Ahem, nothing. Feeling the warm, supple fabric against her skin, Akali, with ironclad willpower, turned her head away. She feigned composure and glanced toward the others, only to find them equally transformed. After all, this was Akali's first formal request of them. They took it with utmost seriousness. Their objective was Jiraiya. Though success seemed improbable, there remained a sliver of possibility. What if he found one of them captivating? Guided by that hope, the senior kunoichi dispatched by their clans arrived in extraordinary numbers, and each selected a swimsuit that maximized both elegance and personal charisma. Momoko offered immediate visceral impact. Hanabi, by contrast, wore 2 square white cloths paired with a short skirt, bold, unpretentious, and brimming with natural vitality. Most unexpectedly, however, was the kunoichi from the Aburame clan. Gone was her usual enveloping, oversized cloak, replaced instead by a sleek navy blue one-piece that clung perfectly to her form. Shyly crossing her arms before her, she only heightened the startling fairness and tenderness of her skin. Akali had previously imagined the Aburame's symbiotic insect cultivation might lend an unsettling aura, but now quite the contrary, the swimsuit suited her flawlessly. Compared to these 3, the Yamanaka kunoichi, her golden waves cascading freely figure, strikingly curvaceous, wore a daring European-style bikini that, while glamorous, rendered her comparatively unremarkable, lacking distinctive flair. Yet lack of distinction did not equate to lack of merit. Like a well-baked steamed bun, modest in flavor perhaps, but deeply satisfying. Akali fell silent once more. There was no escape, none whatsoever. It seemed today would inevitably descend into boundless, inescapable torment. Forgive me, Hinata. I swear, it's the last time. Momoko stepped forward and placed both weighty warm orbs squarely atop Akali's head. Delicate fingers gently grasped Akali's petite earlobe as Momoko's voice curled with amusement. Why so quiet? Hurry and change a Karakin. Though Akali had envisioned this outing solely as a staged lure for Jiraiya, with water play merely performative, the reality proved otherwise. She had overlooked one crucial truth. Unlike shy young girls, seasoned kunoichi knew precisely how to let go. Measured against them, Akali still bore the faint blush of youth. And under that dual pressure, both literal and psychological, her thoughts dissolved entirely, replaced by stark, flashing words in her mind. I declare eternal enmity upon gambling and vice. In ignoring all risk, I proceed, Utterly forgetting her mission, Akari joined the elder Kunoichi in joyful, unrestrained frolic within the water. After all, how could any official withstand such a test? Which official could possibly endure it? From a nameless hill outside Konoha, Jiraiya lowered his high-powered telescope with a sigh. Through its lens, a golden-haired girl with twin braids stood waist-deep in the water, fair-skinned, lovely, and shyly enduring the affectionate teasing of Fourth Senior Kunoichi. Compared to the mature women around her, the girl appeared slightly younger. Yet why did Jiraiya fixate upon her so intently? Because under Akari's tutelage, Naruto, now known as Naruto, could be summed up in just 4 characters: slender branch, heavy fruit. This subtlety remained obscured during earlier filming when clothing concealed her form, yet hinted only at abundance. Now in her swimsuit, Naruto's slender waist and long legs were fully revealed, alongside that bountiful, harmonious fullness. And the most beguiling charm of youth lay precisely in her gentle downward glance, and the delicate wind-tossed shyness that softened her every gesture. Under Akari's poised training, this grace manifested flawlessly. Thus Jiraiya watched, unblinking, rapt. Naturally, he failed to notice Hyuga Natsu, standing nearby, disguised as Sakura via transformation technique, activating her Byakugan at precise 5-minute intervals. Within the Byakugan's vision, the silver-haired lecher stood slack-jawed, drool slipping unchecked from his mouth, resembling nothing so much as a vacanted simpleton. Natsu subtly frowned, overwhelmed by visceral revulsion. Is this the man Lady Akari seeks? Truly, is this legendary paragon of heroism? Enough. Notify them. Natsu reached up, grasped the cord at her neck, and channeled chakra. The Akali emblem of the flying thunder god glowed with chakra on Hinata Natsu's neck strap. Suddenly, Akali, who was deeply immersed in the blue ocean, was taken aback by the nearby waterfall pond. Then she blocked the approach of a massive figure with a serious expression. All right, stop fooling around, Sister Tauzi. We've located the target. It's over by Sister Natsu. Found it. Chiyo Dao Tauzi paused with a hint of regret. So fast. Due to the secret technique, her beautiful moments were fleeting, and she had to revert back. Naturally, those brief moments were meant to be enjoyed. However, due to her experiences of being looked down upon as a tank, she had developed a bit of a disdain for men. Thus, in her usual playtime, Chiyo Dao Tauzi would seek out her girlfriends, since they would never call her a tank. They would only say she was a bit chubby. This time, the newly acquainted Akali could be considered one of Chiyo Dao Tauzi's favorite people. Although her friends only said she was a bit chubby and often liked to feed her and take her out for food, they would show jealousy when she looked pretty. But only Akali, with her sweet words and obedient nature, was not jealous at all. Her compliments were sincere. Therefore, she rather enjoyed spending time with this younger sister Akali. What a pity, Chiyo Dao Tauzi lamented. Yeah, Akali echoed the sentiment. However, unlike Chiyo Dao Tauzi's heartfelt sigh, hers felt a bit insincere. Chiyo Dao Tauzi's enthusiasm made her a bit intimidating. Even though it felt exhilarating, Akali was afraid of being teased by the older sister. After all, she was the one who initiated the attacks, and she couldn't allow herself to be the passive one. What was it that was said again? Explore the front area, and the back will follow. Akali activated the flying thunder god emblem linked to Hinata Natsu, instantly disappearing from her original location. The next second, Jiraiya, who was fixated on Naruto, suddenly shivered. A strange, sharp aura suddenly locked onto him. Who goes there? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock as he turned to look through his binoculars. In an instant, with the flying thunder god technique, she altered her outfit, wearing a purple cap embroidered with KDA, her luxurious pink-purple hair cascading down her cheeks, her makeup exquisite. She donned an unzipped purple down jacket and leather pants, missing a section on her left thigh, revealing her fair abdomen adorned with alluring abs, as Akali made her appearance. Through the binoculars, Jiraiya locked eyes with Akali's sparkling golden gaze. Akali softly declared, "Got you, Jiraiya." "Oomph." Jiraiya snorted dismissively and lowered the binoculars. Although he couldn't hear her words, the meaning was crystal clear before him. He had long known this area around Konoha like the back of his hand. The stream near Naruto was actually a cold current. Though the scenery was beautiful, no one would usually choose to play in it, so why was someone there today? So it was aimed at him. However, despite being a lecherous Jiraiya, he had never suffered losses in this aspect except for Tsunade. And where was this? Konoha. How dare someone be brazen enough to act against him in Konoha? Interesting. Jiraiya straightened up, unabashedly acknowledging his presence, gazing at Akali from afar, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Seeing Jiraiya's attitude, Akali frowned. This old pervert is so brazen, even while peeping. Not only does he not run when discovered, but he just stands here waiting for me to approach. Oomph. Akali was displeased. When she was a male, she had no particular feelings when looking at Jiraiya. She merely thought of him as a hero, the kind who would return like a dragon to the sea, and how he wouldn't be welcomed by Konoha. Although he was lecherous and liked to peep, often embarrassing himself because of it, his good qualities could not be overshadowed by his lewdness. What was it that was said again? This was merely a small caprice of a strong individual. With his status, he could directly request women from others, and many would willingly offer their women, and some ruthless ones might even offer their wives and daughters. Yet he merely took a few peeks to satisfy his eyes. Therefore, in the predatory environment of the ninja world, no one deemed his actions wrong. Even Tsunade would only punch Jiraiya a few times when she was upset. If he didn't die from it, it was Jiraiya's skill. But now that Akali was female, the feeling was entirely different. You might say this was a small caprice of a strong person, but in essence the act of peeping itself was wrong. Strength can distort right and wrong, but it cannot turn wrong into right, for justice lies in the hearts of the people. Of course, there's one more crucial point. If Jiraiya was allowed to continue, he might one day end up peeping at her. Even if he didn't peep at her, what about Hinata? And what about the many sisters Akali had been close to or not close to in the future? This was something Akali could absolutely not tolerate. It seems I have to teach him a lesson. Akali quietly changed her mind, her attitude becoming more serious. Ding! A clear sound echoed in Akali's ears. The sprint was activated, the spiritual cloak triggered, and the water walking effect took place, enhancing her speed. Simultaneously, another piece of equipment was activated by Akali, Mercury acceleration. Jiraiya had no limiting skills, and the effects of the two crowd control removals overlapped. The heavy acceleration effects stacked on Akali. The next second, a smoke bomb silently exploded beneath her feet, and the Casa array began to provide her with a speed boost. With a nearly full status bar of bonus effects, Akali took a single step, leaving a series of purple afterimages, instantly arriving a kilometer away at the base of the unmarked cliff where Jiraiya stood. So fast. Watching Akali appear at the foot of the mountain in an instant, Jiraiya didn't even have time to be shocked, as his muscles instinctively began to tense up. The last time he saw such speed was during the Third Great Ninja War on the battlefield between the Land of Soup and the Cloud Ninja. Fortunately, towards the end of the Third War, after the village repelled the Rock Ninja's assault, they managed to convince Onoki, which led to the Rock Ninja turning against them to avenge the grudge of the Second Ninja War, where they were raided by Cloud Ninja. Otherwise, if that lion-like man were still alive, Konoha could really have been crushed. But wasn't he just wasting a few years? How could such a speedster reappear? Ding! Emotion value from Jiraiya 999. Jiraiya was extremely shocked. What Jiraiya didn't know was that he was premature in his shock, because Akali still had one acceleration skill yet to activate. Looking at Jiraiya on the mountain peak, Akali converted her chakra. Secret art rakage. A violent bolt of electricity surged up the cliff. In the blink of an eye, a petite fist imprinted itself on Jiraiya's painted face. Under the sudden blow, the red paint on Zelaya's face visibly twisted and sank. However, it was also in the blink of an eye. Zelaya's body transformed into a wooden substitute, which then exploded violently in front of Akali's fist, splintered with fragments flying out in a fan shape around her small fist like bullets. With a powerful shockwave, the wood shards were densely embedded into the ground, creating a dull thud. Looking at the wood shards nailed in front of his wooden clogs driven deep into the earth, Zelaya's expression grew serious. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right cheek, and a warm viscous liquid trickled down, dripping onto his red outer robe, spreading a dark stain. He was injured, under Akali's surprise attack. If he hadn't maintained his training over the years despite his reckless lifestyle, and promptly used the substitution technique, he might have met the same fate as the wooden substitute. Yet even so, his cheek was still grazed by the force of the punch. Zelaya was extremely shocked, but alongside the shock, there was also deep confusion. With his innate information-gathering ability, Zelaya quickly locked onto the back of Akali's hand. On the back of her black fingerless glove, there was a metal plate with the Konoha symbol similar to Kakashi's. This was enough to prove Akali's identity. But when did Konoha produce such a ruthless character? And why did she attack him? Seeing Akali poised to attack, Zelaya hurriedly said, "Miss, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Misunderstanding? Akali paused in her pursuit, tilting her head slightly with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, saying, "I don't think so, you perverted peeping Tom. For the past few days, several of my friends have been saying they felt like they were being watched, but couldn't find anyone. We thought it was just an illusion, but now it seems we have the culprit. No matter who you are, if you dare to peep, you shall perish." Akali flipped her right hand to draw her ninja sickle, while her left hand held a kunai, with a smoke bomb hidden within, taking a complete battle stance for the first time. After all, in terms of direct combat ability, Zelaya was no match for Orochimaru. But while Akali wanted to fight Zelaya, he had no time to indulge in observing the skills of the village's juniors. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding," Zelaya exclaimed loudly. "I was just passing by, not peeping. I am also a Konoha ninja, I am the third." Zelaya wanted to explain his identity. This was also his usual tactic. Once caught peeping, he would run first, and with his strength, he could escape 90% of the time. And if he couldn't escape, he would explain it away, claiming it was a misunderstanding, and with his identity, there was a 9 chance he could resolve it. Worst case, he would just be taken by the third to apologize. After all, no matter how much he talked or scolded, he would never change his ways. But unfortunately, this time was that rare zero. One where he needed to brace for a beating. If you can survive, I will listen to who you are. Boom. The smoke burst open, a dark cloud rapidly spreading from Akali's center. Before Zelaya could wonder how someone could use a smoke bomb as an opening move. From the chaotic swirling black mist, 5 kunai, formed from shadows, flew out. Encased in blue wind, they sliced through the air, bright arcs flashing like the ignition of a pulse engine. The moment they appeared, 5 silent cold shadows were already upon him. Zelaya's pupils constricted. Fortunately, although he was forced into a high-end battlefield, his reaction was still swift. 2 bright blue spirals emerged from his large palm, and with the dual Rasengan in hand, Zelaya quickly smacked away the cold shadows. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 kunai landed around him, creating deep pits, debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, the Akali in the smoke seemed to be deep in thought. It's not about taking it hidden, but using the high rotation of the Rasengan to deflect the straight-flying cold shadows, isn't it? No wonder it's Zelaya to judge the optimal solution based on experience in the face of an unfamiliar technique. I am no match for him. But in terms of combat experience, one just needs to practice more. It's nothing serious. Akali gently pushed her small hand forward, controlling the 5th-level smoke formation, which formed lifelike wolves and leopards as they pounced towards Zelaya, hiding a capturing net with small blades within. But these were merely feints. Just as Zelaya moved to dodge, a flying thunder god mark with the letters AKL glimmered nearby, the closest to him. Amidst the cover of the smoke wolves and leopards, Akali's crouched figure appeared, throwing out a circle of ordinary cold shadows, while her right hand, wielding the ninja sickle with the potential dragon mark, slashed at Zelaya's back. What from behind doing? Faced with Akali suddenly appearing behind him, Zelaya was greatly surprised. Fortunately, his back was never a blind spot in his defense. Quickly changing seals, Zelaya injected chakra into his hair, ninja art needle earth burial. His wild white hair grew rapidly like the spines of a hedgehog, shattering Akali's cold shadows, and then blocking the ninja sickle. Not only that, after defending against Akali's attack, Zelaya changed his hand seals again. Ninja art wild lion's main technique. The flying thunder god's ambush was already astonishingly swift, but even that alone would have granted Jiraiya a chance to react. After all, true masters do not merely respond, they anticipate. Yet Akali, before her transmigration, had mastered the top lane. In top lane, combat dominance often stems from divine patronage, or at least dual parental support. But when neither is present, the art of spacing becomes paramount. Timing skill cooldowns, landing the 6th hit, precisely dodging the opponent's conqueror stack, while refreshing one's own, feigning retreat only to whirl back in defiance. Akali's sudden acceleration and Thunder God kick embodied the very essence of tactical spacing. You know he will strike. He knows you know. You know he knows you know. And yet, even amid such layered awareness, strategy persists. But what remains when no information is given at all? And so, boom, Akali's slender foot struck Jiraiya squarely in the waist. A surge of overwhelming force erupted. The towering sage, standing at 191 centimeters, soared helplessly into the air. Tracing a graceful parabola, the burly hero plummeted like a cliff diver, like a severed paper kite, straight down into the mountain stream below. Crash! A geyser of water exploded, vaster than any Philippine fishbomb blast. At the sight, Naruto, Sakura, and Hyuga Natsuka, observing intently since the beginning, tensed with palpable anxiety. The brief, intense exchange between Akali and Jiraiya was for them an exceptionally rare spectacle of elite-tier combat. Natsuka, having frequently witnessed Hyuga Hayashi's prowess as a servant in the Hyuga household, even doubted whether Hayashi himself, despite the advantage of the Byakugan, could have performed more admirably than Jiraiya in that same position. Yet Jiraiya's extraordinary strength naturally signaled an exceptional status, so their concern now centered on a single urgent question. Could he be dead? Surely not. Natsuka paled. She knew his identity well. Jiraiya, the third Hokage's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin, and a confirmed candidate for the Hokage succession. If slain in Konoha as a perverted voyeur, would ignite ridicule across the entire shinobi world. And those who triggered such a catastrophe, they would bear consequences beyond reckoning. Yet Natsuka remained unaware that her very concern betrayed a limited perspective, shaped by aristocratic seclusion where she saw power but not the brutal crucible in which it was forged. She did not know that shinobi on this planet, though mockingly dubbed fragile berserkers, were in truth anything but fragile. They possessed cellular fortitude. Moreover, as chakra cultivation progressed, chakra itself strengthened and fundamentally altered their genetic constitution. A cage-level physique infused with chakra could grow harder than granite. And Jiraiya, the master of sage art, had endured countless cycles of natural chakra surges, transforming into a frog then reverting, each trial leaving indelible marks upon his being. Akali, having already traded several fierce exchanges with Jiraiya, understood this perfectly. "Don't worry, he won't die." Her voice emerged softly behind Natsuka, tinged with quiet resignation. "Besides, won't the Byakugan reveal whether he lives or not?" "Sister Natsuka." "Ah, my apologies." Natsuka flushed crimson. As a core servant directly serving Hinata and Hanabi, she had long been absent from battle. So long, in fact, that she'd nearly forgotten she even possessed the Byakugan. "Byakugan, activate." Prompted by Akari, Natsuka activated her Kekkei Gunkai, directing her monochrome vision toward the stream where Jiraiya had fallen. But the moment her Byakugan engaged, she discovered only lifeless belly-up fish. No trace of Jiraiya whatsoever. "Where is he?" Natsuka murmured, bewildered. "Isn't he right there?" Akari gestured toward a nearby green-skinned toad. "Rather than fleeing, you hide inside a toad's belly just to watch us. What kind of foolish deer are you?" "What?" Stunned, the group turned sharply toward the ordinary-sized green toad. "You mean he's concealed within that toad?" Sakura instinctively objected. "Indeed." Natsuka nodded. "My Byakugan sees nothing inside its belly." With the all-seeing Byakugan as corroboration, Akari's assertion appeared mistaken. Yet Akari merely flipped her wrist, drawing a kunai. Her expression half-amused, half-knowing. Truth emerges through practice. Why not test it? Before she could launch the kunai, however, a weary voice drifted from within the toad's belly, drawing every gaze in shock. How did today's youngsters acquire such acute perception? In the next instant, the green toad opened its maw wide, and Jiraiya emerged, first a hand bracing against the water surface, then a shoulder, a head, a torso, and finally both feet. Drenched and disheveled, yet bearing no visible grievous wounds, Jiraiya stood before them once more. Naruto and Sakura stared dumbfounded. This defied all rational expectation. Natsuka, however, remained comparatively composed. Though the Byakugan's failure was startling, it made perfect sense, once one recalled who Jiraiya truly was. Yet her calm demeanor, and the unmistakable luminous Byakugan, did not escape Jiraiya's notice. "You know me," he spoke again, voice certain, decisive. Initially he had assumed this was a trap, but Akari's opening words had shifted his assumption. Now he reaffirmed it. This was a targeted ambush against him. Still, though thoroughly outmaneuvered from start to finish, Jiraiya felt little anger, only wry resignation as he looked upon Akari and the others. "So, who among you will explain exactly what you intend?" And he opened his palm, revealing a scrap of cloth bearing the letters AKL. His tone grew complex. "This is the Flying Thunder God mark. I'd never mistake it. You sensed my presence inside the toad because of this, didn't you? After all these years, Konoha has produced another Flying Thunder God successor, and she's but a maiden in her prime." Jiraiya gazed at Akari, astonishment alight in his eyes. "Young lady, what is your name?" Silence fell. Seeing Jiraiya's evident lack of combat intent, the others turned expectantly toward Akari, confirming yet another of his suspicions. She was the architect of this ambush. If his deduction held, then locations like Naruto's bathing spot were not singular, but multiple. Whichever site revealed activity would instantly notify Akari via the Flying Thunder God seal. Yet another question now stirred in Jiraiya's mind. Why had Akari set this trap for him? To test his strength, to demonstrate hers, to evaluate him, or to seek apprenticeship. His gaze lingered on Naruto's group, 2 kunoichi from prominent clans, besides Natsuka, and his expression darkened, his thoughts deepening. Clan involvement was evident, but what role precisely were these clans playing? A young woman, possessing such mastery of the Flying Thunder God, and aligned with influential clans. Had he unwittingly entangled himself in something far more perilous than he imagined? Something like the Hokage succession. Jiraiya gazed at Akari, and the more he looked, the more she resembled the next Hokage. Yet Akari had never given the Hokage title a moment's thought. She simply replied to Jiraiya's question, "Akari, that is my name. And what brings me here today? In short, I need your help." Akari patted Sakura lightly on the shoulder. Instantly, Sakura's transformation technique dissolved, revealing the real Sakura, timid and uneasy before everyone present. "What kind of help, eh?" Jiraiya asked, puzzled. "Simple," Akari said. "I need you to serve as her sponsor, to grant her an opportunity to study medical ninjutsu." "Medical ninjutsu?" Akari continued. What other path could she offer? Ultimately, it was only about guiding Sakura onto the canonical path, sooner rather than later. Medical ninjutsu. A startled cry rang out, this time from Sakura herself. She stared at Akari in disbelief. "Akari, is this the path you've chosen for me?" Sakura had assumed Akari brought her here to become a formal apprentice, never imagining it would be medical training. Exactly. Akari explained. Don't you wish to catch up with Naruto and Sasuke? Naruto and Sasuke are human. They bleed, they break, they fall. That is your opening. Moreover, medical ninja command respect wherever they go. Your chakra control is exceptional. Wasting such talent would be a tragedy. I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sakura's heart, but she swiftly dispelled it. Combat demanded innate talent, compared to the crucible of blood and fire. Medical ninjutsu offered both safety and dignity. That Akari had crafted this opportunity bespoke genuine care. Otherwise, she could have simply thrust Sakura into the ANBU, subjecting her to brutal training and perilous missions where death would be unremarkable and no one would dare raise objection. Sakura's thoughts settled, but Jiraiya remained unsettled. He glanced at Hinata Natsu standing beside Akari, and at the two other kunoichi from noble clans. He did not understand. Given Akari's ties to the noble clans, why not simply ask them to sponsor Sakura's medical training? Why involve him specifically? Was he somehow special? Wait, special? Jiraiya's expression hardened. Indeed, he was special, not by virtue of who he was, but by virtue of who he represented. He, Jiraiya, was the legendary medical master of the shinobi world, Tsunade's longtime comrade. If Tsunade, who had drifted across the land for years like a kite, untethered, then Jiraiya, who returned periodically and maintained steady intelligence channels with Konoha, was the very string that held her aloft. His word in certain respects carried the weight of Tsunade's own will. Thus his sponsorship of Sakura would not merely be Jiraiya's endorsement. It would signify Tsunade's quiet declaration, "This child has caught my eye. Train her well, for I shall return to take her under my wing." And Konoha Hospital, Tsunade's personal domain, was staffed entirely by devoted Tsunade loyalists and fervent admirers. They would spare no effort teaching Sakura, not if their own competence were being assessed alongside hers. For teaching skill was itself a measure of mastery, and Tsunade's evaluation of Sakura would inevitably reflect upon them. At her current age, Tsunade was indeed ready to choose a successor. Perhaps upon her return, the hospital staff would present Sakura as their finest young prodigy, only for Tsunade to glance at her, murmur, impressive, and formally accept her as her disciple. The logic was now complete. Jiraiya understood Akari's design fully. Your calculations? He looked at Akari, astonished by the precision of her reasoning. Yet within Akari's intricate scheme lay one fatal uncertainty. Could Sakura's talent truly bear the weight of such ambition? Of course. As if anticipating his doubt, Akari interjected. She was assigned to Team 7, with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Her talent is unquestionable. She has merely lacked opportunity. Is that so? Hearing Naruto's name, Jiraiya's gaze shifted, his eyes now sharpened with new appraisal upon Sakura. This girl recommended by Akari was none other than Naruto's teammate. In that case, he truly had no choice but to assist. Having a medical ninja at Naruto's side would be invaluable. Yet this realization left Jiraiya deeply unsettled. He realized with discomfort that Akari had already foreseen and accounted for every move he might make. After all, she had come to ask for his help, yet began by pummeling him without warning, and that last kick had struck true. Even now his kidneys throbbed with dull pain. So, this was how she asked for assistance. Jingle, Jiraiya's emotional resonance surges 999. Suppressing his fury, Jiraiya demanded, "And what if I refuse?" Refuse? Akari cast him a sidelong glance, intuiting his thoughts instantly. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet, Akari added with a sly smile. Sakura is only one reason I sought you out, and she came second. The first was Naruto himself. He's advanced to the finals of the Chunin exams, but Kakashi is occupied teaching Sasuke the Chidori, leaving no time for Naruto. So Naruto approached me asking for training. I could train him, but since you've returned, I believe it far more fitting for you, the boy's grandfather, to assume his tutelage. What do you think, Jiraiya? Jingle, Naruto's emotional resonance surges 9,999. Jingle, Jiraiya's emotional resonance surges 9,999. Jiraiya's face paled. Akari knew, even this bond between him and Naruto. Granted, it wasn't a secret in Konoha, but how had a 12 or 13-year-old girl uncovered it? And just how much did she know? If he refused her terms, would she then reveal these truths to Naruto himself? At that thought, Jiraiya's brows knotted into a deep furrow, while a vast oceanic pressure surged around him. Jiraiya warned, voice low and grave, Akari, you are undeniably formidable. You are Konoha's future. I cannot fathom how you attained such strength, or who bestowed upon you the flying thunder god technique. Strength and lineage may warrant pride, but they must also inspire reverence. Don't you agree? To Jiraiya, Akari was dangerously overreaching. Naruto was his absolute line in the sand. True, he had neglected Naruto in the past, placing excessive trust in the Third Hokage. But that would change. He would make amends, in his own way, in his own time. And no one, not even Akali, had the right to intrude upon that sacred space. Hep. Facing Jiraiya's stern resolve, Akali merely smiled. So Lord Jiraiya, you intend to silence me through force. Fine. No objection. The weak bow before the strong. The only question remaining. Akari's voice lingered deliberate as she stepped forward. Who is the hunter and who the prey? Before Jiraiya could react, his eyes widening in visceral dread, natural energy from across the heavens began converging upon Akali. At the same time as the natural energy converged, a faint golden halo radiated outward from Akali's translucent skin. Under the influence of this golden glow, Akali's pinkish-purple long hair transformed into a dazzling pink, while her purple cap turned pure white, with the letters KDA adorned in golden powder. Subsequently, her purple down jacket was covered in brilliant gold, changing into an elegant off-shoulder leather jacket lined with white fur complemented by pure white leather gloves and pants. Finally, valuable diamond crystals and gold secured the leather pants and gloves in place. The ultimate Akali of KDA. Of course, one could also say this is the Sage Mode Akali making her entrance. Having watched Akali's transformation, Jiraiya was utterly stunned. Sage Mode is supposed to change one's appearance. Although Akali's clothes have changed, Jiraiya could still understand. What Jiraiya could not comprehend was that Sage Mode typically requires absorbing natural energy and then balancing it with spiritual energy and physical energy in a 1:10 ratio before activation. But Akali's Sage Mode could absorb natural energy at any time and activate instantly. Is this really Sage Mode? Jiraiya couldn't help but voice his doubts. Do you think I could show you a fake Sage Mode? Akali chuckled, though she understood Jiraiya's astonishment. Because just a few days after mastering the Heavenly Spell Seal coupled with the 44 skill points she gained last time, Akali directly upgraded her Sage Mode to the Unparalleled Realm with a 160-1116 combo. For an average person's Sage Mode, the balance is 1:10 among spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. However, Akali's Sage Mode is a 1:10 ratio of spiritual energy to natural energy plus a 1:10 ratio of physical energy to natural energy. This means she can absorb an additional portion of natural energy to strengthen herself. But if that were all, it would be merely an increase in strength. The main point is that Akali also added the effects of KDA Ultimate. Among the new skins Akali obtained, both KDA and KDA Ultimate are unique. The KDA skin does not offer enhancements, only some changes in skill effects, essentially a purely aesthetic upgrade. But the KDA Ultimate skin is different. As an upgraded version of KDA, it not only boasts extreme changes in effects, but also a capability to absorb external modes. This means that whether Akali is in Sage Mode, Nine-Tail Mode, or Six Paths Mode today, they will all be absorbed by KDA Ultimate and transformed into its appearance. After being absorbed by KDA Ultimate, the external mode will experience a slight increase in strength and a significant boost in adaptability. Akali's Sage Mode being so fluid is due to this adaptability boost. Ordinarily, once Sage Mode is activated, the consumed Sage Chakra would cause it to exit once depleted. But for Akali now, as long as she has even a single drop of Chakra, Sage Mode will remain active until that drop is fully expended. What did you think? It's laughable Akali has never deactivated it. Seeing Jiraiya's shock, Akali snapped her fingers in front of him. Are you back to your senses, Jiraiya? You should be ready for round 2, right? Jiraiya. Faced with Akali's teasing, he fell silent for a moment. And then you give it to Ruta? Just kidding. Akali was already that fierce before. Now that she's in Sage Mode, trying to fight her is like just finishing the beginner's quest. And the village chief gives you what's rumored to be the best sword in the village, and then sends you to face the demon blocking the village gate. Isn't that just asking for a beating? Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt his lingering back pain fade, and his escape quickened. Watching Jiraiya move like a blur, both Naruto and Sakura, even Akali, were astonished. Akali chuckled. Should I say, as expected of Jiraiya, it's quite unexpected. But do you think you can run away now? This is just the beginning. With a step on her golden platform shoes, her dazzling figure left a streak of golden light appearing behind Jiraiya, as if using the Flying Thunder God technique. Her delicate hand wrapped in exquisite gloves reached for the scroll strapped to Jiraiya's back. However, just then the originally fleeing Jiraiya suddenly turned around, and in his large palm a rapidly spinning azure sphere hurled towards Akali. Rasengan. A joyful expression appeared on Jiraiya's face. Akali, you fell for it. Is that so? Looking at the joy on Jiraiya's face, Akali's pink lips curled into a stunning smile, and her hand in the white gloves shifted its target. With Jiraiya's astonished gaze facing the Rasengan that had taken out countless jonin in the Third Ninja World War, Akali casually extended her hand and simply grasped the Rasengan. Spinning rapidly, the Rasengan, which acts like a shredder upon contact and boasts top-tier physical destructive power in the ninja world, now appeared in Akali's hand like an inconspicuous blue ball. Ding 9999 emotion points from Jiraiya. At this moment, watching Akali gently grip the Rasengan, Jiraiya's expression was akin to witnessing his hammer being caught by Hela. Sage mode is supposed to enhance a ninja's resilience to attacks, which Jiraiya could understand. But to catch a Rasengan with bare hands without injury, that's just too advanced. Jiraiya's mind was in turmoil. However, as one of the legendary Sannin, it was impossible for him to lose focus in battle. So Akali wearing white gloves can catch a Rasengan with her hands right. Fine, he could understand that the specially designed outfit boosts defense. But surely the exposed skin couldn't possess that level of defense, right? Jiraiya steeled his heart, and with the speed of Naruto shedding tears quickly formed another sphere with his left hand and aimed it towards the tantalizingly toned abs of Akali, which subtly hinted at her alluring figure. However, this time, facing the Rasengan aimed directly at her stomach, Akali didn't even flinch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of painful friction resonated. Jiraiya was shocked to find that where the Rasengan hit Akali's abdomen, apart from her skin slightly indenting under the pressure, there was no other reaction at all. Yet his Rasengan was being worn down at high speed. Clearly, in terms of defense, Akali's abdomen outperformed her gloved hands. What kind of principle is this? Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. As for what principle it was, Akali spoke with a hint of disdain. All right, Jiraiya, you have at least written Pleasure Paradise, so you're somewhat of a veteran in the realm of colors. How do you not know that wearing less means higher defense? Jiraiya, I am one of the legendary 3 Sannin. My decades-long reign across the shinobi world have exposed me to everything imaginable. But this I have truly never seen before. The less fabric, the greater the defense. That concept is simply too avant-garde for him. Had the abdomen before him belonged to the 3rd Hokage, deeply bronzed by years of relentless sun exposure, its 8 chiseled abdominal muscles carved, as if by blade, and chisel glowing with the radiant aura of lightning release chakra mode, resembling a meteorite forged in the heavens and tempered through the atmosphere's fiery crucible. Jiraiya could have grasped it. Yet Akali's midriff was translucent, luminous as the finest nephrite jade. A sliver of her inguinal region peeked above the lowered waistband of her white leather trousers, inviting one's gaze to trace downward along her defined abdominal lines. Irresistibly so. PRRR. Ding. Jiraiya's emotional resonance surges 9,999. From the moment combat began, Akali had already overwhelmed him with astonishment after astonishment. At that instant, as he watched the Rasengan, gradually eroded away by Akali's navel, fade into nothingness, even Jiraiya faltered, lost in brief reverie. But sharp, searing pain erupting from his left wrist jolted him back to reality. Clamping down on his hand as it drifted toward her abdomen, Akali's expression darkened with ire. Perverted old man, where do you think you're touching? Oh! Before Jiraiya could even open his mouth to apologize, Akali's strength surged violently. She seized his body and yanked him forward, preparing to hurl him skyward like the Hulk flinging Loki. Realizing he was about to become a projectile, Jiraiya urgently channeled chakra into his right-hand Rasengan. The residual sphere swelled rapidly under the fresh influx of chakra. Jiraiya let out a guttural roar. Giant Rasengan. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted between Akali and Jiraiya, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing outward. Moments later, Jiraiya staggered out of the smoke, blood dripping steadily from a gash on his palm onto the earth below. Yet his gaze remained locked, unwavering, on the spot where Akali stood. A crisp, icy feminine voice cut through the air. Wind release, typhoon sweep. Fwoosh! A violent gale erupted, scattering the smoke. There she stood, Akali, utterly unmarred, not a speck of dust clinging to her silhouette. Jiraiya's eyes lingered deliberately upon Akali's flawless, delicate face, and inwardly murmured, as expected. His earlier blast had fully engulfed her head, but now not a single wound marred her skin. Thus her uncanny sage mode did not merely fortify her abdomen, it likely enhanced her entire body's defensive resilience uniformly. Grinding his teeth, Jiraiya growled, so, wearing no armor isn't negligence, it's unnecessary. It seems I've reached my limit, for now. Summoning technique. With swift hand seals, Jiraiya slammed his blood-slicked palm onto the ground. Come forth, Gamaken. Poof. A cloud of summoning smoke bloomed, and Jiraiya's stature suddenly rose, elevated by his new mount. Beneath him emerged Gamaken, the crimson and purple toad of Myobokuzen, wielding a heavy barbed trident in his right hand and a shield shaped like a cooking lid in his left, renowned throughout the mountain for his unwavering defense. Hands clasped in an unusual gesture, Jiraiya addressed the toad beneath him. Gamaken, once again I entrust this to you. No problem, Gamaken declared earnestly. Though I may be clumsy, I shall give my absolute best. Excellent. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Though Gamaken claimed clumsiness, his words were classic irony. speaking the softest words while performing the boldest deeds. Among the three-toed brothers of Myobo, cousin Gamaken was undoubtedly the most underestimated. In past battles, he had bought Jiraiya countless precious seconds, time enough to complete Sage Mode absorption. After all, these colossal summoning beasts, second only to tailed beasts in raw power, had long been the Sannin's ultimate trump card across the shinobi world. So surely Gamaken would fulfill his duty flawlessly this time, wouldn't he? Akali tossed her teddy bear forward. Have you seen my little bear? Ruhr. The grime-streaked plush soared high, then transformed midair into a blazing inferno, descending with its flaming posterior first. Watching the fiery rump plummet, filling his entire field of vision, growing larger and larger before his eyes. Dodge, Gamaken, now. I'm clumsy. Muttering softly, Gamaken executed a lightning-fast toad hop, springing clear from the impact zone. Crockum. Tibbers struck the earth, a cataclysmic collision of mass and terrain, unleashing a deafening, earth-shaking boom. Its scorching flames vaporized nearby streams, shrouding the battlefield in swirling white mist, amplifying Tibbers' terrifying infernal majesty. Gazing upon Tibbers' awe-inspiring form, and sensing the immense chakra pulsing within him. Ding. Jiraiya's emotional resonance surges 9,999. No, absolutely not. Jiraiya couldn't fathom it. Across the shinobi world, only 3 clans possessed large-scale summoning contracts, unchanged for millennia. Even rare exceptions, like Shikaku's lizard, paled in power against the sacred summons of the 3 great sanctuaries. So whence came this bear, whose might seemed to eclipse even Gamabunta himself? Staring at Akali, Jiraiya felt he'd consumed more shock in a single day than in an entire year. Full. Utterly full. Yet while Jiraiya believed he'd reached satiety, Grandma Akali clearly judged otherwise. She leapt atop Tibbers' head, his roaring flames posing no threat to her, offering only gentle, soothing warmth. Both stood atop colossal summoned beasts, elevated perspectives shrinking the world around them. It felt akin to drawing cards in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel arena, or squaring off in a Pokemon battle. Akali cried out, exhilarated. It's decided. Tibbers used tackle on Gamaken. Ruhr. Tibbers charged forward. His massive frame shook the earth beneath him. Like witnessing a semi-truck hurtling straight toward him, Jiraiya tensed. Gamaken. Yes, I'm clumsy. Gamaken lowered his stance, shifted his barbed trident behind his back and braced, both hands gripping his lid-shaped shield, channeling every ounce of strength into defense. In the next instant, Tibbers' flame-wreathed body crashed into the shield. Crocra crocra. Amidst the thunderous tremors, Gamaken's powerful hind legs locked rigid. Tremendous force surged through him, his broad-webbed feet sinking deep into the soil, carving furrows as mounds of displaced earth piled up past his ankles. Still, though battered and breathless, both Gamaken and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. They had held firm. They had withstood Tibbers' devastating charge. But before either could relax, Akali's voice rang out again, sharp as a death knell. You blocked it. Impressive. Excellent. Now, Tibbers, continue. Slam. Rapid slaps. Headbutt. Then, megaton punch. Ruhr. Before Jiraiya's and Gamaken's horrified eyes, Tibbers brought his massive paw crashing down once more upon the lid-shaped shield. This time Gamaken couldn't endure. Even the first slap sent tremors through his limbs. He staggered, nearly losing balance. Then came the barrage of rapid slaps, each impact echoing with a deep hollow thud, as Gamaken's grip on the shield grew increasingly unsteady, his arms trembling violently. By the time the headbutt landed, the shield flew from his grasp. Thud. The massive disc slammed into the forest, flattening trees like matchsticks. Yet no one spared a glance for the fallen timber, because Tibbers, obeying Akali's command, had already drawn back his fist for the megaton punch. Gamaken, are you still holding on? Jiraiya cried out anxiously as the colossal fist hurtled toward them. I'm clumsy. Suppressing the churning turmoil within his chest, Gamaken snatched his barbed steel trident from behind his back and swung it with desperate force against Tibbers' massive paw. Though his final defiant strike appeared valiant, its actual efficacy remained a matter of perspective. For this was no longer the Tibbers of old, but sage technique Tibbers. Push. Where steel met paw, a silver-white shockwave burst forth. After barely an instant's resistance, even Gamaken's steel trident flew from his grasp. The savage recoil hurled Gamaken backward, spinning like a top, until he crashed hard into the small hill Jiraiya had earlier used for covert observation. But the fragile hill crumbled instantly beneath Gamaken's impact, shattering into dense cascades of boulders that buried his legs and sent Jiraiya scrambling desperately aside. Yet falling rocks were trivial now. Gamaken, how are you? Jiraiya shouted, frantic. I'm unable to suppress it any longer. Gamaken spat a torrent of blood from his mouth. That crimson spurt signaled the collapse of his last reserve of strength. His countenance instantly drained, his vitality ebbing. "Forgive me, Lord Jiraiya, I truly am." Before he could finish, Gamaken vanished in a puff of smoke, his summoning contract dissolving automatically. Jiraiya landed heavily on the ground, watching Akali advance, with Tiburce looming beside her, while glancing down at his own tightly clasped hands and the half-assimilated sage chakra still swirling within them. Given his mastery of sage techniques, forcibly aborting the process now would unleash catastrophic consequences. Jiraiya managed only a grimace, more painful than tears. May I surrender?" "Surrender? Not allowed, I'm afraid," Akali replied, smiling sweetly. "You're gathering sage chakra to enter sage mode. So where is your sage mode?" She pressed mercilessly. "Lord Jiraiya, I know sage mode requires absorbing natural energy, but you've been gathering it for ages. Why hasn't sage mode manifested yet? Are you reluctant to use it? Surely you don't expect me to step in." "No need whatsoever. Go ahead, unleash it," Akali encouraged warmly. "This?" Jiraiya choked. How could he possibly answer? Admit he was simply too inept, even now, to complete sage chakra absorption. Would he even retain his dignity? And truthfully, he wasn't doing that poorly. Akali was just monstrously overpowered. Yet if he remained silent, Tiburce's next blow wouldn't merely cost him dignity, it would cost him everything. So Jiraiya swallowed his pride. Just a bit more time, Akali. Could you wait a moment?" Even Jiraiya's legendary shamelessness couldn't prevent a faint flush rising to his cheeks. Yet Akali responded with remarkable grace. Of course, Lord Jiraiya. Please take your time. I'm genuinely curious to see you at your full strength." With that, she dispelled Tiburce's summoning and pulled out a small stool from her storage space, settling into wait. Clearly, she was utterly confident and masterfully exploited emotional sustainability, never letting Jiraiya surrender outright, but instead subjecting him to repeated calculated humiliation. Jiraiya stared speechless. Ding. Jiraiya's emotional resonance surges 999. His composure finally cracked, genuine embarrassment burning across his face. To be granted such leniency by a junior, Jiraiya's famed audacity faltered. Determined to earn Akali's awe, he drew a sharp breath and accelerated his sage chakra accumulation. Driven by righteous indignation, his movements became swift and precise, and his focus razor-sharp. The resulting chakra absorption was exceptionally potent. He sensed this chakra was purer than ever before, its completion rate surpassing all prior attempts in his life. "Yoshi." There we go. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, Jiraiya's spirits soared. True, earlier he'd been thoroughly outmatched, but now the storm had passed, the clouds parted, and Lord Jiraiya was back in full force. He opened his eyes. Crimson sage markings bloomed across his eyelids and warty protrusions surfaced on his nose, distinctively toad-like. Simultaneously, poof, poof, two puffs of smoke erupted atop Jiraiya's shoulders. The two elder sages of Myobokuzen arrived, Fukasaku and Shima. Perched on his left shoulder, Shima frowned in puzzlement. "Little Jiraiya, you returned to Konoha recently, didn't you? Surely no foe within the village warrants sage mode. Could it be you finally resolved to kill your dearest friend?" "No, Lady Shima," Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. "Just a young kunoichi from the village." "A junior?" Fukasaku interjected, perplexed. "Does a mere junior truly require this level of preparation?" "Absolutely, because she's extraordinarily gifted." Mysterious indeed," Shima muttered under her breath, scratching the purple hair-like crest atop her head, then turned alongside Fukasaku to gaze ahead. There stood Akali, radiating golden brilliance, so intense it blinded both toads. What kind of sage was this? Ding. Shima's emotional resonance surges 9,999. Ding. Fukasaku's emotional resonance surges 9,999. Husband, am I dreaming right now? Wife, if you want certainty, just give little Jiraiya a good whack. That'll wake you up fast. Jiraiya slowly turned his head toward Fukasaku, perched on his right shoulder, and silently raised a single baffled question mark. The next moment, smack, a fired palm print appeared on Jiraiya's left cheek. At this moment, the sage of Jimon nodded slightly. Very good, young Jiraiya is in pain. It seems I'm not dreaming. Looking at Akali, the sage of Jima was once again immersed in deep shock. The child's father, in this world there truly exists such a perfect sage mode. I thought perfect sages only existed in legends. The child's mother, the legends in this world are indeed true, it's just that sometimes the present is not as good as the past merely faded. The sage of Shinsuke's long white eyebrows knitted together. It seems that young Jiraiya, as he said, is indeed quite outstanding. Young Jiraiya, can't we not fight? Sage Shinsaku asked, as his old bones could not withstand the torment of a perfect sage. Currently it seems not possible, Jiraiya replied seriously. This time it concerns Naruto. Naruto? I see. The son of Minato, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and also the disciple you are about to take. Your disciple, the child of prophecy, indeed cannot be taken lightly. The two sages on Jiraiya's shoulders spoke in unison. In their tacit conversation, the necessity of this battle was established. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Akali. Seeing this, Akali, who had been waiting on a small stool, came back to her senses. Oh, have you finally finished talking? But I must say you two sages really are hard at work. At this age, still participating in the world's conflicts, aren't you afraid of straining your backs? Akali said casually. Seeing Akali's attitude, Sage Shinsaka looked down on her greatly. Humph, what a presumptuous little girl. Sage Jima continued, child's father, give her a good lesson. All right, child's mother. In the dialogue between the two sages, Sage Jima opened his mouth and a long tongue with a nose and eyes shot out, quickly reaching for Akali, trying to bind her. However, facing Sage Zima's capture, Akali casually activated a flying thunder god mark, rendering his efforts futile. Jiraiya hurriedly reminded, Sage Jima, she can use flying thunder god, you can't catch her like this. Flying thunder god, that kid Minato's technique. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sage Jima also began to frown. Young Jiraiya, you really have brought us a big trouble. After this, you must come to Mayaboka Mountain for 3 meals of my cooking. This? Alright. Jiraiya's face turned bitter. Compared to eating Sage Zima's full insect feast, he thought perhaps being taken down by Akali here would be a bit easier. But now that it had come to this, there was no other way. I'm counting on you, Lord Jima. Sai, it seems that after this fight my wrinkles are inevitably going to increase. I'd better take care of myself more when I get back. Sage Jima sighed. Then a powerful sage chakra surged up Sage Zima's throat and infused into his long tongue. In Akali's surprised gaze, small holes suddenly appeared on the long tongue that Sage Jima had just shot out. From the holes, large amounts of clear yellow liquid sprayed out. Like an irrigation system on grass, massive amounts of clear yellow liquid centered around Jiraiya, covering a radius of nearly a kilometer. Akali gasped in surprise. Because she suddenly realized that after Sage Jima covered the surroundings with that liquid, a thick natural energy pervaded, and the flying thunder god mark she left on the ground simultaneously lost its signal, as if there was a membrane separating the two. And the further away from the ground, the less interference there was. However, the space transfer of flying thunder god is like taking a plane. There's number 80 or 70 safety probability, only 0 and 1. US space transfer, like flying, is a method where any accident would be catastrophic. Naturally, Akali could not afford to gamble on this probability. So for now, Akali's flying thunder god was effectively sealed. It can actually work like this, eh? Akali felt she had gained insight. This was the first time she learned that the flying thunder god could be countered like this. Should one say, is it not fitting for the people of Mayaboka Mountain? A force that has existed since the Six Paths era, even before the Six Paths, truly extraordinary. At the same time, after employing this technique, the slightly fatigued Sage Jima proudly spoke. Little girl with my toad oil creating interference, now you won't be able to move. Indeed. Akali nodded. However, it's just flying thunder god. If she doesn't need it, she won't use it. A flying thunder god is not her core skill. Akali shifted her footsteps. But at the same time, a strong suction suddenly came from beneath her feet. Akali looked down in astonishment as she felt like she had stepped on a sticky mouse trap with the viscous clear yellow toad oil pulling out long threads. This toad oil has such a function. Akali was genuinely surprised this time. Of course, do you think common toads catch mosquitoes? How? Sage Jima proudly said. Child's father, it's your turn. All right, child's mother, you've worked hard. Sage Art Water Slash. Sage Shinsaku opened his mouth, brewing a technique for a while, and a long, thin line of water formed a high-speed water blade that crossed 100 meters, instantly arriving before Akali. Facing the suddenly attacking high-speed water blade, Akali did not dare to be careless. In her past, the high-speed water blades made by technological devices were capable of cutting through anything, no matter how sturdy the object, it would crumble before them, making them a true epitome of sharpness in the world. However, while Akali did not dare to be careless, how to defend against the water blade was a major issue. Ordinary ninjas here might habitually use earth-style wall hardening technique, and so on, while the more advanced would stack a sage art. But if Akali really did that, she would certainly either die or be heavily injured, because a water blade does not cut but grinds. The high-pressure, high-speed water arrows impact at a single point, just like countless Barrett rifles continuously firing bullets at a single spot, and no matter how sturdy the defense, it would be broken point by point. Realizing this, a flash of inspiration struck Akali's mind. She quickly invested a skill point left over from her last level up into a ninjutsu she had drawn before. With her hands, the rat, rabbit, tiger, and tiger seals flashed by. Due to the seal's brevity and Akali's 12-year-old speed, an ordinary person could only see her seal changes 3 times, leading them to believe she had only formed 3 seals. Thick water vapor enveloped around Akali, and a spiraling water curtain instantly wrapped her. Since a solid no matter how hard can be cut, then a fluid should work right. Bang! The high-speed water blade crashed into the water curtain and was quickly absorbed and neutralized by the rotating water curtain, becoming a part of it. With the addition of this new water, Akali's technique quickly took shape, forming a huge water dragon that was fully water blue with two bright golden eyes opening its dragon maw above her head and silently roaring. Sage Art Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Akali excitedly shouted the name of this technique. Then she pointed at Jiraiya and the others in front. Go. The imposing water dragon extended its massive body over 10 meters long, charging forward like a train. What? Seeing his water slash being countered like this, Sage Shinsaku was undoubtedly quite surprised. Fortunately, Jiraiya remained vigilant throughout. Sage Art Earth Release Earth-Style Wall. A towering wall of earth rose over 10 meters high, and Akali's water dragon bullet collided with it, producing a sound as explosive as a mountain being blasted open. However, under equal levels, Earth Release inherently counters Water Release, not to mention Akali's Water Release was just a temporary boost, while Jiraiya's Earth Release was his signature skill. Thus, the seemingly imposing water dragon exploded against the wall, turning into a rushing tide in all directions. Alt. The nearby Sakura, Naruto, and others let out delicate screams in panic under the impact of the tide. A girl in a swimsuit playing in the water was in fact the most eye-catching thing for Jiraiya on a usual day. Yet now Jiraiya, standing on the wall, dared not shift his gaze even a bit, instead watching as Akali had already freed herself from the toad oil stickiness, standing on the water surface in deep thought. A sudden variant of the water dragon bullet not only had the effect of a water barrier neutralizing Sage Shinsaku's water slash, but also cleverly altered the terrain, freeing her from the toad oil's binding, even managing to consume his chakra. Achieving 3 benefits in one strike, Akali's combat wisdom left Jiraiya astonished. At the same time, this also reflected Akali's deep reserves. It seems that we won't gain any results from ninjutsu combat. Jiraiya came to this conclusion. He then kicked off the wooden sandals on his feet. Let's try close combat. Like a mode shift, the sage mask on Jiraiya's face merged into one, turning his entire cheek and even eyelids deep red. At the same time, his hands and feet began to swell, fingers and toes sharpened, and the bumpy skin surface of the toad increased, the traces of his transformation into a frog becoming more evident. Finally, Jiraiya crouched on the water surface like a real toad, his bodis aura significantly enhancing. Seeing this, Akali was somewhat surprised. You're not going to use the 5 right gate, but are preparing for close combat. A wise choice. Jiraiya's Sage Art 5 right gate combined with his Toad Oil Sage Shinsaku's Wind Release and Sage Zima's Fire Release is immensely powerful. And due to the Toad Oil, once this fire touches someone, even water cannot extinguish it. Like a festering wound that's hard to remove, it burns fiercely at thousands of degrees, capable of incinerating everything. But if Jiraiya truly dared to use such a major technique, Akali would absolutely appear and teach him a lesson on the spot. Yet unexpectedly, Jiraiya directly decided not to. Forget it, close combat it is. Akali, after a long time, finally pulled out her ninja scythe and kunai. At this moment, the ninja scythe and kunai also underwent a change in appearance under the KDA's splendid rendering, with golden handles and crystal blades looking exquisite and luxurious. In such a clear action, both sides understood each other's intentions. Jiraiya leaped onto the earth-style wall, positioning himself vertically to the ground. Then he used his powerful frog-like limbs with a forceful push. Bang! The sturdy Sage Art earth-style wall exploded under the force. As the debris shot out, Jiraiya transformed into a high-speed cannonball charging toward Akali. Not only that, but Jiraiya, suspended in midair, raised his right palm, and a familiar azure vortex quickly gathered in his palm. Sage Art Ultra Great Rasen Shuriken. The massive Great Rasen Shuriken, the size of a hot air balloon, smashed down toward Akali. Seeing this, Akali's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. What happened to the close combat we agreed upon? No martial ethics. Alright, so this is how you're going to play. Akali somewhat awkwardly used a skill she had just recently obtained. This skill she hadn't put points into, mainly because she lacked skill points, and naturally adding points didn't make much sense, because this was a technique completely based on Sage mode. It came from Karma's R mantra. In an instant, a bright radiance erupted from Akali's eyes and even her small mouth. She clasped her hands together, mobilizing all her Sage chakra, condensing it into an oval light sphere between her palms. Akali pushed her palms forward. Sasa and Sa PDD. Just like the Great Rasen Shuriken, the palm-sized oval light sphere expanded hundreds of times upon being released. Boom! The two massive light spheres collided. In the mutual pressure of not yielding, the Ultra Great Rasen Shuriken and Akali's Soul Flame both underwent terrifying deformations and distortions. The very front of the Ultra Great Rasen Shuriken concaved slightly, the whole sphere expanded, while the oval soul flame transformed from oval to disc. However, for techniques of this level, any change in form is dangerous. The faces of Shinsaku and Jima on Jiraiya's shoulders changed drastically, urgently warning, "Young Jiraiya, get out of here, leave immediately." At the same time, Akali flashed over to Naruto and Sakura's side, investing another skill point into a ninjutsu. Sage Art Earth Release, Earth Barrier. Ice Barrier. Face the gale. Wind Wall, Ice Wall, Earth Wall, 3 layers of defense, stood before everyone like 3 layers of Rashomon. The next second, the Ultra Great Rasen Shuriken and Soul Flame could no longer maintain their forms. The surging energy clashed and collided while continuously compressing under inertia, just like the chain reaction of a nuclear bomb explosion. Thus, the second sun rose in this nameless valley outside of Konoha. Endless light and heat radiated outward, and the flowers, trees, and grass at the explosion's epicenter were instantly charred, and then the charred remains were shattered into ash by the shockwave, as the air at the center had been momentarily evacuated into a vacuum. The tremendously powerful heat caused the air to expand, and the resulting shockwave descended like the arrival of the divine realm, instantly splitting and crushing the fragile grassland, creating an enormous and continuously expanding deep pit. At this moment, soil turned into water pushed by the shockwave, becoming a tide which, along with the shockwave, violently collided against Akali's 3 layers of defense. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The intense rumbling sound accompanied the shaking of the earth, surged in. Sakura and the other kunoichi shrieked in terror at the sight. The sheer preposterous magnitude of the blast paralyzed their very thoughts. Their minds had long since surrendered cognition, leaving only raw, unfiltered emotion. Fortunately, Akari's tripartite Rashomon, reforged as a gun-wielding variant, proved both resilient and logically sound. The wind barrier intercepted the shockwave, the ice wall halted flying debris, and the final sage technique, Earth Flow Wall, absorbed whatever remained. After the wind and ice barriers collapsed in succession, the fractured earthen wall held firm against the lingering force of the impact, granting the women safe passage for their emotional release. Ding! A surge of emotional energy, 9999 from Naruto. Ding! A surge of emotional energy, 9999 from Sakura. Ding! A surge of emotional energy, 9999 from Jiraiya. Ding! A surge of emotional energy, 999 from. On Akari's interface, an unprecedented cascade of massive emotional value flooded the screen. Yet Akari's gaze had already drifted far beyond those numbers. Staring ahead at the colossal mushroom cloud, visible even from within Konoha, she murmured with quiet concern, "Where is Jiraiya? Could he be dead?" Granted, I had resolved to break all 5 of his limbs should I catch him peeping again. But to punish without warning is cruelty itself, and he hasn't peeped since. Nor have I issued any warning yet. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing her words, a ragged series of coughs erupted nearby. Jiraiya staggered upright, half his body charred black, his oncelium-like mane now jagged and scorched, leaning heavily on a shattered boulder. Fixing Akari with a wry, exasperated look, he said, "So should I thank you for being such a paragon of reason? You absolutely should thank me." Akari turned without hesitation, utterly unflustered. "I'm not joking." Watching Jiraiya's expression slowly freeze, Akari spoke with deliberate calm. "This time it was my trap. I'll let it slide. From this day forward, however, if I catch you peeping anywhere in Konoha, you'll never harbor such impulses again." Nonsense. You wouldn't want to find out. And though perhaps it was mere illusion when Akari uttered the word nonsense, her teeth seemed to grind together with quiet, unmistakable venom. But Jiraiya had little energy left for such nuances. Understood. Seeing how today's generation carries themselves, I truly wonder if I've grown old. Faced with Akari's life-threatening ultimatum, Jiraiya acquiesced with a sigh, resigned yet oddly reverent. Why then had the famously defiant sage suddenly become so compliant? Because, plain and simple, he had lost the fight. Though they hadn't reached its conclusion, Akari still held reserves of strength and technique. Jiraiya, meanwhile, had expended at least 80% of his power and emerged battered head to toe. He could push further, perhaps turn the tide through sheer desperation. But how many decades had his bones weathered? Was he truly prepared to gamble his life against a teenager barely out of her teens? No, he lacked the capacity. He knew it well. Besides, did they even bear any grudge? As for Naruto, yes, that was a complication. Still, how close are you to Naruto? Jiraiya asked abruptly. Akari glanced almost imperceptibly toward Hinata among the crowd, then replied uncertainly, "I suppose we're quite close. We're all childhood friends, playmates since infancy, companions since youth. Of course, who exactly qualified as the peach blossom and who the bamboo shoot remained delightfully ambiguous." At those words, Jiraiya's heart settled into serene certainty. In Konoha, ascending to Hokage demanded several prerequisites, the most rigid being lineage 1 must either be the previous Hokage or a direct disciple of one. Yet this truth remained closely guarded, not for public ears. To the wider village, Hokage eligibility rested upon 4 pillars. First, endorsement from every major clan and faction. Second, proven combat prowess meeting elite standards. Third, towering reputation built upon extraordinary deeds. Fourth, deep rapport with the Jinchuriki. Akali had already secured the first 2. As for reputation, though great deeds were secondary, sheer strength inevitably forged them. What mattered most was recognition. And given Akari's striking presence, acclaim was inevitable. Thus, only one condition remained between her and the Hokage: mantle genuine closeness with the Jinchuriki. Now, however, childhood companions since infancy. In this era, before celestial rivals descended and before defeated rivals became synonymous with doomed suitors, such intimacy carried profound unspoken implications. Should Akali and Naruto eventually unite in marriage, it would be no small blessing. After all, Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze. His appearance, still unknown to Naruto, inspired absolute trust in Jiraiya's eyes. Thus, losing to Akali wasn't defeat by a junior. It was a beating administered by his future daughter-in-law. What shame could reside in that? Hadn't he been regularly pummeled by Kushina in his youth? And so, through the logic of Akari's future Hokage ascension, Jiraiya quietly reconciled his loss within his own mind. Ding! A surge of emotional energy, 9999 from Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya's sudden cheerfulness, Akali tilted her head, bewildered, utterly unaware of the elaborate fantasy unfolding in his imagination. Mistaking his buoyancy for innate magnanimity, she paused, and then inspiration struck. By the way, Jiraiya, given the commotion we've caused, Konoha's envoys will surely arrive shortly. Would you do me one more favor? What favor? Jiraiya asked eagerly. Nothing much. Akali flashed a radiant 8-tooth smile. Just help me conceal the true nature of our clash. Then you'll say. She outlined her plan. Feigning weakness held no appeal for her, yet deception when wielded with precision proved devastatingly effective. Glancing at her latest emotional yield, nearly 150 points amassed solely from sparring with Jiraiya, her resolve hardened. The image bloomed vividly in her mind, opponents launching attacks based on gross miscalculations of her strength, only to recoil in stunned disbelief as reality shattered before them. Each gasp, each tremor, each surge of disorientation feeding her emotional reservoir. Listening intently, Jiraiya gradually grasped her intent. As for the targets she'd so meticulously schemed against, or the targets plural, he needed no deduction. Even his toes could name them. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Then, drawing upon decades of intimate familiarity with Hiruzen and Danzo, he pledged to amplify her stratagem tenfold. After all, his prolonged absence from Konoha stemmed from certain individuals' machinations. That he chose exile over defection testified not to indifference, but to abiding love for Konoha and debts of gratitude too profound to sever. Yet while Hiruzen owed him kindness, he owed Akali nothing. So, Master and Danzo, I've tested your waters just now. They run deeper than you imagine, and far beyond your grasp. I'll offer subtle hints, but if you fail to comprehend them, don't blame me. After finalizing plans with Jiraiya, Akali aligned narratives with the other kunoichi. Soon after, the third Hokage arrived with his personal ANBU contingent. Per Jiraiya's official report, the incident concluded thus: he and Akali sparred spontaneously. He attempted a sage technique, but lost control. To shield the children, he withdrew in disarray. Yet beneath the surface, a seismic tremor rippled through the upper echelons of Konoha's clans. Though Akali, for her part, had already moved on. She now faced a golden-haired boy still bewildered by events unfolding around him. Deep in the night, just past 4 a.m., when exhaustion hung thickest, Naruto's pillow shimmered faintly. Beneath it, a flying thunder god, Kunai, glowed softly. In the next breath, Akali materialized, silent, seamless, unannounced. Sniffing the air in Naruto's room, she wrinkled her nose in distaste. Naruto, you're a young man now. You can sketch elegant eyebrows and compete with dazzling sirens for men's attention. Can't you at least live with a touch of refinement? If your devoted otaku fans ever caught wind of this, their illusions would shatter instantly. Sorry. Wait, hold on. Compared to how I used to be, I've improved dramatically. Where's the stink? Life with Akali had enriched him, not merely financially, but existentially. Money, after all, reshaped lived experience in tangible ways. His room now bore no mountains of ramen cups, his clothes bedding, all freshly replaced with quality fabrics. A clean, harmonious environment nurtured his spirit, a truth Naruto cherished deeply and for which he silently thanked Akali daily. Akali's complaint arose not from filth, but from divergent sensory thresholds between genders. Besides, once they learn my gender, their illusions collapse regardless. Naruto retorted. Or perhaps some would grow even more excited. Akali murmured sotto voce, eyes darting away. After all, foreseeing heaven is easy, defying fate demands greater courage. Before her transmigration, she'd joined a gaming community, where she'd witnessed firsthand the spectacle of self-revelation among cross-dressing enthusiasts. Stories of overnight conquests confirmed the existence of niche markets. Naruto. Studying Akari's evasive expression, he briefly questioned his personal safety, until she gently steered them back on course. Ahem, right. Let's attend to matters at hand. This isn't a place to linger. Akari summoned a shadow clone, activating Nichio's innate passive-born illusionist, a perfect simulacrum, identical in appearance, chakra signature, and even the subtle resonance of Kurama's chakra, materialized beside Naruto's bed. She seized Naruto's wrist and vanished via flying thunder god. The clone slipped silently beneath the covers, feigning slumber. Moments later, beneath a sky choked with snow in the land of snow, a cozy, warmly lit cottage welcomed them. Through extended spatial teleportation, Akari and Naruto had crossed vast distances. Naruto shivered violently, so cold. Where are we? The land of snow, my secret sanctuary. Surely I mentioned that mission. Akari settled onto a stool with practiced ease. Lately, white Zetsu scouts had begun monitoring her. Only one easily misled, but their presence grated. Compared to Konoha's watchful eyes, the land of snow offered welcome solitude. Even if the long-distance flying thunder god taxed her chakra reserve slightly. Still no hardship. Compared to Konoha's watchful eyes, the land of snow offered welcome solitude. Even if the long-distance flying thunder god taxed her chakra reserve slightly. Still no hardship. The land of snow. So far. His gaze snapped upward, to where a flying thunder god kunai dangled from the ceiling beam. His astonishment deepened. He'd known this was a sanctum, but never imagined its secrecy ran this deep. Yet spatial distance remained the most absolute barrier, separating the bustle of Konoha from the hush of frozen tundra. Here Konoha's influence dissolved entirely. Naruto fixed Akari with solemn intensity. Now, explain properly what you discussed tonight with Jiraiya. Of course. Akari nodded. She'd anticipated these questions during her earlier exchange with Naruto and Jiraiya. She'd expected him to demand answers immediately, yet he'd waited patiently. Clearly Naruto had matured, given that she felt ready to share much more. Ask freely. Your story holds countless facets. Better you guide the inquiry than I lecture endlessly. The night remains long. With that, she retrieved snacks and drinks gifted by Hinata from her storage space, settling in for a marathon conversation. All right. Naruto drew a slow, steadying breath. Questions poured forth. His origins, his parents, the Nine Tails, Jiraiya's role, his future. And so began a profound, unbroken dialogue. Yet Akari's recent upheaval rippled far beyond her immediate circle. Within the Hyuga compound, ancient, understated yet opulent, the clan head's residence stood in dignified silence. Hayashi Hyuga knelt formally at the head of the chamber, listening intently to the report delivered by Hyuga Natsu. Yet this briefing had stretched on for hours. Natsu's account repeated, refined, and rehearsed until its cadence grew mechanical. Midway through another iteration, glancing at Hayashi's distant, unfocused gaze, Natsu finally yielded to parched lips and reached for her teacup. Gulp, gulp. The steady murmur of narration ceased abruptly. Ah, finished. Hayashi stirred, blinking back to awareness. No, Lord Hayashi. Forgive me, I'm simply parched. Ah. Flustered Natsu lowered the cup, only to fumble it entirely. Tea spilled, its pale green liquid pooling across the low table, then trickling onto the immaculate tatami mat. Natsu froze, struck motionless as if lightning had seared her spine. Normally protocol confined her to kneeling before Hayashi. Tonight his rare generosity granted her a seat, as a trusted retainer. Yet she disgraced that honor. Anticipating his wrath and disappointment, she dared not lift her eyes. Merely whispered, I'll clean it immediately. No need. Lord Hayashi. Natsu lifted her head, alarmed, only to meet an expression of startling serenity. Let the servants handle it, Natsu. As for you. Hayashi's face softened, revealing warmth unfamiliar even to his closest retainers. My apologies, Natsu. What transpired tonight was profoundly shocking, so much so that I drifted during your recounting. That fault lies with me. Please, never speak so, Lord Hayashi. Utterly bewildered, Natsu instinctively surged forward, bowing deeply in formal prostration. Yet before her forehead touched the floor, a firm hand gently arrested her descent. Haha, no need for such formality, Natsu. Aware he'd cultivated an intimidating austerity, Hayashi deliberately softened his demeanor, projecting jovial reassurance. Spilling tea is trivial, yet you've tended my daughter for years beyond count. How could I possibly reproach you for such a minor lapse? Surely you don't perceive me as rigid and stern, don't you? Had Akari stood there, she'd have voiced precisely that. But Natsu, disoriented by this radical shift, could only stare speechless. Years immersed in aristocratic discipline anchored her response. Certainly not, she declared, knowing in that moment not to contradict. Haha, excellent. Hayashi laughed heartily, then gripped her shoulders firmly, lifting her upright. Beneath Natsu's dazed gaze, Hayashi stepped closer, gently smoothing the fabric of her robe rumpled by their brief physical contact. Lord Hayashi. Natsu stiffened, frozen in trepidation. Her pulse hammered. This sudden benevolence signaled danger in any court. In noble houses, or anywhere power concentrated, unprompted kindness always warranted scrutiny. One never knew whether it heralded a death-defying commission. Even boundless fortune remained perilous, valuable only if one possessed the strength to claim it. Without that strength, gold bricks became tombstones. Fortunately, Hayashi sought only loyalty, not sacrifice. There, no need for tension. Patting Natsu's shoulder, he transitioned smoothly from psychological theater to reward. Natsu, you executed this mission flawlessly. I am deeply satisfied. Merit demands reward. Henceforth you shall serve as chief steward to Hinata and Hanabi, overseeing dedicated maids assigned to their households. You've endured much tonight. Rest well. Oh, and summon Hinata for me. Yai's Lord Hayashi. Dazed Natsu floated from the compound, mind adrift. Hinata and Hanabi were fiercely independent. They required minimal domestic aid. Their maids performed only light duties. Natsu herself had filled just such a role. Indeed, no formal stewardship existed, nor was it needed. The sisters managed their own affairs. Thus, this title emerged purely from Hayashi's decree, possibly tailored exclusively for Natsu. Yet such lavish advancement, bestowed so casually, left her reeling. Why? Was it truly due to her exemplary performance? Recalling her mission, she struggled to identify standout moments. Aside from her amicable rapport with Akari, opportunities to shine had been scarce. Could mere proximity to Akari warrant such elevation? Natsu remained mystified. Her confusion was natural. She understood the principle, when one rises all rise, but associated it with concrete authority, not abstract influence. Moreover, raised within the Hyuga branch family's strict doctrines, even witnessing Akari's might fail to illuminate its true significance. Hayashi's reasoning, however, centered precisely on that rapport, warm, evident, and promising. As a clan tracing millennia of heritage, one might criticize the Hyuga for caution or timidity, but never for lacking vision. That Akari at merely 12 had awakened sage mode, and wielded such staggering power, spoke volumes. Hayashi understood perfectly. Put plainly, Akari bore the hallmarks of a first Hokage. If not now, when else would one stake everything? Once Natsu ushered Hinata into the chamber, Hayashi's first question cut straight to the heart. Hinata, I recall your bond with Akari runs deep. But how deep is she? Upon hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, Hinata paused in mild surprise, then broke into a confident smile. Let me put it plainly, no one in Konoha shares a closer bond with Akari than I do. And no one understands Akari better than I do. After all, 3 words were all it took to win Akari over, because I am a Hyuga girl. Hinata continued, Father, have you forgotten? That time I asked Nejiniazan to deliver money to Akari. He must have spoken with you about it. Oh. Hayashi suddenly recalled. Back then Hinata had just begun her transformation. Niji, who rarely visited him, had appeared unannounced, reporting that Hinata intended to gift Akari her entire fortune. Though equally perplexed by Hinata's decision, Hayashi, by nature calm and deliberate, chose restraint, allowing her actions to unfold while reserving judgment. Little did he know that this momentary forbearance would now bloom into profound relief. You were already so close to Akari back then. Ah, excellent. Truly, my daughter. Indeed, though Konoha cherished bonds of camaraderie, bonds of deeper affection also existed. In days past, Uchiha Miko had seized precisely such an opportunity, breaking through countless barriers to forge a sincere friendship with Uzumaki Kushina. Had the Nine-Tails Knight not claimed the lives of the Fourth Hokage, and his wife Minato's extraordinary wisdom would surely have steered the Uchiha clan away from its tragic fate. Now it seemed this boundless fortune was finally destined for the Hyuga clan. At this thought, Hayashi surged with exhilaration, leaping to his feet and pacing restlessly across the room to vent his surging excitement. Yet as he paced, a sudden realization struck him, a profoundly serious one. If Hinata could cultivate such closeness with Akari, so too could other shinobi clans. And while the esteemed Hyuga clan upheld decorum, others, like the Inuzuka, bore no such inhibitions. They simply leaned and licked and ascended. Thus, though their rapport with Akari was already strong, it demanded further cultivation. Tell me, Hinata, what does Akari enjoy? At her father's question, Hinata's gaze flickered with momentary bewilderment. For Akari, in truth, displayed no obvious preferences, leaving even Hinata momentarily at a loss. Yet if pressed, Hinata fell into deep contemplation. Seeing this, Hayashi instantly grew anxious. How close can you possibly be with Akari if you don't even know her likes? No, not quite. Hinata shook her head, speaking earnestly. I do know. But she had just grasped Akari's true preference, yet articulating it proved delicate. And before her stern traditional father, Hinata hesitated, wondering what ought and ought not to be said. But Hayashi, now desperate, pressed on. Speak freely. We are Hyuga. With the Byakugan, what have we not witnessed? Very well, this is your doing. Hinata steeled her resolve. These truths, after all, would surface sooner or later. Gazing steadily at Hayashi, Hinata parted her lips. Akari has no other hobby. Only one singular passion, girls. Huh? Hayashi rubbed his ear. What did you say? Hinata remained unruffled. Girls. Not things, but beings, fragrant, soft, and made of water. Creatures who weep for hours after a single gentle punch. Thud, thud. Hayashi staggered backward 2 steps. A strange dizziness flooded his mind. An intense surge of emotion swelled within him, like a slumbering volcano awakening. Yet decades of disciplined composure allowed him to suppress it entirely. Perhaps he'd misunderstood. Perhaps Hinata meant something else entirely, something innocent. After all, what could 12 or 13-year-old girls possibly understand about love? Hayashi drew a slow, deep breath and asked again, what kind of liking do you mean? The kind a man feels for a woman. This time Hinata answered without hesitation. And with that confirmation, a violent rush of blood surged to Hayashi's temples, darkness flashing at the edges of his vision. His upright frame wavered slightly. Father, are you all right? Concerned, Hinata stepped forward to steady him. I'm fine. No, wait, I'm not. For now I suppose I am. Hayashi shook his head, uncertain whether he truly was. Only one question remained. Hinata, my daughter, I owe you an apology. For all these years I've utterly failed to see you. But now, you give me the chance to truly know you. Tell me, Hinata, what do you love? Hayashi asked, weary yet tender. I love pressing flowers, savoring delicious food, and unleashing the gentle fist with unrestrained vigor, Hinata replied swiftly. Then added, but father, I know that isn't what you're really asking. So very well. I confess I too love girls. At those words a long-forgotten lightness rose within her, a quiet, radiant ease. Slap. Hayashi covered his eyes with one hand. As head of the Hyuga clan, such raw emotion was unbecoming, yet wholly unavoidable. Still, he knew any father under such circumstances would lose composure, just as he had. For generations, fathers have grappled with the timeless dilemma how to shield their precious cabbages from wandering boars. Many kept rifles ready and patrolled ceaselessly. Yet Hayashi never imagined that for him the threat of boars would vanish entirely, only for his own cabbage to begin eating other cabbages. And judging by the subtle clues, Hinata had initiated it herself. So, who in the name of all that's sacred assigned Akari and Hinata to the same class? Grr. Hayashi clenched his molars tight, ready to unleash 1,024 palm strikes upon that culprit. Yet, as with all things, it unfolded in 4 distinct stages. Perhaps he could have intervened earlier, but now it was far too late. Meeting Hinata's unwavering gaze, Hayashi spoke with quiet clarity. It seems I cannot dissuade you from this path. No, you cannot, Hinata affirmed, her expression resolute. Seeing her father's anguish, she felt a pang of sorrow. Yet she had spoken with Hyuga Natsu beforehand, and understood Hayashi's heart. Some truth she knew demanded revelation now, and now was perfect. Father, please, do not grieve so deeply, Hinata urged gently. You wished for the Hyuga clan to build a strong bond with Akari, while I am that bridge. And as for the Hyuga's future, does not Hanabi remain? Hanabi. At the name, Hayashi's countenance softened noticeably. True, though one daughter had chosen another cabbage, the other still stood ready to inherit the clan's legacy. Moreover, in this contest for Akari's favor, he had sacrificed his own daughter. Who among the clans had given more? He dared ask who. And since matters had reached this point, there was no turning back. Upon reflection, perhaps misfortune concealed unexpected fortune. Son-in-law. Not yet. Only daughter for now. At least the boar problem was solved, wasn't it? When next he looked upon Hinata, his eyes held a new, quieter warmth. Then you understand why I summoned you today. Yes, I do, Hinata nodded. That day within the grandest Hyuga residence, Hayashi and Hinata spoke at length, engaging in warm, candid dialogue on how best to nurture Akari's trust and affection. To Hayashi's quiet apprehensions, Hinata reassured him, Akari is perfectly within my grasp. Leave everything to me. So she slept soundly to restore her vitality, then entrusted herself to master makeup artists for flawless refinement. The next afternoon, clad in a lovely little dress, Hinata pushed open Akari's front door. Instantly, a rich, sweet fragrance of perfume enveloped her. Much like Sakura's earlier visit, Akari's living room overflowed once more with a fluttering flock of elegant young women. Unlike Hinata, who knew Akari's tastes intimately, the other clans, though unaware of her preferences, wisely repeated last time's harmonious approach. Who, after all, would refuse such staggering wealth? Thus Akari's home resembled nothing less than a Konoha Shinobikin team-building retreat. Akari reveled in it, more joyfully than ever before. Last time the elder sisters had merely come to assist. This time they arrived on official mission. Naturally, each clan dispatched only its most polished, socially gifted emissaries, graceful, adaptable, effortlessly charming. One slender hand deftly peeled a purple grape, then offered its glistening juice-rich flesh to Akari's lips. Before Akari had even swallowed, another hand hovered delicately beside her mouth, poised to catch the seed she would soon spit out. Once expelled, the seed prompted a slight pucker, so Akari gestured idly, and instantly a pair of refined hands presented a porcelain teacup with ceremonial grace. Meanwhile, a silk pillow cushioned Akari's nape, while one kunoichi massaged her scalp with soothing precision, and another kneaded her feet with practiced artistry. Before her, a gracefully disheveled elder sister performed an entrancing dance, her waist swaying with hypnotic rhythm, embodying the ancient verse 18-year maiden supple as silk, wasteward drawn fools fall slain. Truly this was the pinnacle of imperial indulgence, fit for feudal sovereigns alone. Though Hinata had anticipated such a scene, knowing word would spread far beyond the Hyuga, this spectacle still surpassed all expectation. Too shameless. A hushed mutter cut through Hinata's thoughts. She turned, and met the speaker's gaze just as he did. Yamanaka Ino, bored and listless, lit up at the sight of Hinata entering. "Hey Hinata, you're here too." No idea what my parents were thinking, spouting some bizarre speech, then suddenly ordering me to visit Akari, commanding it no less. Figured, hey, we are classmates and we get along fine. Why not? But when I arrived, Akari's place was already like this. I've no clue where half these people came from. "Hinata, you were sent by your dad too?" Yes, I suppose so," Hinata replied after a brief pause. "Great." Ino beamed. "No idea what the grown-ups want us to do, but clearly Akari doesn't need us for company surrounded by all these sisters." "Hinata, want to go shopping? Let's bring Sakura too. She's been free lately." Yet Ino failed to notice Hinata's increasingly bewildered expression, because Ino's tone bore no relation to the opulent, charged atmosphere filling Akari's home. The scene ahead verged on a private gala, while Ino chattered innocently, utterly oblivious. How to describe it? A kind of crystalline, guileless charm. Ino, always perceived by Hinata as mature in her sleeveless top shorts and crop top, now seemed disarmingly naive, her carefully constructed image utterly shattered. A peculiar tenderness stirred within Hinata, not mockery, but quiet awe. It hadn't been obvious before, but under Akari's influence, she had quietly, profoundly grown. Hinata, are you listening?" Ino frowned, faintly sensing Hinata's sudden distraction. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I drifted off for a moment." Hinata offered a flawless, serene smile. "All right then. So what do you think of my idea?" Ino pressed eagerly. "I think it's wonderful, but..." Watching Ino's face brighten, Hinata delivered the gentle blow. "I've business with Akari today, so I'm afraid you'll have to invite Sakura alone, Ino." "Oh, actually Sakura's been acting strangely lately. Always busy whenever I call. That's why I invited you, thinking two of us might coax her out." "Well, if you're needed by Akari, I'll try Sakura solo. Domo arigato gozaimasu." Hinata bowed lightly, offering another sincere apology. Ino, unexpectedly flustered, waved dismissively. Don't worry. It's perfectly normal. People have things to do. Right, go on, attend to Akari." And with that thoroughly outmaneuvered, Ino departed. Hinata straightened, watching her go. As she saw Ino off, Hinata's very presence sharpened, like a blade being honed, growing ever more keen and incisive. Ino didn't understand, so she'd never entered the race at all. Easy to manage. Others, however, were different. With that thought, Hinata turned, her gaze settling on Akari's vibrant circle, and walked forward, stepping deliberately into the heart of the perfumed throng. She said nothing, merely stood serene and poised, a vision of quiet elegance, her pale eyes fixed softly upon Akari's perfect profile. After a while, even as Akari luxuriated in bliss, an inexplicable chill crept up her neck, as if icy wind whispered down her spine, or a cold razor-edged blade rested against her throat. Impossible, surely. After countless draws from the system, Akari's combat rating had soared to the level of a strong shadow. At this stage, she was no mere match. She stood unchallenged, bold enough to declare, "Who dares kill me? Whose blade could possibly?" Unintentionally, Akari turned, and golden eyes locked with pale ones, both gleaming with quiet, knowing amusement. Clack! Akari's tiny hand trembled. Her teacup slipped, shattering across the floor. All movement ceased in stunned silence. Every woman turned toward Akari, only to find her glancing aside, flustered. "Hinata, you're here." "Am I? I came to see you." Hinata's expression remained flawlessly composed. Then turning to the others, "Why stare at me? Carry on, music and dancing please." Silence. Hearing Hinata's words, the women turned their gazes once more toward Akali. Who are you? A pale-eyed little girl, flat-chested and hipless, acting as if you're the mistress of the house. But Akali was a different matter entirely. What audacity did she possess? Hinata stood right before her, and yet she dared to keep playing music, keep dancing. Ha ha ha. No need to keep playing or dancing. Dear elder sisters, you must be exhausted from entertaining me today. Perfect timing. Hinata has just arrived, and she clearly seeks me for something important. Please return and rest for now. I'll visit you all again soon. Silence. Hearing Akari's words, the women exchanged glances. This time they departed with astonishing speed. Firstly, they suddenly recalled that Hinata was no mere pale-eyed girl. She was the esteemed Hinata Hyuga, a young lady whose family they dared not offend. Secondly, Akari's promise of another time meant their mission had been fulfilled, and they now had a proper report to deliver upon returning. Thus the flock of graceful, chirping women vanished in an instant, leaving behind only silence. Once everyone had departed, Hinata spoke again. Akali, why did you dismiss them all? What a pity. Such an opulent gathering would be exceedingly difficult even for our Hyuga clan to assemble. Not because we lack the means, but because Hyuga tradition values solemnity over indulgence. If you were to visit the Hyuga compound, only I, and perhaps Sister Xia, would attend to you. Can't you enjoy it just a little longer? No, not at all. Akali shook her head vigorously. Though her dream was to snuggle closely with many lovely older sisters, and though she lived by the principles of never refusing, always taking responsibility, never promising, or at least never promising hastily, she still retained the basic moral compass of a human being. Even with resurrection at her disposal, such reckless indulgence was unacceptable. So Akali explained with earnest sincerity, truthfully, I don't much enjoy such extravagance. It's simply too noisy. Yet how could I refuse such overwhelming hospitality? You know me well, Hinata. I'm terrible at saying no. They insisted. What else could I do? As she spoke, Akali spread her hands wide, feigning utter helplessness. Oomph. Watching her, Hinata let out a soft, disdainful hum, and cast her a delicate, exasperated glance. Still she chose not to press further, to avoid descending into a tiresome exchange where insistence met reluctant compliance. Since Akali had already made her stance clear, Hinata knew better than to overstep. Moreover, Hinata fully understood, though those elder sisters appeared beautiful on the surface, they were merely ordinary, unremarkable women, posing no threat whatsoever to her. Dwelling excessively on such trivialities would only render her petty and distasteful. So Hinata said nothing more, merely sat down and sampled the grapes offered by the departing guests. As the cool, sweet juice burst across her tongue, her eyes lit up. How delicious! Where are these grapes grown? I've never tasted anything like them before. I have no idea. They were all gifts from those elder sisters. I recall hearing they're a newly cultivated variety from the land of lightning. High-altitude, dramatic day-night temperature shifts. Some regions there are ideal for viticulture. Here, Hinata, eat more. Akali personally peeled a grape and placed it gently into Hinata's mouth. Hinata, unwilling to be outdone, immediately returned the gesture, feeding Akali in turn. Thus, savoring the delicate touch of Hinata's slender, supple fingers, the two swiftly devoured the entire platter of grapes. The minor incident dissolved amid their playful banter. After both rinsed their slightly wrinkled fingers, Akali finally remembered the purpose of Hinata's visit. Hinata, didn't you say you wouldn't disturb my preparations? Why this sudden appearance today? Well, that question belongs to you. You caused quite the commotion. Did you truly think I wouldn't notice? Honestly, I knew you were strong, but I had no idea just how strong. It seems I'd been completely unaware all along. Oh dear, but you never asked. Akali hurried to soothe her. Had you asked, I'd have told you everything without hesitation. All right. Hinata waved her hand dismissively. She'd only spoken idly. Let's speak seriously now, she said, her expression turning solemn. Akali, now that you've revealed such extraordinary strength, have you considered what path you wish to walk in the future? The future? Akali remained her usual carefree self. No, I hold no particular vision for it. Akali, don't pretend ignorance. Frowning, Hinata tapped her lightly on the shoulder. You know exactly what I mean. Do you truly believe those women served you so devotedly simply because you're adorable, eh? So I'll ask directly, Akali. Hinata straightened her spine and asked with quiet gravity, do you aspire to become Hokage? Hokage. Akali shook her head furiously. Absolutely not. That position is so exhausting. Not even a dog would accept it. That was Akali's honest conviction. What use was high status after all? Strength alone sufficed. With strength, all things became possible. Without it, everything was hollow. Thus her strategy had always been one of precaution, not deliberate ambition. And should anyone dare oppose her, well, let them discover whether Akali would indulge them, or crush them utterly. She then explained this philosophy to Hinata. I see. Hinata finally understood. She too laid her cards on the table. In truth, I've come today as the Hyuga clan's representative. Oh. Akari's relaxed posture instantly shifted to formal, upright attentiveness, her expression growing serious. But I stand firmly by your side. Oh, her spine relaxed once more. Hinata had opened with official representation and followed immediately with the Hokage question, leaving little doubt that the Hyuga clan was backing her candidacy. Coupled with the attitudes of other shinobi clans, Akari nearly succumbed to delusion that it was getting cold and she ought to put on another layer. Then she glanced down at her robe, and there it was embroidered in bold characters across the back, Fifth Hokage. Was this imperial investiture in disguise? Yet the relaxed Akari failed to notice that Hinata's previously composed features had begun, unaccountably, to twitch. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hinata smiled thinly and said, "Promise me, Akari. Never respond to me with oh again." "Okay. Why?" Akari began, then caught sight of Hinata's expression and cut herself off instantly. Akari obediently silent. JPG. Seeing Akari's docile demeanor, Hinata's mood brightened considerably. "Now that you've shared your thoughts, allow me to share mine. Though you have no desire to become Hokage, power need not be wielded, but it must be held. My father, though it may sound disrespectful, I know him well. He compromises too easily, he lacks firmness. To prevent future conflicts that would distress us both, I believe this is the perfect opportunity to consolidate control over the Hyuga clan. As for the Hokage title, let's revisit that later. What do you think, Akari?" Hinata fixed her with a searching gaze. "Hinata, I may decline the title of clan head, but that does not mean I relinquish authority over the Hyuga. I think it's splendid." Akari wholeheartedly endorsed Hinata's plan, raising both hands and feet in enthusiastic approval. Though she held little personal interest in the Hyuga clan, it was Hinata's decision, and that changed everything. "Yes, anything goes. Bring forth the executioner. Let my head adorn my beloved consort's celebration." "Excellent." At this point, seeing Akari's full cooperation, Hinata offered her first genuine radiant smile of the day. When spirits lift, celebration follows naturally. "Akari, I spent several days recently learning an acupressure massage technique from a master. Would you like to try it?" Of course. Akari retreated to the bedroom and lay face down on the bed. After preparing her tools, Hinata gently placed her slender, supple fingers upon Akari's back. Within the quiet chamber, just the two of them, the soft, contented murmur lingered. After Hinata's recent visit, Akali also began to enjoy herself. Thus, on odd days she accompanied Hinata, while on even days she visited Hinata's home to play with the adorable little Hanabi, spending Sundays at home engaging in some friendly activities. In the month that passed under Hinata's nurturing care, time seemed to slip away. It must be said that with the Byakugan's ability to see through human vulnerabilities and acupoints, the Hyuga clan not only understood how to kill, but also how to nurture. Hinata's technique was indeed quite powerful. However, it was a pity that no matter how powerful the technique was, it was still only at the level of a bathhouse. Enjoyment was all it was. Akali felt she needed to find a way to go upstairs. Perhaps she could just adopt a cat and train it to do backflips. Maybe she could ask Sasuke for a ninja cat. Speaking of Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke and Tosu, haven't they arrived yet? In the bustling crowd of the Chunin exam venue, Shikamaru's complaining voice emerged. Uchiha Sasuke is absent for now, but the Umbu has already gone to look for him. A distinct voice belonging to Kaze came through. Yes, under the influence of Akali, the Moonlight Kaze was still alive. Although later on a bizarre incident occurred at the Konoha mortuary where the body of Kabuto went missing. Regardless of whether he was truly dead or faking it, in everyone's eyes he was already dead. Naturally, it was not Moonlight Kaze's turn to track him down, leading to his demise at the hands of Maki, a stroke of good luck for Miss Yuzuki Yugugo, who no longer had to remain in mourning. Otherwise, Akali would have had to showcase the legacy of Wei Wu. At this moment, Moonlight Kaze, unaware he had forgotten to wear a hat, continued. "However, as for the sound ninja Tosu, he has forfeited." Forfeited? Upon hearing Kaze, everyone was quite astonished. They all remembered Tosu, the sound ninja, who was notoriously wild. How could he forfeit? And Sasuke too, in such a competition, shouldn't he have crawled over if necessary? "Akali, do you know the reason?" Shikamaru asked. I don't know. Akali waved her hands, her small face turned away. "Really?" Seeing Akali like this, Shikamaru was somewhat skeptical. Well, could there be any doubt? Akali seemed to adjust her clothes as if they were a bit ill-fitting. "But why do you look so awkward?" "It's just a misunderstanding." Akali vehemently denied. Because Sasuke and Tosu's absence was indeed related to her. Sasuke's progress with the Chidori was not only ahead, but also enough to complete before the Chunin exam, allowing him time to rest. However, that cockroach bully Akali had dragged her into taking a promotional shot during Hinata's break. Due to Sasuke's discomfort, they had repeated takes numerous times, consuming a lot of time before finishing the shoot. As for Tosu, it was a dark and windy night. After spending a day at Hinata's house, Akali, feeling refreshed, chose to walk home. At that moment, Tosu jumped out cackling, declaring he would take down Akali here for a chance to face Sasuke. Having her good mood disrupted, Akali certainly would not let it slide, so let's just say that Six Paths Tosu did not have the strength he boasted in the game. After announcing the brand new battle roster to everyone, the participants of this Chunin exam bid farewell to Moonlight Kaze and walked towards the contestant stands, leaving only Naruto and Neji standing in the arena. At this moment, Shikamaru spoke again. Akali, who do you think will win, Naruto or Neji? Who will win? Of course it's Neji. Who will win? Without waiting for Akali to respond, Kiba's boisterous voice came first. Neji was the previous champion, no. and a well-known genius of the Hyuga clan. Shikamaru, you don't think Naruto, that deadweight, can defeat him, do you? Indeed. Shino also joined the conversation. That blonde kid doesn't look like he can fight at all. Is that so? This is how you all see it. You have a point, but Shikamaru glanced at Akali, who had yet to speak and had real authority here. Akali smiled. I'm not on the same team as Naruto and don't know him well, but isn't Lee still here? As Neji's teammate, Lee, what do you think? Me? Lee, who had been seriously watching below, was brought back to reality. He recalled his previous interactions with Naruto. Although I have a good relationship with Naruto and think he's quite impressive, it's clear that Neji is stronger. So Neji will win, but it's just a matter of how he wins. Is that so? You all think that way? Akali moved to the railing to look down where Naruto and Neji were staring at each other. If Neji had been an Uchiha, then at this moment, without the Nine Tails helping Naruto, casting a Sharingan Jinjutsu would have been a guaranteed kill. Too bad he wasn't. Naruto, they all think you will lose. Akali yelled. Is that so? But I will win. Naruto looked up and gave Akali a confident thumbs up. Due to Akali's interference, Naruto learned something he shouldn't have known. To satisfy Naruto's curiosity, Jiraiya had shared everything he could over the past month. Thus, Naruto had now learned the Rasen Shuriken, albeit through Akali's shortcut method of rubbing the chakra with both hands. Akali gave Naruto a thumbs up and turned back. I also think Naruto will win. Ding, emotional points from Tamari Gara Lee Kiba. 99. Akali, you really think so highly of Naruto? Listening to Akali's words, everyone was quite surprised. However, just as they were about to ask Akali for her opinion again, she vanished from the contestant stands with a flying thunder god technique. Ding, emotional points from Tamari Gara Lee Kiba. 999. On the audience stands, Akali's figure suddenly appeared in the empty seat to Hinata's left. She had lined up in front of Sasuke, so it was obvious she wouldn't be able to take the stage today and naturally had no need to stand there foolishly. Moreover, the empty seat to Hinata's left was reserved for Akali, but the right side was not. So who was on her right? Of course it was a cute little girl. At that moment, a delicate girl with long hair, wearing a beige kimono, was quietly watching the arena, waiting for the match to begin. This little girl, called Imai, was a little sister-in-law. Before Hinata could react to the familiar presence, Akali flashed over and scooped up the adorable girl on Hinata's right, hugging her tightly and rubbing her. Surprise, little Hanabi. Did you miss me? Come on, with a cute little girl who grew up on cute snacks. Who cares about those gloomy guys, action figures, thick eyebrows, bug boys, and depressed boys? Clutching Hanabi close, Akari greedily inhaled the girl's youthful vitality. Wah, let me go, sister Akari. I want to watch Nejinizen's match. Hanabi flailed her tiny arms and legs helplessly in Akari's embrace. Hearing Hanabi's plea, Akari pouted playfully and teased, No way. Holding you is just too delightful. I simply can't bear to let go. Besides, what's so fascinating about Neji? The real spectacle lies ahead. Right now, watching me is far more worthwhile. Moi. As if to prove her words, Akari blinked, mischievously pressed her fingertips lightly to her soft lips, and delivered a tantalizing air kiss, followed by a dazzling electric wink. Ding. 999. Emotional resonance from Hanabi. Struck full force by Akari's charisma, Hanabi froze for a breathless moment. Then her cheeks flushed crimson. Though bolder and more mature than her predecessor, Hinata, young Hanabi bore the weight of grueling training. Yet she had never encountered anyone quite like Akari. After a long pause, she finally remembered to seek Hinata's help. Onisama, look at her. All right. Akari, please set Hanabi down. Hinata, smiling, gently rescued Hanabi from Akari's arms. Her younger sister usually carried herself with such solemn composure, so mature that she seemed older than anyone else. Yet here was someone who could effortlessly disarm her. Truth be told, seeing Hanabi finally shed that ever-present poise and reveal her true, endearing innocence brought Hinata an unexpected quiet thrill, even stirring a fleeting wish to join in the teasing herself. Unaware that her imagined sanctuary was secretly reveling in her flustered state, Hanabi ducked behind Hinata, trying desperately to vanish from sight. Seeing this, Akari relented. Fine, look at you. Am no suspicious stranger dragging you off to see goldfish. No more teasing. Come on, let's watch the match together. Akari settled onto her seat and patted the space between herself and Hinata. She clearly intended for Hanabi to sit nestled between them. Naturally, Hanabi flatly refused this arrangement, coming as it did from such a mischievous woman. Yet fate intervened, and Akari's hand set a plate of homemade French fries drenched in tangy house-made tomato sauce. No child could resist such an irresistible lure. And if one somehow could, add a glass of sweet and sour fruit juice and resistance would crumble entirely. Even Hanabi, scion of a prestigious clan, was no exception. After all, constrained by era production limits and her sheltered upbringing, what truly delectable treats could even a noble heiress like Hanabi possibly savor? Watching Hanabi nestle between herself and Hinata, cheeks puffed full like a little squirrel, Akari smiled warm and knowing. A pity, really. She had neither cola nor Wangzi milk on hand. Either would have been the perfect finishing touch. Gazing at Hanabi munching happily flanked on either side by herself and Hinata, a sudden thought flickered across Akari's mind. Hey Hinata, don't you think we look just like a family of three out for a day trip with our daughter? A family of three. Glancing at their trio, Hinata's cheeks warmed faintly. Because truthfully, it was uncannily convincing. Thankfully, Hayashi Hyuga wasn't present today. Akari had warned him earlier that complications might arise, so he remained at the Hyuga compound. Otherwise, witnessing this scene might well have stirred uncomfortable tension. With that brief interlude concluded, the official matches commenced. Compared to the original tournament, however, this one proved markedly less thrilling. No chakra-fueled clashes unfolded. When Naruto unveiled his multiple shadow clone Rasengan technique, Neji conceded immediately. That decision inadvertently doomed Shikamaru. Without Naruto's chaos to create opportunity, even a genius strategist couldn't conjure advantage from nothing, and Temari, the Iron Fan Princess, left him bloodied and dazed. Kiba and Shino then faced off against Kankuro and Shino respectively. Unwilling to escalate combat intensity or waste precious chakra, Kankuro surrendered, leaving Shino's undefeated record intact as expected. Lee and Kiba engaged in friendly sparring, but even bolstered by Poro Biscuits, Kiba couldn't bridge the yawning gap in raw power and was cleanly kicked unconscious by Lee. Just as Akari was about to be summoned onto the field, Sasuke arrived, punctual and far stronger than in the original timeline. His razor-sharp Chidori pierced Gaara's absolute defense, igniting Shikaku's restless fury. Blood, my blood. Gaara's frenzied cry echoed as Shikaku's massive arm erupted into view. Akari, is it beginning? Sensing the ominous chakra surging beneath the stands, Hinata instantly tensed. She knew disruption was imminent. After all, if Akari had briefed Hayashi, she certainly wouldn't withhold the same warning from Hinata. Yes, it's beginning now. Akari's gaze swept sharply toward the rear of the spectator gallery, just in time to spot a masked Ambu with a feline visage, hands already weaving seals. Jinjutsu Tsubaki Seisha, no jutsu. Before every eye, pristine white feathers drifted softly downward. Thump, 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 thumped. On the stands, civilians and unprepared shinobi collapsed mid-breath, silent, swift, and synchronized, as the innocents were swiftly cleared from harm's way. This signaled one irrevocable truth. The Konoha crush plan had begun. Hinata, Kakashi Gai, and others who grasped the illusion's nature immediately formed hand seals to dispel it. On the grandest viewing platform, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, locked eyes with the third Hokage. Behind him, the Sound Four, masquerading as his elite bodyguards, sprang into motion. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the arena, its billowing smoke swallowing all visibility. Before the arriving Ambu reinforcements, Orochimaru seized the third Hokage and leapt atop a rooftop, while the Sound Four took positions at the four cardinal points. True to the original, the four violet flames formation rose swiftly around them. A barrier technique. Every gaze snapped toward the blazing Vilethud dome. But Akari merely nodded to Hinata, then vanished in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Hanabi to safety before reappearing minutes later. By then, Hinata and Neji stood back-to-back, battle-ready, surrounded by several sound ninja. Elsewhere, hot-headed spectators had already erupted into chaotic skirmishes, the entire gallery descending into pandemonium. Without hesitation, Akari blurred across the space, dispatching the encircling sound ninja in swift succession. Then she turned to Hinata and Neji. Go find Kakashi. He'll instruct you on what comes next. Staying here is pointless. Compared to the anomaly-riddled Chunin exams venue, Naruto's location offered far more stable environmental conditions. Understood. Hinata and Neji asked no further questions. They turned and hurried off to locate Kakashi. Meanwhile, Akari scanned the chaos once more, then vanished again, reappearing silently behind a Konoha Ambu. I distinctly recall liquefying your brain matter. How precisely are you still breathing? Tsunade's apprentice, Kabuto. You've discovered me. As expected of you, Akali. The dark figure with a cat mask removed the mask, pulling back the hood. The familiar blue-gray hair and the figure behind black round glasses was none other than Yakushi Kabuto. However, when he lifted his hood, Akali was taken aback. This was because Yakushi Kabuto looked completely different from the last time they met. His demeanor was cold, his skin unnaturally pale, and he exuded a strong scent of serpents with his eyes transformed into those of a snake. If it weren't for the fact that she confirmed it was not yet the time of the Shippuden, Akali might have thought that the figure before her was the initial transformation of Orochimaru. But how could that be possible? Orochimaru was still alive, so how could he allow Yakushi Kabuto to incorporate his cells? After all, ninjas value intelligence highly, and the information hidden within genes is boundless. Are you surprised? Yakushi Kabuto smiled, seemingly pleased with Akali's astonishment. This is a reward for my research from Lord Orochimaru, and I must thank you for it. If it weren't for you killing me, I wouldn't have known how painful death could be, thus pursuing power. Akali, even if you don't come looking for me this time, I will come looking for you. Let me make you experience my anger, my pain, my loss. Bang! A sharp kunai grazed Yakushi Kabuto's cheek, crashing against the railing behind him with a loud bang, interrupting his inner monologue. Looking at the fragments of flesh floating back to the gathering Yakushi Kabuto, Akali showed her impatience. I already said, if you're not a beautiful girl, spare me the nonsense. It's just the Edo Tensei, right? You must be so pleased with yourself for crawling back from the underworld, acting all high and mighty. How do you know? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Akali in shock. Ding, emotion value from Yakushi Kabuto 999. He knowing is just knowing. Akali replied dismissively. However, beneath her outward disdain, she was still somewhat surprised. Edo Tensei, a technique created by the second Hokage, has undergone several rounds of revisions. The first round was by the second Hokage who created Edo Tensei, but it was sealed due to interference from the first Hokage. The second round was by Orochimaru, who improved it based on the second's work. From the beginning, the third Kazekage could break free, evolving into a form that could even restrain the first and second. And the third round is none other than Yakushi Kabuto. Standing on the foundations of two predecessors, he successfully matured and scaled Edo Tensei. When Orochimaru used Edo Tensei, he did not dare leave the summoners with any consciousness. Yet Yakushi Kabuto's Edo Tensei could retain the consciousness and power of the third Raikage while controlling its body. Moreover, he developed techniques to enhance the hosts of Edo Tensei. The overwhelming power of Uchiha Obito in Edo Tensei was closely related to the Hashirama cells Yakushi Kabuto specifically added. Now, as a dead man, Yakushi Kabuto exhibited properties similar to those of Orochimaru, clearly indicating that during the time he was resurrected by Edo Tensei, he further developed techniques to enhance the host. At this point, Akali also felt like making a sarcastic remark. Was Orochimaru truly so fond of Yakushi Kabuto as an assistant, to the extent of resurrecting him even in death? Originally, Yakushi Kabuto was not qualified to touch Edo Tensei, so he could not make any changes. But now he could, and subsequent improvements appeared ahead of schedule. The butterfly effect and the correction force are quite normal. Thinking about it this way, it seems quite reasonable. What a joke. Akali did not believe in the correction force and decided to send Yakushi Kabuto away early, preventing him from making repeated leaps. But at this moment, Yakushi Kabuto steadied himself. So what if you know? Edo Tensei is immortal and indestructible. Today I will let you witness my true strength. Serpent's Shadow. Dozens of giant serpents flew out from Yakushi Kabuto's sleeves, lunging towards Akali. At the same time, Dead Soul technique. From the audience seats surrounding Akali, corpses disguised as unconscious spectators stood up, wielding kunai to form a net of encirclement. Several corpses collected by Yakushi Kabuto were seen among the ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages, which indeed looked quite intimidating. However, in the past, Akali would have to dodge during such an ambush. As for now, weaklings retreat. Akali waved her hand. Boom. A powerful energy erupted from Akali's petite body, and a purple energy wave swept away everything that approached. Whether it was Yakushi Kabuto's snakes or the corpses around them, all marked with exploding tags, they were heavily blasted away by Akali. Moreover, that powerful energy wave still had enough power to extend toward Yakushi Kabuto. Smack! The purple energy wave struck his arms, causing Yakushi Kabuto to stagger backward. However, he did not retreat far, because a small hand pressed against his shoulder, halting his bodous loss of control. Thank you. Yakushi Kabuto was about to express his gratitude, but the next moment his entire demeanor turned to one of shock and horror. This was because the aura that appeared behind him was so familiar. You should know I can use the flying Raijin technique. So what gave you the courage to linger in the traces of my kunai? Edo Tensei's immortality. Look over there. Akali pressed Yakushi Kabuto down with one hand and turned his head towards her previous position. A double-handed sword radiating a bright purple glow with an ancient design was quietly suspended in midair. The moment Yakushi Kabuto saw the sword, a sense of crisis surged from the depths of his soul. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto had a premonition. If he were to be struck by that sword, he would truly die to the point where even Edo Tensei could not bring him back. But just then Akali's voice rang out again. Sword come. The soul blade summoned by Akali flew rapidly towards Yakushi Kabuto. Facing the soul blade flying towards him by its hilt, Yakushi Kabuto instinctively reached out to grasp it. Yet this time, an even more shocking event occurred. The soul blade passed through him like a layer of illusion. Then Akali caught the soul blade and slashed with it. Swish! A flash of purple sword light passed. Yakushi Kabuto had transformed into Yakushi Kabuto. Or one might say 5 Kabuto 5 Kabuto. How is that possible? Feeling his body that could not possibly recover, Yakushi Kabuto could not believe it. Looking at the lying figure on the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, Akali smiled and said, "See what's impossible. You are now treated the same as Gojo Satoru. That's only fitting for your status. Reflect on why even after Edo Tensei you are still so weak and couldn't even let me enjoy myself." After saying this, Akali stepped over Yakushi Kabuto, walking towards the central platform, the battlefield of Orochimaru and the Third Hokage. Watching Akali's retreating figure, Kabuto Yakushi seethed with frustration and fury. Yet clearly with his head already severed by Akali, he could utter no words. Thus, as Akali strode away, the golden serpentine eyes of the Edo Tensei animated Kabuto gradually dimmed. Finally, cracks across Kabuto's Edo Tensei form widened, his vivid multicolored skin faded to ashen gray, then crumbled entirely into brittle paper-like fragments, revealing the sound ninja host concealed within. Coincidentally, that host was Tosu, the very same ninja previously defeated by Akali. As Kabuto's vessel, Tosu bore pronounced serpentine mutations. Indeed, history proves that unless one possesses truly extraordinary talent, one ought not serve under Orochimaru. And even genius alone offers no guarantee one must also possess a life sturdy enough to endure. And so at this very moment, Kabuto, the formidable late-stage antagonist, fell silent, undone by the temporal ripples stirred by a transmigrator. With Kabuto fallen, no one remaining in the Chunin exam arena stood capable of halting Akali. Dispatching several obstructing sound and sand ninja with casual ease, Akali advanced unimpeded to the arena's central platform, the exclusive Heaven Class viewing gallery reserved for dignitaries and high-ranking officials, where both the Hokage and Kazekage sat. Curiously, though the Chunin exam arena housed 3 grand viewing galleries, the other 2 blazed with fierce combat, while the Heaven Class gallery remained eerily still and deserted. Occasionally, stray ninja who stumbled into the area would pause, recognize their location, then silently withdraw, seeking battle elsewhere, as if an invisible edict forbade violence here. It was profoundly, almost unnervingly strange. Akali knew precisely why. Power and privilege, how fascinating. Had Akali been one of those ninja constrained by weakness, or merely insufficient strength, bound helplessly by such rules, she too might have retreated without protest. In the shinobi world, harming nobles or officials constituted a grave offense. But she was no such ninja. Thus, she walked freely, boldly, casually, even insolently, across this gallery teeming with elite dignitaries. When she spotted particularly repulsive figures, bloated and arrogant, she'd sometimes deliver a swift, contemptuous kick, sending them sprawling aside. Jolted awake by an unexpected boot to the ribs, a Fire Country official stared in dazed confusion, then spiraled into panic as chaos erupted across the arena. What in the world is happening? Panic-stricken cries rippled across the gallery, awakening more spectators, until a crowd surged blindly through the disordered space like headless insects. None of this concerned the mischievous Akali. Savoring the rare tranquility granted by authority and prestige, she strolled leisurely up the gallery's ascending corridor. Yet as she ascended, muffled groans, laced with pain, suddenly reached her ears. Is someone still here? Perplexed, Akali leapt forward several times and arrived at the source of the sound. Who's there? Holding a kunai freshly withdrawn from his own flesh, Gecko spun around, alert and wary. There he found Akali gazing at him with open curiosity. Her breathtaking beauty, coupled with her widely heralded reputation as a prodigy, had made her instantly recognizable among Konoha ninja. Blinked, then relaxed. Oh, it's you. God. The movement jarred his wound, forcing him back onto the stairwell wall with a sharp intake of breath. A Chunin exam candidate shouldn't be here. Leave. This upper tier isn't your battlefield. Go find your Jonin instructor. Even now, Hate offered cautious counsel. But Akali needed no such concern. Enough? You're in no state to worry about me. Then she recalled yes, Hate had sustained severe injuries earlier. The image of the young Chunin shouting desperately for the Third Hokage to flee was admittedly rather comical. Later he would distinguish himself in legendary battles. First against Kakazu, then during the Fourth Shinobi World War, where his role in the Flying Thunder God formation cemented his legacy. Meeting him here felt like fate, especially since the Flying Thunder God formation might prove useful very soon. Without hesitation, Akali produced a red healing potion and summoned Verdant Light, nature's benevolent gift, directly restoring Hayate's vitality. Of course, should his injury have been feigned, a pretext to evade battle, then no remedy would matter. Fortunately, Hayate was not such a man. Thank you. Startled by the sudden restoration, Hayate stammered in disbelief. Don't mention it. Go reunite with your team. If my calculations hold, you'll be needed in the coming battle. Akali returned his earlier words to him word for word. Huh. Hayate blinked bewildered. He was a Chunin. His teammate Genma Shiranui held only the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. What battle could possibly require them? They served only auxiliary functions. Wait, auxiliary. The Flying Thunder God formation. But how could Akali possibly know? A wave of astonishment washed over Hayate as he stared at her, on the verge of speaking. Yet his question went unheard. For the moment she finished healing him, Akali vanished, accelerating away in a blur. Shaking his head resignedly, Hayate obeyed her instruction and set off to locate Genma Shiranui somewhere within the arena. Meanwhile, a radiant figure clad in KDA attire stood beyond the four violet flames formation, shoulder to shoulder with Konoha's Umbu Black Ops. Unlike Hayate, however, the Umbu reacted to Akali's arrival with palpable hostility. At the formation's perimeter, the white-clad Umbu captain, known as White Cat, frowned sharply displeased. I recall you're a candidate in this exam. What are you doing here? Descend immediately. This is no battlefield for you. Honestly, what business does a genin have here? This is pure recklessness. Don't presume your talent grants license to act without restraint. His tone betrayed past grievances, stories of hardship etched deep into his voice. Akali met his gaze, silent, unreadable. Then she glanced inward toward the four violet flames formation, observing the progress of the third Hokage's duel with Orochimaru. The long-separated master and student continued exchanging formidable chakra surges and nostalgic banter. Very well. To everyone's astonishment, Akali, the fiercely independent and defiant, obeyed the Umbu captain without resistance and descended. White Cat assumed no further, thinking only that Akali had climbed up out of concern for the Hokage, and having seen him holding his own against Orochimaru, she departed reassured. Yet White Cat was simply too inexperienced to grasp Akali's nature. People like her could never be commanded, only gently guided. Originally, Akali had ascended intending to test methods of dismantling the four violet flames formation, perhaps probing whether shadows could pierce its barrier or simply overwhelming it with raw force. Now, however, only one option remained: make headlines. Returning to the Heaven-class gallery, she surveyed the dense array of explosive tags stored within her personal space. These tags had lain untouched since she first acquired them. Now at last their moment had come. Envisioning the spectacle to come, Akali grasped the tags and strode purposefully toward the gallery's central load-bearing pillar, her movements swift and precise. Within barely a minute or two, a flustered Konoha ninja burst onto the rooftop. Disaster! Disaster! Something's wrong with the gallery. The gallery. White Cat's irritation flared anew. Konoha was the preeminent shinobi village of the age. Yet during the Chunin exams, before countless daimyo and dignitaries, they'd suffered betrayal by allies, ambushes by traitors, and the abduction of their Hokage, imprisoned within a barrier for a unknown duel whose outcome remained unknown. Such humiliations had already reached their zenith. And now, even amid a gathering of Konoha's finest, the gallery itself was failing. White Cat felt his blood pressure surge. Glaring at the messenger, he demanded, "What happened? Has the lower level been overrun? What are Kakashi and the other Jonin doing? Can't they even guard a single gallery?" The ninja froze, then hastily shook his head. No enemies remain. The Sound Ninja have nearly all been eliminated by Jonin Kakashi and Might Guy. It's something else entirely. Something else. What is it? White Cat forced calm, though only for a fleeting instant. Because it's explosive tags. The ninja gasped the words, stripping White Cat of all composure. Countless explosive tags have been plastered over the central gallery's load-bearing pillars, and they're about to detonate. What did you say? What? White Cat's scalp prickled, his entire body tensed. The ninja repeated, voice trembling, explosive tags, massive quantities covering every pillar. Not that. White Cat shook his head frantically. The ninja ventured cautiously the central gallery. Yes, that's it. Recognition struck, white hot. The central gallery was beneath his feet. As the designated seat of the Hokage and Kazekage, its audience comprised the realm's most exalted guests, where a careless splash of tea might land on a minister. If those tags detonated, they wouldn't just kill people. They'd obliterate Konoha's genealogical lineage. White Cat's scalp crawled with dread. He barked orders instantly. "Move. Everyone follow me down. Evacuate the dignitaries." One subordinate hesitated. What about the third Hokage? Ugh. White Cat snapped, exasperated. The Hokage may survive even without us. But if one dignitary dies, our shinobi careers end today. Hurry now. He turned to descend, when a voice halted him. No need. I've already evacuated everyone. White Cat whirled. Startled you? Indeed, me. Akali replied with a faint knowing smile. But you're alone. How could you possibly evacuate so many dignitaries? White Cat asked, baffled. Simple. Akali flicked a kunai downward. It embedded itself at White Cat's feet. In the next breath, her form blurred, then reappeared atop the kunai, balanced effortlessly on the rooftop. Flying Thunder God. White Cat's pupils contracted. He'd witnessed it before. He couldn't mistake it. Yet he'd never imagined seeing it again. Here now? Shock swiftly gave way to profound relief. The dignitaries were safe, and so too was his Umbu career. Excellent. After this, I'll personally petition the Hokage to honor you with distinction. White Cat declared, elated. Yet he failed to notice Akali's wry expression. Honors? Huh, no need for that. I came up solely to inform you of the evacuation. What do you mean? White Cat frowned, uncomprehending. Simply put, I placed those explosive tags myself. Calmly, Akali delivered a revelation that stunned all present. I intend to dismantle the barrier and rescue the Hokage. That was her sole objective. Orochimaru and the third Hokage, locked within the four violet flames formation, fought with uncharacteristic restraint, their clash steeped in nostalgia rather than lethal intent. Two cage-level shinobi, yet their battle scarcely disturbed a single rooftop tile. Would such timid theatrics honor a stage of this magnitude? White Cat stood frozen. Dismantle the barrier. How do explosive tags dismantle a barrier? Elementary. Look at that barrier. Akali pointed toward the four violet flames formation. Its lavender-hued walls sealed sky and sides, yet left the tiled roof exposed. The ground remains unsealed, doesn't it? No matter how refined this formation, maybe it rests upon this rooftop. So, obliterate the roof itself. Without structural support, how can the barrier possibly persist? She'd learned this tactic from Kiritsugu Amiya. Before White Cat could react, Akali formed the necessary hand seals and triggered the explosive tags she'd affixed moments earlier to the pillars below. Fuses ignited. Then, without glancing back, Akali turned and fled, vanishing into the wind. Nearby, a standard Umbu approached White Cat, voice tight. Captain, what now? What now? White Cat's masked face twisted. What else? Run, for your life. Shushishu. Lured by the promise of survival, the Umbu scattered skyward in unison. Meanwhile, inside the four violet flames formation, the sound four lingered in confusion, wondering why everyone outside had suddenly fled. And in the next heartbeat, within that very formation, the master and student, still trading jutsu and memories, simultaneously felt a primal, bone-deep sense of peril rise from within. Sensing the looming sense of crisis, the third Hokage and Orochimaru, who were forming seals, paused their actions and looked down simultaneously. The third Hokage frowned and asked, Orochimaru, what else have you done? However, Orochimaru was equally perplexed. I don't know. With their senses, both the third Hokage and Orochimaru could feel the impending explosion of fire below, a terrifying magnitude. But who below was using fire release to threaten them in the four purple flames formation? Could the fire below really harm them above? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just by looking at how well the rooftop was protected by the four purple flames formation, it was evident that it could withstand the combined might of the first, second, third Hokage and Orochimaru. No one believed that a mere fire release could destroy the viewing platform. Neither the third Hokage nor Orochimaru were convinced. Yet under the pressure of the crisis, they diligently prepared defenses. At the same time, the two finally noticed the retreating Umbu. Then below, the explosive tags plastered on the supporting pillars finally burned to their end. One by one, the explosive tags transformed into fireballs and detonated. In an instant, it felt as if the entire Uchiha clan had been resurrected, continuously unleashing great fireball jutsu here. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions resounded. The sturdy supporting pillars capable of sustaining battles at the level of a Kage shattered under the expansion and compression of the fireballs. The two standing on the rooftop first felt a violent tremor, then the ground beneath their feet suddenly rose, lifting their perspective along with it. The roof tiles in their line of sight shifted like waves, a multitude of tiles, and the dragon spine of the roof crumbled in a cascading collapse. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous sound of shattering filled the air. As a building capable of supporting cage-level battles faced such issues, it was needless to say that the four purple flames formation, which relied purely on chakra, was no exception. Crash. At the very moment the tremors began, cracks like those in tempered glass spread across the entire four purple flames formation. In the next moment, puff, the four sound ninjas maintaining the barrier all spat out blood under the impact, as if struck by lightning. Within them, the previously stable chakra output surged wildly within their meridians like being tossed into a washing machine. Faced with the turbulence of chakra, a typical ninja would find it challenging to remain calm. Their future as a ninja could be in jeopardy. However, the four sound ninjas were not ordinary. Out of loyalty to Orochimaru, their first choice in response to such turbulence was to hold on. Hold on. We absolutely cannot let Lord Orochimaru's plans fail. The six-armed Gaitomaru gritted his teeth and shouted, "TCH, I can't hold on, completely can't hold on. If we want to continue supporting, we have to use that." The female illusionist Mayo chimed in. "Then let's use it," Zoken said coldly, signifying the consensus among the four. Sealing Technique 1 Activate. From the chests of the four, dense black markings began to creep up their limbs and cheeks. An unusual chakra surged around them, and enhancement arrived in an instant. Under the enhancement of the seal, the four purple flames formation shone brightly, and the cracks vanished, as if the previous damage never existed. Seeing this, Orochimaru revealed a triumphant smile. That expression seemed to say to the third Hokage, "Did you see that? This is my subordinate." "Oomph." The third Hokage coldly snorted at Orochimaru's smugness, ready to say something. But just then the ground that had just risen beneath them began to descend again. The moment the sensation of weightlessness hit, another violent tremor followed. Boom. The third Hokage and Orochimaru were left wondering what was happening. But those in the other viewing platforms could clearly see that it was the roof that had just been detonated collapsing. The broken ends of the shattered pillars collided, and the immense mass ground against each other, leading to even greater destruction. The supporting pillar at the left corner of the arena was the first to give way, causing the rectangular roof to slide down towards that side. At this moment, feeling a clear sense of collapse, the sound ninjas who had just withstood the tremors dared not hold on any longer. The leader Gaitomaru shouted in panic toward Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, we're going to fall." "I know." Clinging tightly to the dragon's spine beneath him with chakra, Orochimaru's face darkened to the point of dripping water. At this moment, Orochimaru understood what was happening. She glared at the third Hokage. "Knowing that you couldn't break through the four purple flames formation, you simply blew up the entire viewing platform, like throwing an iron box off a mountain to shatter it. Old man, it seems your subordinates are quite decisive. But now you don't even have the courage to challenge me, Unknown." Orochimaru was incredibly disappointed, utterly disappointed. She had come to hold a funeral for the third Hokage, but now his subordinates had blown up the viewing platform, forcefully shattering the four purple flames formation. How could she hold a funeral for him now? Moreover, this was the most troublesome situation for her. While inside the barrier, the others had an excuse not to help, but once outside, the people of Konoha would never stand idly by while their Hokage dies. They would swarm to attack Orochimaru. However, at this moment, the most bewildered person was likely the third Hokage. I didn't. He wanted to say. In terms of unknown combat, the two indeed had a certain understanding. Otherwise, the third Hokage could have easily called Jiraiya to his side as a bodyguard, who could harm him then. Yet when it came to his lips, the third Hokage hesitated. After all, such a large-scale operation could only have been arranged by his Umbu. A viewing platform capable of supporting cage-level battles was not cheap. Could it be that he inadvertently issued an order? The third Hokage fell into deep thought. However, the current situation clearly did not allow him time to ponder. As the collapse of the viewing platform intensified, everyone in the Chunin exam venue was shocked. The three viewing platforms, Heaven, Earth, and Man, with the heavy canopy of the Heaven platform, began to plummet like a toppled pillar of the heavens. The landing point was precisely where the Chunin exam battles had originally taken place. Ding, emotional value 99.99 from Maki. Ding, emotional value 99.99 from Moonlight Gale. As they watched the descending canopy, Maki and Moonlight Gale halted their actions, exchanging glances, both seeing the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. No kidding, if the massive roof crashes down, who knows if the people on the roof will be okay, but they would definitely be done for. Thus, Maki and Moonlight Gale instinctively made the same choice: retreat and then run. While running, both were frantically complaining. Did they not want a high-end duel that would determine victory and life or death? Why were they suddenly faced with a massive canopy crashing down? They must have offended the heavens. However, what the two didn't know was that at this moment there were two others in a similar state of panic. The white-clad Umbu, who had just reached the Earth viewing platform, and Kakashi, who was already at the human viewing platform, were stunned by the enormous descending canopy. Especially the white-clad Umbu. He knew that improper demolition would cost a fortune afterward. Others would demolish with precise calculations to ensure the building collapsed inward. But Akali's demolition was as if she only cared about causing chaos regardless of the ensuing flood. The canopy crashing down was guaranteed to threaten the many unconscious spectators on the platform. Therefore, defensive measures had to be constructed. However, saying defense is easy to defend against such a large scale requires unleashing high-level Earth release techniques, which demand an enormous amount of chakra. Ding emotional value 999 from Kakashi. The already limited chakra was further strained, yet they had no choice but to act. The white-clad Umbu began forming seals quickly, and on the other side Kakashi did the same. Earth release, Earth flow rampart. A massive amount of chakra surged into the ground, and a continuous wall arose carved with a cute dog head standing like a mountain before the ordinary people in front of the platform. After the defense was established following what seemed like a slow but actually rapid descent, the gigantic canopy smashed down. Boom. With a series of rolling sounds, thick smoke spread out like a large-scale, hidden mist technique unfolding, enveloping the entire world in a thin white film. Wow, what a shocking scene. Looking at the unfolding spectacle, Akali whistled. But inhaling too much smoke might lead to lung disease like Moonlight Gale. Oh, I might as well skip that. Akali quickly formed seals, wind release, typhoon pass. Boom. A sudden gust blew the smoke away. The motion of sweeping leaves in autumn revealed a remarkable level of proficiency. Due to the excellent dispersal effect of wind release typhoon pass, Akali had never added a point, but had already trained it to a mastery level, which was quite amusing. But Kakashi didn't care about the dispersed smoke. He turned to Akali, who had appeared beside him at some point, and questioned, "Akali, what have you done?" "I didn't do much." Akali shrugged innocently. The Umbu were too useless. Lord Hokage was trapped in the barrier and didn't act to save him, so I stepped in. Huh. Kakashi found it hard to believe. You mean stepping in involves blowing up the heaven platform? What else? Akali looked at Kakashi as if he were foolish. Just tell me if I saved Lord Hokage. Kakashi. It was certain that Lord Hokage was saved, but the process of saving him. TCH. Kakashi rubbed his temples in annoyance. After all, as the village's renowned jonin and future instructor of the next generation, many projects in Konoha were impossible to keep from him. Thus, he clearly knew how much money had been spent on the viewing platforms for this Chunin exam. It was an exorbitant cost prepared for multiple future uses. But Akali, she blew it up just like that. It was like building a bird's nest for the Olympics, only for it to disappear halfway through the event. Kakashi could already imagine the third Hokage's hypertension at this moment. And indeed it was the case. Men tend to feel no pain when they first mention breaking up, but only when they truly lose something do they realize the hurt. Just like at this moment, standing amidst the rubble, the third Hokage gazed at the destruction around him, feeling a throbbing in his temples. He had confirmed that he had never issued an order to blow up the platform, so someone had blown it up without his consent. That platform cost an immense amount of money to build, and he hadn't even had the chance to intervene. Just now the smoke that Akali blew away was not dust, but the fragrant scent of Konoha's funds burning up. Who did this? Who did it? White cat, come here. The third Hokage, furious, called for the Umbu guarding the venue. The white-clad Umbu called by him quickly appeared before him. Beneath the white cat mask, the white-clad Umbu was already sweating profusely. He didn't know how to explain to the third Hokage, because no matter how he explained, he could not escape the blame for negligence. Fortunately, he could still shift the blame. It was Akali, the candidate, Akali Lord Hokage. She took advantage of our inattention and placed a massive amount of explosive tags on the platform, blowing it up completely. Akali. She used explosive tags. This. Hearing the white cat's account, the third Hokage was taken aback, then his scalp went numb. Because the third Hokage truly couldn't fathom how a mere genin like Akali, even if proficient in Flying Thunder God, could have such an abundance of explosive tags. Do explosive tags not cost money? To put it bluntly, using explosive tags to demolish a building was as wasteful as using missiles to open a mountain. The third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising. Ding emotional value, 99.99 from the third Hokage. However, while the third Hokage was shocked, Orochimaru was not too concerned. Orochimaru was quite experienced with Akali, as she had suspected something before, and now she was even more certain. Looking up at Akali, who was silently smiling at her from the roof, Orochimaru took a deep breath. Thankfully, she had long prepared for this variable. Today, Konoha must collapse. Orochimaru declared that even Jesus couldn't save Konoha. Just like now, Akali's antics would to some extent aid her. Because just as the third Hokage was consumed by rage, Orochimaru had quietly completed the hand seals for the impure world reincarnation. A coffin suddenly materialized, drawing everyone's attention. What is that? Kakashi frowned in bewilderment as he gazed upon the coffin inscribed with numerals. An excellent prize. Akari murmured, her gaze fixed on the coffin as her divine sense probed its interior, sensing the formidable soul within. To her it was far too trivial, and far too dull, for the third Hokage to fall so swiftly in the four-cornered flame formation. But detonating the hall to force both the third Hokage and Orochimaru into open combat. and simultaneously pressuring Orochimaru to reveal more of his arsenal. That would be delightfully intricate. She had not anticipated Orochimaru's exceptional performance this time. He had successfully invoked 4 individuals via the impure world reincarnation. Now as the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage emerged from their coffins, the third Hokage abandoned all concern for cost. This is Sensei's technique. The third Hokage's voice trembled with fury and fear. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the dead? Orochimaru extended his serpentine tongue, slowly licking his lips before speaking with languid amusement. Desecration? How crude a word, Sensei. The first and second Hokage devoted their lives to Konoha until their final breath. I merely grant them the chance to witness what has become of their village. Surely it isn't because certain individuals have committed deeds they dare not face before the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru's words carried unmistakable implication. Oomph. The third Hokage's expression darkened instantly. Orochimaru's barb had struck true. Yet such verbal provocation could not shake his resolve. With unwavering righteousness he declared, "Say what you will, Orochimaru. You are the one who employs forbidden jutsu and manipulates the deceased. My conscience is clear. I welcome scrutiny from the first and second Hokage alike. Yet if these two are the first and second Hokage, then who are the third and fourth?" He immediately ruled himself out. He was the third. As for the fourth, could it possibly be they? A flash of golden light crossed his mind, and his expression stiffened. He felt no trepidation facing the first or second Hokage, but confronting Minato Namikaze. Even if he asked Naruto directly, he knew he could offer no answer. Fortunately, Orochimaru understood his teacher well. Regrettably, no. It would have been ideal to summon Minato, but he remains imprisoned within the death god's belly. I've tried it cannot be done. As for who the third and fourth are, you need only look and see. Orochimaru's elongated tongue flickered with excitement as his hands formed the final hand seal. Boom, 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 boom. The lids of the 4 coffins crashed to the ground. First came the first Hokage, long black hair cascading over deep crimson armor, exuding an oddly affable aura, followed by the second Hokage, whose stark white spiky hair and icy blue armor radiated chilling authority. Yet compared to those who followed, their emergence provoked little shock. Their presence had long been anticipated. But when the 2 figures behind them stepped forward, shrouded head-to-toe in desert-adapted sand-resistant cloaks, the third Hokage recoiled in disbelief. The third Kazekage vanished before the third Shinobi World War, and the fourth Kazekage. The third Kazekage has been missing for years, presumed dead perhaps, but the fourth Kazekage. His gaze fell upon his former student. Orochimaru, you forged an alliance with Tsunagakure. Why then is the fourth Kazekage here, as a reanimated corpse? If his aim was to dismantle Konoha, wouldn't it make greater strategic sense for Orochimaru to occupy the third Hokage while Raza led Tsuna's assault? The very fact that the deceased Raza now stood among them spoke volumes. Too much truth lay exposed in that reanimation. At this, even Orochimaru's gaze drifted slightly, uncharacteristically hesitant. After all, she had never truly intended to destroy Konoha. Yet confessing her quiet, almost tender intention to deliver her beloved teacher a fitting funeral would be unbearably mortifying. Just then Tobirama Senju, reincarnated and standing tall, spoke at last. So I've been summoned through the impure world reincarnation. You're the one who used my technique to drag both me and my brother back into this world. Humph. And what do you intend to do? Tobirama demanded coldly, his displeasure palpable. What do I intend? Isn't it obvious? Second Hokage-sama. Orochimaru instantly shifted into reverence, gesturing toward the surrounding devastation, and beyond to the carved visage of the Hokage monument. I summoned you into battle against Konoha, and your opponent is none other than the third Hokage. So naturally, I am here to destroy Konoha. Destroy Konoha. A voice, startled yet disarmingly innocent, rang out. Then in the next breath, overwhelming godlike wrath erupted. Boy, you dare speak of destroying Konoha before me. Hashirama Senju had once slain even Uchiha Madara for Konoha's sake, and he would permit no one to threaten it. Yet before Hashirama could act, he froze mid-motion. He stared at his own hands, puzzled. I can't move. What's happening? Orochimaru, hands still sealed, wiped sweat from his brow. Surely that's self-evident, first Hokage-sama. Having summoned you, I cannot allow you to turn against me. Thanks to an invaluable assistant, this version of the impure world reincarnation has been refined once more. Still, I must say, even with your powers so severely restrained, your killing intent remains awe-inspiring, first Hokage-sama, the so-called god of the shinobi. Orochimaru sighed, feigning profound admiration, though in truth he stood utterly unafraid. Hashirama scowled, turning sharply to his younger brother. You see, Tobirama, I told you repeatedly, do not develop such dangerous techniques. Oomph. Tobarama's expression hardened further. Ordinarily, he'd have snapped back, or silenced Hashirama outright. But standing within Konoha's walls, he held his tongue. Yet if he couldn't rebuke his elder brother, could he not reprimand others? Sarutobi, what is the meaning of this? Fixing his gaze upon his protege, Tobarama demanded, was this young man not your student? And the impure world reincarnation, a technique sealed away under strictest restriction, should only ever be accessible to the Hokage. This, under Tobarama's stern scrutiny, Sarutobi's scalp prickled. Orochimaru's defection, and his ability to pull it off, was undeniably his failure. But could he admit that before the first and second Hokage? Dare he? Danzo, where was Danzo? Come, save him. Never before had Sarutobi longed for his old friend so desperately. Fortunately, the arena held more than just Konoha's leaders. Sunigakures were present too. Enough. Raza's low commanding roar cut through the elders' exchange, utterly ignoring the third Kazekage's stunned stare beside him. Third Kazekage thought, has Raza always been this bold? I refuse to hear another word from you, dishonorable, despicable, loathsome Konoha shinobi. Fury blazing, Raza turned his wrath squarely upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you betrayed our alliance, assassinated me in secret, and now you presume to control me through forbidden jutsu. How dare you? Whatever your scheme, I will not let you succeed. With that, Raza channeled immense chakra into the air, causing dust and fine sand from crumbling buildings to surge violently upward. Though he wielded gold dust, he retained full mastery over ordinary sand. It was clear Raza was about to strike Orochimaru down. At that moment, Orochimaru's entire focus and control remained locked upon the first and second Hokage. Indeed, he had placed no specific restrictions upon Raza or the third Kazekage. Thus, should Raza launch a sudden counterattack, victory might well be within reach. Yet, cease, Raza. The third Kazekage stepped calmly between them. Kazekage-sama. Raza stared in disbelief at the stoic figure before him. Third Kazekage-sama, why? A deep sigh escaped the third Kazekage. Before today, Orochimaru summoned me once, and persuaded me. And you know Sunegakure's current state, don't you? The daimyo's funding has dwindled. With no missions, military expenditures fall solely upon you. Your jutsu alone sustains Sunegakure. At present, the village rests entirely upon your shoulders. Should you perish, Sunegakure, already starved of fresh talent, would collapse overnight. Yet before our nation is devoured piecemeal by greedy neighboring powers, we possess one opportunity, Konoha. If we shatter Konoha now, the other villages will cease watching Suna, and we may rise again nourished by Konoha's blood. This is no conspiracy, it is an open strategy, one we must obey, for the sake of our village. Your assassination was part of that same necessity. We resent it, but we have no choice. And we must acknowledge, this is our chance. With that, the third Kazekage gestured toward the first and second Hokage bound by Orochimaru's control. Even diminished, the combined might of four Kage would overwhelm Konoha, now weakened and vulnerable. This, Raza clenched his jaw, speechless. If events unfolded as the third Kazekage predicted, Sunegakure truly could seize salvation. Though deeply unwilling, Raza stilled the agitated sand swirling in the air. For a Kage bears the weight of duty, and duty leaves no room for personal desire. Excellent. This is the true measure of a Kazekage. The third Kazekage regarded Raza's silence with deep satisfaction. Truly his successor, not only sharing his fate of assassination, but also mirroring his resolve in this critical hour. Meanwhile, having secured control through the two Kazekage's exchange, Orochimaru resumed action. She drew forth two cursed kunai inscribed with binding seals, and approached the first and second Hokage from behind. Under their glares of indignation, she drove the blades deep into the base of their skulls. Stepping back, the impure world reincarnation completed its final transformation, pale ashen skin flushed with life, wisps of smoke rising from their bodies, as though resurrection itself had taken hold. Yet neither the first nor the second welcomed restoration. Cursed, my body is utterly beyond my command. Indeed, this restraint surpasses even the prior version. They exchanged terse lines, struggling relentlessly against Orochimaru's control, yet finding no purchase. Powerless, they turned their gaze towards Sarutobi. There is no alternative, Sarutobi. You are Hokage now. You must protect the village. Yes, for the village, even us. You must overcome. This. Sarutobi's aged face twisted into a wry, pained smile. First Hokage-sama. Second Hokage-sama. You truly hold me in high regard. All I can promise is that I will try. His voice carried little conviction. Before him stood five Kage. First, second, third Kazekage, fourth Kazekage, and Orochimaru, each locking eyes upon him. Cold sweat dripped steadily from his weathered brow. Orochimaru watched, visibly delighted. Well then, sensei, How do you find my preparations this time? Impressive. Utterly impressive. Sarutobi ground out through gritted teeth. Orochimaru, you truly are my finest student. What merit have I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to warrant such an honor from you all? A second Hokage operating at half strength. A first Hokage constrained to 3 or 4 layers of power, or less, plus a fully empowered third Kazekage and fourth Kazekage, all arrayed against him alone. Why? Had Sarutobi Hiruzen dreamed such a nightmare? Was he worthy? Yet as if determined to watch his teacher suffer a fatal stroke, Orochimaru bit his finger and performed another summoning. Boom! A colossal serpent appeared, its jaws yawning wide before retching violently. From its maw emerged a white-robed man with pale hair bound by the same sacred rope as Orochimaru, his gaze distant, his aura glacial. 2 crimson marks blazed like blood upon his forehead. At the sight of that familiar figure, Raza's body tensed, fresh fury surging through his veins. For this was none other than Kagaya Kimimaro, the very disciple who had participated in Raza's ambush. His name echoed with chilling clarity: Kagaya Kimimaro. Simultaneously from the observation balcony leapt a woman bearing striking resemblance to Anko Mitarashi, her ash-blue hair styled in a pineapple crest. Elsewhere, after catching their breath, the Sound Four, fully unleashed in their cursed seal level 2, advanced to stand behind Orochimaru. Crystal Release user Kurinai, the reincarnated 4 Kage, the Sound 5, and Kabuto Yakushi, reincarnated yet already fallen once more. To execute the Konoha crush, Orochimaru had deployed every asset at her command. Confronted by such overwhelming force, Sarutobi could no longer suppress his trembling. Orochimaru, have you truly come to destroy Konoha? How strange you phrase it, sensei. Orochimaru tilted her head, feigning confusion. If I'm not destroying Konoha, why else would I be here? And even this feels insufficient. Of course, had Akali not shattered the 4-cornered flame formation, Orochimaru's plan would have unfolded precisely as in the original timeline. Raza, Kimimaro, Kurinai. These were contingency measures. But with the formation destroyed, Akali, an unpredictable variable, had to be accounted for. And thus those contingencies were now fully deployed. So don't blame me, sensei. Orochimaru whispered inwardly, her gaze steady upon Sarutobi. She simply refused to be captured and kept as a pet snake. What crime was that? And indeed, she was genuinely curious. Faced with such a force, how would Konoha respond? The third Hokage's response was disarmingly simple: if you summon reinforcements, then so shall I. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 figures materialized behind him. The 3 members of the Genma squad lowered their arms, and from among them stepped Koharyudatane Hamura Midokado and Danzo Shimura. Forced to share the cramped flying thunder god formation with Danzo and Hamura, Koharu's weathered face twisted with palpable displeasure. Hiruzen, she demanded, what urgent matter could possibly warrant such haste? Honestly, was it truly necessary? It's only Orochimaru. Surely you alone could handle him. I told you back then, strike decisively and eliminate him outright. Then none of this would have. Her words choked off mid-sentence. Before her stood several unmistakable figures, towering, radiant, and impossibly real. Master. And the first Hokage himself. Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo stared, disbelief etched across their faces. Danzo's expression darkened instantly, black as burnt iron. He had personally entrusted the Edo Tensei technique to Orochimaru. In this moment, he understood precisely what had transpired. Moments earlier, still within the root headquarters, he'd received an urgent transmission from the Gunma squad. The third Hokage required their immediate presence for a critical matter. He'd even indulged a grimly optimistic assumption that Hiruzen had been overwhelmed by Orochimaru, perhaps even gravely wounded, and that the 5th Hokage succession was about to be formally confirmed. Yet instead the summons had one sole staggering purpose: to fill the front lines. Lines now occupied by the 1st and 2nd Hokage themselves. Such a demand defied reason. A torrent of unspoken fury surged through Danzo's mind. 1,000 scathing retorts clamoring to erupt toward Hiruzen's ancestral lineage. But no syllable escaped his lips. Not with the 2nd Hokage standing before him, gaze steady and unwavering. Seeing his former students, the 2nd Hokage, his body bound, yet his mind lucid, much like during the 4th Shinobi World War, felt a profound, bittersweet resonance. Hiruzen has been signaling since the beginning, he observed, voice layered with quiet admiration. I hadn't expected he'd call you all. A wise choice indeed. You know our strengths, our weaknesses, far better than any newer generation ever could. Better that you shoulder this burden than send others to futile, senseless deaths. Still, Koharu, Hamura, you've both aged considerably. Have you maintained your training? Don't overextend yourselves. I have no wish to strike down my own disciples. At those words, Koharu and Hamura's eyes gleamed, not with resolve, but with silent relief. Training? Impossible. With authority came comfort. With rank came exemption from perilous exertion. In their youth both had been elite prodigies, nearly cage level in prowess. Now retaining even the strength of a standard jonin would be considered miraculous. Instantly Koharu and Hamura prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. But having arrived, retreat was no longer an option. Danzo, who knew his two old comrades intimately, spoke. First, does training matter? Does its absence matter? When a master is imperiled, it falls to his disciples to act. Our master stands corrupted, threatening Konoha itself. To defend his honor, even at the cost of our lives, is duty incarnate. His voice was glacial, unyielding. Koharu, Hamura, surely disciples of the second Hokage will not falter. Their protest died before it could form. Their glares pierced Danzo like twin blades, fierce enough to sever flesh. Yet his rhetoric was impeccably orthodox, ruthlessly persuasive. What ground remained for retreat? To step back today would mean stepping down from the council tomorrow, and for them resignation from the elders' council was worse than death. So though their murderous intent blazed openly in their eyes, Koharu and Hamura steeled themselves, adopting postures of solemn, unwavering resolve. Of course, declared Koharu. Master, added Hamura, we swear. We will stop you even at the price of our lives. Oh, Tobarama Senju, a master of human nature, saw through their feigned conviction instantly. His gaze settled upon the disciple who had inherited his own shadows. Danzo, you haven't changed a bit. For Konoha alone, master. Danzo's face remained impassive, mask-like, austere, radiating unassailable righteousness. From beginning to end, Danzo's logic mirrored Hiruzen's precisely. Summoning Koharu and Hamura served not merely an emotional impulse. I won't bear this burden alone, but also a rigorous strategic calculus. In life or death crises, only kinship forged in shared loyalty held absolute trust. They were willing to die, but only if their sacrifice yielded full lasting glory enshrined in history, not as mere hired hands serving another's ambition. Compared to village jonin like Kakashi, the elders, fellow disciples of the second Hokage, were infinitely more reliable. Even among trusted allies, however, distinctions mattered deeply. Take Asuma Sarutobi, for instance, unquestionably loyal, yet summoning him here risked losing him forever. The elders, by contrast, carried different stakes. Their deaths would grieve him, but not cripple him. Their interests aligned, their loyalties were assured. Thus they represented the optimal choice, cold, rational, and irrefutable. A sharp, rhythmic applause broke the silence. Bravo! Absolutely brilliant, master and esteemed elders. Shall I say, this is truly worthy of you. Orochimaru watched, utterly captivated. Of all present, she understood these figures most intimately, and thus grasped the intricate dance of motive, memory, and power unfolding before her. She savored every nuance of this high-stakes theater. How astonishing it was that Koharu, who once reprimanded her with maternal sternness, and Hamura, whose disapproving gaze had haunted her youth, now stood humbled before her very eyes. Orochimaru laughed until tears glistened at her lashes. Had I known such a spectacle awaited me, I'd never have erected the four-cornered flame formation. Koharu's fury ignited instantly. Orochimaru, cease your mockery. At once the long-simmering enmity between Konoha's elders and the rogue Sannin threatened to erupt into open acrimony. Enough. Raza stepped forward, his expression grim and forbidding. His gaze swept the assembly. Is this the full contingent? Anyone else joining? I am. Jiraiya arrived, breathless but resolute. Count me in as well, said Kakashi, descending gracefully from the shadows. This is the very essence of youth, cried Might Guy, landing beside them with vibrant energy. With those two jonin declaring allegiance, the surrounding ANBU units, and the Gunma squad, who had never left the Flying Thunder God formation, drew near, joined by elite shinobi, including Guy's student Rock, Leet Gunma Shiranui, and others. Konoha's entire combat force assembled within the Chunin exam arena. Yet, as Orochimaru surveyed them, something felt distinctly absent. What was it? As the question formed in her mind, Ryup? A searing pain lanced across her cheek. From the shadowed eaves of a nearby building, a black-clad figure launched forward, moving faster than perception, and tore away Orochimaru's mask of illusion. She cast the discarded visage onto the ground, then smiled sweetly at the stunned, hand-clutching Orochimaru. Such delightful chaos. How could I possibly miss it? I'd even been considering capturing a certain little serpent and keeping her as a pet. With her face tightly covered, Orochimaru's gaze towards Akali revealed a long-lost murderous intent. After lurking for so long, it was all to tear off her facade and expose her true self to everyone. Although she has transformed from a snake uncle to a snake aunt, she still values her reputation. If it weren't to provoke others, she would prefer to keep the information of the former Cold Lord turning into an Ice Mountain snake princess hidden. Especially concerning that guy. Orochimaru looked in the direction where Jiraiya was. At that moment, Jiraiya also turned to look at her, his eyes filled with shock akin to the heavens collapsing. The author of the popular Risque trilogy, he had seen countless women, Even if he were only peeking through a keyhole, he could vividly imagine Orochimaru's delicate little face at that moment. So, ding 9999 emotional points from Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned. Did he wake up from a stupor? Otherwise, how could Orochimaru have transformed into a girl overnight? Moreover, a girl as beautiful as this. Almost instinctively, Jiraiya thought of a joke that would thrill his buddies. Then, with years of experience writing risque stories and drawing inspiration-relevant scenes instantly flashed before his eyes. Thus, Jiraiya, who had just been very serious, suddenly had his eyes turn lecherous, with a glimmer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Ding 999 emotional points from Orochimaru. I knew it, that fool. Orochimaru, with a grim expression, lowered her hand from her face. Having been seen through, what was the point of covering her face? What she wanted to avoid was precisely this situation. But once Orochimaru fully lowered her hand, ding 999 emotional points from the third Hokage Danzo. And Rasha. Looking at Orochimaru, who was clearly a woman, anyone would be engulfed in shock akin to the heavens collapsing. After all the information about her immortality and reincarnation remained a secret, most people speculated that Orochimaru had transformed herself into a woman through some form of modification. Given her usual style, it was reasonable for her to undergo such a body modification. However, this development made it hard for others to resist some inappropriate thoughts. After all, the traditional bonds in Konoha often raised suspicions about whether they were genuine bonds or something else. Bonds are acceptable, but in a ninja world where today may not see tomorrow, the latter is certainly not tolerated by society. Zhuanqing Xiaochun looked at Orochimaru with a discontented gaze. But obviously, given Orochimaru's eccentricity, she did not want to be seen as a male. So, magnet release, sand iron rain. Countless black needles fiercely attacked Zhuanqing Xiaochun. Earth release, earth flow wall. The third Hokage defended with earth release. And thus the battle that was already on the verge of breaking out began. Jiraiya, returning to his senses from the fantasy, rushed towards Orochimaru, but was intercepted by Rasha. Following that, the first and second Hokage faced off against the second generation's disciples, led by the third Hokage and Danzo. Might Guy, who had just moved his feet, was targeted by Kinmaru. Kakashi was approached by Hong Lian, and especially the Jonin faced off against the Sound Ninja Quartet, while Moonlight Hate confronted Maki once again. As everyone found their opponents, they spread out in battle, searching for their own arenas. In an instant, the original Chunin exam site was left with only Akali, Orochimaru, and the third Wind Shadow. Looking at the two remaining, Akali tilted her head slightly. So my final opponents are you two. What a pity, I still wanted to fight the first Hokage. But it won't affect anything. Akali's purpose in this Chunin exam was to put pressure on the third Hokage, raise the stakes for Orochimaru, and conclude the battle in the Forest of Death. Currently, Orochimaru, maintaining the 4 shadow level Edo Tensei, had no energy to fight herself. Thus, fighting her and the third Wind Shadow could be considered completing the task ahead of time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru said to the third Wind Shadow, "I'll leave the rest to you." The third Wind Shadow nodded firmly. If it were anyone else here, they might look down upon Akali because of her age. But the person here was the third Wind Shadow, so he would never have such thoughts. Magnet release, sand iron sphere technique. The third Wind Shadow unleashed his ultimate move. A vast amount of chakra transformed into magnetism, attracting all iron, dust, and metal objects in the area, gathering a large mass of iron behind the third Wind Shadow. Then under the infused chakra, the iron pieces shattered and turned into fine iron sand. In the blink of an eye, a thick, deep black cloud gathered behind the third Wind Shadow. However, the Wind Shadow's lineage was quite clear. It was all about playing with sand. Whether it was gold sand or iron sand, it was still sand, and the more the stronger. Therefore, at this moment, Orochimaru also took out a scroll. Release. With a loud bang, the scroll opened, and a massive amount of iron sand surged forth, joining the black cloud behind the third Wind Shadow. The pitch-black clouds hovered in the air, blocking out the sunlight. The Chunin exam venue was surrounded by walls, and although part of the walls had been knocked down by the fallen stands, most of it still existed. The walls blocked out the sunlight, and combined with the hovering black clouds, it gave a feeling as if dark clouds were pressing down on a city ready to crush it. Not bad, well prepared. Watching this scene, Akali couldn't help but exclaim. Orochimaru sneered in response, "Of course, Akali, otherwise why do you think I specifically left the third Wind Shadow here? Alright, just enjoy the power of the strongest Wind Shadow here." With that, Orochimaru began to sink rapidly from her feet, clearly intending to escape through earth release. Given that she was maintaining Edo Tensei, her chakra was being heavily consumed, and there was no need to engage in a bloody fight with Akali here. Moreover, magnet release had no way to interfere with Flying Thunder God, so defeating Akali was completely impossible, let alone controlling her. After the last battle, Orochimaru had given up on any plans concerning Akali, leaving the third wind shadow beside her, firstly for protection and secondly to buy time. But now that Orochimaru was leaving, what fun would Akali have? You can't leave. Akali activated her swift movement, using Raikage's power to dash towards Orochimaru with lightning speed. Seeing this, the third wind shadow frowned deeply. Arrogant Junior. He waved his hand, and the heavy iron clouds floating in the sky instantly transformed into various weapons: cones, iron pillars, bricks. Countless sand-iron weapons howled down towards Akali. With such an interception, even if Guy were here today, he would have to open all 6 gates to escape. But Akali's response was very simple. She activated the summoner skill Flash. With a ding, a golden light flashed, and Akali's hand was pressed against Orochimaru's neck, forcibly stopping her descent. Looking at Akali, who had a firm grip on her neck, Orochimaru was very surprised. You have the Flying Thunder God mark here too. Just consider it the Flying Thunder God. Akali exerted force with her palm, lifting Orochimaru's head outward. But as soon as Akali exerted her strength, Orochimaru's head shot into the sky, like a rocket, his slippery neck akin to an eel, making it impossible to hold on. Then in midair, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide. Orochimaru activated the body replacement technique. Ugh! A brand new Orochimaru leaped out, and then a mass of black clouds floated in to catch her. It was the third Tsuchikage who used iron sand as clouds to catch Orochimaru. Seeing that the third Tsuchikage wanted to continue attacking Akali, Orochimaru hurriedly stopped him. Let's go like this. Continuing to entangle with her isn't worth it. Akali had just used a brand new technique to suddenly appear beside her, and soon she could use another new technique to take her out. Generally speaking, a person's ninjutsu and means are limited. After a few fights, one should know their trump cards. But Akali was like an abyss, unfathomable at first glance. Are we leaving? Alright. The third Tsuchikage agreed with Orochimaru's suggestion. All these reanimated corpses were maintained by Orochimaru. If he encountered problems, they would also disappear. Now is not the time for a fierce battle. So the third Tsuchikage controlled the iron sand, allowing himself and her to ascend rapidly. They're flying away. Seeing this scene, Akali scratched her hair, because flying was indeed her current weakness. But if she really wanted to fly, it seemed not impossible. She opened her personal panel, selected the ultimate KDA, and activated Sage Mode. Feeling that familiar great power filling her body once again, Akali activated her telekinesis, enveloping her body. A curvaceous figure exuding an enchanting fragrance yet appearing petite emerged in Akali's perception. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Can one lift themselves up by themselves? Under normal circumstances, that would be impossible. But if one had superpowers, then it would be a different story. Grasping her own delicate form, Akali activated her telekinesis. Her feet in close contact with the ground shook slightly, and then her entire body truly floated up. Whoa, we're taking off. Feeling completely detached from the ground, Akali was extremely excited. At the same time, learning the spatial perception ability that came with the Flying Thunder God technique made her very accustomed to the feeling of floating in the air, while the enveloping sensation of her telekinesis provided a sense of safety. Thus, Akali quickly adapted to the sensation of flying. Once again activating her telekinesis, Akali dashed straight towards the departing Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru, just arrived in the sky, was still surveying the situation on various battlefields. Among them, the initial and second generations, as well as the second generation disciples of the third generation, were in the midst of a tree realm surge, and since outsiders could not see the situation inside, Orochimaru temporarily ignored it. On the other side, Jiraiya faced off against the fourth Tsuchikage Rashi. The sand gold surged, and the fierce flames of alchemy made the battle seem incredibly intense. However, these two were engaged in a monumental clash, and it was hard to determine a winner for the moment, so Orochimaru overlooked it. Then Kakashi Hatake battled against the Crystal Release Honglien. Although Honglien was only at the elite shinobi level, the 50-50 triggers made it seem evenly matched, so Orochimaru also overlooked it. However, after Kakashi, Kaguya-kin Maru, and Might Guy's battle instantly drew Orochimaru's attention. At this moment, Kaguya-kin Maru had already activated the Earth Seal and entered the second phase. And Kaguya-kin Maru's body was inherently weak. In the battle against Rashi, he had already suffered severe injuries from the Sand Gold. Orochimaru thought of many ways, but could not restore him, leaving only a fighting chance. Therefore, activating the Earth Seal represented that Kaguya-kin Maru had entered the stage of risking his life. But Might Guy, that thick-browed, somewhat neurotic man, was that strong? Orochimaru felt somewhat puzzled, but then she saw the green chakra flames burning like a torch on Might Guy. Facing Kaguya-kin Maru, who had entered the second stage of the curse mark with his skin turned dark blue and resembling a demon, Might Guy swung his fist without hesitation. Kaguya-kin Maru's bone pulse had a natural counter against taijutsu users. He could not only place bone armor beneath his skin to defend against punches, but also control the bone armor to grow spikes piercing enemies like a hedgehog. And such spikes could also serve as defense on the surface. But since attacking the main body would be obstructed by the spikes, wouldn't it be fine to destroy the spikes at high speed first, and then attack the main body? This kind of fighting method sounds difficult, but it was quite manageable for Might Guy, because he was a master of taijutsu who surpassed Kaguya Maru. Although Kaguya Maru was exceptionally talented, he still suffered a bit due to age. I see. Orochimaru understood the battle between Kaguya Maru and Might Guy. I originally thought Kaguya Maru had a counter against Might Guy, but unexpectedly this kind of counter is always mutual. Third Tsuchikage, please. Orochimaru wanted the third Tsuchikage to support Kaguya Maru's battlefield. But before Orochimaru could finish her sentence, bang! A kunai carrying the sound of wind and thunder suddenly pierced through the iron cloud beneath her feet. Losing her foothold, Orochimaru in midair instantly began her joyful free fall. Fortunately, just as she was about to experience a rocky descent, the scattered iron sand transformed into ropes and timely ensnared her. With one more pull, Orochimaru reached another mass of iron sand clouds. Attack, where did that come from? Orochimaru looked back in confusion. Oh hey Ominazan, did you miss me? The smiling Akali waved cutely at the two. The expressions of the third Tsuchikage and Orochimaru instantly darkened. Are you made of cowhide candy? Can't shake it off, huh? You, how can you be so tenacious? Orochimaru and the third Tsuchikage each said, hey, how can you describe me, a beautiful girl, as tenacious? Hearing their words, Akali widened her eyes adorably. Being so unromantic, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. But you two are one dead and one transformed into a woman, so it seems you don't need one, so it's all good. Oh dear, that's nonsense, tisk, how pitiful. Akali shrugged and shook her head in a teasing manner, then directly made a chicken call. Some kind of invisible wave spread along with her words. The notification rang, ding, 999 emotion value from Orochimaru and the third Tsuchikage. The third Tsuchikage, Orochimaru. The third Tsuchikage looked at Orochimaru. Can I tear her mouth off, please? Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Count me in. Tisk. Watching the two filled with fighting spirit, Akali clicked her tongue secretly. In her previous mockery, she had secretly added the W from the Barbarian King. This skill was her first time using, and she didn't expect such impressive results. It seemed she could still try calling chickens in the future. However, regarding the current situation, Akali tilted her head and dodged the spiraling sharp cone launched by the third Tsuchikage. Then the spiraling sharp cone, resembling a tracking missile, made a large loop and attacked from behind Akali. Not only that, in front, a dense barrage of iron sand needles rained down, while Orochimaru formed the seals for wind release, accelerating the sand iron attacks with a fierce wind. Seeing these black projectiles, Akali revealed an excited smile. Air combat, I like it. It's time to showcase my strength as an Eastern player. Too thin, the barrage is too thin. Ignoring the attacks from front and back, Akali wrapped herself in telekinesis, moving through the attacks of the third Tsuchikage like a fish. At the same time, skills like Rock Spike, Ignition Sage, Art Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, My Style, Cold Shadow, Shadow Secret Art, all blades were activated in succession. Akali enjoyed a good game of bullet hell shooting. However, the strength of the reanimated third Tsuchikage was evidently no match for Akali, who had activated Sage Mode. After a while, Akali successfully found a flaw. So, let me show you what a barrage is. My energy is boundless. Concentrating the vast energy within her body into dark magic spheres, she launched 9 black orbs the size of small cars towards the front. In the sky, black fireworks exploded. After a period of time holding the delicate little white snake in her hand, Akali slowly descended onto the peak of the Hokage rock. Even the version 0 Orochimaru, even with the addition of the third Kazekage, could not be stopped. Thus, after a fierce battle, Akali successfully fulfilled her promise made before the fight. As for the third Kazekage, after being shattered by the onslaught of energy, he was finally minced by the soul blade, directly announcing the end of the season. However, this is not death. Or rather, the summoning connection, the Edo Tensei technique, is indeed resilient. It's just like a zombie. By the way, is there a concept of zombies in the ninja world? Akali looked at the little white snake in her hand. The little white snake ignored her and flicked its tail at her. Oh, my bad. I forgot you're a snake. Now snakes can't talk, and you were speaking before thanks to chakra. And currently all your chakra is burdened by the Edo Tensei, so you can't talk at all. However, you've transformed into your true form as a white snake, and the Edo Tensei hasn't been lifted yet. That's quite fascinating, but it doesn't matter. As for the 4 current Edo Tensei, the third Kazekage has been taken out by Akali. Jiraiya can handle 1/4 Kazekage Rasha without any issues, while the third Kazekage's death is just that Akali doesn't care. Thus, after successfully capturing Orochimaru and resigning the previous summoning contract, Akali suddenly found herself with nothing to do. In that case, let's check out other battlefields. After some thought, Akali used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a site of shattered buildings. Before her, a vast expanse of white bones filled the area, with gigantic white bones standing erect like trees. Seeing this, Akali narrowed her eyes. The dance of early ferns has reached this extent. It seems I arrived just in time. She sensed the current battlefield, preparing to witness the end of the genius Kimimaro. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. Akali, what exactly do you want to do? The little mute spoke. What a medical miracle! Akali exclaimed with astonishment. Enough! Orochimaru couldn't help but interject. Stop acting crazy here, Akali. You clearly have no concern for the third Kazekage, and it seems you don't have much sentiment for Konoha either. Tell me, what is your purpose? Why are you blocking me like this? This point particularly puzzled Orochimaru. You say you can't provoke me, but she previously showed such an attitude, wanting to distance herself from Akali, yet still got forcibly pulled back. Clearly there was no enmity between them, yet Orochimaru couldn't understand where Akali's assertiveness came from. It couldn't be that she genuinely wanted to capture her as a pet snake, right? She, Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 Sannin, with countless powerful subordinates, and herself a living repository of forbidden jutsu, well-versed in the secrets of the ninja world. Such a person getting captured just to be a pet snake, Orochimaru simply couldn't believe it. Yet continuously being toyed with by Akali, she felt a bit humiliated. Thus she now confronted Akali not just out of confusion, but also to some extent, she was laying it all bare. At worst, she could provoke Akali to kill her, and then resurrect later. But Orochimaru might find it hard to imagine that there truly are people like Akali in this world who act purely out of personal interest. Didn't I say it? Akali smiled. The last time I couldn't catch you, this time I'm taking you back as a pet snake. By the way, I haven't fed a snake before. What do snakes usually eat? Ducklings. Akali pondered, tapping her chin with her verdant finger. Li. Orochimaru erupted in impotent rage. The small snake, no thicker than a human thumb, opened its tiny mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Akali. However, Akali's skin had been reinforced with the iron cloth technique. The last time Orochimaru could bite her was because she was attacking in snake form and was in her prime. Now all her chakra was burdened by the Edo Tensei, and she was merely a fragile pet snake. What was supposed to be a bite was no different than a cat playfully nipping at her. He. Watching Orochimaru's delicate snake kiss nibbling at her finger, feeling its cool and soft touch, Akali couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, seeing Orochimaru in this state, Akali knew she couldn't tease her too much, or else Orochimaru might just stop playing later on. Moreover, although Akali said she would take Orochimaru back as a pet snake, for someone like Orochimaru, truly keeping her as a pet snake would be less preferable than killing her and refining her soul. Otherwise, to offend her like this was akin to asking what 1000 minus 7 equals. Alright, stop biting me. Let's get down to business. Orochimaru ceased her movements, looking silently at Akali. You are now my captive, admit it. Agreed. Orochimaru nodded grimly. Okay then, in a typical war scenario, captives who wish to leave usually have to pay a ransom. You understand this, right? Orochimaru nodded again. Okay, you're not wrong. We indeed have no enmity, and I don't particularly care about Konoha, so letting you go is also fine. However, regarding the conditions. Upon saying this, Akali elongated her voice. A knot formed in Orochimaru's heart. To have Akali, this unpredictable little demon, let her go, the price would surely not be simple. And indeed it was as such. Gazing at the little snake in her hand, Akali smiled brightly and said, My condition is simple, just be my obedient pet snake for a month. The thought of having Orochimaru as a pet snake was simply exhilarating. Orochimaru slowly formed a question mark. When she formed the question mark, it was not that she had a problem, but that Akali had a problem. No, previously when Akali said something about being a pet snake, Orochimaru thought it was a joke, like saying I'll do you in before a fight. But generally when people say such things, it's not literally, and is more like Schrodinger's cat, a virtual cat, a non-existent cat. But when it comes to Akali, is she serious? Saying she'll do you in, and then actually doing it? Orochimaru had never seen that before. Ding from Orochimaru, emotion value 9,999. One moment she was negotiating terms with Orochimaru, the next she was struck by an overwhelming force. Akali was utterly unprepared. She could have activated her shield to absorb the blow outright, but doing so would have subjected Kimimaro, encased within the Day Tiger, to an impact equivalent to plummeting from a 100-meter height and slamming headfirst into solid steel. Death would be certain. With no choice, Akali reluctantly opted, after a long absence, to intercept the technique barehanded. She extended both hands, shimmering with golden light, while simultaneously weaving a gentle net of telekinetic energy. Enveloped and progressively dampened by that psychic lattice, the shockwave reached Akali's palms, and was instantly channeled downward through her feet. In an instant, the earth beneath her feet cracked like brittle tofu gouged into a deep, winding furrow as violent plumes of dust erupted skyward. At that moment, Might Guy, having just unleashed his ultimate technique, arrived at the edge of the swirling dust cloud. The Day Tiger had been only a fleeting burst of power. Immediately afterward, Guy had reverted to his six-gate state. Kimimaro was formidable, but the bloodline disease crippled him, granting him but a single fleeting surge of strength, like a night-blooming Sirius radiant, yet ephemeral. That peak assault had been met hidden and shattered. What followed would be simple. Yet ever cautious Guy, ever direct, raised his hands once more into the opening stance of the morning peacock. Seeing this, Akali hastily called out, "Master Guy, hold your strike." Akali. Hearing her voice, Guy furrowed his thick brows, scratched the back of his head, and wore an expression of genuine bewilderment. "Where are you?" "Right before you." With a sigh, Akali swiftly formed a hand seal, wind-released typhoon sweep. Whoosh. A fierce gust surged forth, scattering the dust in moments. There, revealed before Guy's eyes, stood Akali, and beneath her feet Kimimaro lay motionless. The mounds of displaced soil around her boots spoke volumes about what had just transpired. Clearly his Day Tiger had inadvertently sent Kimimaro hurtling straight into Akari's path, an accidental strike against an ally. Guy's face softened with sincere remorse. "I'm terribly sorry, Akali. I didn't even notice you were there. It's quite all right. It's I who should have informed you, Master Guy." Though inwardly exclaiming, "Everyone, can you even imagine it?" Akali maintained a gracious, composed demeanor. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kimimaro stirred faintly, a soft, pained groan escaping his lips, as his cursed seal level 2 rapidly receded. His eyelids, rimmed with crimson shadow, trembled. Consciousness loomed near. Instantly Guy tensed, his chakra flames flaring anew. "Akali, step away. He's dangerous." "It's over, Master Guy. The battle has ended." Akali quickly raised both hands, halting Guy's surging momentum. Cursed seal level 2 could dissipate spontaneously, but only when the host could no longer sustain it. Or in other words, when death approached. So how then could he possibly awaken? Kimimaro stirred not from will alone, but because of the small white serpent coiled upon his chest. Under Orochimaru's continuous medical chakra, Kimimaro opened his pale green eyes. Gazing upon the tiny serpent resting on his chest, Kimimaro's voice trembled with reverence. "You, our Lord Orochimaru, you have assumed this true form. Therefore, yes, Kimimaro, we have fallen." The serpent's delicate head nodded gently, and from its throat emerged a mellifluous, resonant feminine voice. "My deepest apologies, Lord Orochimaru. We have failed you utterly." Kimimaro's expression twisted into profound, unbearable anguish. Then, drawing upon the last dregs of chakra in his body, he seized Orochimaru and drew him close to his chest. "Fear not, Lord Orochimaru. Even if it costs me this broken vessel, I shall carry you to safety." "Oh." Guy's eyebrows lifted, his dark, heavy gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. Fortunately, Orochimaru's voice cut in once more. "Enough, Kimimaro. It is over. There is no need to fight further. Defeat is defeat. I brought you back, not to watch you die. Rest now." Without warning, Orochimaru had slithered up to Kimimaro's neck, and with her slender tail lightly tapped his temple. An imperceptible wave of Jinjutsu rippled outward. Kimimaro's eyes rolled back, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Then Orochimaru glided silently back onto Akari's palm. Akari glanced down at her curiously. Well, I never would have guessed. You're surprisingly tender-hearted. Rare to see you treat a subordinate so kindly." Indeed, Orochimaru conceded without hesitation. "Kimimaro is an exceptional young man, unfortunately burdened by the bloodline disease. Even my medical ninjutsu cannot cure it. Let us see then. If captured by Konoha and treated at their hospital, perhaps fortune will finally smile upon him." Of course, though she named the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru's true target was Tsunade, and Akari understood her intent perfectly. "So that's your plan." Staring at the unconscious Kimimaro, Akari suddenly conceived a new idea. "Add one more condition, Orochimaru, give him to me, and I guarantee I'll cure his bloodline disease." "Deal." Among those most sought after by travelers crossing into the Naruto world were Haku and Kimimaro. Haku had slipped beyond Akari's reach, too fleeting, too untimely, and besides, she held no particular fondness for charming boys. But Kimimaro, that truly was a loss worth reversing. Orochimaru paused, thoughtful, as Akari's proposal settled in. Her nature held streaks of selfishness, but her passion for talent was genuine, unwavering. And above all, Orochimaru cherished transformation, despising stagnation. If she could not save Kimimaro herself, perhaps releasing him was the wiser path. She also yearned to witness what storm he might unleash upon this shinobi world. Yet, do you truly have confidence? Absolutely. Akari's certainty was unshaken. Very well. Orochimaru accepted, then Kimimaro is yours. When he awakens, I shall inform him myself. Agreed. From her storage space, Akali withdrew several vials of medicinal elixir and administered them directly into Kimamaro's unconscious mouth. Then she turned to Guy. Master Guy, could you do me a favor? Take him to the Hyuga compound. Tell them it's on my word that they must stabilize his life force immediately. Of course, I'd be honored. But Guy glanced between Akali and the small white serpent resting on her hand, his brow furrowing deeper. He just called her Orochimaru. What exactly is happening here? Yes, that is Orochimaru. I've taken her captive. She is now my summoning beast, though the internal arrangement is rather intricate. Those who understand, understand. Those who don't, I won't elaborate further. Akali replied briskly. So, Master Guy, please take him first. I'll explain everything in due time. Understood. Trusting their prior rapport and the high affinity Akali had cultivated, he hoisted Kimamaro onto his shoulder and vanished in a series of shunshin. Phew. Watching Guy disappear, Akali finally exhaled, quietly marveling at her own foresight. Thankfully, she'd invested time building Guy's trust beforehand. Otherwise, today would have been far more complicated. After all, when Guy dug in his heels, no persuasion in the world could sway him. With Kimamaro secured, Akali now fully intended to seek Hinata. Coordination with the Hyuga clan required her direct consent. From where she stood, she could already see the colossal Shikaku locked in combat with the hapless Gamabunta. Clearly, Naruto's battle was nearing its conclusion. Sensing Hinata's flying thunder god mark, Akali prepared to teleport, when suddenly Orochimaru, who had been resting on her shoulder recovering chakra, lifted her slender serpentine body upright. Her tiny eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The first Hokage's response has vanished, and the second, he has broken free of my control. What? Startled by Orochimaru's muttering, Akali turned sharply, her voice laced with astonishment. What happened? How could he break free? I have no idea, and judging by the sensation, it seems he escaped some time ago. I simply failed to notice, preoccupied as I was with sustaining the first. I thought my chakra had merely recovered, enabling me to heal Kimamaro. Orochimaru's scaled face bore an expression of utter uncharacteristic bafflement. Oh, this is unexpected. Akali faltered. Though disappearance made sense, a ceiling perhaps breaking free. Was Hashirama Senju now preparing for a second life? But how? How was such a thing possible? Akari's mind flashed with unanswered questions. Then, abandoning all concern for Naruto's battlefield, she oriented herself and sprinted toward the remembered location of the first and second Hokage's confrontation. 10 minutes earlier, within Hashirama Senju's forest of death, Tobirama Senju's figure darted at blinding speed among the towering trees. Then, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby trunk, startling Tobirama. Acting purely on instinct, he formed Hand Seal's water release water dragon bullet technique. In the next instant, countless droplets coalesced midair, forming a majestic roaring water dragon that surged toward the source of the noise. Boom. With Tobirama's mastery of water-nature chakra, even the densest wood-clone trunks shattered instantly, revealing Danzo's battered, disheveled form. Whether caught off guard, or simply overwhelmed by Tobirama's speed, Danzo staggered forward, trembling violently, clearly grievously wounded. Opportunity. Tobirama's battle instincts screamed the verdict. Skimming across the flooded ground with a specialized water-walking technique, he closed the distance behind Danzo and drove his razor-sharp kunai downward with lethal precision. But at that very moment, smoke erupted from Danzo's body, revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged face. Sweat glistened across his brow, excitement lit his eyes, and in his hands he held open a large scroll. Sensei, you've fallen for our trap. Secret Art 100 Tool Barrage. Shishishishishi. From the scroll, a torrent of concealed weapons erupted toward Tobirama. Excellent. Tobirama's eyes gleamed with admiration. Yet even as he spoke, his hand seals shifted minutely, and a surge of cerulean chakra flowed into his kunai. With a swift slash, he unleashed a blade of pure water, intercepting every incoming projectile. The water blade did not stop there. It surged onward, unrelenting, toward Hiruzen himself. Under its assault, Hiruzen flailed desperately, his aged frame too slow to react. He seemed wholly unworthy of Tobirama's earlier praise. Yet that praise had never been meant for him. Sensei, don't forget me. One of the kunai Hiruzen had launched suddenly exploded into smoke, revealing Danzo hands already weaving Seal's sexy son brother. A massive wind-release vacuum great ball erupted from Danzo's mouth, its hyper-compressed vortex striking Tobirama with devastating force, obliterating half his body instantly. The remaining half was hurled forward by the wind's momentum, crashing through countless ancient trees before finally coming to rest. Then slowly, painfully, Tobirama's shattered form began to regenerate. Witnessing this, Danzo released a long, relieved breath, and a rare, genuine smile flickered across his sinister face. Truly worthy of being my teacher. even halved in power, unable to employ the flying thunder god, relying solely on instinct, still overwhelmingly formidable. Yet this battle ends today with my victory. Sensei, I must now seal you. Forgive me. Danzo strode forward, seals forming fluidly as he walked, his entire right arm swathed in thick bandages beneath, which gleamed the ominous glint of heavy metallic machinery. Yet the apparatus hindered him not at all. Observing this, Tobarama's eyes flashed, sharp and calculating. As he spoke calmly, Danzo, tell me now about that space-time substitution technique of yours. To be honest, I am deeply fascinated by any space-time substitution jutsu. Ha ha ha, of course. Danzo halted mid-step, his face flickering with momentary shadow before smoothing into practiced composure. For he possessed no such technique, only the forbidden Izanagi. Fortunately, his right arm had been engineered precisely to conceal such secrets. Thus no flaw betrayed itself before Tobarama's gaze. Tobarama had asked earlier, but Danzo had deflected him, promising explanation later. Now with no evasion left, he counted on one final advantage Tobarama would soon be sealed. Well, it is rather like this. Recalling Orochimaru's project report, Danzo prepared to improvise a plausible fabrication. Thus, while weaving seals with one hand and dredging memory with the other, he failed to notice Tobarama's remaining right hand, hidden behind his back, slowly forming a sequence of hand signs. The signs were rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. The exact sequence required to release the impure world reincarnation. Just as Danzo babbled on and reached forward to seal Tobarama, iron fingers clamped around his wrist, arresting its descent. Before Danzo could react, Tobarama vanished in a flash of the flying thunder god, leaving Danzo stunned and hollow-eyed. Huh, where did he go? And was that just now the flying thunder god? Standing in the forest, gazing at the empty ground, Danzo was perplexed. Wasn't this second-generation teacher of the impure world reincarnation able to use the flying thunder god? Why did he suddenly use it now? Could it be that Orochimaru summoned him back? It's not impossible. So did something urgent happen on Orochimaru's end? Danzo stood still, lost in thought. He had never considered that it was Senju Tobarama himself who had lifted the control of the impure world reincarnation. Therefore, he didn't notice that a small inscription had been left on his wrist at some point. Meanwhile, in the rarely visited Senju ancestral hall, the figure of Senju Tobarama appeared. He glanced at the flying thunder god kunai hanging from the beam. Fortunately, I retained this flying thunder god kunai. Senju Tobarama looked around, but is this really the ancestral hall? Why is it so dilapidated? Haven't the clan members cleaned it in all these years? At this moment, Senju Tobarama still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. He merely shook his head and set aside his curiosity, turning his attention to his slowly recovering half-body. I sensed earlier that when my body recovers the control from the summoner would weaken significantly. After attempting it once, it seems to be true. However, that technique of Danzo's. Senju Tobarama's crimson eyes narrowed. Danzo claimed it was a space-time substitution technique, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it was eerily similar to a technique he had studied before. Because of someone, Senju Tobarama had indeed put considerable effort into that technique. Moreover, Danzo's right arm, along with the bandaged eye, gave him an oddly familiar impression. He could have been sealed away just like that, but Danzo's actions made Senju Tobarama want to linger. As the other half of his body completely recovered, Senju Tobarama used the flying thunder god to return to the forest. Danzo! A commanding voice echoed behind Danzo. Master! Danzo shuddered. A sudden fear reminiscent of being caught by a teacher for wrongdoing during his student days surged in his heart. But how could this be possible? He was no longer a student, and his activities were so secretive that even the route had been sealed with a curse mark. How could the second generation know after so many years? Therefore, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet he was all too familiar with the tone of Senju Tobarama. A deadpan poker face revealed chaotic fluctuations like a palette. Suddenly feeling flustered, Danzo slowly turned around, glancing nervously at Senju Tobarama, who had appeared behind him. Master, why did you suddenly disappear? Also, what is your current situation? Danzo asked tentatively. However, Senju Tobarama did not respond immediately. He knew his disciple too well. Danzo's demeanor practically screamed guilt. So Senju Tobarama shot a glare at Mito Menya nearby, who upon noticing the situation began to inch closer. Seeing the look in Senju Tobarama's eyes, Mito Menya instinctively halted his steps and even began to retreat. Seeing this, Danzo's panic intensified. Master, what exactly happened? What exactly happened? Senju Tobarama looked at Danzo, his expression stern, his voice icy. I'll ask you one last time, Danzo, what exactly is that so-called space-time substitution technique of yours? Danzo, I hope you speak the truth and do not force my hand. Danzo. Hearing Senju Tobarama's questioning, Danzo could no longer conceal his inner turmoil, his expression growing exceedingly grim. For ordinary people, it's a matter of 3 strikes. But for someone like Senju Tobarama, It's a matter of one strike and never two. Asking twice indicated that he already had a definite judgment. In other words, it was very likely that Danzo's actions had been exposed. Damn Orochimaru. Danzo cursed fiercely in his heart. Why did you have to leave them with intelligence after summoning the first and second Hokage? At this moment, Orochimaru had turned into Akali's pet snake, making Danzo's curses utterly futile. Faced with the questioning of the impure second Hokage, he could only brace himself. The space-time substitution technique is just the space-time substitution technique. Haha, master, we have no idea what the situation is with the monkey over there. If you have broken free from Orochimaru's control, should we head over to the monkey first? Danzo said while trying to placate Tobirama, edging closer, preparing to seal him by force. Sigh. Senju Tobirama suddenly sighed. Danzo, I am very disappointed. I thought you were still that disciple from the past, albeit a bit darker, but overall, just. But now it seems you have indeed committed some serious wrongs, and not just any wrongs. Danzo halted, a smile more horrid than crying adorned his face. Master, what are you talking about? Everything I do is for the leaf, and I have always acted with a clear conscience. Really, with a clear conscience. Senju Tobirama countered, shaking his head. Danzo, I have given you a chance. You claim to have a clear conscience. Then why in your panic did you not even notice the flying thunder god mark I left on your wrist? As the words fell, Senju Tobirama flickered and closed in on Danzo. In a flash, several explosive tags were attached to Danzo's waist, thighs, and arms. Looking at the explosive tags, Danzo's pupils constricted. Master, is this? That's right, Danzo, this is the technique you were thinking of. I initially thought that if you could confess before Mito left, I would consider lightening your punishment, but now it seems that is not possible. So if you truly have that so-called space-time substitution technique, show it to me. Senju Tobirama raised a finger like a sword. Forbidden technique, mutual explosive tag. With a surge of immense chakra, instantly a multitude of explosive tags were summoned. A vast array of explosive tags surrounded Senju Tobirama and Danzo. Then boom. Boom, 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 boom. A fiercely intense explosion erupted, mirroring Akali's aerial battle in the sky. After several minutes of continuous explosions, Senju Tobirama, whose body was slowly healing, clearly saw Danzo's figure gradually emerge. Amidst the continuous explosions of the explosive tags, Danzo was not unscathed. At this moment, the bandage on Danzo's right eye and the restraints on his right hand had all been blown away. Thus, Senju Tobirama clearly saw the crimson in Danzo's right eye and the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, which was still slowly closing. And this confirmed Senju Tobirama's suspicions. Izanagi. Senju Tobirama sorrowfully closed his crimson eyes. When he opened them again, profound disappointment filled his gaze. Tobirama spoke coldly. I have always believed the Uchiha to be a race born of innate malevolence. Yet now I see your own depravity rivals theirs in every measure. Without question, you have transgressed even the ethical boundaries of my own experiments, Danzo. He turned sharply toward Hamura Mitokado and demanded, Hamura, you are now among Konoha's highest echelons, are you not? How much do you know of Danzo's affairs? Or perhaps, have you yourselves been aiding him? No. We operate with strict division of duties, each manages our own domain. Hamura dared not admit before Senju Tobirama that he had assisted Danzo. As for Danzo, Hamura hesitated, then chose honesty. We knew something, but never imagined his descent into such madness. After you fell in battle, Sarutobi became Hokage while Danzo assumed the role of Hokage advisor. Together, they divided Konoha's governance, one presided over its light, the other over its shadow. Danzo even commanded a clandestine branch, the Root Division, entirely independent from ANBU. Koharu and I merely handled administrative affairs, civil governance, nothing more. We never touched matters of combat or covert operations. Thus we were aware Danzo secretly retained Sharingan eyes after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, but we had no knowledge he had grafted them onto his own limbs. And the one who reanimated you through Edo Tensei, Orochimaru. He was once Danzo's subordinate. Nearly all of Orochimaru's research was funded and directed by Danzo. These arms may well be Orochimaru's own. Is that so? Tobirama's expression softened into quiet realization as Hamura spoke. A master strategist and perceptive mentor, he understood his students profoundly, especially the duality of light and shadow, a principle rooted deeply in his own governance philosophy. Having grasped the posthumous restructuring of Konoha's power, Tobirama could now trace the origins of Danzo's transformation. Yet one question lingered. Why had the change occurred so swiftly? If such corruption stemmed from senility, a ruler's late-life obsession with immortality and extremity born of decay, Tobirama might have comprehended it. But Danzo was clearly not yet so diminished. There remained a missing piece, a crucial fragment of the puzzle. Where is Miru? Is he dead? Tobirama asked abruptly. Yes, master. At the mention of Uchiha Miru, Hamura glanced warily at Danzo before replying. Miru perished during a top-secret mission undertaken with Danzo on the eve of the Second Shinobi World War, in Konoha Year 21. I see. So that explains it. That explains the Uchiha's annihilation. Though Tobarama harbored deep distrust toward the Uchiha, and had laid strategic groundwork against them, he remained above all a dutiful Hokage. The Uchiha were instruments of Konoha's strength wielded deliberately. Yet the principle holds universally: when a man dies, his policies fade with him. Uchiha Miru had committed only the same error made by both Hashirama and Tobarama himself. He died. One question remained. Tobarama fixed his gaze upon Danzo, who had fallen silent the moment the Sharingan revealed itself, and demanded, "Danzo, answer me truthfully, did you kill Miru?" "No," Danzo replied instantly. Hamura's brow furrowed faintly. His own conviction held that Miru's death was inextricably tied to Danzo. Danzo added swiftly, "Yet Miru's death was entwined with me. I could have saved him. I chose not to. For at that time I beheld the power of Izanagi, and I feared it. Though fear was perhaps inaccurate. Not fear alone, but a volatile confluence, envy, dread, greed, and a single fateful lapse in judgment." Danzo continued, "Izanagi originated with Miru." Hamura's brow relaxed. Indeed, Miru's death had stirred great controversy. After all, as Tobarama's disciple and heir apparent to the Hokage title, his status was extraordinary. Had Danzo truly murdered him outright, the Uchiha elders would have uncovered the truth without fail. "You've grown unusually candid, Danzo. For with wisdom such as yours, master, concealment serves no purpose." Tobarama's voice dripped with irony. "Better to speak plainly." Danzo's tone turned icy. His countenance resettled into its familiar impassivity, reclaiming for a moment the austere aura of Konoha's shadow. "Is that so?" Tobarama sneered. "Then tell me, when I tear off your arm and pluck out your eyes, will you bow your head in confession?" Danzo's right eye flared, the three tomo of his Sharingan rotating subtly as they locked onto Tobarama. Now that all had been laid bare, Danzo neither crumbled nor faltered. Whether defiantly resigned or holding some deeper trump card, he declared boldly, "Master, what crime have I committed? The Uchiha's eradication followed your own policy. Moreover, we did not slaughter them ourselves. The police force was massacred by an unknown assailant, while the clan compound fell to Uchiha Itachi. As for Miru, I erred, yes. Yet I never laid hands upon a comrade in violence." And these eyes. Surely the Uchiha, even in death, would find solace knowing their sacrifice still served Konoha. "Thus, master, I have done all for Konoha." Danzo invoked his most enduring creed. As the saying goes, repeat a lie 1,000 times, and falsehood becomes truth. In that moment, Danzo almost appeared noble, righteous, even luminous. Tobarama's gaze flickered briefly, unmoored. But the next instant he steadied himself. Mind seal, activate. Cool chakra surged into his consciousness, purging Danzo's subtle mental influence. "The ocular technique resides in your right eye," Tobarama exclaimed, shocked and enraged. Fortunate he had spent a lifetime opposing the Uchiha, another might have succumbed utterly. Yet even true Uchiha had failed to subdue him. How then could Danzo succeed? His brazen attempt only inflamed Tobarama's fury further. "Danzo, you sicken me with your baseness. I misjudged you utterly." None could fathom the depth of Tobarama's revulsion. For with two more glances, Tobarama discerned the composition of Danzo's right arm. The chakra signature was unmistakable, Hashirama Senju's own cellular tissue. Such an immense quantity implied countless incisions. Hashirama's body must have been entirely dismembered. Though Tobarama himself had conducted studies on his elder brother in life, those were sanctioned, and never approached this level of violation. Danzo was no mere experimenter. He was a habitual desecrator of the dead. Gazing upon this despicable disciple Senju, Tobarama prepared to strike. If the Uchiha clan was the clan of love, capable of loving deeply, grieving profoundly, and descending into madness upon its loss, then the Senju clan's devotion to kin was no less fierce, or otherwise Tsunade would never have been shattered so utterly. Just as Tobarama understood Danzo, in turn knew his revered teacher all too well. "You intend to act, master." Danzo tore away the tattered sleeve from his arm, fully exposing it. In their earlier clash, he had already expended 2 Sharingan eyes and activated Izanagi twice. Within Tobarama's mutual multiplication explosive tags, Danzo sacrificed 4 more Sharingan eyes, only breaking free after obliterating the flying thunder god mark embedded upon his body. Thus 5 Sharingan eyes remained embedded along his right arm, and 1 more in his right eye, granting him 6 chances in total. 6 chances to face a master operating at only half his true power. Victory was possible. From the outset, Danzo had never intended to submit quietly to judgment. Having steeled his resolve, Danzo launched his assault without hesitation. Wind released vacuum serial waves. A barrage of razor-sharp vacuum projectiles surged toward Senju Tobarama like a machine gun's relentless fire. Boom, boom, boom. Towering trees collapsed en masse. Even the dense forest conjured by would release crumbled like parchment before Danzo's full-force wind techniques. Simultaneously, Tobirama began drawing chakra from thin air. Water release, great dam construction. From his massively inflated chest burst forth a cataclysmic deluge. A towering wall of water over 10 meters high materialized in an instant. Though those precise wind blades could cleave through timber, how could they pierce a tsunami-sized rampart? Thus, the elegant wind technique was utterly drowned beneath the overwhelming tide. Crash. The colossal wave crashed down, transforming the forest outskirts of Konoha into an inland lake. And Danzo, who had braced himself for 300 rounds of fierce combat, was instantly swallowed whole by the surging sea. Danzo was unaware of one crucial truth: for those resurrected via impure world reincarnation, chakra was inexhaustible. And Tobirama, less a fire shadow than a water shadow, perhaps even a sea shadow. If offered a bargain trading half his strength for boundless chakra, would he accept? The answer required no speculation. Thus, within the inland lake conjured by Tobirama, Danzo experienced firsthand the sheer disorienting terror of being engulfed by the ocean, helpless adrift. The magnitude of Danzo's struggle inevitably drew the attention of the third Hokage, still locked in battle with the first Hokage elsewhere. A shadow clone sped toward the site to assess the situation. It happened to meet Hamura Midokado Hiden. In a nearby grove not far from the newly formed lake, Hamura recounted the entire sequence in meticulous detail. I see. So that is how it stands. Danzo has done this. Upon hearing Hamura's account, the third Hokage instantly wore an expression of profound anguish. He truly had no inkling of Danzo's descent into such madness, implanting Sharingan eyes into his own body. This act stood in stark contradiction to everything Danzo had previously embodied. You claim to despise the Uchiha, yet you embed their eyes into your flesh. So tell me, do you truly hate the Uchiha? Or do you hate that you are not Uchiha? The third Hokage was stunned, utterly paralyzed. As Danzo had served as his trusted deputy, such machinations unfolding beneath his very gaze rendered implausible any claim of ignorance or non-acquiescence. In the past, Danzo had been the perfect toilet, forever absorbing blame, flawlessly serviceable to everyone else. But now the bowl had overturned. Every ounce of filth accumulated over years now cascaded directly onto the third Hokage himself, inescapable, irremovable. In that moment, the third Hokage grasped with chilling clarity his political demise was imminent, and for a creature of politics, that signaled the end of his existence itself. Yet while the third Hokage accepted his inevitable fate, Hamura did not. Once briefed, Hamura, equally alarmed, asked urgently, "Saru, what do we do now? Master is furious. Even if we extricate ourselves from Danzo's affair, there remains the matter of the Senju." The Senju. At Hamura's words, the third Hokage's expression darkened further, for Hamura's reminder had nearly jolted him awake to a truth he'd almost forgotten: the Senju. Had not the wealth and authority of the Senju clan been systematically devoured by men like them, like a schoolchild facing the final day of summer vacation? For the first time, the third Hokage recoiled from his past self. How absurd he had been. Why had he committed so many missteps, left so many tasks unfinished? Now all would come due, with interest. The third Hokage shook his head bitterly. What choice remains? To err is human, to accept responsibility is honorable. Shall we truly turn on our own master? Unlike Danzo's reckless abandon, the Hokage still cherished his dignity, and though he was already condemned, he refused to become a villain etched in infamy. Yet Hamura still chafed inwardly, so we simply surrender. As members of the same leadership echelon, Danzo's fall would inevitably drag them all down. What else? The third Hokage sighed deeply. Still, I do have one solution. What is it? Hamura asked, voice taut with urgency. Go there, see the first Hokage's wood release. Find a tree you fancy, let it impale you. Die, and no one will pursue you further. His tone edged with irony. Not only will you escape scrutiny, you'll earn a monument. No thank you, Hamura replied, instinctively shrinking back. For men like him, confession was unthinkable, but death paradoxically made penitence seem tolerable. Yet what was spoken idly struck a sudden spark in the speaker himself. Of course, the path of honorable death. Poof. Before Hamura's bewildered gaze, the third Hokage's shadow clone dissolved instantly. Within the wood release domain, another poof echoed as the third Hokage, receiving the clone's memories, stood dazed, only to be kicked violently aside by Hashirama Senju. Watching the third Hokage fly through the air, Hashirama pursued him, calling out, "Saru, what's wrong? Has something happened to Tobirama?" First Hokage. Evading Hashirama's relentless assault, the third Hokage wore a look of deep sorrow, his mind reeling, unsure how to even begin relaying the unspeakable truth. What he now intended was nothing short of sacrilege, yet his resolve had long been sealed. Without answering Hashirama's question, he began weaving hand seals with blinding speed. First Hokage, I beg your pardon. Snake, boar, sheep, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Then clasping his hands together, sealing technique, dead demon, consuming seal. A bone-chilling wind swept across the clearing. In Hashirama's stunned disbelief, the third Hokage lunged forward, seized him, and then a cold spectral hand pierced through the third's abdomen, gripping his soul. It worked. Watching the Shinigami's hand pierce through his own abdomen and seize Hashirama Senju, the third Hokage's face lit up with relief. Guiding the Shinigami's hand, the third Hokage strained with all his might. Then, staring at the motionless hand, he froze in bewilderment. Had he not pulled at all? Why then did the hand refuse to budge? Move, move, move. Move now. No matter how fiercely he exerted himself, the hand gripping Hashirama's soul felt as immovable as a mountain stone anchored deep within the bedrock. Mountains stand unshaken for 10,000 years. How could mere mortal strength dislodge them? Hashirama's voice, laced with quiet curiosity, broke the silence. Sarutobi, what exactly are you doing? First Hokage-sama. Like a child caught red-handed stealing money from his own father, Sarutobi lifted his head, his face burning with mortification. In that instant, he felt less like a Hokage and more like a circus monkey, a clown so absurd, even a deck of playing cards could unearth his identification card. He had anticipated every possible contingency, except this one. Wasn't the dead demon consuming seal the supreme sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Sarutobi, you're using the dead demon consuming seal, aren't you? Mito told me about this jutsu. Indeed, it is formidable, a technique capable of directly binding a soul. Yet it is not omnipotent. At its core, it functions like a spiritual tug-of-war, two souls locked in contest, each straining to pull the other free. Thus, the relative strength of both the caster's and the target's souls is decisive. If the caster lacks sufficient spiritual fortitude, success is far from guaranteed. Otherwise, imagine granting this seal to any ordinary Uzumaki shinobi. If they could trade lives with elite opponents, the Uzumaki would reign unchallenged across the world. The caster's sole advantage lies in being the Shinigami summoner, thus receiving the deity's divine reinforcement. In such a primal contest of souls, an external force can prove pivotal. Yet between you and I, the disparity is too vast. Even with the Shinigami's blessing, you cannot wrench my soul free, even while I am bound by the impure world reincarnation. Moreover, Tobirama developed a technique called the soul binding jutsu. Why bother wrestling for a soul when one can simply seize it outright, snatching it from the Shinigami's grasp? What hope remains for the dead demon consuming seal then? After listening, Sarutobi fell silent, then sighed deeply. So First Hokage-sama, you needn't spell out our gulf so bluntly. It's rather demoralizing. Mentioning this, Sarutobi reflected bitterly on how his current state, the shadowed, weary figure he'd become, was shaped not only by his own choices, but also by the towering legacies of his predecessors. Who was his immediate predecessor? Tobirama Senju, the pinnacle of shinobi intellect, architect of the village system itself. And before him, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi who could subdue even the nine-tails clad in Susanoo with a single gesture. To succeed such figures inevitably invited comparison. But Sarutobi knew his own limits better than anyone. Was he truly fit to be measured against them? A shadow lacking legitimacy must grasp power by any means necessary. What other path remained? He had not been born corrupt. Amid these thoughts, his heart grew heavy. Thankfully, Hashirama possessed no ability to read minds, otherwise he might well have earned 2 sharp slaps. For Sarutobi could neither offer genuine reciprocity nor bargain with sincerity. He resorted only to the crudest methods. And yet he dared complain about Hashirama's overwhelming strength. Hashirama tilted his head, puzzled. Sarutobi, why this sudden drastic action? I saw you dispatch a shadow clone toward Tobirama's location. Has something occurred there? Yes, exactly. Snapping back to awareness, Sarutobi seized the opening Danzo lost. He failed to halt our teacher. To prevent devastation to the village, I had no choice but to act thus. Forgive me, First Hokage-sama. I see. Hashirama nodded, slowly exhaling a long, sorrowful breath. Forgive me. I failed to watch over my brother closely enough. He created the impure world reincarnation, and through it wounded generations to come. To Sarutobi's astonishment, the Shinigami's hand, still embedded within Hashirama's body, suddenly retracted, drawing forth Hashirama's soul with startling ease. That earlier sense of unyielding solidity vanished as if it had never existed. Sarutobi knew the truth that immovability hadn't disappeared. It had been willingly surrendered. Thus spoke the ancient wisdom, a noble man may be deceived, but only according to principle. Joy surged within him, yet his face contorted into anguished grief. First Hokage-sama. Enough. No need for such tearful theatrics. Hashirama even offered gentle reassurance. As the final wisp of azure soul vanished into the Shinigami's maw, Hashirama's reincarnated form gradually faded to ash gray. With the impure world reincarnation dispelled, the vessel beneath revealed the true identity of the shinobi whose body had been commandeered. Sarutobi recognized him instantly. A renowned ronin of the land of fire, near elite jonin in skill, famed for unbreakable defense, and often employed as a bodyguard for nobles. Just days ago, the man had vanished without trace, sparking widespread commotion in Konoha. Sarutobi recalled dispatching numerous teams to search for him, all returning empty-handed. So this was where he'd ended up. Unwittingly crossing paths with Orochimaru, he had become fodder for the impure world reincarnation. Hence his disappearance, neither living nor dead, but stolen beyond sight. At last, a long-standing mystery resolved. But none of this concerns me any longer. All things considered, my story concludes here, safely and with dignity. Wearily, Sarutobi exhaled and leaned against a nearby tree, waiting quietly for the Shinigami to claim his soul. Though he bore the weight of grave misdeeds, his end was peaceful, and he would retain honor and memory. To Sarutobi, that was no small consolation. His aged eyes drifted toward closure. Yet in the final instant before surrendering to darkness, clank, clank, the metallic rasp of armored joints echoed faintly. Instinctively, Sarutobi shifted his gaze sideways, and there in his peripheral vision appeared a pair of feet wrapped in bandages, clad in crimson geta. At the sight of those familiar feet, a sudden surge of vitality flooded his limbs, enough to forcibly anchor his departing soul. Eyes wide, Sarutobi turned fully toward the source. The crimson armor, the Konoha forehead protector, the elongated face crowned with wild black hair. None other than the great First Hokage of Konoha himself. Staring at Hashirama, Sarutobi silently formed 3 question marks in his mind. Had he hallucinated? Hadn't Hashirama just been sealed moments ago? First Hokage-sama, what? Ahaha, Sarutobi, you're still here. The Hashirama scratched the back of his head, laughing heartily, and halted mid-stride. Noting Sarutobi's incredulous wide-eyed stare, Hashirama explained once more. You kept saying Danzo couldn't hold Tobirama back. Danzo couldn't hold Tobirama back, and you just traded places with me. How could Konoha possibly endure? So I grew uneasy. Coincidentally, when you invoked the dead demon consuming seal, the Shinigami grasped me, and in that moment my soul slipped ever so slightly free of the impure world reincarnation's control. Thus, during our earlier conversation, I left behind a wood-release clone to remain behind. Naturally, I understood your concern for Konoha. Rest assured, the impure world reincarnation grants limitless chakra. I retained ample reserves, and even managed to gather some sage chakra in time. Resolving Konoha's present crisis is well within my capability. However, Sarutobi, you've already gone. Hashirama paused mid-sentence. Honestly, just because I'm stepping in to resolve Konoha's troubles, must you depart so dramatically? Glancing at Sarutobi's bulging, unblinking eyes, so wide they seemed ready to burst, he stepped forward and gently closed them. Then, sensing outward, the wood-release clone prepared to intercept Tobirama, only to find him already present, accompanied by 2 others. Turning again, Sarutobi observed Tobirama, his chakra calm, his presence utterly unclouded. There was no trace of foreign control. His gaze fell upon Danzo, right arm severed, right eye gouged out, even the inner 4 symbols seal undone. Then returned to Tobirama, bewildered. Tobirama, what happened here? Me. I broke free. Tobirama replied, equally perplexed. And you, brother? What is your situation? Ah, I see. Earlier, Sarutobi attempted to seal me with the dead demon consuming seal. I allowed it, but in the process I left behind a wood-release clone to manage Konoha's affairs. Tobirama, I'm relieved you regained control. Otherwise we'd have had to spar again after all these years. Hashirama chuckled, wholly unaware of the gravity of the moment. Hearing mention of the dead demon consuming seal, Tobirama's expression hardened, icy, unforgiving. He understood Sarutobi's intent all too well, nothing more than a desperate bid for posthumous glory. Yet Sarutobi underestimated Hashirama's nature, a man as delightfully unpredictable as Naruto himself, capable of turning any plan upside down with a single spontaneous notion. In a strange way, naivety had triumphed over mastery. A Hokage perishing alongside an uncontrolled former Hokage, sealed together, would be hailed as heroic martyrdom. But if that former Hokage remained partially active, leaving behind an unmistakable wood-release clone, then the seal became hollow. Not martyrdom, self-destruction born of guilt. And true to his title as the shinobi doctor, even Sarutobi's suicide was methodical. Summoning the Shinigami ensured his soul would vanish entirely, denying Orochimaru any chance of resurrecting him for judgment. After a final glacial glance at Sarutobi's corpse, Tobirama turned to Hamura Mito. Kato, carry him. We're leaving. Brother, where is Koharu? Koharu. I sealed her with would release over there, Hashirama said, gesturing casually. Let's go. I have questions for her. The four set off in search of Koharu Uchiha, and arrived just as Akari reached her. Second Hokage, and first Hokage? Akari gasped. The second Hokage made sense, but hadn't the first Hokage's impure world reincarnation been dispelled? Why was he still standing here? Akari glanced at Orochimaru. He shook his head, his narrow eyes equally stunned. He had no answer either. Useless snake. You know nothing, understand nothing. With that barb tossed aside, Akari approached the two Hokage. Hashirama and Tobirama in turn recognized her. You're the girl who appeared earlier. Weren't you pursuing Orochimaru and the third Kazekage? Where are they? I slew the third Kazekage, Akari replied nonchalantly. As for Orochimaru, isn't she right here? She raised her hand, like a child proudly displaying a new toy, revealing her latest pet snake. Yet the creature coiled upon her palm defied such a simple label. Huh. Staring at the delicate, handsome, white serpent, Akari called Orochimaru, even Koharu and Hamura blinked twice, bewildered. Could it be, just possibly, that Orochimaru was a name, not a species? Ding! An emotional resonance surged within Koharu. Ding! Hamura's spirit flared likewise. Ding! Tobirama's reaction registered quieter but distinct. Simultaneously, Tobirama's emotional resonance chimed. Unlike the others, his shock was muted. Not because he lacked perception, but because Danzo's exhaustive intelligence briefings had long since acquainted him with Orochimaru's research lineage. Among the three, only Tobirama truly grasped the significance of what lay before them. In the next heartbeat, Tobirama vanished, reappearing instantly before Akari, hand darting toward the serpent in her grip. Yet astonishingly, the impossible unfolded. The moment Tobirama materialized, Akari withdrew Orochimaru in one fluid motion and vanished, only to reappear behind Tobirama in perfect synchrony. Her long cross-shaped sickle rested lightly across his shoulders. Her voice cool and unwavering. What are you doing? This is my snake. Don't think of taking it. Even as the second Hokage, I won't yield it to you. Ding! Koharu's emotional resonance spiked. Ding! Hamura's surged anew. Koharu and Hamura exchanged stunned glances. To evade Tobirama's lightning strike and counter with superior speed was a feat that defied belief. Even Hashirama raised an eyebrow in admiration. Remarkable speed. What a striking young woman. He called out warmly, Tobirama, speak plainly. I sense this girl bears no ill will. Even if she were an enemy, you still couldn't catch her. Can't catch her? Tobirama turned, skepticism etched across his features. Of course, Hashirama Senju declared with unshakable confidence. If you doubt me, test it yourself. Oomph. Tobirama Senju snorted coldly and turned away, his simmering frustration intensifying. Though he was but half as powerful as his elder brother Hashirama, and further weakened by the impure world reincarnation, he could not deny the youthful vitality radiating from Akari. Her smooth collagen-rich skin and innate adolescent vigor suggested she was no older than 12 or 13. When had he ever failed to apprehend a girl of 12 or 13? Spurred by Hashirama's provocation, Tobirama steeled himself and launched several flying thunder god kunai. With a resigned roll of her eyes toward Hashirama, Akari had no choice but to respond in kind. She hurled her own kunai, black silhouettes clashing midair with sharp rhythmic clangs. Yet just as both sets of kunai began descending, Tobirama suddenly flung another kunai, striking the airborne cluster with precise force. Clang, 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 clang. A cascade of impacts shattered the formation, scattering the kunai in all directions. Coincidence or design? Amidst the chaotic dispersal, three kunai seamlessly resumed their original trajectory, hurtling straight toward Akari. Akari leapt backward, evading the lethal arc, her expression alight with astonishment. The Uchiha Shuriken technique. Altering a weapon's flight path midair through sheer precision. This was unmistakably an Uchiha hallmark. And yet wasn't Tobirama Senju famously hostile toward the Uchiha? How then had he mastered their signature art? Hardly mastery, merely practical refinements. Tobirama's voice materialized behind her. Were this truly the Uchiha's technique, every single kunai would now be bearing down on you. As he spoke, Tobirama gripped a flying thunder god kunai in one hand and reached for Akari's shoulder with the other. In the next instant, to Tobirama's stunned disbelief, Akari vanished soundlessly from before him, just as he had appeared silently behind her. Nearby, Akari retrieved one of the three kunai Tobirama had sent her moments earlier and held it up, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. I see. Had this been an Uchiha's doing, they'd never have returned my kunai alongside theirs. The flying thunder god. Noting Akari's unmistakable implication, Tobirama abandoned further combat and turned to his elder brother. You sensed it too? This girl wields my technique. How did you deduce that? The flying thunder god left no outward trace, its very essence lay in stealth. Yet Hashirama had perceived it instantly. A flicker of unease crossed Tobarama's face. The flying thunder god possessed no known vulnerability, yet here was proof of one. Ha ha ha. Anticipating his younger brother's concern, Hashirama threw back his head and laughed, then unveiled the truth. Of course not, Tobarama. What defines the flying thunder god? I sense Senjutsu chakra upon this girl. Unusual, yet unmistakable. She remains immersed in sage mode, even now. Thus I concluded you could not seize a sage, not in your present state. You're far too impatient, Tobarama. Though I know not what trials you've endured, your condition is clearly unstable. His expression turning grave, Hashirama urged earnestly, calm yourself, Tobarama. Flustered by the rebuke, Tobarama's rigid posture softened, genuinely. For he too recognized his own lack of composure. Just moments earlier, needing answers from Orochimaru, he should have spoken plainly, not lunged to seize him outright. My apologies, Junior. Tobarama addressed Akali directly. Orochimaru is in your custody, correct? I require certain answers from her, but rest assured she remains your prize. His demeanor remained courteous. Truly, Orochimaru embodied calamity itself. Tobarama would have detained or prosecuted him without hesitation. Yet Akari's extraordinary prowess compelled restraint. Still, strength alone impressed him little. He had witnessed countless prodigies. Even his brother stood unrivaled across the world. But a girl of 12 or 13 wielding such power. That was unprecedented. Is that so? Akali exchanged a glance with Orochimaru in her grasp, seeking her counsel. Orochimaru gave a delicate nod of her serpentine head. It is my profound honor to converse with the second Hokage. With Akari's consent, Orochimaru slithered onto Tobarama's shoulder. Accompanied by elders Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, Tobarama immediately commenced his interrogation. With two veteran elders present, the third Hokage's missteps became glaringly evident. With Orochimaru's testimony, Danzo's darkest machinations were fully exposed, granting Tobarama rapid comprehensive insight into Konoha's recent history. Unsurprisingly, this revelation brought no joy. So Akali activated the flying thunder god, vanishing in an instant to stand beside Hinata. After escorting the exhausted Hinata home following a day of fierce combat, Akari's Konoha collapse officially concluded. Yet she soon regretted departing so hastily. The return of Konoha's legendary first and second Hokage sent shockwaves throughout the village. The first Hokage, though awe-inspiring, remained largely symbolic, a singular nuclear-level deterrent, a beloved mascot. But the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Corruption. Eliminated. Incompetence. Step aside, others will act. Strike action. Dismissed. The multiple shadow clone technique ensures work continues, whether you participate or not. From the very day the Konoha collapse ended, edicts and purges rained down relentlessly from the Hokage Tower. Promotions, punishments, executions, alliances, reforms. The full spectrum of governance wielded with ruthless efficiency. Even Root, the shadowy faction whose influence lingered through 5 successive Hokage generations, was dismantled overnight upon Tobarama's return, its remnants absorbed under his direct command. Elders Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado were stripped of rank and forced to forfeit illicit gains. The Uchiha clan's assets were seized and liquidated. Senior members of the Sarutobi clan faced rigorous accountability. The reclaimed resources were funneled directly into rebuilding the village, from infrastructure to grassroots support. With astonishing speed, astonishing even to Akali, the village's atmosphere transformed from stagnant lethargy to vibrant, pulsing vitality, merely by exchanging one Hokage for another. Some zealous young shinobi even championed the rallying cry, "Make Konoha great again." Yet to Akali, Konoha had already reclaimed its greatness the moment Tobarama assumed leadership. In the ensuing days following a series of inscrutable political maneuvers, Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaka Nara, representing their respective clans, were appointed as new village elders and Hokage advisors. One elder seat remained deliberately vacant, reserved for a future candidate worthy of the title. It was a promise, a potent one, distinguishing aspiration from stagnation. Under Tobarama's sweeping reforms, both clanborn and civilian shinobi alike displayed unprecedented zeal and engagement. Clans and civilians alike, equally prioritized. For I am Tobarama Senju. So this is Tobarama Senju. What do you mean? Zhu Yuanzhang, opening the late Ming Dynasty scenario. Having witnessed Konoha's metamorphosis unfold in its entirety, Akali could only offer that awestruck exclamation. Yet, just as she believed Tobarama's Hansen stewardship during peacetime had pushed Konoha's surrealism to its apex, something even more extraordinary occurred. What? You mean you've been taken as a disciple by the second Hokage? Konoha. Akari's living room. Staring at the exhilarated Sasuke before her, Akali experienced for the first time a complete collapse of facial composure. Where was the innately malevolent Uchiha boy she remembered? How could one person's words and deeds shift so drastically between scenes? Akali tugged absently at her ponytail, feeling the tug of hair against her scalp, and wore the exact expression captured in the subway elderly man smartphone meme. Yeah, so what? Sasuke felt no empathy for Akari's shock. Instead, he continued animated. Moreover, the second Hokage, no master, has spoken with me. Due to the parasitic rule of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, Konoha grievously wronged the Uchiha clan. Now he has uncovered the truth. The Uchiha massacre was orchestrated entirely by Danzo, who deliberately severed ties between the clan and the village. And Itachi acted solely because they threatened me. With the truth revealed, Itachi erred, but his crime does not warrant death. Next master will issue a summons for Itachi's return, so we may rebuild the Uchiha together. Accordingly, the Uchiha assets previously usurped by those two are now wholly restored to me. Master has even arranged a marriage for me, with a kunoichi from the Senju clan. For the Senju too suffered under those two tyrants. Thus unity between Senju and Uchiha is imperative, and my union with Sister Chiho embodies that bond. Master also emphasized that reviving a clan requires not only strength, but numbers. Given my youth, I shall marry Chiho first. Later I'll take additional wives to expand our lineage. I can wait, but Itachi cannot evade his duty. Once he returns, each clan will introduce him to a suitable match, ensuring he atones properly for his past transgressions. Hee. Itachi. A sly, knowing smile played across Sasuke's lips, as if envisioning his formerly aloof, stoic elder brother flustered amid a circle of elegant women. He failed to notice that, overwhelmed by this torrent of revelations, Akari's eyes had spiraled into concentric circles, and her Rinnegan had activated. She was quite literally unconscious. Wait, hold on. Akali interrupted, urgently massaging her temples. There's too much, let's address it step by step. Though she said so, Akali merely tossed out a hurried, wait for me, before vanishing via Flying Thunder God. She reappeared instantly in the Hokage Tower, Mission Assignment Division. Akali, what brings you here? Hinata lifted her weary face from towering stacks of paperwork. With Hayashi's promotion, the entire Hyuga clan had benefited substantially. As the publicly acknowledged heiress, Hinata had been assigned duties, including reviewing submitted missions before forwarding them to Hayashi for final judgment. Typically, mission oversight, a domain tightly linked to village finances, fell exclusively under the Hokage's purview. Yet Tobirama had ceded it entirely, evidence of his extraordinary resolve. Seeing Hinata's exhaustion, Akali felt genuine sorrow. She rarely disturbed Hinata, knowing how demanding her schedule was. Yet this matter was urgent, and she trusted no one else. Urgent business, Akali declared swiftly, grasping Hinata's hand and activating the Flying Thunder God once more. They reappeared in a narrow alley near Akari's home. Akali chose not to return home directly. Some matters must remain hidden from Sasuke. Hinata, please activate your Byakugan. Examine Sasuke's brain carefully. Is there any foreign chakra present? Akali pressed urgently, any foreign chakra in Sasuke's brain. Hinata visibly startled at the request. Yet that was precisely why Akali sought her. Though astonished and perplexed, Hinata asked no questions, only activated her Byakugan without delay. Within the monochrome vision, Sasuke's form appeared. After scrutinizing his cerebral structure intently, Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and shook her head. None. I'm certain. Of course, if you're convinced Sasuke is being manipulated, it may be an advanced secret technique. The Byakugan perceives only surface chakra flow. In that case, he'd need to be restrained for deeper examination. Hinata added thoughtfully. Right, I understand. Thank you, Hinata. Relief washed over Akali. Given Sasuke's constant references to master, she'd feared he'd fallen victim to Tsukuyomi's infinite. Yet clearly his cognition remained unaltered. So how had Tobirama achieved this near-mind control effect? Hadn't Sakura pursued him relentlessly before finally winning him over? How then had Tobirama's simple introduction of a fiancé secured immediate compliance? Akali escorted Hinata back to her office, then returned to the living room. There she discovered the answer: a photograph of Sister Chiho, which Sasuke had carefully preserved in his inner pocket. It was a small square portrait, delicately kept. Studying it, Akali fell into deep, prolonged contemplation, for the face was hauntingly familiar. Because the photograph looked like this. Wait a moment. Uttering those words once more, Akali vanished again. At the Uchiha compound, in Sasuke's bedroom, Akali began searching. It was impolite, but necessity overrode etiquette. There she unearthed a slightly yellowed family portrait. She glanced at the photo. The family portrait. Akali. She understood. No wonder Sister Chiho looked so familiar. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke's mother. After all, what man could refuse a woman who mirrored his own mother? Char Aznable could not. Neither could Sasuke. All right. Akali set down the family portrait, fully understanding Sasuke's situation. Though puzzled by the uncanny similarities in this world, thoughts of Noera Rin and that disciple from the sand village Yukura made Akali less surprised. One must admit Akali truly admired the arrangements made by Senju Tobarama, as the second Hokage understood the essence of targeted solutions. What Sasuke cared about revolved around Naruto's strength, his brother, the hatred of his clan, and the reconstruction of the Uchiha. Now he had a renowned master like Senju Tobarama to guide him. His brother was pardoned by the second Hokage. As for the clan's hatred, Danzo was sentenced to execution by Sasuke, and the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, as well as the likes of Tenten and Mitomenka, all paid the price. Finally, with the support of the second Hokage, the reconstruction of the Uchiha clan entered a simplified phase. At 12 years old, while Sasuke matured considerably with Akali's help, perhaps it was precisely because of this maturity that he found it easier to accept these sugar-coated bullets. In Akali's view, the only flaw lay with his brother, though upon reflection it felt quite normal. Sasuke's attitude towards Uchiha Itachi was never that of a deeply ingrained enemy. Typically, when one considers an enemy, thoughts revolve around how to kill them, not rushing in with shouts and screams. Rushing in with shouts does not equate to revenge, it is merely an emotional outburst. The brotherly bond within the Uchiha clan still holds some weight. Deep down, Sasuke might have always been unwilling to believe that Itachi had annihilated their clan. Now that there was a notion that Itachi acted under coercion, Sasuke immediately accepted it. However, even setting aside his brother, and just considering the conditions regardless of others, Akali believed she would agree. The second Hokage offered too much. The entire wealth of the clan which had been confiscated was to be returned. What does that signify? It means that the gains from the second Hokage's confiscation and restructuring might require giving away 2/3. Moreover, he was even offering a wife. Offering a wife, offering a wife, offering a wife. This point should be emphasized 3 times. According to Sasuke's description, the wife arranged by the second Hokage would be a traditional matriarch, and she would even help Sasuke take multiple wives. What a perfect crystal palace. Tisk. Akali, filled with jealousy, bit her handkerchief. She thought that with her influence, Sakura was obviously not close to Sasuke, and Hinata had long been taken away by her. It seemed Sasuke would only be able to live his life with Naruto. No way, I need to go back and interrogate Sasuke thoroughly. Like a university student who learned that their good friend was now dating Akali, used the Flying Thunder God technique to return, eager to inquire about Sasuke's sister Chizuru. However, after the initial excited sharing during Akali's absence, Sasuke's mind had already cooled down, and he realized the seriousness of the situation. What was Akali thinking, showing a picture of his beautiful fiancée to her, the queen of all females? Looking at Akali, Sasuke instinctively took half a step back, revealing a look of resistance. Seeing this, Akali was initially puzzled, then furious. What is that expression? Why did you take a step back? Akali slammed her hand on the table, saying, "A brother's wife cannot be wronged. Even children understand this principle. Do you think I wouldn't know? You are slandering and insulting my pure character." This. Under Akali's scolding, Sasuke felt embarrassed. He thought carefully, and it seemed to make sense. "I'm sorry, Akali." Sasuke sincerely apologized. Seeing Sasuke apologize, Akali did not pursue the matter further. However, regarding the previous topic, Akali still had some questions. By the way, are there still people from the Senju clan in Konoha? Yes. For this, Sasuke had quite a say. It's just that under the persecution of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the current Senju clan has almost withdrawn from the ranks of combat ninjas and turned to education and medical work. Moreover, since the Senju clan does not prohibit intermarriage and advocates for free love, the number of ninjas with talent is also decreasing. Therefore, to most combat ninjas, it seems as if the Senju have simply vanished. I see. Akali nodded. Indeed, it is impossible for the Senju clan to completely disappear. After all, the Senju are not the Uchiha, and the third Hokage and Danzo would not be so ruthless. Even when a dynasty falls, the next dynasty must support the royal family of the previous generation to demonstrate their benevolence, right? Supporting them, but not allowing them to possess military power, seems quite reasonable. This aligns with the original work. The little sister from the Konohamaru Corps, Meng Huang, is a natural would-release bloodline wielder. Well, I have no problems then. Akali shook her head, her expression somewhat peculiar. After all, she had captured Orochimaru, and now Sasuke was the second Hokage's disciple, making the original story entirely different. It was quite impressive. Originally, Akali was contemplating leaving after passing the Chunin exams, as her strength had reached certain limits to explore the vast ninja world. But it seems that Akali can stay a bit longer in Konoha to see what else Senju Tobarama can do. By the way, you didn't come just to tell me you became the second Hokage's disciple, did you? Thinking about the future, Akali casually asked. Ah, yes, that's right. Oh, I indeed came to find you for a reason. Sasuke's expression gradually became serious. But looking at Sasuke, Akali unexpectedly felt a warm sunlight on her face. Akali looked out the window in confusion. Is it sunny? No. It seemed that the previous battles in Konoha had been so intense that it had been gloomy for the past few days, constantly drizzling. Now it had stopped raining, but the clouds remained thick. Akali turned to Sasuke, who had been interrupted. You continue. I've already reclaimed the Uchiha's assets, and starting tomorrow, I will begin special training with my teacher. Sasuke's demeanor was reserved. So Akali, let's end the magazine shoot here. Please don't come looking for me again. I'm afraid Chizuru might misunderstand. Now he was a person of status, a disciple of the second Hokage, the head of the Uchiha clan, and he even had a fiancée. So how could he continue appearing in those risque magazines? Would he still be able to mix in those circles? Oh, looking at Sasuke like this, Akali stretched her voice, so that's why I suddenly felt like it was sunny. It turns out it wasn't sunny, but rather you were shining. You said you wanted to withdraw, right? Akali's smile was radiant. Gulp. Sasuke suddenly swallowed, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He took another half step back. What do you want to do? Heh. Akali let out a cold laugh, rummaging through her ninja tool pouch, as if she was about to draw a weapon. Guess. This. Sasuke dared not guess, as Akali's demeanor suggested she might not be just joking. Ding. Sasuke's emotional value, 999. In the end, Sasuke still couldn't escape from Akali's grasp. Of course, Akali didn't resort to bindings or blunt force. She was above such tactics. Now that Konoha was harmonious and the second Hokage had taken office, how could such things happen? Akali merely pulled out a stack of photographs and said a single sentence. Sasuke, you wouldn't want your sister Chiharu to see these photos, would you? As for what kind of photos they were, there was nothing particularly special about them. They were just pictures of Sasuke in women's clothing after he transformed back from his disguise. Seeing these photographs, Sasuke naturally fell to his knees in shock. Akali, you schemed against me. Forced to sign a truce and agree to 3 film contracts, Sasuke left in a huff, throwing out one last remark. You think you can outsmart me? You're too young. Akali tucked the photos away. What she didn't reveal to Sasuke was that these photos were merely a small trump card in her hand. She had even more attached private message. Photos, videos with audio, everything you could imagine. Of course, Sasuke would never take such photos, but who could blame Akali for having a shapeshifter who was highly skilled and willing to prank Sasuke? Unfortunately, Naruto had been with Jiraiya searching for Tsunade these past few days, and since the second Hokage didn't know how long his reanimation state could last, preparations had to be made for Konoha. Otherwise, Akali could have taken the photos right then. After sending Sasuke off, Akali's senses picked up that a marker had been activated. With a flying thunder god technique, she arrived at a tree next to the Hokage building in an instant, where a small white snake was quietly waiting on a branch. Taking the small white snake into her hands, Akali casually asked, "Have you finished talking with the second Hokage?" "Yes." The small white snake replied in a melodious female voice. "How did it go?" "I agreed to stay in Konoha," the small white snake answered. "Oh." Akali's eyes lit up. "But you're not a rogue ninja, and you just attacked the village, right?" "That's correct," the small white snake replied. "Orochimaru is indeed a rogue ninja, and just attacked the village, a serious crime. But Orochimaru is male. What does that have to do with me, the head of Konoha's scientific department, by Sue? Do you mean to say you will assume a female identity?" Akali understood. "Yes," the small white snake nodded again. "After the conclusion of our agreement, I will remain in Konoha. I also want to see what Konoha will become in the future." Wow. Akali was very impressed. Truly, the second Hokage was remarkable. He even accepted Orochimaru to strengthen Konoha's power. Indeed, Orochimaru sighed deeply as well. Why wasn't her teacher the second Hokage, but rather the clueless third Hokage? It turned out that Orochimaru still had feelings for the third, but after conversing with the second, whatever remnants of emotion, he had vanished entirely. In Orochimaru's eyes, the third Hokage had contributed to his growth until now. But now, looking back, the third Hokage, raised under the second's guidance, had become what he was today, achieving success, not solely due to his own efforts. What kind of ninjutsu professor is this? A professor with no original ninjutsu of his own. At the same time, looking at Akali, Orochimaru reminded her, "By the way, you should be aware that the second Hokage is a very decisive person. He has been consolidating power lately, even promoting Maru Hoshikage to become a shinobi. These days, the medical department has been repairing Maru Hoshikage's aging and depleted body. So now that I've finished my discussion, I should be looking for you soon." "I see." Akali nodded seriously, indicating she understood. Since even the elderly Maru Hoshikage was being reactivated, it seemed the second Hokage was indeed a bit anxious. This was quite normal, as in recent days, aside from internal reforms, Konoha had also faced external pressures, with spies from the other 3 major ninja villages coming one after another. Clearly, for the other ninja villages, the rule of the third Hokage with a lack of continuity and disunity was the best scenario for a half-alive Konoha. No one wanted to see the second Hokage who had made Konoha great truly rise from the underworld and restore Konoha to its former glory. The current generation relying on the past, recklessly manipulating the souls of the deceased, and not allowing anyone rest, even after Senju Tobarama's death, such discourse had reached Akali's ears. Of course, with the pressure from the ninja world, there was also the indispensable probing by White Zetsu. These days, Akali had clearly sensed an increase in White Zetsu's activity underground. Next, even if the three major ninja villages did not take action, Akatsuki and Obito might also strike, specifically targeting the resurrected second Hokage. A storm is brewing, letting Orochimaru remain on his own Akali's side. Then she opened the lottery panel that she hadn't touched in a while. After Jiraiya's and Konoha's collapse, Akali's emotional value had reached an astonishing 400,000. She hadn't drawn earlier because it wasn't necessary and she still needed to digest her power. But now that the world situation was turbulent, it was time for another round of draws. System initiate 20 draws for emotional value. Ding. Detected host command emotional value lottery starting. Ding. Congratulations host, you have drawn Great Annihilation, Shadow Torrent, Cherry Blossom, Massacre, Battlefield Heroism, Dissuading Authority, Intentional Strike, Powerful Skull Splitter, Awe-Inspiring, Sight, Thunderous Prison, Phantom Step, Secret Technique, Compassionate Soulfall. As a dazzling array of lottery animations played out, the new round of prizes emerged. However, looking at these familiar names, Akali couldn't help but cheer. Yet despite drawing 20 times, the rewards stopped at 11, as if the system had frozen. But system frozen? System, what's going on? Akali questioned in her mind. The system did not respond. Moments later, just when Akali thought the system had crashed, the system's voice finally appeared. Ding. Detected that the host's power has reached its limit. System update in progress. Lottery temporarily suspended. Advanced emotional value lottery activated. Teammate panel unlocked. Ding. The system has now returned to normal, inquiring if the host wishes to continue with 10 more emotional value draws. To continue or not this? Looking at the system update message, Akali hesitated as the updates seemed very important at first glance. First, explain what Advanced Emotional Value Lottery and Teammate Panel mean. Advanced Emotional Value Lottery. Since I've drawn everything, how much higher can it go for me? The electronic voice of the system quietly echoed in Akali's heart. After a moment, Akali understood. In past lotteries, she had indeed obtained some good things, such as passives from the Eternal Thunder and the Ice Phoenix, as well as the passive from the Wind Girl. However, these things did not provide her with significant improvements. The passive from Eternal Thunder filled Akali's lightning attributes, while the Wind Girl's passive filled her wind attributes. The problem is, in Valoran, Eternal Thunder is a deity, and so is the Wind Girl. How could their abilities only provide such minimal enhancements? In fact, in the past, Akali's personal attribute enhancements were achieved through equipment obtained from monetary lotteries. But this was incorrect, as emotional value is inherently a higher-level lottery. Even if Akali did not rely on monetary lotteries and depended solely on emotional value, it should be enough to enhance her abilities. However, in the past, ordinary emotional value lotteries had limits, providing only so much. But now it is different. Advanced emotional lotteries have crossed boundaries. Whether it be demigod star spirits or ascendants, as long as they are drawn, they will bestow Akali with their true power. This is the advanced nature of advanced emotional lotteries. As for the teammate panels, that is quite simple. Akali is able to see the panels of those who have high favorability towards her and can serve as teammates, knowing their current status. Moreover, Akali can also impart the abilities she has mastered to her teammates. This impartation is backed by the system, making it far more direct and essential than ordinary teaching. As long as the learning conditions are met, anyone willing to learn can do so. So are you saying that if I want to, I can still cultivate a faction now? That seems meaningless. However, having this ability is still good. She can help boost Hinata's strength. And with the teammate panel, in case she goes out and Hinata encounters danger and cannot notify her through Flying Thunder, God Akali can know through the panel and return. The same goes for the Windflower and Little Snow. Currently, there are no issues with Windflower and Little Snow because she is in the remote snow country far away from the ninja world as a minor actress. However, that could change, as someone might uncover the connection between the two. After organizing this system update, Akali once again looked at the paused lottery interface. Should I draw again? Forget it, let's draw. System conduct 10 emotional value draws for me. Currently, Akali still has 300,000 emotional value. Drawing 10 times will still leave her with 200,000, and she still needs 800,000 to reach 1,000,000. After the collapse of Konoha, Akali is about to enter a period of accumulating emotional value. Since that's the case, having 10,000 more or less makes little difference, and skills that she cannot use can still be taught to others, so there is no problem. What if she draws something good? As Akali made her decision, the results of the new lottery appeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining through emotional value lottery skill Thunderstrike skill Dragon, Tail Sweep passive Mirror Flower Water Moon skill Shadow Mirage skill, Counter Storm Summoner skill, Healing Summoner skill Clarity, Rune Slightly Magical Shoes Rune, Perfect Timing Rune Storm, Gathering Rune Biscuit Delivery. Oh, I really drew something good. Looking at the rune, named Storm Gathering, Akali felt a jolt of excitement. After all, the effect of Storm Gathering is to enhance attack or ability power over time, which is perfect for her. Even if the other runes drawn this time are somewhat useless, it doesn't matter. By the way, can the stopwatch and magical shoes be gifted? Not to mention this stopwatch actually looks pretty good. Playing with the golden blue pocket watch in her hand, Akali planned to give Hinata a little surprise. However, the next day, before Akali could go find Hinata, the Umbu of the second Hokage found her first. Akali opened the door and saw a familiar face. Yosai, did you successfully change jobs? Looking at Sai outside her door, Akali was quite surprised. Hee, Miss Akali, please don't make fun of me. Speaking of his current situation, even Sai showed a hint of helplessness. It's only natural for Lord Second Hokage, as Lord Danzo's teacher, to take over Lord Danzo's roots. What kind of job change is that? Indeed. Akali nodded in agreement. For someone like her who has traversed, if she were to deal with Danzo, it would require a lot of effort. However, dealing with Hashirama Senju would be different. With just the law, she could easily defeat Danzo, a true father defeating his son. After chatting for a bit, Sai resumed a serious tone. Miss Akali, please follow me. The second Hokage wants to see you. Let's go. Akali was quite eager. After all, this was her first formal meeting with the Hokage. Originally, Akali thought her first formal meeting would be with the third Hokage, where there might be some scheming and verbal sparring. As it turned out, well, now the third Hokage and Danzo were both out of the picture, leaving Hashirama Senju to deal with. Following Sei's lead, Akali walked towards the outskirts of Konoha. The traces of people on both sides of the road grew fewer, while the signs of nature increased. Just as Akali was wondering if Sai was trying to find a place to eliminate her, he stopped in his tracks. We have arrived. Akali looked up to see a series of somewhat dark buildings in the dense forest rising and falling with the terrain. From the atmosphere, this was definitely a secret base from Danzo. Are you sure about this? Akali questioned with uncertainty. Yes, I am sure. Sai nodded. Please follow me. Sai walked ahead, stepping into the building. The two first passed through a layer of barrier, then entered a room experiencing a highly advanced and systematic cleaning and disinfection process. At this point, Akali realized she had misunderstood Danzo. This was actually Orochimaru's research base originally, in Konoha, which had first been the second Hokage's research base. Finally, Akali successfully stepped into the interior of the building and arrived in front of a small room. Creak. The heavy small door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Akali touched the door and sensed it, discovering that it was actually a lead door. Please go in, Miss Akali. Sei's voice rang out. Akali, now I really want to ask, why is the room in the laboratory so carefully sealed? Is there some issue? However, since she was already here and thinking about the remnants of Danzo, even if there was a need for revenge, it shouldn't be directed at her. Thus, Akali stepped into the room. Bang! The heavy door behind her closed and locked, sealing tightly, creating a sudden sense of heaviness. Akali was shocked to discover that this small room was completely sealed with no air circulation. If someone outside used a space-sealing ninjutsu, then even Akali's flying thunder god would not get her out. What does this mean? Are they really trying to set me up? Akali was baffled. Fortunately, her night vision ability was very strong, and in the shadows, she felt right at home. Aside from being momentarily distracted by the strange atmosphere here, Akali quickly noticed a flying thunder god kunai deliberately placed on the ground. Akali understood. She picked up the flying thunder god kunai and input some chakra. The next second, with a crisp sound of armor, Hashirama Senju appeared beside Akali. Don't resist, or I will take you away. Hashirama Senju grasped Akali's shoulder, and they were momentarily engulfed in a blur. A still enclosed, but significantly brighter and more populated room appeared before Akali. It was clear that Hashirama Senju must frequently come here. What is going on? Why is this so mysterious? Akali was not quite understanding. There's no other choice. The situation is not optimistic. Hashirama Senju had a serious expression. But let's talk about that later. For now, you should look at this. Hashirama Senju gestured for Akali to look at the table. Alright. Akali approached the table, eager to see what kind of trick Hashirama Senju was playing. However, there wasn't much on the table, just a registration form for Jonin. From ninja numbers to profile pictures, even the Hokage office's seal and Hashirama Sanja's signature were all included. Such good treatment. Akali exclaimed. This is what you deserve. Hashirama Senju said, in Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, you single-handedly faced Orochimaru and the third Kazekage and defeated them. Your strength and contributions are worthy of this Jonin title. Is that so? Akali picked up the Jonin registration form and closely examined it. Since Hashirama Senju was so straightforward, Akali directly stated, "Just to be clear, I am someone who values freedom. If I don't want to, I won't listen to commands from the Hokage. So for me, it doesn't matter whether I become a Jonin or a Chunin. Compared to dull tasks, I prefer to engage in something interesting." "I understand." Hashirama Senju nodded again. Akali was surprised to see Hashirama Senju's acceptance of her stance, which was beyond her expectations. Hehe. Seeing Akali like this, Hashirama Senju chuckled, "Don't confuse me with Hiruzen, little girl. I am not the kind who needs to control everything. I will not eliminate those I cannot control. You were born in Konoha, raised in Konoha. Your relatives and friends are all in Konoha. If Konoha truly encounters danger, how could you possibly stand by idly? Moreover, you said that you wouldn't listen to commands only when unwilling, which means we can actually negotiate. And as a ninja, you will need to take on missions to earn money, right?" As he spoke, Hashirama Senju spread his hands, revealing a cunning expression. "You are not like Orochimaru. You want completely abandon these things. Indeed, it seems you have already investigated me beforehand." Akali understood Hashirama Senju's thoughts. In fact, he was quite right. Honestly, Akali quite liked his attitude. Everything should be laid bare. What's the point of scheming back and forth? I agree to your terms. Akali swiftly signed the Jonin registration form. Then she tossed the Jonin registration form onto the table. "Now, you should tell me why you had to be so cautious just to meet." Yes. Hashirama Senju carefully stored the Jonin registration form. "The reason for being so cautious is because to be precise, my elder brother discovered something. That is, Konoha is currently under the full surveillance of a mysterious force. A peculiar creature is hidden in the great trees and the flower pots by the streets and beneath our feet." Watching Konoha. Huh. Hearing Hashirama Senju's words, Akali was dumbfounded. How did this description sound so familiar? Isn't this Obito's doing? After the first and second Hokages returned, even Obito was discovered. This is too powerful. However, looking at Akali, Hashirama Senju clearly misunderstood. "You are also surprised and find it incredible, right? But alas, my brother's judgment is trustworthy. Konoha is indeed being monitored. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to meet you?" Hashirama Senju gestured around. To meet Akali, he specially arranged a lead house that those creatures couldn't penetrate. Indeed. Akali nodded. Obito is indeed troublesome. However, she still did not understand how did the first Hokage discover this mysterious creature. It doesn't make sense that the first Hokage couldn't discover it while alive, yet it could be found after death through Edo Tensei. It's like this. Hashirama Senju began to explain. After a while, Akali understood. It was still about Danzo. Danzo had cloned a large number of cells from Hashirama Senju for his own use, right? And Hashirama Senju, in order to clarify how many of his own cells Danzo had used as well as to collect chakra to maintain his would clone, developed a technique specifically to find his flesh and blood. Thus, this search led to the discovery. The thing called Obito, Akali knew all too well. It was cultivated from the first Hokage's flesh and blood. At this point, Akali roughly understood Hashirama Senju's intentions. "You want to capture that kind of creature?" "That's right." Hashirama Senju nodded again. "Regarding that mysterious creature, my brother and I devised a plan to capture them without anyone noticing." "How will you catch them?" Akali asked. She knew Obito well. Each individual could communicate with each other, and if one disappeared, the others would instantly know. Moreover, they were inherently elusive, making capture extremely difficult. Simple. The wisdom sparkled in Hashirama Senju's crimson eyes. "A few days ago, Itachi Sasuke's older brother contacted us through code. He is currently within a mysterious organization, and due to the changes in Konoha, he will soon return to Konoha to probe. During the experiments conducted by my brother and me, we discovered that those creatures are intelligent. They tend to gather in larger groups. At that time, you will do this, and that." The next day, the gloomy rain clouds that had shrouded Konoha for nearly a week finally released their last drop of rain, revealing a refreshing blue sky with white clouds. The fierce autumn tiger under Konoha's stable climate dissipated before even starting to show its might. A comfortable, cool breeze blew gently, accompanied by the tinkling of wind chimes. Two mysterious figures cloaked in black robes and hats passed through the heavily damaged barrier set by the Umbu, arriving at the bustling streets of Konoha. Wow, is this Mr. Itachi's hometown? It's truly prosperous. Looking at the small two-story houses and the uniformly styled street architecture, Kisame couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Konoha, the Mist Village is far behind. There's no need to belittle yourself. Isn't Mist Village under a new Mizukage now? I've heard the new Mizukage is quite good, Itachi Uchiha said calmly. Terumi Meha. Indeed impressive. A charming figure flashed in Kisame's black and white shark-like eyes. As a genius of Mist Village in the same era, Kisame had certainly crossed paths with Terumi Mei. If he hadn't defected and continued working in the Umbu, who knows who would have ended up as Mizukage. However, since he had left, those matters were now in the past for Kisame. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Kisame said, But among the current Mizukage Terumi, Mei is good, yet she can't compare to the resurrected Hokage of Konoha, Kenshi. The legendary second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama, who laid the foundation of the ninja village system. Apart from Konoha, all other ninja villages are merely poor imitations. Excitement flashed in Kisame's eyes. Hey, I really want to see how he fights. Oh, I've heard the second Hokage's water techniques are even more formidable than the Mizukage's. As luck would have it, being the Jinchuriki of the tailless beast, Kisame also excelled in water techniques. Mr. Itachi, do you think we will encounter the second Hokage this time? Kisame looked at his teammate, his fearsome shark face filled with a thirst for battle. However, facing the excited Kisame, Itachi Uchiha did not say yes or no. Calm down, Kisame, you're too excited, he said softly. This time the leader's mission for us is to confirm whether the second Hokage of Konoha has truly been resurrected and to assess the situation in Konoha. Although a great battle is bound to occur, we also have a reconnaissance role. We can't expose ourselves too quickly. Kisame paused and lowered his head. Sorry, I got too excited. It's fine to just calm down. Itachi Uchiha did not press further. So Itachi, what should we do now? Is there a place where we can see many Konoha ninjas to determine their status? Kisame asked. After listening to Kisame, Itachi Uchiha fell silent for a moment before nodding lightly. Of course there are such places. Itachi Uchiha led the way. Moments later they arrived at a dango shop marked by its three-colored dumplings. Taking a bite of the dumpling that Itachi Uchiha had treated him to, Kisame found it overwhelmingly sweet. Feeling a bit dejected, he put down the dumpling in his hand and helplessly scraped the sticky rice dumpling stuck to his teeth. This stuff is way too sweet. Can anyone really enjoy this? And Itachi, aren't we here to check on Konoha's current status? How come we're just sitting here eating dumplings? Looking at Itachi Uchiha, who had already quietly eaten over a dozen skewers of dumplings, although Itachi's face remained expressionless, Kisame, who knew him well, could sense that Itachi was actually in a pretty good mood. Kisame suddenly asked, Itachi, you wouldn't want to eat, would you? Of course not. Itachi Uchiha calmly set down the skewer he was holding with a tranquil expression, elegantly taking out a napkin to wipe his mouth. Really? Kisame still had his doubts. Absolutely. Itachi Uchiha nodded. Though his expression was perfectly controlled, Kisame, being the type of person he was, relied not only on rational judgment, but also on intuition. Reason requires evidence, but intuition does not. So Itachi Uchiha quickly threw out a topic to divert Kisame's attention. While you were completely absorbed in the dumplings, I've already grasped the situation in Konoha. Hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, Kisame wore a bewildered expression, as if he had zoned out during a math class for a minute. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What is the teacher talking about? Itachi Uchiha continued, haven't you noticed? This dango shop is quite old, but the decor is exquisite, the quality is excellent, and the overall style is very comfortable, which means this is a high-end dango shop. Such dango shops are usually too expensive, so they mainly cater to female ninjas and some wealthy young ladies. So do you understand now? Itachi Uchiha posed the question to Kisame. At this point, with the specific details clarified, Kisame's brain finally engaged. I see, so that means the customers here are generally wealthy people, but wealthy people usually only frequent stable environments. Since Konoha has just been attacked, it can't be considered stable, yet they are still active here, which means Konoha has given them confidence. Exactly. Itachi Uchiha nodded. And that's not all. He gestured around. Haven't you noticed how many female ninjas there are here? In the ninja world, female ninjas are actually a precious resource. After all, the aptitude of a ninja is a real thing. The combination of excellent males and females often results in even more outstanding offspring. Even if the next generation isn't as exceptional as Itachi Uchiha's genetic mutation, at least they can continue the talents of ninjas. Heritage is especially important for ninja villages, which are composed of individual ninjas. Therefore, unless in the most critical moments, no ninja village would ever use up their female ninja resources on a large scale. Thus, the current status of female ninjas in a village can to some extent indicate the status of that ninja village. And the female ninjas in Konoha right now are evidently quite relaxed. Wealthy individuals can still be active due to confidence. It's not easy to judge specifics, but the situation with female ninjas is very straightforward. I see indeed. Having understood the convoluted reasoning, Kisame glanced around, noticing various beautiful female ninjas, some delicate, some heroic, some charming, and some hot, effectively cleansing his eyes that had been tainted by the demons of Mist Village. A look of slight nostalgia appeared on Kisame's face. The female ninjas of Konoha are truly stunning. If only I had. Well, I mean, for an ordinary ninja, being able to take one home would be quite nice. Each one is so vibrant and intelligent, their offspring's aptitude must be excellent. No wonder they could raise someone like Mr. Itachi. As he spoke, seemingly triggered by some switch, Kisame eagerly began observing the female ninjas in the dango shop, evaluating the potential aptitude of their future children. While looking around, a figure clad in tight black pants, particularly well-rounded and perky, caught Kisame's eye. Oh, as if discovering a new continent, Kisame pointed. Itachi, look at that female ninja. Though she seems a bit young by my judgment, she would make a great mother. I remember that among the Uchiha, it's just you and your brother left, right? It's a shame if such an excellent Sharingan line dies out. How about we take her back and raise her for a few years so she can give you a few chubby kids? Excited Kisame spoke bluntly. However, he, being more of a combat-oriented type with lower perception, did not notice that with his words the air in the dango shop suddenly turned icy. Then, who was that figure instantly singled out by Kisame's gaze? A young woman with a naturally curvaceous silhouette, slender, yet taut legs, clad in a KDA ensemble that bared her narrow waist, and whose white crop top accentuated a tantalizing décolletage. Hardly had Akali stepped into the dango shop when Kisame's voice reached her ears, prompting her to halt abruptly. Behind her, Sakura, Hinata, Ino, and Tintin likewise came to an immediate stop. What is it, Akali? Hinata asked, puzzled. Nothing much, just a situation I've noticed. Facing Hinata, Akari's sullen expression melted away, replaced by a warm, radiant smile. Hinata, could you please escort Sakura and the others away for now, to seek their respective Jonin sensei? To find the Jonin sensei. Understood. Seeing Akari's uncharacteristic gravity, Hinata's delicate features tightened with solemnity. She nodded firmly and led the others away. As Hinata and the girls vanished around the street corner, Akali turned back and re-entered the shop. She had never imagined that a simple outing with her closest friends would bring her face-to-face with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Originally, Akali had no intention of intervening. Per Hashirama Senju's designated contingency plan, she was merely a reserve force, meant to remain on standby until summoned by elite Jonin like Kakashi, who carried Flying Thunder God Kunai. What do you mean? Take you back to bear several robust sons? Akali strode deliberately to the far corner of the dango shop and seated herself directly at Kisame and Itachi's table. What do you want? Kisame and Itachi both tensed visibly at Akari's sudden appearance. Nothing in particular. Just thought two distinguished gentlemen looked rather lonely. So I wondered, would you like to play together? A faint coquettish smile flickered across Akari's lips. Play together. Kisame furrowed his brow, then studied Akali more closely. Her youthful face contrasted sharply with her bold, mature attire. A subtle understanding dawned. His brows relaxed. With an impatient wave, Kisame snapped, enough. Get lost. I'm not interested in someone like you. Not interested. As if startled, Akali lowered her head, her expression suddenly timid and heartrendingly vulnerable. A few male shinobi in the shop, drawn by the commotion, turned their gazes toward the table. TCH. Women, what a nuisance. Kisame muttered, his irritation deepening. He'd hoped for a quiet moment. Time to assess the situation discreetly before moving on. Yet Akari's unexpected arrival had thrust them instantly into the spotlight. Itachi, we're leaving. Kisame glanced at his companion, but Itachi did not respond. From the moment Akali arrived until now, he had remained utterly still, his gaze fixed unwavering upon her. Itachi, you wouldn't possibly. Kisame wore a look of genuine confusion, when suddenly a long-buried intelligence report surfaced in his memory. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father, had reportedly fallen for his future wife Uchiha Mikoto while she was still only in her teens, and secured their betrothal then. So, was Itachi truly the pride of the Uchiha, inheriting every trait of his father, including this predilection for youth? Kisame drew a sharp breath, feeling his entire perception of Itachi shift, just slightly, but undeniably. Still, it was merely a fondness for beauty. No harm in that. After all, what's wrong with a man of stature indulging in refined charm? Through the thick lens of his unwavering admiration for Itachi, Kisame swiftly reframed the matter. Itachi, if you truly wish. Kisame began suggesting they pause the mission, let Itachi attend to his personal affairs first. But Itachi, unaware of Kisame's rapid mental detour and indifferent to his words, remained silent. For at that very instant Akali shed her facade entirely, her grin widening into something fierce, unrestrained, and utterly defiant. Leave. Didn't you just say I'm ideal for childbearing? That you take me home to raise several sturdy sons? Well, here I am. Why don't you seize me now? Ding. Kisame's emotional resonance 999. Kisame's expression shifted instantly. He'd spoken quietly, intentionally low enough that only Itachi could hear. Had he raised his voice, attention would have been drawn immediately. Yet even that hushed tone had been overheard. Could this girl, whom he dismissed as merely a soft-edged novice, be hiding formidable strength? Kisame focused his chakra sense, and instantly perceived it beneath Akari's calm exterior surged a vast, perfectly concealed reservoir of chakra, a palpable, overwhelming aura of danger flooding his instincts. Ding! Kisame's emotional resonance, 9,999. Shock rippled through him, but so too did exhilaration. I see. Another Itachi then. Konoha truly breeds prodigies in abundance. Now, I genuinely feel tempted to take you with me after all. Of course he knew full well those were empty words. To be discovered by Konoha's elite shinobi on Konoha soil would be a grave complication. Fortunately, years of covert operations within Kirigakure's ANBU had honed Kisame's instincts. He instantly grasped precisely how to proceed. Kisame turned to Itachi. Itachi, your call. Leave, Itachi replied, terse and decisive. With twin flashes of shadow, the two vanished from the shop, Akari darting after them without hesitation. At their speed, barely a minute passed before they crossed Konoha's bustling streets and emerged into a tranquil, secluded grove. You actually dared follow us here. Kisame hefted Samahata from his back, eyes locked on Akari. Itachi, may I test her first? Fine. Itachi nodded. Unfamiliar with this rising star, he saw merit in letting Kisame gauge her capabilities first. Though he walked a double path, Itachi's methods of misdirection were varied, and time was not of the essence. Moreover, this visit served multiple objectives. Under Itachi's watchful gaze, Kisame advanced slowly toward Akari. Akari casually flexed her fists, determined to confront Vodka first, then face Jin in final combat, thereby fulfilling Senju Hashirama's strategic directive. Yet she remained unaware the reinforcements she anticipated would never arrive. Meanwhile, beside a quiet river on the outskirts of Konoha, Asuma Sotobi frowned deeply, staring at the silver-haired man before him, whose gleaming blood-red scythe shimmered in the dappled light. I should have pierced his heart, yet he stands unharmed. Why? Kakashi, did you discern anything? No. Kakashi, Sharingan activated, shook his head gravely. You struck his heart, precisely. And yet, he remains unscathed. Shall we withdraw? This target can be reassigned. Others have priority missions. Red asked cautiously. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Red exchanged a single-weighted glance, then reached their decision. We'll split up. Divide the troops. Asuma said. Kakashi, and I will stay while Hong and Kai go to Akali. Might Guy and Sunset Hong nodded in succession. Asuma's arrangement was very reasonable. Although Hong's Jinjutsu was slightly weaker compared to Uchiha, Itachi's the presence of Akali filled the gap in combat power. Immediately, Might Guy and Sunset Hong were about to teleport away. But how could Kakuzu let them go? This time the changes in Konoha were too significant, not to mention the return of Senju Tobarama. It was said that Senju Hashirama was also back. Kakuzu had long boasted about challenging the first Hokage, but such words could fool his brothers, not himself. The strength of the god of shinobi, the new era's ninja, didn't he know that? Let's put it this way, based on Kakuzu's judgment, even if their unpredictable leader fought against the first Hokage, it would at most be a 60-40 split, with Senju Hashirama having the upper hand. So when Pain said he wanted to send someone to test Konoha, Kakuzu immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement, successfully transforming the probing duo of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame into a four-person team with himself and Haiden. In order to better assess Konoha's strength, these Konoha Jounin certainly could not leave. Kakuzu struck immediately and with full force. Two masks crawled up his shoulders, their mouths painted in fiery red and emerald green. Then they opened their mouths. Wind-style pressure damage. Fire-style head hard work. A high-pressure wind ball filled with a sense of destruction and a blazing white fireball flew out together. The head hard work fell to the ground after a short flight, exploding into a raging sea of fire, while the pressure damage followed closely behind, merging into it. Then, just like a rocket engine injecting fresh fuel, the surging sea of fire transformed into a wave. At that moment, the high temperature distorting the air, and a scorching heat wave rushed towards them. Looking at such a combined wind and fire ninjutsu, Kakashi and the others' expressions turned grave. To accommodate the less adept Might Guy and Sunset Hong, Kakashi and Asuma stepped forward together to form seals. Earth-style earth flow. What? The actions of the two forming seals suddenly came to a halt. Because at that moment a series of unknown black threads burst forth from the ground before them, directly binding their hands and feet. Clearly this was Kakuzu's hidden hand, cleverly using the surging flames to escape Kakashi and Asuma's perception concealed beneath the scorching hot ground. Kakashi and Asuma realized. But by the time they understood, it was already too late. In a battle between masters, even a moment's pause could be fatal. In just an instant, the surging sea of fire overwhelmed the four of them. Did we succeed? Looking at the area completely covered in flames, Haiden showed a look of surprise. Is this all the Konoha Jounin can do? I was still thinking of holding a grand ceremony for the evil god. Not yet. Kakuzu shook his head, slowly retracting the earth grudge fear that had drilled into the ground. From the broken end of the earth grudge sphere, very obvious, violent tugging marks could be seen. Clearly at the last moment someone had timely intervened and broken the bindings of the earth grudge sphere. Saying this, Kakuzu turned his head to look aside. There might guy with green chakra flames emanating from his body slowly set Asuma and Kakashi down. Clearly it was Might Guy who had helped the two escape at the last moment. Tiska Taijutsu Ninja. Am not very interested in your heart, Kakuzu said ominously. However, Might Guy always ignored provocations. He looked at the two he had released. Are you okay? I'm fine, Kai, your rescue was timely, Kakashi and Asuma said. However, this person, the few of them looked towards Kakuzu again. To be honest, Kakuzu, who had revealed the earth grudge fear mode, was really hard to be understood as human. His shoulders bore dense black threads while his wrists and ankles revealed very obvious stitching marks with numerous black threads that had previously bound Asuma and Kakashi protruding from them. In this form, it seemed as if Kakuzu merely wore a layer of skin over the black threads. His true body was indeed the black threads within. Of course, saying this isn't entirely wrong, as Kakuzu's true body can indeed be said to be the earth grudge fear. However, regardless of what Kakuzu's true body was, one fact lay before them. That is, before they broke through these two monsters, it seemed there was no way to escape. There's no other choice. Kakashi exchanged glances with the others and came to a decision. Let's deal with this first. Charge. With a light shout, Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy rushed forward, with Might Guy leading the charge. Are they coming together? Three Jounin standing at the peak of the ninja village surrounded them, and even Kakuzu felt immense pressure. This combination could truly kill him. Fortunately, Kakuzu was not without helpers. Hayden, come block Might Guy for me. Kakuzu looked to the side, wanting Hayden to intercept Might Guy, as he found Might Guy to be the biggest threat among Kakashi's group. But when Kakuzu looked at Hayden, he discovered that Hayden's expression was excited, but his eyes were hollow, clearly under the effect of Jinjutsu. At this moment, Kakuzu remembered that the Konoha Jounin sent to intercept them were not just 3 but 4. However, for him, the Jinjutsu user Sunset Hong posed no threat, and thus he overlooked her. This useless fool. Seeing Hayden under Jinjutsu control, Kakuzu couldn't help but curse. Given the urgency of the situation, Kakuzu didn't bother to help Hayden break free from the Jinjutsu. Instead, he controlled the earth grudge fear within him to grow wildly, forming 2 black ropes that grabbed Hayden and directly used Hayden as a projectile to throw him at the incoming Kakashi and the others. What? Seeing Hayden, who was clearly still under Jinjutsu control, being thrown over, Kakashi and the others were utterly bewildered. Because Kakuzu's action could be deemed as betraying his teammate, who throws their teammate to act as a shield in a fight. However, since Kakuzu had thrown Hayden over, Kakashi, Asuma, and the others did not hold back. Raikiri. Wind Style Emerald Gale. Night Phoenix. The Raikiri blade, the Wind Style Chakra blade, and the Fiery Kick all landed on Hayden. Puff. Hayden was instantly pierced by the attacks coming from all sides. We took one down. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others showed joy. However, that hurts. The intense pain awakened Hayden. Just now I wasn't like this, it's Jinjutsu. Hayden instantly understood what had happened. Then grabbing Kakashi's hand that had pierced into him and Asuma's blade, Hayden revealed a sinister smile. Just now you all enjoyed hitting me, didn't you? What the hell? With his head kicked askew by Akai, his heart pierced by Kakashi, and his abdomen completely split open by Asuma, with intestines and organs spilling everywhere, it truly astonished Kakashi and the others that Hayden was still able to move. This was the first time they had seen such a tenacious creature. However, some people only panicked when faced with a ghost. Yet others, when confronted with a ghost, would become even fiercer. Lightning Cutter. Wind Release Emerald Gale. The extinguished lightning in Kakashi's hand flared back to life, while Asuma also channeled his chakra, and the chakra blade of Fuyuka regenerated. The two broke free from Hayden's restraint and coordinated their attack on Hayden's sturdy cervical vertebrae. Crack. With a crisp sound, Hayden's neck was completely severed, and his slick-back head fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at Hayden like this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. With his head severed, he should be dead, right? However, there was no time to mourn for his own lost head, for as soon as Hayden hit the ground, he shouted, "Damn it! How could you cut off my head? How am I supposed to offer praise to Lord Jashin now? Kisame, Kisame, quickly put my head back on. In the end, this is all your fault for drawing fire on me. Kisame." Hayden's complaint sounded like a little widow abandoned by a scumbag. However, at this moment, Kakashi and the others were already left speechless. Looking at Hayden, the group was filled with confusion and disbelief. Still alive, they couldn't understand. How can this person withstand so much? However, being seasoned Jonin, they reasoned that if he could survive a shattered heart and a severed head, then surely blowing his head to bits or turning him to ashes would do the trick right. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette. Kakashi Kai stepped back. Fire Release Ash Pile Burning. Asuma exhaled a plume of high-temperature smoke that instantly enveloped Haiden. However, just as the high-temperature smoke surrounded Haiden, a voice shouted, "Shut up." Two palms with long black lines shot into the smoke and pulled Haiden out directly. Meanwhile, during the brief time Haiden was occupied, Kisame had completed his ninjutsu preparation. For masks of wind, fire, lightning, and earth floated above his back. Wind release pressure damage. Fire release head hardship. Lightning release false darkness. Earth release earth dragon bullet. Another wave of ninjutsu struck. In an instant, the wind fanned the flames, the fire borrowed the wind's strength accompanied by the sound of thunder, and the earth bullet crashed down. The fierce ninjutsu barrage overwhelmed Kakashi and the others. And when Kakashi and the others finally re-emerged from the chaos, Kisame had already completed the reconstruction of Haiden, who appeared before them completely unharmed. Kisame was serious about leaving Kakashi and the others behind. "I see. Since there's no reinforcements, I'll just come myself." Akali set down the Parker in her hand. The pug wearing the Konoha headband glanced at the shark-faced Kisame, its little tail quivering, and quickly ran off. And looking at Parker, who was running away, a notification chimed, ding, 999 from Kisame's emotional value. "What's up with this woman?" Kisame's expression turned sour, because Akali simply used one hand to hold her scythe and caught his heavy slash, which he was using both hands to deliver with his samahata. Moreover, she did so with considerable ease. Kisame was baffled. Since just arriving in this small forest, he and Akali had been exchanging blows with physical techniques for a while. At the start, Akali was somewhat flustered as she faced the chakra absorption and sharp slicing of samahata. After all, aside from the uniqueness of samahata itself, it was also a heavy sword, while Akali's scythe and halberd were a bit shorter. And as someone who could engage in hand-to-hand combat with might, Kisame's physical prowess was formidable. However, upon realizing the disparity in weapon attributes, Akali quickly made adjustments. Once she activated her Sage mode, she merely changed her appearance to a golden glow, and Kisame instantly realized what it meant to be at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Kisame truly couldn't comprehend why someone could transform so dramatically just by changing their color scheme. And sometimes it was unwise to confront an incomprehensible enemy. Haiden, using all his strength to push Akali away with samahata, Kisame retreated to seek support from Itachi the Super Brain. "Itachi, have you noticed anything about her? Why does she change so much just by switching colors?" Well, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in Itachi's crimson Sharingan as he organized his thoughts. "To you it seems like she merely changed colors. But through my Sharingan it appears that she has gained a tremendous amount of chakra which envelopes and enhances her, hence the effect." "Your subsequent words." Itachi's suggestion halted as he frowned. "My." Kisame's attention shifted back to Akali, and he was shaken. For at this moment Akali had actually tossed aside the scythe in her hand and was casually moving her hands, performing elegant finger exercises. Then, seeming to notice the gazes of Kisame and Itachi, Akali beckoned to the two. The meaning was clear. Akali was preparing to fight both Kisame and Itachi barehanded. This guy. Kisame clenched his teeth. It was usually hard for him to show emotional fluctuations, but this time he was genuinely furious at Akali's arrogance. "Barehanded, huh? Fine, fine." Kisame hoisted samahata once more. "If I don't chop off those pretty little hands of yours as trophies, I won't even be able to read my name backwards." "Wait, Kisame." Before Itachi could finish his warning, boom. Kisame stomped heavily on the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball. At that moment, the living samahata seemed to sense its master's emotions, its spikes stretching out like a shark opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. However, before Kisame's samahata could land on Akali, she swiftly dodged and executed an incredibly rapid wrestling slide, directly lifting Kisame and pinning him to her shoulder. In that instant, Kisame felt he was no longer the infamous tailless beast, but rather like an ordinary sack. Ding, 9999 from Kisame's emotional value. Akali's voice echoed in his ear. "Smash him." Thus, in the astonished gaze of Uchiha Itachi, the previously aggressive Kisame was hurled towards him by Akali. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. He quickly formed 6 hand signs, and then uttered, "Fire-style peony blossom red." Several small fireballs enveloping shurikens traced a graceful arc. If Akali did not release Kisame, these fireballs would accurately be controlled to land on her after avoiding Kisame. However, something unexpected happened to Uchiha Itachi. Facing his fire style as a Uchiha, Akali did not dodge at all. Boom, 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 boom. The exquisite peony blossom red struck Akali, bursting into a series of crimson flames. Yet the intense fire could not break through Akali's magical resistance, and the sharp shurikens could not pierce her skin. Soon the flames dissipated and the shurikens shattered, transforming into a golden mist that enveloped Akali's body. "Wait, golden mist." Looking at the rapidly accumulating aura of magnificence around Akali Uchiha, Itachi finally realized the trouble. But it was too late to escape now. Uchiha Itachi quickly recognized how wrong it was for a fragile assassin like him to stand behind a tanky ally. Akali descended holding Kisame. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant the ground within 100 meters shattered and collapsed, revealing a round pit with a dense spiderweb pattern. The crumbling earth acted like knives, destroying everything within, creating shockwaves comparable to an 8th-grade earthquake that spread in all directions. Even Uchiha Itachi could not protect himself under such shockwaves. So, Uchiha Itachi infused his eye power into his eyes. The scarlet Freedomo spun rapidly before merging into a single point, forming a blood-red windmill pattern. Not only that, the moment the kaleidoscope appeared, Uchiha Itachi simultaneously activated the ocular technique in both eyes with deep red chakra, forming a skeletal frame. Susanoo. Bang! The astonishing shockwave was blocked by the solid Susanoo. If Akali in Sage Mode was a version counter to Kisame, then Susanoo was undoubtedly the answer to that counter. Watching Uchiha Itachi successfully protect himself with Susanoo, Akali raised an eyebrow. I admit your Susanoo is quite formidable, but how will you respond if I unleash my charged punch? Moi. In Uchiha Itachi's puzzled gaze, Akali assumed a strange charging stance. The unsettling golden mist he had previously seen was now highly concentrated. A strong sense of crisis surged. In a daze, Uchiha Itachi seemed to see his proud Susanoo being punched through, and under the impact of the golden fist, both Kisame and he turned into dust. And Uchiha Itachi suddenly remembered. That's right, Kisame. He hurriedly looked towards the center of the pit, where he currently was. After being thrown by Akali, Kisame was buried up to his upper body, with only his 2 legs weakly standing upright. If an ordinary person saw this, they would undoubtedly think it was hopeless and wait to die. But Uchiha Itachi knew Kisame well enough to feel that he still had a chance. However, even if Kisame was tough enough to survive an astonishing strike, another charged punch would definitely not end well. So at this moment, Uchiha Itachi could not even escape, because fleeing would mean Kisame's death. Helpless, Uchiha Itachi groaned. Enduring intense pain, he squeezed his ocular power once more. The first stage of Susanoo, which was only ribs, rapidly grew, finally transforming into a semi-transparent fired skeleton with a complete upper body. The semi-transparent skeleton protected both Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, Akali also swung her fist. A golden punch burst forth, shattering trees and turning the soil to dust, ultimately crashing down with tremendous force onto the intersecting skeletal arms of Uchiha Itachi Susanoo. Crack, 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 crack. The unsettling sound of breaking spread. Then to Uchiha Itachi's shock, the arm of his Susanoo shattered. Bang! The relentless punch struck the ribs of Susanoo with such force that it sent both it and Uchiha Itachi flying back several meters. It was akin to an ordinary person wearing a bulletproof vest and getting shot. The vest might stop the bullet, but it couldn't withstand the impact it brought. The impact hit Uchiha Itachi's lungs, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Susanoo that had barely maintained its form also dissipated, leaving Uchiha Itachi's expression instantly weary. However, despite his fatigue, he would not forget that they were still not out of danger. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Itachi grabbed Kisame by the collar and began to perform the body flicker technique, hoping to escape from the disaster that was Akali. But Uchiha Itachi was already weak, and with a person in tow, how could he outrun Akali? Did I say you could leave? A cold voice came, and a burst of golden light enveloped the small hands that could serve as top-tier models like those from Kira Yashikage. Under the pressure of Uchiha Itachi's might, Akali's hands itched with eagerness to fight. At the same time, she seemed to show off the scale of her chest, making a motion resembling an expansion exercise. In the next second, Akali brought her outstretched arms together, and with her movement, an immense suction force pulled on Uchiha Itachi's black robe adorned with red clouds, drawing both him and Kisame toward Akali. In an instant, the relatively slender Akali defied logic and grasped the obviously taller Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Oh no, a knot formed in Uchiha Itachi's heart. He vividly remembered Kisame's situation. If Akali unleashed another astonishing strike, would he not be dusted on the spot? But these eyes were not passed on to Sasuke. How could he die? With a resolve for desperation, Uchiha Itachi's left eye spun with a blood-red windmill. True heroes kill their enemies with their eyes. Tsukuyami. A stream of blood flowed from his eye socket, dripping to the ground. Akali was momentarily dazed, and the next second, she found herself in an endless illusionary space. Within this illusionary space, Akali's perspective rose markedly. Glancing left and right, she found herself bound to a cruciform frame. Tsukuyami. So this is Tsukuyami. Gazing up at the blood-red sky and ink-black clouds, Akali realized her predicament. Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow, deeply startled. In this world, intelligence regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan should still be closely guarded. Of course, I mean it's just the Mangekyo's ocular technique. What's so extraordinary about that? Akali spoke with utter nonchalance, and even seized the opportunity to probe for intelligence in this Tsukuyomi realm. Time and space are said to obey your sole command, allowing victims to endure 72 hours in an instant. Is that true? You know even that. Itachi's frown deepened further as he pondered its source. Could the second Hokage have revealed it to you? As the Uchiha's ancient rivals, the Senju possessing knowledge of the Mangekyo was hardly surprising. You're mistaken. Akali's tone lifted lightly as she shook her head. Each Mangekyo's ocular techniques are unique. Identical abilities may awaken by chance, but no one can guarantee it. Rather than risk conveying misleading information, silence is wiser. Even if I simply know. Is that so? As Akali spoke, the three tomo in Itachi's eyes rotated slowly. Then, abandoning further contemplation, he formed a kunai in his hand, clearly preparing to strike. Witnessing this, Akali reacted with genuine astonishment. You're attacking already. I assumed you'd have something to say to me first. There's nothing to say, Itachi replied coldly. I will not remain in Konoha. Earlier, Itachi had exchanged coded messages with Tobirama Senju. Tobirama's intent was clear. Itachi would surrender himself to Konoha, his past transgressions erased entirely. A promise he'd also made to Sasuke when accepting him as his disciple. Yet for Itachi, these eyes had to belong to Sasuke alone. Merely remaining in Konoha, peaceful, unblemished, would render them utterly unacceptable to Sasuke. Moreover, Itachi harbored no desire to stay in Konoha. His hands were stained with blood. Thus, delivering intelligence to Konoha was merely an act of notification, nothing more. Within the world of Tsukuyomi, Itachi began his customary Tsukuyomi declaration. Observing his demeanor, Akali instantly grasped his intention. You still refuse to return. You've already ordained Sasuke's future. Is that truly for his sake? As an outsider, I cannot judge. Nor can I say whether Sasuke even needs such sacrifice. Still, I stand with Sasuke. At those words, mercury bands flared to life. A silvery radiance enveloped Akali, and the cruciform restraints dissolved effortlessly. Akali landed gracefully upon the ground, then stretched languidly. So this is the Tsukuyomi world. Tell me, can you fully control all five senses? What about pleasure? Can you manipulate that too? Itachi, shall we strike a bargain? Truth be told, gazing upon Tsukuyomi, Akali had conceived a daring notion. To her, Itachi's Tsukuyomi remained overly conservative. Pain after prolonged exposure inevitably numbs the senses. Even 72 uninterrupted hours of blade thrusts upon the human body would yield diminishing returns. Pleasure, however, was different, especially if executed with Kakashilevel precision. 72 hours, multiplied across countless clones layered and amplified without end. One might well sear the mind to ash, leaving behind only a babbling, untouchable husk. Alas, Itachi, the youth who slew his own beloved, was utterly incapable of following Akali's whistling runaway train logic. What on earth is this? Even Itachi Uchiha, famed for his composure, instinctively recoiled 2 steps, stunned. How did you break free? Nothing to explain, I just activated it. Akali shrugged, utterly unembarrassed. Returning to our earlier topic, let's make a deal, Itachi Uchiha. Your clan possesses the Fuinjutsu of transcription, do you not? I'd like a Tsukuyomi of my own. I find the technique rather delightful. What do you say? Agree, and I'll spare you this time. Naturally, I know Mangekyo techniques exact a heavy toll upon you. No matter, I have something excellent. Within this mental realm, Akali quickly discerned the method, and manifested right in her palm an everlasting wool sandwich cookie. Her cookie reserves had been scarce before, and steadily dwindled without further draws. Now, however, everything changed. Having drawn the cookie delivery boon, she received 3 fresh cookies daily from the void, true cookie sovereignty at last. For Itachi, whose body weakened with each passing moment, bleeding vitality, this was perfect. Yet Itachi had no interest in Akali's benevolence. He'd spoken with her only briefly, and already she'd shattered his Tsukuyomi's hold, leaving only her physical form trapped within the realm. A few more minutes of dialogue and she might vanish entirely. So long as she remained inside Tsukuyomi, Itachi retained the ability to harm her. But Akali was no masochist. She held no fascination for being pierced by 1,000 blades, nor any intention of dueling within a cycle of inescapable doom. She hadn't departed earlier, not because she couldn't, but because this was an illusionary space where a single instant stretched into eternity. Leveraging that property, she suppressed her own exit. Yet departure itself required but a breath. Watching Itachi's clones close, and Akali waved dismissively. How dull. I'm off. See you in reality. In the next instant, she vanished without trace. Since Tsukuyomi itself was constructed around Akali as its core, her departure caused the vast illusory domain to collapse inward, like a deflating sphere. Itachi staggered, overwhelmed by sudden weakness and loss of control. His Tsukuyomi had failed utterly. Rather than disrupting Akali's devastating assault, it had sapped his final strength. Alongside Kisame, Itachi now lay helplessly grasped in Akali's hands. The good news: she had no intention of pursuing them further. Itachi blinked, and the world spun violently. In an instant, all three stood within a dense forest outside Konoha, the very battlefield preordained by Tobirama Senju. Had events unfolded as scripted, Kakashi and his team would have engaged Itachi here, only for Akali to appear and teleport everyone via Flying Thunder God. Yet this outcome was no less fitting, for barely a breath later Kisame began to swell in Akali's grasp. Fin-like protrusions tore through his Akatsuki cloak, webbed black membranes fused fingers, and a primordial tail, long discarded by humanity, re-emerged from his coccyx. Then enlarged and liberated Kisame broke free. Kisame merged with Samahata, truly a force to be reckoned with. Looking at the new version of the ghost shark, Akali's eyes sparkled. Oh, not bad. You even got a new skin. But this skin is quite ugly, even worse than the original. It's not worth much at all. However, the ghost shark scoffed at Akali's words. As long as you're strong enough, who cares if you look good or not? Only those who survive have the right to judge others. Little brat, not directly taking me down before will be your greatest mistake in this lifetime. Itachi, you've worked hard. The time you've bought is enough. Now leave the rest to me. Saying this, the ghost shark patted his chest confidently. All right. Itachi Uchiha nodded decisively. If the ghost shark could continue to hold on, that would be great. Akali seemed somewhat inscrutable. Itachi wanted to gather more information about her. Besides having just used Tsukiakari, Itachi really needed a moment to rest and recover his sage time. But unfortunately, Akali didn't think so. Oh, you still want to solo me? Sure, that takes courage. But didn't anyone tell you? The version has been updated. Akali rummaged through her storage space and pulled out the long-dormant Darkin greatsword from the blanket she had stored last time. A tumtor-long, blood-red, jagged giant sword suddenly appeared in Akali's hand. From the crimson core of the hilt, unsettling heartbeat sounds echoed, creating a bloody and terrifying atmosphere. Looking at the eerie and domineering giant sword which seemed to exude the wails of death, both the ghost shark and Itachi Uchiha were dumbfounded. What is this thing? Is there really such a sword in this world? The ghost shark was particularly shocked. As one of the ninja blades, he was well acquainted with various weapons in the ninja world. However, he had never seen such a sword. After all, in the ninja world, weapons derive their power from the user. But the blood-red greatsword in Akali's hand was a source of power in itself. Itachi, what do you think? Faced with uncertainty, the ghost shark continued to consult his brilliant mind. But this time Itachi truly had no answer. To Itachi, he had seen great swords. He himself possessed the Shikisaiken, a divine artifact. But even divine artifacts require divine beings to wield them, which means activating the Susanoo mode. But the giant sword in Akali's hand was a divine being in itself, albeit a fallen one. How about we retreat? Itachi Uchiha suggested tentatively. They had already seen enough this time. A leaving now was not out of the question. All right. The ghost shark agreed decisively. While they both pretended to be diligent employees of the Akatsuki organization, each had their own thoughts, and certainly didn't intend to die here. However, their movements were too predictable. Akali let out a snort, trying to escape. Akali raised Aatrox with one hand, the blade aimed straight at the two. Then she followed the system's instructions, channeling Aatrox's power while focusing her chi. Banish. Dame activate. Boom. In an instant, with Akali's words, a colossal red energy pillar descended centered on her. The immense energy trembled the air, crashing into the ground and triggering waves of shockwaves and tremors. For a moment, debris flew, and Itachi and the ghost shark had to shield their eyes with their hands to continue observing Akali. As they strained to observe, the brutal and evil Darkin energy surged from the giant sword, enveloping Akali in an instant. If Akali were an ordinary person under such energy, she might instantly lose her consciousness, becoming a mindless killing machine. But Akali was not, as she was the master of Aatrox. Thus, under her control, the violent and impactful energy obediently organized around her like a kitten. The crimson light pillar expanded, and expanded again. Subsequently, the light pillar, which could only cover one person, astonishingly grew to the size of a 30-story building. Then, when the maximum size was reached, the light pillar dissipated. Holding the vastly enlarged Darkin greatsword with black armor-like horns atop her head and crimson bat wings overshadowing the sun. The Darkin, sealed by the star spirits, the Darkin blade demon. Aatrox returned to the mortal realm. The high-level life form caused both the ghost shark and Itachi Uchiha to feel a deep-rooted chill the moment they saw it. Ding, 9999 emotion points from the ghost shark. Ding, 9999 emotion points from Itachi Uchiha. Itachi. The ghost shark looked at Itachi Uchiha again. This time, he was truly panicking. Forget it. Itachi Uchiha lowered his gaze. Perhaps his return this time was a wrong choice. He had underestimated Konoha's strength too much. But regardless, he absolutely had to leave this time. So, ugh ugh ugh. Itachi Uchiha's painful groans sounded, accompanied by the simultaneous activation of his ocular techniques. The momentary divine power re-emerged on his body. And this time it was no longer just a small skirmish. The fiery red ocular power formed bones, then covered the bones with veins, flesh, and skin, adding armor and equipping legs. Following the partial skeletal structure and half-formed armored flesh, the fourth stage, the long-legged Susanoo, appeared. A giant standing tall on the ground, equal in height to Aatrox. One was a Darkin, while the other was Susanoo, the legendary god of war. Of course, the notion of a god of war was actually rather trivial. In this day and age, who isn't a god of war? Hidden within the armor at the center of Aatrox's body, looking at the towering Susanoo opposite Akali, was very excited. Gundam battle, yay. Let's see who the ACE is today. Manipulating Aatrox's massive form, Akali raised the giant sword in her hand and swung it forward, sending a crimson sword wave flying ahead. The air was compressed and displaced by this strike. In an instant, a small vacuum environment was torn open near the sword wave. Seeing this, Itachi Uchiha dared not delay. The Susanoo giant moved its left hand, and a fired shield of absolute defense rose between the two. The Crimson Death sword wave contacted the fired shield only to disappear silently, as if it had sunk into water. Oh, is this the Yata mirror? It really is something. How about this? Akali swung her sword again, and a chain wrapped around the shield, instantly entangling Susanoo's waist. Uchiha Itachi let out a puzzled grunt, not due to the burning evil fire chain at his waist or the rapidly depleting eye power and chakra. Rather, it was a strange inertia that had wrapped around him. The Sharingan and Mangekyo were renowned for their extreme dynamic vision, and everything in the world appeared to be in slow motion beneath those crimson eyes. Yet while everything in the world moved slowly, Uchiha himself did not. The current situation was such that Uchiha Itachi was also slowed down. In other words, his speed had been diminished. Is it because of this chain? With his high combat intelligence, Uchiha Itachi quickly reached a conclusion. I must break free. No, it's too late. The Crimson Giant resisted the effect of deceleration, gathering 3 scarlet tomo in its palm. Using the massive body of Susanoo to execute Uchiha's unique throwing technique, the Yata mirror arced gracefully, crashing fiercely against the large black-red demon's raised broadsword. Boom! Each of the tomo, at least the size of a 2-story villa, exploded and expanded, creating a massive fireball that engulfed nearly 100 meters. Success! Observing the explosion that enveloped the demon's shoulder, Uchiha Itachi's expression brightened. But at that moment, a sword with a crimson spine, as if flowing with blood, suddenly pierced through the explosive fire cloud, striking down heavily. Simultaneously, a tremendous pulling force that could snap a waist was dragging Susanoo's body forward, as the Crimson Giant could not control its motion and flew ahead. Just in time, the giant, dragged by the evil fire chain, found itself right beneath the sharp edge of that heavy sword. Not good. In a hurried response, Uchiha Itachi managed to lower Susanoo's body, placing the wide Yata mirror atop his head, akin to a shield soldier defending against an arrow attack. At that moment, the crimson shield blazed brilliantly, resembling the bottom of a pot scorched by intense flames. The Yata mirror, which in itself had no physical entity but changed according to the attack, was rapidly thickening, attempting to block this downward strike. Then the black-red blade struck heavily against the Yata mirror. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing, a brilliant silver ring radiated outward. Trees, soil, everything was scattered and collapsed under the sweeping shockwave, like building blocks piling up in all directions. Even the transformed Kisame was not spared. Tisk, damn it. After finally regaining control of his body and digging himself out of the rubble, Kisame was both shaken and unwilling. Is this the true power of Itachi? Even with my shark skin fusion, I can only barely observe. But the most outrageous is still that woman. At that moment, Kisame no longer dared to underestimate Akali. He looked far towards the center of the battlefield. There, the Crimson Susanoo Giant's armored arm was visibly trembling. Evidently, even the absolute defense of the Yata mirror could only manage a tenuous defense against the Dark Blade. However, despite its limitations, Kisame still held confidence in Uchiha Itachi. Having blocked that previous strike, the subsequent ones should be no problem. Itachi, you can do it, Kisame murmured from a distance. However, if Uchiha Itachi heard this, he would have but one response. You come. Right now, Uchiha Itachi was not as good as Kisame imagined. In Kisame's view, the slight tremor of Susanoo's arm indicated great pressure, but not overwhelmingly, so it simply lacked sheer power. In such a situation, if he were human, he could rely on techniques to cope, and Uchiha Itachi had always been a person of full technique. But the issue was that the trembling of the arm for a body composed of energy like Susanoo was itself a fallacy. Uchiha Itachi was not unable to withstand it. The trembling arm was a result of a strange energy, filled with emotions of hunger, thirst, madness, and bloodlust passing through the Yata mirror and embedding itself into Susanoo's energy cycle. The Yata mirror could adaptively change against anything in the ninja world, even against the Seeking Tao Pearl, it could still block. Yet even for such a Yata mirror, it showed no reaction to this energy. The strange energy lurked within Susanoo's arm like ants gnawing at an elephant, continuously absorbing its strength. Thus, Susanoo was not trembling due to weakness, but because of unstable energy supply causing its light to flicker from a distance, it naturally appeared as trembling. Ding. Uchiha Itachi's emotional value 9,999. What exactly is this thing? Uchiha Itachi was horrified in his heart. He forcefully pushed back Aatrox a few steps, his eyes swirling with blood-colored pinwheels, fully analyzing the power within his arm. But unfortunately, even the Mangekyo Sharingan could only discern the emotions hidden within this power. As for its essence and how it functioned, the Mangekyo could not grasp it at that moment. This was natural. If the Mangekyo could analyze the void with a mere glance, the void wouldn't have become the greatest enemy of Valoran, causing the downfall of multiple glorious nations. Even if this was merely a portion of the void's attributes assimilated and distorted, it could still be referred to as the power of the dark. However, even Akali did not expect that within the dark being there remained remnants of the void. This was not good news. The void, like ruin, was the enemy of civilization. In comparison, the void's destructive power was even greater. After all, ruin aimed to create its kind, but the void was truly bent on annihilation. I must finish this quickly. Akali's expression turned serious. She too did not expect that the fully unleashed dark would bring forth a portion of void power. It was uncertain whether this was inherent or whether it was due to her not participating in monetary draws lately, hence the large-scale destruction not being maximized. But in any case, it was better for the void not to appear at all. Controlling the massive body of Aatrox, Akali raised her giant sword, preparing for Q2. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also manipulated Susanoo to retrieve a gourd from his waist, slowly tilting it downwards. Clear liquor spilled out, and finally, amidst a dreamlike brilliance, it transformed into a long sword burning like flames. Just like Akali, who aimed for a swift resolution, the strange void energy lurked within Susanoo, continuously devouring him, prompting him not to prolong the battle. And then the legendary Shichikuju sword from the entire Naruto series emerged. A subtle yet genuine sense of threat arrived. Shichikuju sword. Akali's expression grew grave. If an entity like Aatrox still feared any power in this world, it would likely only be this sealing power. Therefore, it must not be struck by that long sword. Avoiding being struck by the 10-fist sword is quite simple. Akali controlled Aatrox, infusing his back with a robust blood-red energy. Under the infusion of energy, the massive blood-red wings unfurled instantly, glowing crimson patterns shimmering on the dark red bat-like wings, making the entire wings look like two enormous outstretched hands. Subsequently, these hands thrust downward, vibrating up and down, causing a large amount of air to be pushed aside, forming a tsunami-like wave of air that sent countless trees and soil flying outwards in the ferocious wind, while a great deal of underground water seeped forth. Amidst this earth-shaking upheaval, Aatrox's enormous body was visibly rising into the air. Such a large body, can it really fly? Watching Akali about to take flight, Uchiha Itachi felt an even greater pain in his head, for flying was an unattainable limit for him. Susanoo has a total of 6 forms. The initial form can only manifest some ribs and arms for attacking and defending. The first form can present a complete upper body skeleton, further enhancing offense and defense. The second form further develops upon the skeleton, adding veins and flesh along with a thick layer of chakra armor. The third form advances even further, adding Tengu armor over the chakra armor. The fourth form is the current form of Uchiha Itachi, adding legs to the Tengu armor and relocating the Susi user's position from the ground to the crystal on Susanoo's forehead. But flying requires the fifth form, which is the complete form. In the complete form, Susanoo's appearance transforms entirely into the mythological Susanoo no Mikoto, adorned in samurai-like armor with wings. Unfortunately, while the previous forms could be reached through sheer effort, the complete form necessitates the user to possess not only immense visual prowess, but also a vast amount of chakra. Uchiha Itachi has visual prowess, but when it comes to chakra, he truly feels powerless. Thus, he cannot allow Akali to take flight. Watching Aatrox ascend, Uchiha Itachi's right eye's blood-red pinwheel spun wildly. Amidst the intense pain in his right eye, a thick tear of blood slipped down. However, the ocular technique in that right eye was triggered. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames began to spread across Aatrox's wings. Under the searing black flames of Amaterasu, the vibrations of the blood-red wings began to slow down. Oh, you're not using Amaterasu to scorch my massive form which cannot evade, but rather choosing to conserve energy by only burning the wings. A wise choice, but it won't work on me. Akali shook her head and activated another skill. Then Uchiha Itachi was shocked to see a yellow barrier suddenly expand around the immense body of Aatrox. Since this barrier emanated from within Aatrox, the Amaterasu flames attached to Aatrox wings were pushed against the barrier, distancing themselves from Aatrox wings. Then under the burning of Amaterasu, the barrier shattered. With the barrier broken, Amaterasu naturally lost its attachment, and without any attachment, Amaterasu fell to the ground and dissipated. The so-called all-consuming Amaterasu was once again elegantly nullified. This, Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. Wasn't it said that Amaterasu would become cheap only after he died? Why did the version change so rapidly? A deep sense of helplessness piled up in Uchiha Itachi's heart. But by this time, Akali had already flapped her wings and soared into the sky, raising the massive greatsword high, preparing to deliver the final blow to Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, underground in Konoha, within a secret base confirmed to be free of white Zetsu infiltration, Senju Tobarama opened his eyes, nodding to a figure resembling Akali in front of him. "It's about time. My brother is ready right here." Senju Tobarama pointed to a designated area for Akali. "Understood." Akali nodded and then vanished with a boom. The memories carried by the shadow clone began to transfer to the main body. In the sky, the Akali wielding the massive sword was momentarily stunned, then recalled the previous terrain, letting out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it's not too far from me, but if that's the case, will Uchiha Itachi suffer a bit more?" Originally, Akali intended to execute a two-step Q, applying more force to directly crush Uchiha Itachi, but it seems she may need to perform a three-step Q now. "Well, it doesn't matter. He's not my brother, and I already gave him a chance." Akali, who initially wanted to gain a bit more height, began to flap her wings in the opposite direction, the massive greatsword slanting down for a powerful strike. "It's coming." Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Itachi's blood-red pinwheel spun rapidly, and Aatrox's downward dive seemed to be dissected into frame-by-frame PPT slides. In these frame-by-frame PPT slides, Uchiha Itachi successfully found a flaw that Akali had intentionally left open. The enormous Susanoo giant raised its crimson shield, seemingly preparing to make a desperate resistance. Yet at the very moment Aatrox's sword tip was about to land, Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to leap back with all his might. The slanting sword tip grazed the Yata mirror before striking heavily down onto the ground. Boom! Instantly the ground shook as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck, with enormous cracks spreading from the point where Akali's sword tip landed. A tremendous change in terrain occurred, the earth splitting apart. What? The white Zetsu lurking in the surrounding earth were forced to flee in panic. After all, the insect clone technique allows them to merge with plants and the earth, but merging is one thing and shattering is another. If the merged items are damaged, they too will face a grim fate akin to pouring the water of the Ghost Lantern Moon into two cups. However, while the white Zetsu believed they were moving stealthily through the earth, the moment they stirred, Akali sensed all of them. "Look at how many white Zetsu are engaged in the battle with Uchiha Itachi. No wonder the second Hokage chose such a distant location, i.e. perhaps only over there is there a single white Zetsu." Akali raised her vigilance. "It seems Obito's attention towards me is beyond my expectations. Let's be cautious from here on out." As for now, Akali shifted her gaze ahead, observing Uchiha Itachi, who was still sweating from narrowly dodging Q2 amidst the shattered landscape. Rising above Aatrox's head, Akali smiled gently. "You don't think dodging Q2 means everything is fine, do you? Look at what lies beneath you. What do you see?" Akali pointed down. Following her words, Uchiha Itachi looked down and discovered that a brand new lake was forming in the deep pit created by Akali's previous strike. This is due to the lush vegetation surrounding Konoha, which naturally has a strong water retention capability, and the abundant underground water system, making it easy to hit a well just a few meters down. Such a deep pit would naturally seep water. So what's strange about that? Uchiha Itachi's expression conveyed this meaning. "Ugh, how boring." Akali sighed. "Traveling through time may be fun, but the jokes don't land. However, that's fine. If no one knows, then it'll just create it again." Controlling Aatrox, Akali raised the massive sword for the third time, her expression serious as she spoke. "Do you know the legend of the River Sword Demon?" "What legend?" Uchiha Itachi asked, taken aback. "You don't know? No worries, you'll know soon enough." Akali replied, not answering directly, and heavily swung the greatsword forward. Just as Uchiha Itachi or Akali were about to smash through the air. Shadow dash. Blink. The enormous Aatrox first moved forward a distance, then a flash of golden light appeared, and the massive sword tip manifested right in front of Susanoo's forehead. Seeing the suddenly appearing greatsword, Uchiha Itachi's blood-red pinwheel began to spin slowly, akin to a helicopter's rotor being visible, showcasing its rapid rotation. However, facing the giant sword tip that appeared before him, even with Uchiha Itachi pushing his Mangekyo to its limits, stretching his thought speed to its utmost to gain ample time for contemplation, he could not fathom a way to escape from under the sword tip. In the end, he could only manage to send his main body from Susanu's forehead down to his feet. The heavy greatsword fell, and Uchiha Itachi's consciousness plunged into darkness. The next moment, boom, the explosive force of a nuclear bomb spread outward from where the sword tip struck the ground. It was as if a half-circular bowl pressed down from the sky, with the earth being excavated and piled up like clay. A massive area of land extending thousands of meters from where Akali's sword tip landed simply vanished. Then the clear underground water began to gather at the bottom of the pit, forming a true lake. Watching this scene, Akali nodded in satisfaction. The so-called false river sword demon, standing by the river facing the 5 from G2, Q1 moving forward, Q2 moving forward, and finally Q3 flashing forward, leaving all 5 from G2 severely injured. And the real river sword demon, with no river beneath, thus striking out to create a river. This is the legend of the river sword demon. The enormous Aatrox returned the great sword to his back, then, as if drained of energy, like an Ultraman, dissipated into a blood-red light, all the crimson retracting into the sword, while Akali reappeared in her splendid KDA state. Then Akali flickered back down to the ground, gazing at the last position where Uchiha Itachi had fallen. She found that the original Uchiha Itachi had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a man in a black robe wearing a mask with a single exposed eye, the Uchiha swirl. Naturally, there was no need to say much about this man's identity. Akali initially thought that the numerous white Zetsu she saw earlier were merely due to Uchiha Obito's heightened attention towards her, but she never expected that Uchiha Obito would come in person this time. It's just that she wonders how much Obito knows about her now. Of course, her surprise was not revealed on her face as she continued. You now know about the Uchiha who suddenly appeared, right? Though I don't know how you made Uchiha Itachi disappear, I suspect he is likely still alive, so remember to convey my words to him when you return. Of course, you can also choose not to go back. Konoha's prison is quite spacious, and the people inside are pleasant to talk to. I'm sure you'll enjoy it there. Arrogant little brat. Hearing Akali's words, Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort. You think you can keep me here? What's wrong with that? Akali maintained her smile. Of course you can, but then it remains to be seen whether you can use that mode again. Obito's face was obscured by the swirl mask, making it difficult to discern his expression, but the exposed left eye shone with a contemplative light. He looked at the dark sword Aatrox that was now suspended behind Akali. If I'm not mistaken, the power you just exhibited comes from that peculiar sword, right? That thing feels just like a tailed beast, but even more sinister. So I don't believe you can draw upon such an evil thing multiple times in a short period. Obito's tone was resolute. Surprisingly, in response to his hypothesis, Akali simply nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aatrox's power requires a certain amount of recovery time. But who told you I only have one? Akali flipped her wrist, and the gigantic scythe transformed from the dark familiar of Aatrox Raya's manifested in her hand. Feeling the same sensation as Aatrox, Obito's face behind the mask instantly stiffened. There's more. Where on earth did these sinister things come from? Obito whispered. Naturally, the one he was questioning didn't need to be mentioned. In response to Obito's inquiry, Black Zetsu also appeared confused. I don't know either. At this moment, Black Zetsu was far more shocked than Obito. He was not merely the will of Uchiha Obito as he claimed, but one of Kagaya Otsutsuki's third sons, an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, contemporaneous with Sage of Six Paths. Logically, there should be no secrets from Black Zetsu in the ninja world. Yet the fact was that Black Zetsu truly did not know what these things were. Ding emotion value from Black Zetsu, 99.99. I'm worthless. Seemingly sensing Black Zetsu's confusion, Obito snorted coldly, flames of rage surging in his heart. However, at such a moment, venting his anger recklessly would be the most foolish course of action. A truly wise person should remain calm. Thus, Obito forced himself to calm down and began to contemplate his next move. Because his plan had already failed after Uchiha Itachi was so dramatically defeated. Before he arrived, everyone thought that Konoha's trump card at this moment should be the suddenly resurrected first and second Hokage. While the first and second Hokage were indeed formidable, Obito and Black Zetsu understood the nature of the Edo Tensei. The resurrected first and second Hokage would not be as dominant as they were in life. Thus, Obito thought of sending someone to test and shatter the false dominance of the first and second Hokage. Once their dominance was stripped away, confronted by the Akatsuki's fear, the other ninja villages would surely join forces to attack, as no one wished to see Konoha develop normally. But now such a wishful calculation had failed. He not only did not achieve his goal, but instead allowed Konoha to assert its influence. So now the question was, should he judge that Akali was already at her last gasp and test again to gain more information, or should he leave? Let's probe once more. With that, Obito instantly made his decision. He possessed divine might, arriving and departing at will. If he hesitated to test the waters, then there was no need to pursue the Moon's Eye plan, nor should he continue to call himself Uchiha Obito. That would be embarrassing. After solidifying his resolve, Obito's aura gradually became sharp. It seems a second round is inevitable troublesome. Akali felt a bit reluctant to fight. Divine might could not be deemed overwhelmingly strong, yet it was equally not weak. If one had to describe it, it could be called strange and troublesome. Currently, Akali truly had no effective means to deal with Obito. Perhaps she could try using Shin's Soul Blade. Akali contemplated in her heart. However, just as the two were silently gathering their strength, Obito on the other side relaxed first. Because Kurizetsu had given a prompt, Obito, it's time to go, Senju Tobarama is coming. Senju Tobarama, huh? Well, it seems this time I have to let this little brat go. Obito's fighting spirit waned. He was confident in facing Akali. However, regarding Senju Tobarama's words, he truly did not know if there were any secret weapons hidden in Tobarama's bag. What if his divine might was directly sealed? After all, Flying Thunder God was a space-time technique that Senju Tobarama had pioneered. Kid, you have good luck. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After leaving that remark to Akali, Obito activated his divine might and vanished in place. He then appeared beside Kisame, who was on the outskirts of the battlefield, grabbing him and completely retreating. As he left, feeling Obito's aura completely vanish, Akali also relaxed. Looking back, sure enough, it was Senju Tobarama who had arrived. He appeared somewhat anxious. How is it? Are you alright? I'm fine. That person did not make a move. Akali replied. That's good. Senju Tobarama sighed in relief. I just sealed that creature together with my elder brother and immediately received a report of a new enemy from the Hyuga clan. The characteristics of that enemy are very similar to one mentioned in the intel from Konoha, so I rushed over right away. I see. Akali nodded. No wonder Obito left. It turned out he was pressured by the second Hokage. And although she was confident she could face Obito, the second Hokage might not be aware of that, hence the immediate choice to provide support. From this perspective, the second Hokage was indeed a reliable ally. However, what Akali cared about was not this. Senju Tobarama, how long have you been in charge of Konoha? Have you already seen the intel from 12 years ago during the Nine Tails incident? You know, it hasn't even been a month since the Chunin exams, and in that time Senju Tobarama not only managed Konoha's affairs, but even had time to go through the original records. Such efficiency in action, Akali could hardly find words to describe it. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Akali's words, the second Hokage looked somewhat surprised. You know too. Oh right, it must have been the Hyuga clan that told you. 12 years ago during the Nine Tails incident, Obito did indeed kill everyone he encountered, but intel is not something that can be concealed just by eliminating people. Konoha has plenty of talents who can extract information from people's minds, so naturally, they also knew about Obito's appearance. However, the Hyuga clan can even tell you this. Senju Tobarama pondered as the instinct of a higher-up kicked in at that moment. The information about the assailant that year was known only to the elders and clan leaders. Akali knowing this through the Hyuga indicates her close relationship with them. Yet before the second Hokage's instinct could fully develop, it was quickly suppressed by rationality. Given his current state, what was there to fear from below? Moreover, even if he were still alive, seeing a talent like Akali would only lead to nurturing. How could he harbor any fear? Instead, looking at the terrain formed by Akali's battle with Uchiha Itachi, Senju Tobarama felt a bit moved. Such strength, and yet so young, was truly precious for Konoha, which is currently in a state of transition. Akali, do you want to become Hokage? Standing on the lake that Akali had cleaved with a sword, Senju Tobarama suddenly asked. Why do you suddenly ask that? Akali appeared caught off guard. My stance was already clear in our last conversation. And hasn't Jiraiya already gone to find Tsunade? Akali asked in confusion. Tsunade is Tsunade, and you are you. Tsunade is already in her 40s, nearly stepping into the grave in the Warring States period. It's impossible for her to hold on to the position of Hokage for long. You could easily take her place. Senju Tobarama eagerly calculated. You are 12 this year. After growing for another 7 or 8 years in your 20s, that would be your prime age. Just 7 or 8 years, Tsunade will definitely be able to endure it. So are you interested? If you agree, I can guarantee that by the time you take over, Konoha will undoubtedly be a prosperous village. Senju Tobarama tempted. The meaning behind his words was quite simple. If Akali agreed, he would exhaust his current body to ensure that Konoha was in order before handing over the reins. However, Akali merely shook her head. Not too troublesome. If you really want to pass the baton, why not have Orochimaru brainstorm a bit, lift the reanimation jutsu, summon the fourth, and then teach him the impure world reincarnation, allowing him to be reborn right on the spot. Wouldn't that be wonderful? In that way, the first, second, and fourth Hokage would gather together, and on the first day, the next day, surrender letters from several major ninja villages would arrive. Akali painted a beautiful scene. Yet Senju Tobarama merely thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, we as Hokage cannot use the impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique that seizes others' bodies. Moreover, life and death have their own order. There are divine beings 3 feet above our heads. Though I have not yet discovered where the divine beings reside, basic reverence should still be maintained. However, despite saying this, Akali still seized upon the loophole in Senju Tobarama's words. If it is indeed true that divine beings are present 3 feet above, and we should maintain reverence, then Senju Tobarama should not be standing before Akali, for the impure world reincarnation would not have been created. Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru were among the top intellects in the ninja world, but the difference from Orochimaru was that Senju Tobarama held more principles. Thus, what he truly minded was the aspect of seizing others' bodies. Therefore, Akali smiled mysteriously. Who says a body must be contributed by someone? Isn't that thing you captured today useless? And I recall that Orochimaru seems to have a technique called cloning. Cloning, huh? Senju Tobarama's expression changed once again. Forget it. Ultimately, Senju Tobarama rejected Akali's proposal. Reviving the dead was still too advanced for him. Moreover, after experiencing the impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobarama deeply realized the principle that some technologies once created are destined to spread. If Konoha could revive the dead, other ninja villages might follow suit. How would they manage the revival of the dead? With limited resources and food, wouldn't that lead to another war over resource distribution? And if it was just a revival, that would be one thing, but what if someone turned them into impure world reincarnation and they were controlled? The weakness of impure world reincarnation is quite obvious. It is vulnerable to sealing techniques, but a complete revival would be different. Complete revival with the potential for control could lead to a scenario where the 5 great ninja villages would look like this. Sand Village, I summon the 3rd Kazekage to attack the strongest Kazekage who dares to challenge. Cloud Village, strongest. Who says? You. Look at me, summon the strongest spear and the strongest shield. 3rd Raikage, the ultimate fighter. Stone Village, if you do that, I will have to unleash my ultimate move. Come back, 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, the pride of the Stone Ninja. Mu used division against the 3rd Raikage Dust Release Division Realm Separation Technique. Mist Village, oh, so that's how you want to play. I summon 2nd Mizukage Kaigetsu and activate his effect Nemesis. Now your Mu will forcefully change targets to fight against my Kaigetsu. Mist Village, and since those two are evenly matched nemesis and you exhausted your strength in the last round, your Mu cannot defeat my Kaigetsu and will automatically disappear. Kaigetsu direct attack on Konoha Village. Konoha Village, I play Senju Tobarama and then lay down another Senju Hashirama. Through the effect of Senju Hashirama, I can poke myself with a kunai to special summon Uchiha Madara. In that case, not like this. Senju Tobarama suddenly shivered. Such a scene was too abstract. Meh. Akali, who was beside him, looked at Senju Tobarama in confusion, not understanding his situation. And Senju Tobarama did not answer. He simply said, let's go back. All right. Akali nodded, and the 2 users of Flying Thunder God sensed their coordinates in Konoha and returned one after another. As for Senju Tobarama, Akali did not know where he returned to, but she found herself beside Hinata. As soon as she arrived next to Hinata, Akali immediately caught a whiff of hospital disinfectant. Looking up, she realized she was indeed in a hospital. Soon after, Akali received some bad news. Or it could be considered good news. What? Asuma is incapacitated. Is there such good? Ouch, Hinata, why are you hitting me? Akali rubbed her head and looked at Hinata innocently. How can you say that? Hinata put her hands on her hips, her brows slightly furrowed, and emphasized Asuma sensei is only partially paralyzed, not incapacitated. Even if I know you have no filter, you shouldn't make such jokes. Although she had no interest in men, Hinata was still aware of the impact of the term incapacitated. Looking at the slightly upset Hinata, Akali chose not to argue with her. But speaking of it, being partially paralyzed seemed worse than being incapacitated, right? Asuma is still in his prime, only around 31 or 32. To be crippled at such an age is perhaps worse than death. What happened? Akali asked curiously. She had been fighting after encountering Uchiha Itachi and Kisame and didn't really know what had happened with Asuma. Moreover, weren't the Jonin in Konoha. It wasn't like the time during the Shippuden where they were fighting outside. How could they be partially paralyzed during local battles? Sigh. Hearing Akali's words, Hinata sighed and slowly explained, well, it was also unfortunate for Jonin Asuma and the enemy's strange abilities. In short, it was a situation where the immortal duo faced off against the Jonin quartet from Konoha. It just so happened that Kakashi, who had just completed the Chunin exams, was not the Kakashi who had undergone training and absorbed the 6 paths chakra. Not to mention that this time it was a justified Furontuo fight, and the 50-50 chance could not trigger. Simply put, the Jonin Quartet decided if they couldn't provide support, they wouldn't bother to support, they would first eliminate the enemy. So they divided the roles, with Yuhi Kurenai using Genjutsu to stall Haiden, while Kakashi Asuma and Guy surrounded Kaku. This division of labor indeed proved effective. Haiden looked disgusting, but as long as they didn't touch him, they were fine. However, facing the onslaught of 3 Jonin, even with 5 hearts, Kakuzu couldn't withstand 6 hands. With the Jonin working together, the situation quickly reversed, and it seemed like the immortal duo was about to fall here. But at that moment, Kakuzu pulled a trick, pretending to be defeated, but actually not, sending a mass clone to Haiden, becoming Haiden's human meat shield against Genjutsu. Haiden was not afraid of Genjutsu, so naturally, it was Yuhi Kurenai who was in trouble. Seeing Kurenai in a perilous situation under Haiden's pursuit, the other 3 had to send Asuma back to defend. And the problem arose here. Among many ways to enter the fray, Asuma chose the most stylish and manly one. But just as he was learning Kakashi's technique of using the back of his hand to block a blade, elegantly wielding a kunai to block the bloodthirsty scythe, he was also cut by the bloodthirsty scythe, resulting in a small wound, allowing the bloodthirsty resurrection ability to activate. At that moment, Kakashi and Guy discussed that being restrained like this was not feasible. Since Haiden couldn't die, they should first incapacitate him. So Guy returned and kicked Haiden. This. After hearing Hinata's story, Akali immediately covered her eyes. The scene was too beautiful, she couldn't imagine it. After all, even Uchiha Madara would say it was fine after being kicked by Guy, and even if it was indirect considering Asuma's physique. Akali hesitantly looked at Hinata. Hinata, let me confirm again, you are sure he is only partially paralyzed? Asuma, he didn't pass away, did he? Of course not. Hinata was already used to Akali's word choices and rolled her eyes at her. That enemy with the ability named Bloodthirsty Resurrection, though strange, does have a limit to the damage conversion, so even though Haiden became Haiden Jonin, Asuma's injury isn't that severe. Of course it's better than Haiden, but for a normal ninja, it's still an unacceptable injury. Jonin Asuma's path as a ninja might have to come to an end here. Saying this, Hinata, as a fellow ninja, also felt a bit emotional. Yeah, Akali also felt quite moved, but her concern wasn't for Asuma, but for Kurenai. Asuma suffered such severe injuries, Kurenai-sensei, must be very upset, right? Akali felt the need to offer Kurenai a comforting hug. So, where is Kurenai-sensei? Teacher Hong. Hearing Akali's words, Hinata was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted, oh right, we should go comfort Teacher Hong. Follow me. Hinata led the way, and the two wound through the vast Konoha hospital, finally arriving at the door of a patient room. As the door swung open, they saw Sarutobi Asuma, pale and lying motionless in bed, resembling a corpse, alongside Yuhi Kurenai, who sat by the bedside, her expression complex as she gazed at him. However, it was strange that at this moment Yuhi Kurenai did not appear to be crying as Akali had imagined, with tears streaming down her face in a pitiful manner. She had indeed cried, but only a little. As she looked at Asuma on the bed, her eyes, though slightly red, were filled with complexity, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Startled, Kurenai turned her sharp red gaze towards the intruders. Upon seeing her two most proud disciples, Hinata and Akali, her tense body finally relaxed, and a touch of weariness appeared on her beautiful face. Kurenai sighed tiredly. Akali, Hinata, it's you. I'm sorry we couldn't come to support you as planned, but now that you're here, does that mean your side has concluded? It's over. Akali nodded. I single-handedly defeated Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, but then a mysterious person suddenly appeared and rescued them, so there was really no gain. We experienced the same, Kurenai replied. Those two had such strange techniques. Hinata should have told you how Asuma got injured, right? After Asuma was injured, our side fell into chaos, and the one named Kakuzu took advantage of the situation to escape successfully, leaving only Haiden behind. Kakashi and Guy are still pursuing, but I returned first. I see. Listening to Kurenai, a glimmer flashed in Akali's emerald eyes, her expression contemplative. She hadn't expected that even with 4 Jonin encircling him, Kakuzu still managed to escape. Truly, he was renowned for a reason. However, Akali didn't mind. If he escaped, then he escaped. Next time they met, if he provoked her, she would just take him down. What Akali cared about more was Kurenai. Teacher Hong, you looked quite distressed when you came in. Have you encountered some troubling dilemma? This. Upon hearing, Kurenai was taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile. I must have lost my composure. I can't believe my students notice such things. But Akali, you are someone capable of defeating Itachi Uchiha. It's not surprising that you noticed. Kurenai's expression became slightly embarrassed at this point. After all, Akali could single-handedly drive off 2 notorious criminals, Itachi and Kisame, and after the fierce battle, she was still able to retreat unscathed against another mysterious enemy. In contrast, she, along with Kakashi Asuma and Guy, could barely deal with 2 enemies, severely injuring one and nearly losing her life. It was indeed shameful. Fortunately, Kurenai had accepted from the beginning that as a teacher, she was not as capable as her own disciple. As the saying goes, once you accept your weaknesses, you become invincible, and Kurenai quickly adjusted. Thinking of the matter she had pondered earlier, Kurenai paused, her expression troubled for a moment, but finally made up her mind to speak. She then stood up from Asuma's bedside and walked to the door. Follow me. This isn't a suitable place for discussion. Seeing Kurenai like this, Akali and Hinata exchanged glances, puzzled, and silently followed her. Under Kurenai's lead, they arrived at a well-known location, the hospital rooftop. Upon seeing the familiar large water tank, Akali knew that what Kurenai was about to say next was definitely not simple. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Kurenai turned her back to Akali and Hinata, gazing at the distant sunset, and opened with a bombshell. You both should know that Asuma has always been pursuing me. This. Akali and Hinata exchanged glances again. Faced with such a sensitive topic, Hinata naturally shook her head silently, not wanting to participate. After all, Kurenai was a mentor and Asuma was a senior jonin. So in the end, only Akali stepped forward. Of course, what's the matter, Teacher Han? Akali had some speculation. Although she had thoughts about Kurenai, she ultimately did not take action. After all, in the original work, the two were quite mutually willing, and Asuma had no major flaws aside from being the son of the third Hokage. However, given Kurenai's words, it couldn't possibly mean she wanted to push Asuma away, could it? With Asuma in this state, it was clear he was not long for this world, and if she wanted to push him away, it would make sense. But based on Akali's understanding of Kurenai, she was not the type of person to be materialistic. It was more likely she would choose to weather the storm together. So what was the situation? Akali perked up, preparing to hear Kurenai's explanation. Kurenai soon spoke again. Such matters shouldn't really be shared with juniors like you. But Akali, your strength has far surpassed mine, even that of Lord Hokage, and Hinata, you are also very mature, completely different from how I was when I first took on this role. Though I am called a teacher, I feel more like your friend. Therefore, I believe I can confide in you about these matters. It's like this. Kurenai slowly began her narrative as her crimson lips parted. During her recounting, Akali and Hinata gradually understood what Kurenai was troubled by. That was the issue of her future choices. Sometime before the Chunin exams, Kurenai had become a jonin full of ambition, reaching the peak of her career. For her, reaching this point in her career was already very satisfying, so naturally, she began to seek solutions to her personal issues. Coincidentally, at this time, Asuma returned to the village. He had shown interest in her since their time in the ninja academy, and he was impressive in terms of strength, appearance, and family background, even considered one of the best in Konoha. With mutual feelings, if nothing unexpected occurred, the two would soon be together, just like in the original story. But unfortunately, first Akali, this unruly disciple, launched a surprise attack followed by a long mission in the land of snow, separating the two at a time when their feelings should have been heating up. When they returned, Konoha was entering the stage of the Chunin exams. Naturally, during this time, Asuma and Kurenai had no opportunity to spend time together. However, up to this point, it was still acceptable, as the emotional foundation between Kurenai and Asuma remained intact. They only needed a stable environment. Even during the Chunin exams, their occasional interactions were steadily positive. But who could have guessed that at the end of the Chunin exams, Konoha would face another major incident? In the past, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, initiated the plan to destroy Konoha and even summoned the first and second Hokages along with the third and fourth Kazekage, using forbidden techniques. In the ensuing chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen met his demise while the first and second Hokages broke free from Orochimaru's control. However, at this point, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had merely died in battle, it would have been acceptable. Yet with the second Hokage regaining power, all the darkness hidden beneath the glamorous facade of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo was brought to light. Although the second Hokage wished to preserve some dignity for Sarutobi Hiruzen, considering he was a Hokage, it was merely a superficial gesture. The elite ninjas and clans understood the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. As the son of the third Hokage, despite Asuma Sarutobi's rebellious nature, he could not entirely sever his father-son bond with the third Hokage. Not to mention, the pair of kunai in Asuma's hands were not something an ordinary elite ninja could afford. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall inevitably affected Asuma. During the time before Akatsuki's attack, Asuma had become somewhat sensitive and irritable, behaving as if he needed to prove himself, and he had grown distant from Kurenai Yui. Kurenai naturally expressed her understanding of this situation. However, understanding aside, if Asuma could successfully navigate this period, Kurenai would have nothing more to say. The current issue is that he has not managed to do so, and things have worsened. According to Konoha Hospital, they were powerless to treat Asuma's injuries and could only stabilize him temporarily while waiting for Tsunade's return. But when a person's injuries can only be addressed by waiting for Tsunade, doesn't that imply that only the theoretical possibility of healing remains? Kurenai was still young, and in Konoha a female elite ninja was far rarer than her male counterparts. Moreover, Kurenai was a beautiful and powerful kunoichi possessing a unique family jutsu that made her sought after wherever she went. Not to mention that even if nothing had happened between them, yet if something were to occur, the situation would warrant serious consideration. Thus, regarding her relationship with Asuma, Kurenai felt the urge to retreat. This was not only a rational consideration, but also an emotional one. In simple terms, Kurenai felt that Asuma had a bit of a jinx. You see, Asuma was born during the height of the Third Hokage's power right after he won the Second Great Ninja War. As the third's youngest son, he should have had the most carefree life. However, shortly after Asuma's birth, Konoha faced the White Fang incident, and the Third Hokage's troubles with Danzo emerged, followed by the Third Great Ninja War, which nearly drained Konoha's blood. Finally, just as they had overcome the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails attacked, leading to his mother dying in battle. Then, after having a falling out with the Third Hokage, Asuma joined the 12 Guardian Ninja, only for them to self-destruct for unknown reasons. Returning to Konoha, his father was in trouble again, and just when it seemed unrelated, he faced external enemies, getting heavily injured in a Tunfor fight against his own people. It was absurd. Thus, parting ways with Asuma was undoubtedly a certainty for Kurenai, but she still had two concerns. The first was her reputation, for even though the Third Hokage was gone, he had been Hokage for so many years. As the son of the Third Hokage, Asuma's situation in Konoha was sensitive, and everything he faced was magnified. If Kurenai were to part ways with Asuma, there might be nothing between them, but if the surrounding people amplified the situation and added some harsh words, Kurenai could forget about marrying anyone in the future. The second concern was the future. Originally, Kurenai had reached the peak of her career, thus contemplating starting a family. But now, having failed at family life, finding another partner in the near term was unrealistic, and she would inevitably have to focus on her career. However, she was also aware of the strength of the Akatsuki's 4 members and doubted whether she could still progress in her career. Thus, summarizing this long string of thoughts, Kurenai felt stuck, much like being caught in a quagmire. Yet Akari interpreted this differently. Her dear teacher Kurenai, despite seeming complex, was actually asking for help. If Kurenai still had a real opportunity for advancement in her career, then her first concern would clearly not be a concern. As for the moral burden of leaving Asuma, wasn't it alleviated by Asuma's injuries? And at present, who else besides Akari could manage both of these issues? Akari could provide the necessary strength. She hadn't yet tried her system's new functions. As for Asuma's injuries, Akari could also resolve those. The only problem was what would be the cost for Akari to provide all this. She glanced at the exhausted yet charming woman before her. What would the cost be indeed? Akari smiled brightly, saying, "Kurenai Sensei, I just happen to have a solution for your problems." "Really?" Kurenai exclaimed, surprised. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "Not at all. As the saying goes, when a master is in need, a disciple shoulders the burden, so Kurenai Sensei's matters are my matters. Coincidentally, I have a good relationship with Guy. He wouldn't want to harm a comrade, so leave Asuma's injuries to me. I have a way. And as for Asuma, I'll also clarify things with him for you. Hinata, let's go." After saying goodbye to the complex-faced Kurenai on the rooftop, Akari returned to the hospital. With various treatments, iron potions, and everlasting willpower cookies applied, Asuma's condition quickly improved. Soon after, Asuma opened his confused eyes, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his limbs, but painful memories surged into his mind. Recalling Haiden's triumphant recounting of his abilities, the despair that pierced to the bone changed Asuma's expression as he hastily got up to check his injuries. Only after he stood up did he discover Akari beside him. Asuma suddenly realized, "Is that you, Akari?" Akari grinned mischievously. "That's right. Congratulations, Asuma-san, the operation was a success. You are now a girl." Asuma. Ding. Asuma's emotional value 9,999. On this day, Asuma made countless efforts to confirm whether his brother was still alive. But putting aside Asuma's shock for the moment, another meeting was underway. In the Land of Rain at the Akatsuki headquarters, Uchiha Itachi, pale-faced, released the illusion used for sharing information. In the recent illusion, everyone experienced his battle with Akali from a first-person perspective. Thus, a prolonged silence spread across the fingers of the Outer Path Golem. After a long while, Deidara spat in frustration. "Itachi, you bastard, you actually hid such a technique. But even so, my art remains invincible." "You idiot." Sasori, disguised as a bald man with a crimson flow, rolled his eyes in disbelief. "After watching for so long, your focus is actually on Itachi. What else?" Deidara casually flicked his bangs off his forehead. He then looked at Sasori, seemingly understanding his logic, and suddenly exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Hey, don't tell me, Uncle Sasori, that you're actually scared." Oh, that's true. After all, how can eternal art compare to my explosive art?" Saying this, Deidara crossed his arms and proudly declared, The enemies your eternal art can deal with my explosive art can also handle. The enemies your eternal art cannot deal with my explosive art can still handle. Therefore explosion far surpasses eternitium. Deidara ended with his favorite particle. Thus he failed to notice that under this wave of teasing Sasori was already consumed by rage. As a puppeteer, Sasori indeed felt his insignificance in the godlike confrontation within Itachi's illusion. Of course he would never admit this in front of Deidara, who was also an artist. So you say my art is inferior to yours, huh? Fine, today I shall witness your explosions and see if they can destroy my eternity. Sasori lunged at Deidara. The projections of the two extinguished on the fingers of the outer path golem. Thus only 6 people remained in the room: Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kisame, Itachi, and Kakazu. Unlike the 2 departing artists, the remaining individuals were evidently concerned about Akali's strength. They clearly understood one thing: as long as a powerhouse like Akali existed, the Akatsuki's plans would never come to fruition. So leader, what are your plans? That kind of person is merely an obstacle to our organization. Kakazu cast a sinister glance at Pain. After all, the Akatsuki was established due to Pain's invincible strength. If Pain was no longer invincible, disbanding would be justified. To be honest, as a survivalist, Kakazu was already considering retreating. Who understands the family? The first Hokage revived, no longer able to boast about the strength of his kunai from 800 miles away. Pain. Facing Kakazu's almost coercive attitude, Konan looked worriedly at their leader. Of course, this concern was not due to Kaku. It was just that Konan knew very well that in response to such inquiries, Pain only had one answer. It doesn't matter, I will take action. God is invincible. If she ever stands in the way of our plans, then it will be her time to die. Having said that, Pain waved his hand, signaling the brief meeting to a close. However, it is well known that meetings are always for major decisions, while small meetings handle trivial matters. So, in the land of rain, in a certain underground location, bang. Obito forcefully overturned the table in front of him, glaring displeasedly at White Zetsu, who was reporting. Did he really say that? Yeah, so domineering. Pain. As he reminisced about Pain's demeanor, White Zetsu in front of Obito posed in a graceful manner. However, the entirely white figure of White Zetsu, with sharp protrusions resembling plant branches and an overall appearance leaning towards masculinity, made this pose quite an eyesore. Annoyed, Obito kicked out, "Get lost." Bang! The nauseating White Zetsu was sent flying in a 360 spin away from Obito's sight. At the same time, a teasing voice came from behind Obito. You're in quite a temper, Obito. Of course. Turning around to hear the voice, Obito saw Black Zetsu, who resembled a pitcher plant. Obito grumbled in dissatisfaction. That guy claims to be a god, but he should have some brains. The current issue isn't about one person's strength, but the overall strength of Konoha. Really, didn't I already take out Minato? Why do strong foes from Konoha keep popping up? And she's only 12 years old. Kakashi wasn't this impressive at 12, right? The age of 12 was the key point that caught Obito's attention. For Obito, Kakashi was the most talented person he had ever seen. Even though he had surpassed Kakashi by a long shot, now the shadow of young Kakashi still lingered. As a result, seeing another child surpassing Kakashi's prowess was somewhat difficult for Obito to accept. In fact, he was a bit anxious. Because if she is this talented at 12, what about at 20? Not every genius can have a rocky path like Kakashi, let alone the current Konoha being so strong. Calm down, Obito. Seeing Obito like this, Black Zetsu spoke in a deep voice. She's just a genius, she still needs to grow. Just find her weakness and take her down. Just like Minato back then, as long as he wanted to leave, no one could keep him behind, yet he still died in battle at Konoha. Exactly, everyone has weaknesses. As long as you find the weakness, there's no one who can't be killed, even a god will bleed. The problem is, Obito looked at Black Zetsu with suspicion. Can you find it? In the past, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu's intelligence network was unmatched. They could report any happenings immediately. However, Akali displayed such strength without any traces, and White Zetsu's intelligence network hadn't given any warnings at all. Oomph. Seeing the doubt in Obito's eyes, Black Zetsu snorted coldly. Don't underestimate me. It's just a weakness, watch me find it for you. Of course I won't miss any information about Akali, I'll probe her thoroughly. I just wasn't serious before. After all, without weaknesses and without intelligence, one cannot kill a person. And having lived so long, Black Zetsu, known as a living fossil of the ninja world, is most adept at schemes. The depths of this ninja world are still quite profound, little girl. Thinking about the next arrangements, a strange light flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes. Then Obito and Black Zetsu proceeded deeper into the ninja world. In a secluded realm hemmed in by towering mountains, Obito and Black Zetsu commenced their work. Work that would stretch on for an extended time, guided by the principle you strike as you will, I strike as I must. Elsewhere, Akari was training Yugao Red and Hinata. In the vast, empty training ground, Yugao Red stood with eyes tightly shut, yet chakra surged around her, so dense and palpable it coalesced into a shimmering translucent membrane enveloping her entire form. At first the membrane remained perfectly still, but as its wielder intensified her focus its ripples grew ever more violent, ever more profound. Then abruptly Yugao Red snapped her eyes open, blood-red irises blazing with a deep, fathomless glint. In the next instant malice sigil. Repeated deception. Phantom chains. A sharp whistle sliced the air, twice. Two Wynard sigils shot forth one after another utterly transparent, like flawless glass. Trailing behind them came the chains themselves, invisible at first glance as though they did not exist. All three strikes struck the wooden training dummy before Yugao Red in rapid succession. Under the impact of the malice sigil the dummy cracked inward with a sharp snap, leaving a small crater at its center, as if struck by Might Guy himself. Of course, such a painstakingly woven jutsu could never be reduced to the force of a single light blow. Were a Dojutsu user present, they would have perceived the hidden chakra seal embedded upon the dummy the moment the first malice sigil made contact. That, the concealed seal, was the true killing stroke. Almost instantly the second technique, repeated deception, struck, detonating the initial sigil's residue while imprinting its own seal, and the third technique, phantom chains, immediately triggered both prior seals in cascading succession. Amid twin, thunderous explosions the hapless wooden dummy shattered utterly, like Nawaki stepping onto a landmine, reduced to oblivion before even the final chain could fully detonate. Fragments of splintered wood drifted silently from the sky. This. Yugao Red stared stunned into silence. She turned incredulously toward Akari. This is a training dummy built to withstand a rank jutsu. Yet it was obliterated in an instant. Akari nodded with a playful smile and countered, what's so surprising about that? Red Sensei, we deployed 3 techniques, malice sigil, repeated deception, and phantom chains, and still required all 3 just to shatter a dummy. Frankly, I find that rather underwhelming. Still, Sensei has only just mastered them. Weakness is only natural. Congratulations are in order, Red Sensei. Akari handed her a cup of water and 2 small biscuits. Gulp gulp. Crunch crunch. Exhausted from her explosive exertion, Yugao Red accepted Akari's kindness without hesitation, swallowing the biscuits straight down with the water. Almost immediately her vitality visibly returned. Yugao Red sighed wryly, with your miraculous biscuits restoring chakra and stamina endlessly, and your meticulous instruction, if I still couldn't master these then I'd be the problem. Never imagined my life, once resigned to stagnation, would suddenly surge forward the very moment I decided to stop advancing. Her voice carried genuine awe. As the daughter of Yugao Shinrad, she had been blessed. Her father, a genius unrivaled in the Uchiha-dominated art of Jinjutsu, had carved his own distinct path through illusionary arts and passed it on to her. Yet she was also cursed, though gifted, her talent lay only in refinement, not innovation, leaving her forever confined to the margins. She had long since accepted this fate, until by sheer chance the third Hokage assigned her to mentor Akari, that problem student, and now propelled by Akari's guidance, she found herself gazing upon vistas far beyond what she'd ever dreamed possible. Thank you, Akari. Yugao Red spoke with heartfelt sincerity. She truly admired Akari, yet Akari in turn remained unfazed by the gratitude. After all, she had taught Yugao Red only 5 techniques: Mirage Bloom, Malice, Sigil, Shadow Veil, Phantom Chains, and Repeated Deception. Indeed, the very skill set of LeBlanc, the sovereign of Noxus Black Rose. Recently, Akari's system had updated, granting her the ability to impart her acquired techniques to allies. Fortuitously, Yugao Red willingly became her ally, fulfilling the system's criteria, and Akari seized the opportunity. A temple emotional resonance draw yielded precisely the missing techniques. LeBlanc's full repertoire, immediately transmitted to Yugao Red. Thus, the techniques originated from the system. Instruction was amplified by system-assisted pedagogy, not innate teaching mastery, while Yugao Red's progress stemmed entirely from her own relentless dedication and sacrifice. Add to this Akari's unique biscuit distribution affinity, delivering daily eternal wool sandwich biscuits, effectively limitless senzu beans freely available, and Yugao Red's astonishing advancement becomes wholly explicable. Akari therefore claimed no credit. It's mutual growth, Red Sensei, and I haven't gone unrewarded. Her expression turned teasing as she raised a slender porcelain finger, gently lifting Yugao Red's chin. Tell me, my crimson beauty, when shall you grace my bedchamber? Oh ho ho, bold indeed. Yugao Red replied with a sultry laugh. Accustomed to Akari's daily flirtations, her emotional equilibrium didn't even flicker. She even tossed back a flirtatious wink. Tonight works. I've got a spacious bed. Care to join me? She truly didn't mind. Such playful exchanges between kunoichi were common, especially amid wartime stress. Besides, given Akari's extraordinary qualities, who stood to gain or lose was hardly clear. When Yugao Red remained unbothered, it was only natural that Akari would hesitate. Never mind, never mind. You wait. Next time I'll set the date. Akari wasn't holding back out of restraint. She simply lacked the necessary anatomy to wilt in the first place. The elder sister was certainly tempted, but a certain principal consort remained firmly in place. Though their relationship remained unspoken, an unspoken understanding and proper precedents had long been established. For now Akari could manage, but Hinata's youth presented an insurmountable obstacle. There was no choice but to wait. Virgin girl. TCH. Akari clenched her fist, her resolve hardened, truly unyielding. Yet physical limitations rendered even ironclad determination futile today. Akari swore fiercely, east of the river for 30 years, west for 30 more. Never underestimate a girl's potential. Yugao Red, you'll pay for this humiliation. 3 years hence I shall repay you 100-fold. Yes. I'll be right here waiting for you exactly 3 years from today. All right. I've grasped the fundamentals, only refinement remains. Leave the restorative water and biscuits. I'll take over Hinata's training. At Hinata's name Akari shed her playful theatrical demeanor, vanishing instantly via Flying Thunder God. Yet this time the moment Akari materialized in Hinata's training ground, her slender waist was seized by 2 small powerful hands, and the world spun violently. Simultaneously a crisp, youthful voice rang out, "Down you go." Akari realized what had happened the instant her body lifted into the air. This time using the system's instruction function, she had taught only 2 people, Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata. To Kurenai she imparted only a few basic techniques of the rogue assassin, along with minimal life-preserving skills. To Hinata, however, she taught nearly everything she knew. Alongside the rogue assassin's other abilities, she had also passed on Thunderclap, Strike, Bone-Shattering, Palm Counter, Storm, and Dragon Tail Sweep, as well as the complete set of Jinfu's martial arts. During these past days, Hinata had focused almost exclusively on mastering the latter. So this Jinfu, a technique whose name evoked feminine anguish, had never yet been used upon any woman, until now when Hinata deployed it first, and directly, upon Akari herself. Oh no, I shouldn't have taught Hinata that. Just then, having returned from teasing another woman, her fingertips still faintly scented with Kurenai's fragrance, Akari felt a flicker of flustered panic. Fortunately, Hinata wasn't truly intent on playing the unruly wife and delivering a full-force Jinfu punch. At the apex of Akari's airborne arc, Hinata's hands tightened around her waist, executing a gentle, fluid rotation that effortlessly reversed Akari's head-down posture into a secure, upright embrace. A bright, mischievous smile filled Akari's field of vision. Startled, Hinata asked, amusement dancing in her voice. The alarm subsided. Akari quickly recomposed herself. No, not startled at all. Just surprised. As she spoke, Akari assessed her own condition, held face-to-face and shoulder-to-shoulder by Hinata, their peaks aligned. Yet an unmistakable sense of restraint emanated from every point of contact. Her feigned surprise hardened into genuine astonishment. You've mastered it too. Jinfu's ultimate technique, the intentional concussive fist, was far more than it appeared. Though superficially resembling little more than a grappling slam maneuver, its true difficulty lay in the split-second immobilization required to initiate it. Even Ultraman needed to subdue his monster first, ensuring it lacked the strength or will to evade, before unleashing his signature attack. Thus, the crux of the intentional concussive fist was that initial grip, instantaneous, absolute, unbreakable, a feat demanding technical mastery, rivaling a flawless lightning-fast execution of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kurenai had grasped the rogue assassin's technique swiftly because she already possessed deep foundational experience, and those skills resonated perfectly with her natural affinity. Hinata, however, had trained exclusively in gentle fist until now with no prior exposure to such forceful styles. Yet she matched Kurenai's progress precisely. That was why Akari was so utterly astonished. Hinata smiled faintly. Well, ever since I began eating properly, as you advised, I've realized I don't much enjoy gentle fist anymore. It feels too soft. Your techniques confirm my suspicion. Perhaps, besides gentle fist, I'm even a natural talent for hard fist. Her voice sparkled with cheerful pride. Akari had ascended with astonishing speed, so swift it left others breathless. Only recently they had been ordinary academy students. Now, half a year later, even the Hokage treated her with solemn caution. When together, Akari rarely demanded anything from Hinata, yet Hinata had always leaned upon her. For a long while, this imbalance led Hinata to quietly ponder what could she offer Akari in return. She understood clearly one-sided dependence would not sustain a healthy, enduring bond. While youth lent everything a gilded freshness, now what would happen when Akari someday grew weary of her? Thus, growing stronger was imperative, not necessarily to catch up, but to keep striving relentlessly. This was Hinata's quiet vow. Of course, there was no need to voice such resolve aloud to Akari. when with Akari, simply being joyful was enough. Yet as Hinata emerged from her reverie and glanced casually at Akari, her keen perception caught something unexpected. She reached out and gently removed Akari's everyday K-dia-style baseball cap, revealing centered upon her smooth forehead a vivid lavender-colored rhombus-shaped seal. The Een seal. You've perfected it. What do you think? Not bad, is it? Akari tapped lightly at the seal upon her brow. Indeed, it's exquisite. Hinata studied the mark closely and nodded approvingly. Akari's features were already strikingly refined, and the Een seal, reminiscent of the ancient ornamental Huadian, imbued her with an arresting, elevated elegance. Still, it would be even lovelier if the seal could change shape, Hinata murmured wistfully. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she noticed Akari's lips curl upward, as if savoring a private joke. Hinata's eyes widened instantly. Wait, you don't mean? Exactly, Akari affirmed. Of course the Een seal's form is mutable. At once Hinata watched transfixed as the seal upon Akari's forehead began to shift, morphing from simple geometric shapes, rhombus, triangle, circle, to delicate blossoms and slender grasses, then to whimsical emoticons, and finally settling into a charming chibi likeness of herself. Hinata stared speechless, her famed composure utterly undone by this singular display. She barely registered the absurdity of seeing a tiny cartoonish version of herself resting upon Akari's brow. Instead, she blurted, "How did you do that?" "Well," Akari tilted her head, radiating unapologetic confidence. "Clearly my innate genius is unmatched." Of course, that was a lie. All methods pale before the sacred art of point allocation. When Tsunade returned to the village recently, Akari had gone straight to her and requested instruction in the Een seal, then trained relentlessly until yesterday, when she'd finally established its foundational structure, and immediately allocated points until it reached peerless rank. Strictly speaking, the Een seal alone did not merit elevation to peerless rank. But Akari sought it not solely for herself. Watch closely. Akari placed a fingertip upon the seal. Slowly, deliberately, she guided her finger downward, and the seal followed, gliding across her skin until it settled just beneath her eye, transformed into an elegant, tear-shaped mole. It moves, eh? Hinata gasped, truly astounded. Tsunade's Een seal had crowned her brow for decades, nearly synonymous with her identity, yet Hinata had never imagined it could be relocated. Of course it moves, Akari replied, nodding. How else could I possibly teach it to you, if I couldn't choose its placement freely? In truth, mobility had been her primary objective in enhancing it. After all, adopting Tsunade's signature seal was acceptable. She'd asked permission and received it. But if everyone bore it prominently upon their foreheads, that would be unforgivably disrespectful to Tsunade. Moreover, the Een seal enabled deeper synergies. Akari cast a sly, knowing glance toward Hinata. Since this isn't Tsunade's officially sanctioned seal, the placement should remain discreet. Hinata, what if we designed an elegant pattern and placed it just above your navel? Akari's intentions were transparent to all, but some things remain incomprehensible until experienced firsthand. Hinata was no exception. A pattern above the navel. Hinata paused, envisioning it, hesitant, almost yielding. Yes, what do you think? Seeing Hinata's wavering, Akari pressed forward eagerly, only for Hinata moments later to flash a sudden cool, knowing smirk. I suppose I could agree. But would I? She mimicked Akari's favorite phrase, Dakara Koko Waro. True, Hinata might not grasp certain peculiarities, but she knew Akari. The moment she saw that gleeful, anticipatory grin, she recognized mischief brewing. Eh, how dare you? Akari recoiled, genuinely stunned, having spent years teasing others only to be turned upon herself at last. Heh, why not? Hinata chuckled, reaching out to gently pinch Akari's smooth cheek. I am no longer the girl I once was. Don't underestimate me, Akari. TCH. Frustrated at her thwarted scheme, Akari pouted childishly and turned her head away. She'd infused her peerless rank Een seal with countless additional functions, yet none had found occasion to manifest. Small wonder she felt a pang of disappointment. Yet just as Akari sank into melancholy, Hinata drew near, rising onto her toes to softly ruffle Akari's hair in tender consolation. There, no need to sulk. As it happens, we finished training early today. Shall we go soak in an onsen? And Hinata blushed faintly, leaning close to whisper into Akari's ear, though I may not know precisely what you had in mind. I'm willing to try. Just the two of us. Truly. Akari turned eyes wide with delight. Absolutely. Hinata affirmed, nodding firmly. Let's fetch Kurenai Zensei. We're off to the onsen. Yay. Instantly revitalized, Akari vanished via flying thunder god, reappearing beside Kurenai without a trace of awareness that she had in fact been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Kurenai naturally embraced the onsen invitation with unrestrained enthusiasm and proposed an even grander idea. With Tsunade having assumed the Hokage position some time ago, Konoha had stabilized significantly. They had just begun mastering Akari's techniques. A further progress now depended on steady, diligent practice to build fluency, making relaxation not only permissible, but advisable. Why not extend the invitation to more people? Everyone had labored tirelessly. Surely all deserved a genuine, unhurried respite. Akari found the logic impeccable. She had long dreamed of such a communal onsen outing. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Without delay, she set out to invite the kunoichi she knew best. Soon she gathered Mitarashi Yanko, on leave, Haruno Sakura, who having apprenticed under Tsunade was buried under relentless work, Tintin, who managed the weapon shop at home, even Akimichi Chuji's daughter Chuji Momoko and Yamanaka Ino's cousin Yamanaka Saori. Yet Akari's recruitment halted at the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino expressed palpable excitement at the onsen invitation, then declined. Why ever not? Akari was baffled. A girls' onsen gathering was perfectly ordinary, and she personally had extended the invitation. Had her influence somehow diminished? Is something amiss? Akari pressed. Nothing urgent. Ino shook her head, hesitating. I do want to reunite with everyone, but her expression grew awkward as though words stuck in her throat. Glancing furtively around to ensure privacy, she pulled Akari into the flower shop's secluded corner and whispered conspiratorially, I'll tell you, but swear you won't breathe a word. Word has it that Juzuma, the legendary Sannin, has returned to Konoha and remains here. And he has a rather notorious habit of peeping. Ah, I see. Akari's understanding was immediate. Reputation precedes legacy. Jiraiya's proclivities were common knowledge among Konoha's elder generation. Precisely because the second Hokage's team had recently captured White Zetsu, and Tsunade had returned to assume the mantle of Hokage, the second was now free to conduct vital research. Thus Konoha maintained a subtle underlying vigilance, explaining Jiraiya's continued presence. And the flower shop, bustling with patrons and gossip, served as a natural conduit for such rumors, hence their arrival at Ino's ears. Now Akari was genuinely irritated. Had Jiraiya dismissed her explicit warning against peeping within Konoha as mere wind, she would confront him again soon. If the rumor proved true, she would show no mercy. But for now, no need to spoil the mood. Akari turned back to Ino. You fear being spied upon. No matter, we'll go elsewhere. I know the perfect place. Truly. Ino's eyes lit up. A proper onsen soak was exactly what she craved. Absolutely. Grab your bathing attire, and let's go. Oh, and bring something warm. Akari added. Warm clothing. Is our destination frigid? Ino frowned, puzzled. Huh. Though bewildered, Ino trusted Akari implicitly and packed a down jacket. She soon understood why. Akari took her hand and activated the Flying Thunder God. In the next instant, Hinata, Sakura, and the others, each accompanied by an Akari shadow clone, materialized alongside them amid a vast snow-blanketed expanse of pristine white. A biting knife-edged wind rushed forth, carrying the sharp mineral scent of sulfur-laced steam. Ino looked down and beheld a naturally formed hot spring nestled squarely within the frozen wilderness, its waters steaming warmly. But how is this possible? Ino stood utterly dumbfounded, her reaction mirrored by everyone present. On Akari's interface, emotional surges flooded her status panel. Tsunade stepped forward and dipped her hand into the water. An exceptional sodium bicarbonate spring, made all the more remarkable by its setting amidst such frozen desolation. Recalling the classified dossiers she'd reviewed since ascending to Hokage, Tsunade's gaze sharpened with recognition. This is the land of snow, isn't it? Indeed, this is the snow country. Akali nodded. Speaking of which, it was actually discovered by Xiaoxua when she was scouting here. Later we simply built a hot spring resort, and the business has been quite good. Akali gestured around and asked, so how about it, Lady Tsunade? Is it satisfactory? Following Akali's gaze, Tsunade looked around. Although it was a snowy landscape, this was a place directly commissioned for development by Fenghua Xiaoxua, so naturally all the necessary decorations were in place, and the architecture exuded an antique charm embodying a refined elegance reminiscent of nobility. Not bad. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. It was worth it for me to immediately follow you after hearing about the hot springs. Of course, it would be even better if we could have some sake. Tsunade licked her lips and sighed. No way, Lady Tsunade, you haven't finished your work for today. Seeing Tsunade, the wine lover, about to start drinking, Shizune immediately became alert and tried to stop her. Unfortunately, Akali was quicker. She clapped her hands and said, that's simple. Hearing the sound, a row of maidens emerged from the corridors on either side of the hot spring. Akali instructed, bring some clear sake. At the same time, she called out to the others. All right, everyone, don't just stand here. Hurry up and take a bath. The snow country is quite cold. Let's go. The crowd cheered and followed the maidens away. After a while, wrapped in towels, they returned, each removing their towels to enter the pool, marking the arrival of true paradise for Akali. Moving among various beauties, Akali touched one and then the other washing her face with a cleanser and massaging her head, truly enjoying the heavenly experience. Akali once again experienced the benefits of being a woman. However, she forgot one thing. The force of interaction is mutual. Since she could rely on her identity as a woman to touch legs on one side and hug waists on the other, naturally others could do the same. And so, Akali, you're so smooth. Tion was the first to launch an attack. Akali, you smell so good. Sakura followed closely behind. Then Ino, unwilling to fall behind, exclaimed, Wow, Akali, you actually have abs. Let me touch them. Akali was horrified to discover that after getting past the initial strangeness, this group of women around her, regardless of their nature, were all quite uninhibited. Just a simple gathering made her feel like she was about to be completely overwhelmed. Helpless, Akali looked to the outside and extended her hand, saying, Hinata, save me. However, Hinata merely smirked and said, Aren't you enjoying this? Why do you want me to save you? Sakura, Ino, open a gap, I want to join in too. After Sakura and the others opened a gap, Hinata joined the fray. Poor Akali found herself outnumbered, only able to let out cries of surrender like a magical girl defeated before a tentacle monster Yamete. On the other side of the hot spring, Tsunade, who was toasting with Yui Kurenai, also wore a contemplative smile. Youth, how wonderful. Drink. Like someone ignited with youthful vigor, Tsunade downed her drink in a single gulp at Shizune's desperate gaze. For a time in the vast hot spring, everyone had their own way to enjoy, which was joyous and celebratory. However, it was regrettable that happy times are always brief and indescribable. The delightful hot spring moments quickly came to an end, and everyone returned to Konoha once again. At this time in Konoha, Sasuke was training under Senju Tobirama while Naruto was with Jiraiya. With Sasuke and Naruto, the two main forces, taking a break, Yui Kurenai and Hinata also concluded their teaching phase and began intense training, while there were hardly any outsiders causing trouble. Akali also entered a period of mundane days. However, as the trees desire stillness, the wind does not wish to cease. In the land of demons, within an unknown mountain, a vast chasm, revealing flowing lava, appeared. As the air rippled like waves, a man wearing a whirlpool mask suddenly appeared. Looking at the devastated ground before him, and sensing the sinister aura that even the scorching lava could not conceal, Obito under the mask relaxed his brows. Is this the place, the sealing ground of the Wraith? Indeed, this is the place, replied Black Zetsu, who followed closely behind Obito. What shall we do next? Obito inquired. Nothing much, just need to throw the person out, Black Zetsu answered, seemingly anticipating the next events. As he spoke, controlling the possessed white Zetsu, a sudden technique made him vanish. Simultaneously, Obito activated his Kimui, and a distortion unfolded as two figures dropped out from his right eye. One was a middle-aged man with long hair and a sinister appearance, and the other was a beautiful young woman with long white hair down to her waist. Having been roughly thrown out by Obito from the Kamui space, the girl involuntarily let out a cry of pain as she landed on the scorching hard ground. At the sound of the girl's cry, the middle-aged man also awakened. He got up, shook his head violently, and muttered in confusion, Who am I, and where is this? Am I Huangquan? No, I am Wraith. Remembering the events before his unconsciousness, Wraith roared to the sky, Damn humans daring to insult me like this. Wait. Wraith scanned the surroundings with some confusion. This familiar scene, this familiar aura, was it not the sealing ground of his physical body? That person, after disdainfully stuffing him into Huangquan's body, actually sent him back to the sealing ground of his physical body. And the woman beside him. Ziyuan. Recognizing her identity, Wraith exclaimed again. The witch he had battled his entire life was now casually thrown before him, completely defenseless. Wraith even felt that if he reached out, he could once again become the source of disaster that plunged the entire ninja world into chaos. However, with this long-held dream in front of him, Wraith did not act immediately, but instead proceeded cautiously. He suddenly turned around and stared directly at Obito's whirlpool mask. Human, what sinister scheme do you have? Sinister scheme? Obito scoffed disdainfully. You alone are not worthy to speak of any sinister schemes. But never mind, the goods have been delivered, and I should be leaving. Obito activated Kimui once again. A mysterious whirlpool spread, and he entered the Kimui space and vanished, leaving behind the furious Wraith and the unconscious Ziyuan. The emergence of Wangliang wrought catastrophic devastation upon the marsh country, where its physical form lay, and neighboring minor states such as the Ghost Country. Compounding the calamity, these minor nations already occupied remote mountainous and perilous borderlands. Now tremors of indeterminate magnitude shattered entire ranges, sealing them off completely. No one could escape inward, nor could aid penetrate from without, leaving countless dead and wounded. Yet even the most treacherous terrain and formidable natural barriers posed no hindrance to Wangliang's terracotta army. Treading upon the fractured ruins of mountains, the vast host advanced steadily into the heartland of the shinobi continent. Meanwhile, though foreign armies now pressed ever closer and violent earthquakes had recently struck, Konoha remained tranquil. After all, seismic energy inevitably attenuates as it propagates. Though Wangliang's terracotta legions knew neither fatigue nor fear of death, traversing peaks and seas with effortless grace, they advanced solely on foot. Thus their true presence would remain concealed from the world for several more days. Yet if Black Zetsu had set his machinations in motion, could he possibly limit himself to only 1 or 2 moves? Fire Country Konoha. The shadow of war had long since lifted. The sky stretched clear and cloudless, the air crisp and fresh, the sunlight warm and soothing. A rare day of perfect serenity. Akali, seizing the moment, decided to step out instead of remaining indoors. Coincidentally, her newfound friend Yamato Yakumo, once an adversary now a cherished companion, had just sent an invitation. Moreover, having rested for some time after her fierce duel with Uchiha Itachi, Akali felt restless stillness giving way to quiet yearning for action, and resolved once more to support Yakumo's ambition, launching a new manga series. Thus Akali made her way directly to the Yamato estate. There atop the gentle hill where Yakumo often sketched, Akali stood as a living muse while her impulsive friend captured her likeness and portrait. Yet Akali soon regretted her decision, because, yes, hold that pose, exactly like that. Your gaze, what is that expression? And what, pray tell, is that downward curl of your lips? A warrior who can cleave a valley in two with a single stroke. Surely holding a stance cannot be so difficult. With a sharp snap, Yakumo slammed her brush onto the easel. Watching Akali, whose radiant poise lasted only moments before her eyes dimmed and her focus drifted, Yakumo pouted, rolled her eyes, and retorted with biting irony, "How utterly beneath you, great lady Akali, to serve as a mere model for an insignificant genin like myself. Indeed, I am no Hinata-sama, charming and beloved, so forgive me for failing to bring you joy." Akali flushed, speechless and utterly unable to counter. For this truly was her own fault. When Yakumo first proposed the portrait, Akali, though aware modeling demanded patience and endurance, had assumed the task would be brief given Yakumo's usual speed. She had not anticipated that for Yakumo ordinary sketches were casual affairs, but Akali's portrait demanded perfection, every line flawless, every nuance exact. Yet Akali's nature chafed at prolonged stillness. Maintaining focus without drifting was genuinely taxing. Still, having agreed, how could she simply withdraw? Drawing a deep breath, Akali addressed Yakumo with solemn sincerity, "I apologize. Let us begin again. This time I will hold my focus." No sooner had the words left her lips than she summoned the same fierce concentration she'd wielded against Uchiha Itachi. Holding her breath, softening her features, lifting the corners of her mouth into a serene, natural smile, and gazing at Yakumo with poised grace. Just then golden sunlight bathed her, draping her in a luminous gossamer veil. Against the azure sky, drifting clouds, gentle breeze, and the peaceful village of Konoha nestled quietly behind her, a masterpiece unfolded before the eye. Struck by Akali's ethereal presence, Yakumo instantly set aside all banter, swiftly replacing her paper and entering her highest artistic state. With both fully immersed, their collaboration flowed with divine fluency. Akali's breathtaking elegance and innate radiant vitality were rendered with photographic fidelity, etched flawlessly onto the canvas before Yakumo. Yakumo grew ever more absorbed, sensing instinctively that, barring unforeseen interruption, completing this portrait would elevate her artistry to a new pinnacle. For a time, the secluded hill was hushed save for the whisper of wind through leaves and grass, so silent that even breath seemed muted. Yet sometimes when nothing unexpected seems likely, unexpectedness arrives. Just as Yakumo neared completion of Akali's figure, preparing to render the background, a scattering of faint black specks appeared suddenly across the pristine blue sky behind Akali, tiny at first. But swiftly they multiplied, growing denser, darker, more intrusive, like the jarring imperial seals of Emperor Qianlong marring timeless masterpieces. Thus the perfect composition was marred. Though ordinarily a pampered, reclusive young noblewoman, Yakumo possessed remarkable patience where her art was concerned. Rather than panic at the intrusion, she waited calmly, reasoning that after all, what else could drift across the heavens? At this distance, mere specks, soon surely birds. Blue skies, white clouds, wild geese flying south. Surely that too held poetic resonance. Yet as Yakumo paused her brush and watched, those distant specks drew nearer and turned unmistakably yellow. And they were no birds, rather human figures soaring through the air on strange kite-like contraptions. What is that? Yakumo lowered her brush and stared, puzzled. As the figures drew closer, further details emerged. Not merely people, but shinobi bearing unfamiliar forehead protectors. Though Yakumo did not recognize their insignia, she was no sheltered, ignorant heiress. A squadron of unknown shinobi arriving unannounced over Konoha aboard bizarre aerial devices. Could this possibly herald anything good? Akari, something's wrong. Yakumo cried out in warning. Hearing her, Akari, who had already tensed at Yakumo's pause, immediately turned her gaze skyward. Her keener vision instantly revealed what Yakumo had missed: windproof goggles, thick cloth face masks, butterfly-shaped yellow flight apparatuses, explosive tags at their waists, and unusual kunalaunching rifles. There could be no doubt. They were the Sky Shinobi adversaries from the Naruto cinematic universe. Yet hadn't they first appeared only in the Shippuden movie? Such a question flashed through Akari's mind, yet no answer came. For the vanguard of the Sky Shinobi had already reached Konoha's zenith, and bombs began raining down in relentless thunderous torrents. The thunderous sound of explosions echoed throughout the Hidden Leaf village. These continuous blasts and billowing smoke acted as a clarion call, abruptly awakening the village that had only recently enjoyed a few days of tranquility. After all, the current Hidden Leaf is not the peaceful village it was during the Wind Era, having been at peace for 3 years, and moreover, due to Danzo's interference, Tsunade has yet to fully take control. Just recently having sent off the third Hokage and Danzo and reorganized by the second Hokage, the Hidden Leaf is now truly the #1 ninja village. As soon as the explosions erupted, Akali clearly saw numerous Hidden Leaf ninjas standing atop the rooftops. Those skilled in ninja tools attacked with their gear, while those proficient in defensive ninjutsu launched their techniques to shield themselves. Some bold individuals even attempted to leap into the air, proactively launching attacks against the airborne enemy ninjas. However, despite the determined counterattacks from the Hidden Leaf ninjas, their effectiveness was limited. This was because the enemy was too far away still in the sky, and their attacks were hindered by the pull of gravity. Under normal circumstances, a middle-level ninja's weapon throw could still be lethal at a distance of 100 meters, but now even if they managed to throw something 60 meters high, it would lose momentum and fall. Similarly, the range of ninjutsu attacks is also limited. Generally, a brank attack technique covers about 100 meters, which is already considered a high-level ninjutsu. In contrast, the enemy ninjas not only wielded weapons with destructive power comparable to explosive tags, but also possessed strange tools akin to firearms that could launch shurikens. The shurikens raining down densely from the sky, combined with the enemy's bombs, caused numerous casualties throughout the Hidden Leaf. The first wave of skirmishes could be described as a complete victory for the enemy ninjas. However, their dominance was short-lived. Accompanied by a low, deep laugh, Akali split into hundreds with her shadow clone technique. 100 shadowy Akalis densely occupied the small hillside where Yakumo was located. Yakumo, I'm off to provide support. You should also try to see if you can influence the enemy ninjas over there. After leaving that remark, she created a shadow clone to protect Kuruma Yakumo, while the remaining 99 Akalis used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear all over the Hidden Leaf, then launched various small skills towards the airborne enemies. Simultaneously, in the Street of Delicious Food in the Hidden Leaf, a rotund man with a mane resembling a lion and a belly armor inscribed with the character for food was rapidly ballooning like a blowfish. This was a Kimichi Choza who had used the super expansion technique. A black long rod similarly enlarged swept across the sky. With just this one strike, over 100 enemy ninjas were caught off guard and struck down. Before these enemy ninjas could descend and collide with anyone or anything, another water blue canopy rose up, blocking the falling enemies and, of course, intercepting subsequent attacks from them. The airborne Akali turned to see it was the Hokage building. Senju Tobarama, who had been studying the white Zetsu these past few days, had arrived. With Senju Tobarama's arrival, the ongoing assault by the enemy ninjas was naturally cut off. While the enemy's attack was sharp, it was actually no more than a few simple tactics. The individual enemy ninjas flying in the sky were merely human-sized chakra supply units lacking combat strength, even compared to freshly graduated Ninja Academy students. Even though Akali had split into hundreds with her shadow clone technique, the combat power of each individual shadow clone could still easily take down the enemy ninjas. Thus, as more strong ninjas from the Hidden Leaf stepped in, it took only a moment for the enemy ninjas in the sky to be cleared away. However, the clearing of the enemy ninjas was not the end, but rather the beginning. In the Hokage building, in the High Ninja meeting room, Tsunade slammed her palm heavily on the table, her furious almond eyes sweeping over the gathered individuals. These mere enemy ninjas, remnants from years ago, dare to attack the Hidden Leaf. Haichi Ibiki. Here, both Yamenka Haichi and Marino Ibiki responded in turn. Tsunade asked, "Can the interrogation department dig out the enemy's lair within a day?" "Certainly," Yamenka Haichi replied. "In fact, the restrictions inside those enemy ninjas' minds are very simple. We've already obtained information about their lair from the surviving enemy ninjas' memories." The current issue is that according to the information provided by the enemy ninjas, this batch of attackers are brainwashed suicide squads, the kind that leaves with no return, and their lair is a mobile floating fortress. We cannot ascertain whether the enemy's fortress has relocated. Tisk. Hearing Yamenka Haichi's response, Tsunade was extremely displeased. How many years have passed, and these enemy ninjas have made no progress. They still rely on the same old tactics. There's nothing we can do. Gets indeed effective, Nara Shikaku interjected. Lady Tsunade, it seems our only option now is to send reconnaissance teams to find the enemy's lair first. Is that the only way? Tsunade frowned, somewhat unwilling. She wanted a more direct approach. After all, some situations vary with time, and the reactions they provoke naturally differ as well. In the original story, Tsunade had already been in office for 3 years. When attacked, she would have simply found a way to retaliate. However, she had just taken over the Hokage position from Senju Tobarama and was immediately attacked. This felt like a slap in the face. Moreover, the follow-up to the attack was handled by Senju Tobarama himself. Faced with an attack, the current Hokage found herself utterly helpless, while the former Hokage stepped in to block it. Though she understood that each Hokage has their strengths, with Tsunade being adept in personal combat and medical ninjutsu, the nature of human hearts is something that can't be predicted. However, some matters cannot be shifted by objective will. In response to Tsunade's concerns, Nara Shikaku slowly shook his head. This is the only way. But if Lady Tsunade wants to find the enemy's lair more quickly, we can send more elite ninjas. Nara Shikaku added. This is what is referred to as brute force. Is that so? Tsunade furrowed her brow, still reluctant. As the Hokage, she was aware of the situation on Senju Tobarama's side. Sending too many elite ninjas before results emerged from his research might have repercussions. Nevertheless, Tsunade was decisive as she understood the need to act swiftly and cut through the chaos. Then it settled. Tsunade commanded, bring Kakashi here. Under Tsunade's orders, a considerable number of hidden leaf ninjas were mobilized to head towards the coastline of the Land of Fire. Among them, Hinata, who possesses the reconnaissance artifact of the Byakugan, was also present. Oh. At an operating table, Bei Lu, who turned his head, not quite sure what he was attending to. He glanced at the pure white Baiju and frowned. The last time I asked you to bring that Baiju called a Fei, you refused, saying you'd fetch something better. This is it. Having said that, without waiting for Dai Tu's reply, Bei Lu, who stepped past him and approached the Baiju he had brought, inspecting it, as if it were livestock under quarantine. The more he examined, the deeper Bei Lu's frown grew. He had chosen to inspect with his own hands because Dai Tu's reputation made him wary of hasty, biased conclusions that would cost him face. Now, however, the Baiju's life force was dreadfully thin. If the previous Baiju had possessed the dense lineage of the Qianshou kin, close to the generation of Qianshou Zhujin, then this Baiju was a diluted descendant of the Qianshou after unknown generations of mixing in Muyi. Without another word, Bei Lu, who turned to Dai Tu, his gaze cool, explained. Didn't you see it? Dai Tu retorted. I thought your skill would pick it up. So you are no different after all, he added with a casual barb. Dai Tu, unperturbed by the slight, snapped his fingers. Show him. At his signal, the otherwise silent Baiju suddenly formed a hand sign. Then, like Chu Tian awakening the Byakugan, Baiju's stark, black and white eyes flushed with a streak of blood red as 3 jet-black Magatama began to spin. Bei Lu, who was stunned. Sharingan. It really is the Sharingan, and a self-controlled one at that. He lunged forward, seizing Baiju's head to examine it closely. His excitement was genuine. The Sharingan had always been the object of Bei Lu's pursuit, otherwise he would never have clandestinely meddled with Kakashi. But Kakashi had never managed a self-switching Sharingan. How had this strange creation accomplished it? The scholar's scientific curiosity flared. He asked Dai Tu at once, what is the principle? Dai Tu only chuckled and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, well, are you satisfied with this specimen? Satisfied, of course I am. Bei Lu, who nodded eagerly. Though the body is a little weak, the value of a Qianshou bearing the Sharingan more than compensates. It will serve perfectly as my final fusion material. All right, you may leave. I must prepare the ritual. Rest assured I will do what I promised. Bei Lu, who busied himself with packing, barely containing his eagerness. Yet Dai Tu did not depart despite the dismissal. Bei Lu, who glanced back in puzzlement. What is it? Is there more? At this stage you don't still not trust me, do you? Bei Lu, who mused inwardly. It would not surprise him if Dai Tu doubted him. He had never intended to heed Dai Tu's words anyway. Were it not for the fact he could not best Dai Tu, Bei Lu, who might even have considered using Dai Tu himself as his final fusion subject. But what Dai Tu had offered this time was alluring indeed, and his time-space ninjutsu left Bei Lu, who with no leverage. For the sake of his grander designs, Bei Lu, who felt compelled to give something tangible. The Gualuo technique. Haven't you sought it? If this succeeds, I could grant it to you, he offered. Oh, so generous, Dai Tu replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. It would be great to obtain Galluo, but perhaps you misunderstand something. He had never truly favored the Galluo art. Fusing another's body to one's own carried unpredictable pitfalls. If Dai Tu and Heiju were willing to hand items to Bei Lu, who they clearly were not afraid of his possible betrayal. What? Bei Lu, who asked, puzzled. Who told you the custom Bai Ju I brought was a downgraded host for a Sharingan? Dai Tu said proudly. The pallid vitality you sensed was because it had been withdrawn and contained inward to bear these eyes. He'll show you properly. At Dai Tu's words, Bai Ju's chakra surged toward its eyes. Amid a violent tremor of ocular power, the lively 3 Magatama beneath that blood-red iris spun at high speed, contracted, and finally condensed to a point blooming like a flower. A brand new pattern unfolded in Bai Ju's eyes. This is Bei Lu, who stood agape. Dai Tu, smiling faintly, spoke the name Bei Lu, who had not. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. The scant life force you perceived was all siphoned to balance and sustain these eyes. Even Dai Tu found the revelation surprising, for Bai Ju's Mangekyo had come from his beloved clan leader Ujibo Fuyu. Yet Dai Tu had never known that Ujibo Fuyu bore the Mangekyo if Fuyu never displayed it, and it was odd to Dai carrying such eyes unused. Had Heiju not told him that Fuyu's eyes were Mangekyo, Dai Tu might have treated them as ordinary 3 Magatama eyes, and one day someone might have expended his Anaji on them. And so the Mangekyo that Ujibo Fuyu never used fell into Bei Lu's hands for a pittance. Dai Tu felt a pang of rueful regret. Bei Lu, who by contrast was delirious with joy. Excellent, excellent. It seems partnering with you was indeed wise, he exclaimed. Since Dai Tu had been so magnanimous, Bei Lu, who saw no reason to be petty. He tossed a scroll to Dai Tu. Keep this scroll. Rest assured I will see to your matter. With that, Bei Lu, who truly ignored Dai Tu, he left the laboratory without tidying and took Bai Ju out with him. Their destination was the Jin Luan Mountains at the junction of the Earth Fire Grass and Taki countries. With that, Dai Tu and Heiju's scheme had truly begun to unfold. At the same time, Mu Yi Gangsho finally received word of the Wangliang Taoyong Corps. Dispatches from the Yin and Sha great villages were laid before Mu Yi's highest council. Gazing at the harrowing reports, Gang Shou rubbed her temples. The undead Wangliang Legion was sealed by the priestess of the land of ghosts. How could it suddenly reappear with no prior sign? First the Sky Shinobi, now the Wangliang Legion. What deity have I offended to suffer such ill fortune this year? She grumbled in displeasure. Yet careless words from one speaker carried weight for another. Akali fell into deep contemplation. In the original chronology, neither the Sky Shinobi nor the Wangliang Legion appeared until later. The two separate tales ought not to merge into one. So perhaps there is no capricious deity after all, but between men and specters one or the other might well be pulling the strings. After the grand meeting concluded, Akali immediately conveyed her thoughts to Tsunade and Senjutobarama. Are you suggesting that everything is being manipulated by someone? It's not impossible. Senjutobarama quickly became alert, a wraith core and an empty ninja coincidentally attacking from both sides at such a precise time. If this is truly premeditated, it makes sense. But Grandpa, Tsunade felt puzzled. What do those people behind this want to achieve? What do they want? Senjutobarama pondered. Don't you think our Konoha is too strong right now? Tsunade still felt some doubt. But Senjutobarama had already confirmed his suspicion. Yes, it's precisely because we are too strong now. Think about it, those hidden figures have been lurking for so long, preparing for such a long time, yet have never revealed themselves. Neither we nor other ninja villages know of their existence. Oh, what does this indicate? It indicates that their scheme is grand. This is why they have remained hidden so perfectly. Their enemies are not just one ninja village, but the entire ninja world. Therefore, if one ninja village becomes too strong or another too weak, it is not beneficial for them, as it disrupts the balance of the ninja world. Senjutobarama's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Tsunade, do you remember how Yandai was killed? Grandpa, are you saying? Exactly. The mysterious person responsible for Yandai's death, from whom we have yet to find any clues, is probably from that very force. Although I never saw Yandai myself, I can tell from the records that he was an exceptionally talented young man akin to a newly born son. If he had lived to lead Konoha, we would have never had to wait for the likes of Sarutobi to bring ruin upon us. Senjutobarama sighed regretfully at this point. Given his intelligence, having guessed that someone was behind the recent events, more judgments naturally followed. This time we all need to be cautious, very cautious. Senjutobarama said gravely. Regarding the wraiths, the Senju clan's records mention them as being strong, but their strength lies in their numbers. However, Konoha's strength lies precisely in the number of strong individuals we have. Senjutobarama added. He looked at Tsunade. Little Tsunade, I haven't been keeping track of Konoha's affairs lately. Where's Jiraiya now? Teaching Naruto around Konoha. Tsunade replied, chuckling a bit. Grandpa, you took Sasuke away, leaving him without a rival, and now Jiraiya is completely overwhelmed by Naruto. However, it's not all bad that Jiraiya is preoccupied with Naruto. At least we've seen a notable increase in the income of the Konoha hot springs since he hasn't been around. That rascal. Senju Tobirama frowned slightly. He had met Jiraiya before and considered him a good person, but regrettably, he was taken under Sarutobi's wing and had become such a lecherous man. For someone at their level, wouldn't researching ninjutsu and improving one's cultivation be more enjoyable than chasing after women? Yet it was understandable for Jiraiya to act this way. Senju Tobirama suddenly asked, Tsunade, what is your opinion of Jiraiya? What do you mean by that? Tsunade was momentarily confused, then suddenly realized what Senju Tobirama was implying. What else could it be but views on relationships? Tsunade's face turned slightly red. If anyone else had asked her this question, even Jiraiya, that proud and headstrong Tsunade, would have surely retaliated with a punch. However, the one standing before her was Senju Tobirama. Tsunade could only answer honestly, I. Yet as she began to speak, she suddenly stopped, recalling that Akali was standing nearby staring at them with wide eyes. Shoo shoo shoo. I'm talking with Grandpa, what are you doing here? Tsunade began to shoo Akali away. Not wanting to miss the juicy gossip about Tsunade and Jiraiya, Akali was not willing to leave. Hey, don't. Sister Tsunade Zinsei, you are the Hokage. Family matters are national matters, and as a Konoha ninja, I demand my right to know. As she spoke, Akali gathered chakra in her legs and made a forceful attempt to pull herself closer. However, on the other side, seeing that she couldn't budge, Akali Tsunade gritted her teeth and began to clench her fists. All right, you want to know? I don't have that information, but do you want a fist instead? Oi, bring it on. Akali stood tall, declaring, I will not back down. After all, she was well protected with skin like armor. What would it matter if Tsunade threw a few punches at her today? But the question remained, how could Tsunade actually hit Akali? You little brat. Facing a tough opponent like Akali, Tsunade could only grit her teeth, though her emotions were undeniably building up. Seeing that things were getting a bit troublesome, Senju Tobirama spoke again. All right, letting Akali listen doesn't hurt. This matter actually requires her assistance. Fine. Tsunade lowered her head, feeling a little disgruntled as she began to speak shyly. To be honest, I don't actually dislike that guy Jiraiya. It's Jiraiya, that perverted virgin who has a lustful heart, but lacks the guts to act. He never takes the initiative to ask me, and always puts on that disgusting act. But such a thing, I can't be the one to approach him, right? Speaking of her relationship with Jiraiya, Tsunade truly had a lot of complaints. Besides, it's not like I haven't asked before. I have tried to drop hints, but he was too busy looking for some prophesied child to settle down. If he refuses to settle down, then of course I won't wait for him, so later when I met Dan I agreed to it. But who knew Dan? Tsunade paused for a moment. In short, later on I developed blood phobia, began to wander the ninja world, and Jiraiya was busy indulging in pleasures which dragged on to the present day, and he hasn't changed a bit. Let's not even get into that anymore. Senju Tobirama also fell silent. He had thought Tsunade had high standards and looked down on Jiraiya, but he didn't expect the answer he got from her to be like this. Meanwhile, Akali could understand Jiraiya quite well. A virgin after all, who had a lustful heart, but lacked the courage. Since childhood, Tsunade was from a noble family, a proper princess, and beautiful, which naturally made Jiraiya feel inferior. Feeling inferior, unable to overcome his own hurdles, naturally there were times he wouldn't dare to take that step in front of the goddess. Later, when Tsunade met Dan, Jiraiya's demeanor only made him feel more ashamed in comparison, creating a vicious cycle. Yet if he couldn't take that step, what did it matter if the goddess had feelings for him? Akali, who was single before her transmigration, prided herself as a master of emotional guidance, but was toyed with by Hinata, shook her head inwardly. However, for Tsunade and Jiraiya's innocent romantic entanglement, Senju Tobirama, who had experienced the fleeting uncertainties of the warring states, could certainly not comprehend. He only grasped the point, so you don't dislike him, right? After a long hesitation, Tsunade finally nodded in front of Senju Tobirama. All right then I will arrange it directly. With Tsunade's nod, Senju Tobirama decisively stated, you two should find a time at most in a day or two and hold a small gathering with family and friends, as well as the clan leaders from Konoha for a meal, and then have the official wedding afterward. Uncle, why so soon? Tsunade was astonished, while Akali felt the same way. Second Hokage, isn't this a bit too hasty? Tsunade, as the princess of the land of fire and the Hokage of Konoha, felt that getting married like this resembled a flash wedding. However, what Akali considered unacceptable did not exist in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Is it hasty? I think it's fine. Senju Tobirama replied unhappily. Tsunade has already lived for over 50 years. Although the sealing technique maintains her body and appearance, human lifespan has its limits. In your 20s you might say you have choices, but now that you're over 50, being able to choose is already quite good. Moreover, what do you think the world is? Does the world revolve around you? No one will wait for you truly. Senju Tobarama expressed some genuine feelings as he spoke, just like during the First Shinobi World War. I once thought peace had been achieved, and I could take my time, but who would have thought I would die just like that? This. After Senju Tobarama brought up a real example, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. At this point, recalling the original plot, Akali also fell silent. Tsunade and Jiraiya had been too slow. Having an ancestor rise from the grave to urge them to marry was actually a good thing. Then Senju Tobarama delivered a final blow to the discussion. Moreover, this is something I discussed with my brother, and he agreed. My brother also said he would come out to be your witness. Alright. With Senju Hashirama brought up, Tsunade fell completely silent. Seeing that Tsunade was finally persuaded, Senju Tobarama began to discuss the upcoming arrangements. There wasn't much to say. From today onward, Konoha's elite forces must form teams in pairs. Jiraiya and Tsunade together, Senju Tobarama, accompanied by his brother's shadow clone Kakashi, paired with the Suma Saratobi Kurenai with Guy, and the Ino Shikacho trio, would remain together while Akali was assigned to Orochimaru. Currently, with the visible danger approaching, this was the best way for those who did not want to die without understanding the situation. However, Akali soon found herself in a predicament. As Konoha entered a state of readiness for battle, the previous teachings of Naruto and Sasuke were naturally interrupted, and now both brothers returned under Akali's command. Of course, in a certain sense, returning to Akali, the ones truly caught in a predicament were Naruto and Sasuke. After all, with the filming crew back, how could they not exploit the situation? Akali directly went to Tsunade to get a business contract. The next day at the wedding, personally presided over by Narashikaku, Konoha's strongest mind, the fortunate attendees were pleasantly surprised to discover Naruto and Sasuke, who had been featured in numerous magazines, but were never seen in person, actually attended Tsunade's wedding, becoming a vibrant presence in the luxurious bridesmaid squad. In comparison to the lavish bridesmaid team that included Naruto, Sasuke, Akali, Hinata, Shizune, Sakura, Ino, and Senju Chika, Sasuke's fiancé. The groomsmen team, consisting of Kakashi, Might Guy as Suma Saratobi Yamato, and a Senju brother, appeared rather shabby. Of course, this didn't matter. After all, who goes to a wedding to look at the groomsmen? Akali certainly didn't, and to avoid stealing Tsunade's spotlight, the bridesmaid team consisted entirely of young girls. She simply watched Sasuke, who was being supported by Senju Chika, stiff all over, yet unable to help but smile at the clan leaders' wives arriving, while she buried herself in Hinata's fragrant shoulder, laughing breathlessly. Oh my, I really can't take it anymore. That guy Sasuke is killing me with laughter. I had thought there would be such comedic moments before I came, but I never expected it to be this hilarious. Huh. It was like attending a brother's wedding while cross-dressing and accompanying your girlfriend as a bridesmaid. Just thinking about that scene made Akali's toes curl. Is it really that funny? Hinata looked at Akali helplessly. Of course. Akali glanced over at Sasuke and mischievously replied, I already had Naruto use his shadow clone to film the wedding video. You know that guy Naruto won't embarrass himself if you tell him to, but if you mention Sasuke too, he'll just say to go all out. This matter I could use to tease Sasuke for a lifetime. Akali even fantasized about whether Sasuke would unleash his Sharingan in rage if she handed the video to Senju Chika in front of him. But the problem is Chika already knows it's Sasuke. Hinata's gentle voice interrupted Akali's daydream. Huh. Akali was taken aback. No. How could that be? I've never said anything. Hinata shook her head. So don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. Sometimes, even if one changes their appearance, some habits cannot be changed. Moreover, Sasuke is currently completely defenseless and has no way to disguise himself. Take a closer look. Akali looked carefully and found it to be true. Whenever they dealt with guests, Senju Chika always pushed Sasuke forward first, then filled in the gaps for him. And the guest would only think that Sasuke was too nervous, and regardless of how he performed, she was still Tsunade's bridesmaid, so the guests wouldn't make things difficult for them. Thus, regarding some peculiarities, the crowd simply overlooked them. Following behind Sasuke, every time he couldn't see her, Senju Chika was laughing so hard she might burst. But when Sasuke turned around like a pitiful little animal, she would only show a gentle and gracious smile. Ding, emotional value from Akali, 99.99. Akali pounded her chest in despair. Oh no, I've become part of their play. Hee. Seeing Akali in such a flustered state made Hinata smile beautifully. Ignoring Akali, Hinata, due to her identity and strength, found a moment of leisure to watch Jiraiya, who was laughing so hard on the high platform, and Tsunade, who rarely showed a feminine demeanor, suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. She whispered, this is wonderful. What? Akali didn't hear clearly. I mean, even though the invitations for the meetings of the other 4 great ninja villages were only sent out yesterday, and a great war is imminent, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya are still able to calm themselves amidst the chaos and get married first. That's truly wonderful. Hinata smiled gently at Akali. Do you think this counts as love in the midst of war? Of course it's calculated. Akali nodded, dazedly gazing at Hinata's exquisite face. her heart stirred by quiet emotion. Though Hinata had long matured beside her at her core, she remained a young woman, just as now moved to tears by Jiraiya and Tsunade's long-awaited union. She envisioned lovers finally united, then perhaps, softly inwardly, turned that vision upon herself, finding it profoundly beautiful. Akali was different. No matter how flawless her features, how alluring her figure, or even how faintly she exuded an aura of ripe, feminine magnetism, she remained fundamentally a man. While Akali too felt the beauty of this moment and the quiet satisfaction of narrative closure, what struck her most keenly was its tangible political weight. This wedding was said to invite only a few close friends, but in truth over 50 tables now filled the hall. Clan heads of shinobi families, patriarchs of great non-shinobi lineages still rooted in Konoha, elite jonin, wealthy merchants, even an envoy from the Fire Daimyo, hurriedly summoned by Hashirama Senju himself from the capital, and representatives from the 4 great shinobi villages, some arriving so late they revealed their identities on-site through covert agents. Even if Tobirama Senju harbored no such intent, his mere presence, witnessing the union of 2 of the legendary Sannin standing beside the reanimated Hashirama and himself, carried incalculable political resonance. And then there was Orochimaru. His 3-year detour erased his immortality, secured through the white Zetsu vessel, seated prominently in the front row. Even if one failed to recognize Orochimaru at first glance, surely Kimimaro, sitting unmistakably beside him, could not be mistaken. The spectral forest of white bone from his early dance of the ferns still lingered in memory, undeniable, overwhelming strength. As Tobirama Senju had observed, Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin were now fully restored. Jiraiya, having failed to flee, was bound by marriage. Its ancestral pillars stood in Hashirama and Tobirama. Its elder generation boasted the Sannin. Its middle and rising ranks included the Ino Shikacho trio and Kakashi. Its youth, Akali, Naruto, and Sasuke, surged with unmatched vitality. Such a gathering would surely usher in a prolonged era of stability both within and beyond Konoha's walls. Especially within Konoha itself, where Danzo was absent, Root had been seamlessly absorbed by Tobirama Senju, and Orochimaru and the remnants of Root from the Boruto era had vanished without trace. A village free of internal strife, unified as one unbreakable entity. What else could that be but a conceptual deity? With this wedding complete, future challenges, both domestic and external, would dissolve before they even arose. Yet there was no need to voice such calculations, not to shatter Hinata's tender reverie. So throughout Tsunade's wedding, Akali and Hinata quietly slipped away from duty, indulging in a day of effortless ease. At dawn the next day, Akali resumed duty as a flying thunder god courier, transporting Hinata and the others hastily recalled for the occasion back to the Fire Country's coastline to resume their search for the Hollow Ninja. As for Akali herself, she formed a 4-member team with Naruto, Sasuke, and Yuhi Kiba and set out ahead for the Grass Country. Their 4 squads, one from each of the 4 great shinobi villages, awaited her arrival. According to Tobirama Senju, the demon Wanyo had long been guarded by the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. Should Wanyo ever stir, it fell to that maiden to sound the alarm. Yet this time Wanyo's army descended with eerie silence and terrifying speed, while none of the 5 great shinobi villages received so much as a whisper. The critical link, the Shrine Maiden, had clearly failed. Still, though the Shrine Maidens of the Land of Demons operated outside the shinobi system, their mystic arts were formidable. To erase one so easily was no simple feat. Thus Akali's mission was clear: rendezvous with the 4 allied squads and locate the Shrine Maiden, to determine how best to end Wanyo's rampage. Konoha lay far from the Grass Country, requiring passage across nearly half the Fire Country's expanse. Yet the quartet traveled light and swift, arriving successfully in just a day and a half. Alas, to those awaiting them, even that speed seemed sluggish. Far too slow. Konoha's delegation. We've waited a full day and a half. A young Cloud Village shinobi stepped forward, golden-haired, powerfully built, his right arm marked with a crimson kanji for heat. Fury blazed in his eyes. Do you have any idea how dire the front lines are right now? Dire? Akali blinked, innocent, unreadable. Truth be told, she truly didn't know. Wanyo. Merely slow-moving terracotta soldiers advancing only forward, lacking ranged assault. Surely no more daunting than the reanimated legions of the 4th Shinobi World War. Against those reanimated hordes, the Shinobi world had methodically sealed them one by one. Without full inter-village coordination, this time the challenge could hardly be insurmountable. Yet Akali had misjudged. Indeed, the Wind and Earth Country fronts were strained, because the future was not yet here and the present demanded its own reckoning. In the future's 4th Shinobi World War, villages would unite, tightly complementing one another's strengths, yielding abundant tactical options. But now, in the age of sovereign shinobi villages, each held distinct specialties and sealing techniques. Konoha reigned supreme. No other village dared claim second place. Was that not why Suna had botched Gaara's seal, and why Kumogakure had coveted the Uzumaki bloodline so fiercely? So before Konoha extended its technical mastery to the others, the front lines bore genuine hardship. The fiery young cloud shinobi bristled further at Akari's casual indifference. Just then a tall, statuesque kunoichi emerged from the cloud squad. Golden hair, cascading over flawless skin, her figure sculpted with elegant curves and striking proportions. Atsui, silence. Show respect to Lady Akari. Apologize now. Yes, sister. I'm sorry, Lady Akari. Under his sister's stern rebuke, Atsui offered a reluctant apology. Just remember for next time. Akari replied offhandedly, her tongue slipping into a flippant quip from her past life, unbidden and unnoticed. For her gaze had already shifted, locked onto the newly arrived golden-haired kunoichi. She recognized her. The Cloud Village had appeared during the Shinobi World Wars. Wasn't her name Samui? Truly magnificent. Visually, she even surpassed Tsunade in sheer presence. A friendship worth cultivating. So Akari mused, eyes lingering. Yet that offhand remark, paired with her distant, unfocused gaze, sparked a dangerous misapprehension among the Cloud Chunin. Darui, the squad's leader and future Raikage, stepped directly before Akari, beads of cold sweat tracing his brow. Lady Akari, though Atsui speaks rashly, he surely does not deserve death. Hey, what crime is punishable by death? Daluoyous words puzzled Akali. Fortunately, after her gaze detached from the heavy gravitational pull of Samui, she finally recalled her earlier teasing remark. Oh, my apologies. I'm used to making cheeky remarks and couldn't hold back. You don't need to mind. Akali waved her hand casually. You woman. Akali's nonchalant attitude further enraged Asii. However, before Akali could react, Dali stepped forward, using his broad back to separate Akali from Asii. Seeing this, Asii seemed to realize something and lowered his head, falling silent. Meanwhile, the oblivious Akali had yet to notice anything amiss, though Yun Jina and Sasuke, who were following her, frowned. Hey Akali, the attitude of the Cloud Ninja seems a bit strange. Sasuke reminded in a low voice. Strange. Akali reacted to Sasuke's reminder. Dali was cautious around her, yet Asii acted so mindlessly, which was clearly problematic. After all, Dali had inherited the power of the third Raikage, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the heir of the Cloud Ninja. A leader of the next generation with strength, prestige, and intellect could not fail to manage his subordinates. However, Akali knew beforehand that Asii was mindless, which is why she did not find it strange. Looking back, the combination of a fiery temperament and cautious behavior suggested an intent to test her without making the situation awkward or causing a rift among them. So, was the Cloud Ninja testing her? Akali regained her focus. It seemed that her battle with Uchiha Itachi had not only shocked Konoha. The Cloud Ninja, who had long been eyeing the first seat of the ninja world, regarded her as a special combat force that required investigation. Tisk. Akali shook her head, suddenly feeling a wave of boredom. She hadn't expected that while she was eyeing the golden-haired big sister, the golden-haired big sister was eyeing everything about her. Couldn't they just be friends who only shared a casual acquaintance? Sigh. Akali sighed helplessly. Fortunately, after chatting with the Cloud Ninja for a while, her true good sister Tamari arrived. Yo Akali, long time no see. Upon seeing Akali, Tamari embraced her warmly and said boldly, I didn't expect you to be the one leading the team this time. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. The Sand Ninja actually sent Tamari over. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Akali quickly reciprocated without losing out, wrapping her arms around Tamari's slender waist, saying, After this matter is settled, shall we go soak in a hot spring together? Sure. I'll treat you. I happen to know a great hot spring place in the capital of the Land of Fire. Tamari quickly agreed. She couldn't miss the opportunity to forge a good relationship with Akali. However, before the two could settle on a specific time, another lively voice chimed in. I want to join too. Count me in. I love soaking in hot springs. Akali turned to see a pair of long legs wrapped in fishnet stockings, immediately catching her eye. And who else could it be but the future-renowned leg shadow Kuratsuchi? The hot springs had a skin-smoothing effect, and thinking about it, her skin was indeed very smooth, so she likely really loved hot springs. Just the thought of getting to touch the slender, yet curvy legs of the leg shadow made Akali smile warmly. All right, welcome. I love making friends with adorable girls. Tamari, Akali, and Kuratsuchi hit it off instantly. Meanwhile, on the side, Ao from the Mist Village looked at Chuji. I should have known we should have brought a female ninja with us. Doesn't this leave us with no room to join the conversation? There's nothing we can do about it. Originally, if Ringo were here, she would have come too, but Yuri. Chuji expressed regret, looking somewhat sad. Seeing that he had touched a sore spot for his companion, Ao shook his head helplessly. Well, life and death are beyond our control. For now, let's wait for them and show some gentlemanly demeanor. Chuji nodded. We just need to be ready for action. Yet it was unclear whether it was because of the sadness surrounding Ringo and Yuri or something else, But when Chuji spoke about preparing for action, his speech became extremely fast and unclear, giving an impression of ancient whispers. Moi. Akali, who was snuggling with her sister, suddenly became alert, as if someone was about to embrace her. But the ones currently holding her were Tamari and Kuratsuchi, right? Forget it. Akali disregarded her strange feeling. She looked around and realized that this time the Wraith had indeed pushed the 4 major ninja villages to their limits, sending only the elite among the elite. Among them, the 3 from the Rock Village included the future 4th Hokage Kuratsuchi, who served as the current Inoki's Mount Akatsuchi, and a ninja from the explosive unit. The 2 from the Mist Village were Aoi with the Byakugan and the future 6th Mizukage Chuji. The 5 from the Cloud Ninja included Samua's team, along with Samua's brother Asii and the future 5th Raikage Delui. Compared to those future Kage, the team from the Sand Village was relatively weaker, yet there were still the sibling duo of Tamari and Kankuro, plus the medical ninja Noara Rin. Adding in Naruto from the Chihibaru team, it was remarkable of 4 out of 5 teams had future Kage among them. This setup was truly overflowing with potential. So does anyone have any information so far? After the 5 teams familiarized themselves with each other, Akali asked. Yes, the Wraith has always been overseen by the priestess of the land of demons, Cheyenne. With the Wraith suddenly unsealed, there must be hidden circumstances, and the priestess is the key to unraveling the mystery. As she mentioned the mission, Tamari became serious. As for the information about the priestess of the land of demons, we currently have none, but... Tamari glanced at Delui. Let me speak. Delui stood up. We don't have information on the priestess of the land of demons, but we do have information on survivors from the land of demons. Unlike what the major ninja villages predicted about the complete destruction of the land of demons, in fact, a significant portion of the land of demons has survived. Such information left Akali astounded. But the Wraith army, didn't they directly cross through the land of demons? Given the slaughtering nature of the Wraith army, how could anyone still be alive in the land of demons? Samar. Dalui unfolded a map pointing to the land of demons on it. Look closely. The land of demons is here, but the true origin of the Wraith is in the land of Marsh here. And this is their marching route. I see. Looking at Daluoya's indication, Sasuke understood. We all thought the Wraith army had wiped out the entire land of demons, but because the land of Marsh is located above the land of demons, the Wraith army only traversed half of the land of demons. Exactly. Dalui nodded seriously. And if the priestess of the land of demons is still alive, then she must have hidden herself in the remaining half of the land of demons that the Wraith scorned to conquer. That is our destination. However, getting there might be a bit troublesome. Saying this, Dalui drew a line on the map, with various ninja village markers prominently displayed along it. It was evident that this was the front line of the current ninja alliance. Dalui surveyed the crowd. To reach the land of demons, we must first cross the front line. Is it difficult to cross the front line? Hearing Darius' words, Naruto asked, bewildered. He couldn't understand why Darius was speaking so solemnly about merely crossing the front line. Indeed. Sasuke nodded, agreeing with Naruto's statement. You arrived late and are unaware of certain things. Darius sighed. In fact, we from the Cloud Ninja had attempted to cross the front line to seek the priestess before, but once the number of ninjas crossing the line reaches a certain limit, those sneaking across will immediately encounter ambushes from mercenaries. As for the infiltration of individual ninjas, it is the same. Initially, they are not surrounded, but eventually they will be. It's as if they have placed an eye on our people. Otherwise, why would they wait for us to arrive before initiating their plans? I see. After hearing Darius' words, everyone suddenly understood. So this time we are not sneaking across, but launching a strong offensive. Sasuke asked. You could say that. Darius nodded, continuing, those who frequently launch strong offensives know that while it's easy to break through, it's difficult to sustain that momentum, and the direction of the attack is crucial. My choice is here. Darius pointed to the marching line of the Wraith mercenaries on the map. Here, Naruto asked in surprise, this is the route of the Wraith mercenaries. A wouldn't going here be walking into a trap? Sasuke, understanding, explained, Naruto, you are mistaken. This is indeed the transport line of the Wraith mercenaries, but they are heading towards the front line and won't stay here for long. On the contrary, because this place often sees mercenaries passing through, it is likely a location where we can operate unnoticed. It provides us with an opportunity. As expected of the Uchiha, you are clever. Darius praised Sasuke. So we will go here. Does everyone agree? Darius looked at the crowd. Kuratsuchi nodded, no objections. Shinjutsu glanced at Akari, and seeing she had not spoken also nodded, that's fine. Chuji and Ao exchanged glances. This time, there were the least missed ninjas, so there was nothing more to say. We will comply with the arrangements. After the Cloud Ninja, Rock Ninja, Sand Ninja, and Mist Ninja expressed their agreement, all eyes turned to Akari. Akari waved her hand. That works. According to Darius, any path taken would be discovered, which must be due to the White Zetsus interference. Therefore, she didn't bother to comment on the breakthrough route. In the end, it would all be a fight. With the decision made, the group began their journey. There was nothing much to say about the journey. This time the ninjas searching for the priestess were all elites moving in a straight line regardless of treacherous mountains or deep ravines. Nothing could stop them. In just 2 days they arrived near the Wraith mercenary line located at the border of the Land of Ghosts and the Land of Marsh. As a scout, Mist Ninja Ao activated his Byakugan, prepared to observe the situation. Just as he activated his Byakugan, he let out a surprised sound of "What's wrong?" Sasuke asked. "Did I see it wrong?" Ao closed his Byakugan, rubbed his eyes, and opened it again. "Otherwise, why do I seem to see the priestess of the Land of Ghosts up ahead?" "What?" Hearing Ao's words, everyone was taken aback. "Where?" Daryui asked. "In a cave at the 1 o'clock direction, 1,000 meters ahead." "Ah, she sensed me. She's waving at me." Ao exclaimed in surprise. "Let's go." They had originally come to find the priestess of the Land of Ghosts. Since she unexpectedly appeared before them, how could they not go? The group immediately burst into their fastest speed, charging towards the cave Ao mentioned. Among them, Akali was the fastest, so she arrived first. Seemingly sensing her arrival, the priestess of the Land of Ghosts, Zuyun, turned her head from the large stone at the entrance of the cave. "You have arrived, Lady Akali. What's going on here?" Looking at Zuyun, Akali frowned slightly. Because Zuyun had white hair and white eyes, but at this moment there was no sparkle in her pure white eyes. Even though Zuyun was facing her, Akali could not sense the slightest feeling of being watched, as if she were blind. "It's nothing, just blind. It doesn't affect my vision." Zuyun, understanding what Akali was thinking, smiled gently. "On the contrary, since I went blind, I see even more." Looking at Zuyun, Akali fell into silence. In the original work, Zuyun was often ostracized for foreseeing others' deaths, leading to her own isolation and sensitivity. But the current Zuyun, if one overlooks her youthful appearance, looked entirely like a standard enigmatic oracle. Serene and graceful with an ethereal aura, even in a perilous situation, she remained calm, as if everything was under her control. "It's like two different people." Akali thought to herself, "There's something wrong." Thus Akali directly probed, "You seem a bit different from the information. Who are you?" Zuyun was about to answer. In the next second, swish, 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 the others arrived. Unable to converse with Akali anymore, Zuyun cheekily winked at her. "This little girl." Akali raised an eyebrow, feeling intrigued by Zuyun. However, with so many people around, it wasn't the right time for a private chat. Akali chose to remain silent for now, waiting for everyone to converse with Zuyun. After a while, "Are you saying that after devouring the guard who possessed your power, Wraith is now in its complete form?" Daryui found it hard to believe. "What should we do? Can it still be sealed?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Of course it can." Zuyun nodded. "Zatsui, although it has inherited my power and utilized the shadow mirror technique to create a false front, it is still not me. A male cannot become a priestess, thus Wraith still has vulnerabilities." "What vulnerabilities?" Shinjutsu pressed for details. "When Wraith fully activates its power, a breach will appear within it. That breach is where Zatsui was devoured by Wraith." Zuyun said, "As long as you can break through that breach, at that moment all of Wraith's power will flood out like a burst dam." "Is it that simple?" Kuratsuchi questioned. "No, often the simpler the conditions, the harder they are to achieve." Zuyun shook her head. "My power has been completely devoured by Wraith, allowing me to escape and send this message. Therefore, in this battle, I can't assist you. I can only provide the location of Wraith and help you observe the breach. So, esteemed ninjas, do you possess the strength to compel Wraith to unleash its full power?" Zuyun's question left everyone at a loss for words. As the source of calamity sweeping through the entire ninja world, it was easy to imagine how strong Wraith's power was. They truly lacked the confidence to ensure they could force Wraith to its limits. Subconsciously, everyone looked towards the girl who had said little since they arrived. Akali smiled confidently. Of course. Akali need not say more. With Dami by her side, dealing with the remnants of the old era's malevolent spirits is still within reach. With Akali's promise, everyone felt a surge of confidence. "Where are the malevolent spirits? Please give me a map." Zuyun extended her hand, and Druid unfolded the map before her. After a brief glance at the map, Zuyun pointed towards a valley ahead of the group. "So close." Because the front lines are pushing forward, the malevolent spirits naturally have to follow. The mercenaries are somewhat like your ninja's puppet techniques. The further away they are, the less power they can transmit, Zuyun explained. "Then there's nothing more to discuss. Let's go." Akali led the way out of the cave, with the others following closely behind. A group of over 10 individuals rushed towards the battlefield. Watching the figures of the departing group from deep beneath the ground, a yin-yang figure with black and white emerged. He murmured, "According to our previous arrangement, the bait has already been set. Let's go notify the malevolent spirits, and then see Bailu." Under the command of Heijua, Baijua burrowed into the ground. Soon after, a valley with clear streams appeared before everyone. "Is this the place?" Kanjuro shielded his eyes from the sun. The valley before them was flanked by 3 towering mountains, 2 in front and 1 behind. Ignoring the remoteness of the location, the scenery of the valley was indeed picturesque. If the Land of Wind had such a valley, Kanjuro would dream of it and smile awake. Too bad it couldn't be. At this moment, the valley was filled with the clear chirping of birds and the rustling of insects, resembling an untouched primeval forest, making it hard to believe this was the lair of the malevolent spirits. This is the place. Ziyuan's eyes glowed with a faint white light. In her eyes, there was nothing serene about the landscape, instead it was filled with demonic energy. Is her vision different from ours? Noticing the glow in Ziyuan's eyes, Akali pondered summoning her soul blade, which shimmered with a purple light, and held it before her eyes like a pair of glasses. Through the translucent blade of the soul blade, a completely different world appeared. Akali could clearly see that on both sides of the valley, countless pairs of blood-red demonic eyes were quietly watching them. At the command of the malevolent spirit lord in the center, these lurking mercenaries would burst forth from the ground and tear these invaders apart. Be careful, we are surrounded. Akali's expression turned serious. There are malevolent spirit mercenaries hiding in the mountains on either side. Malevolent spirit mercenaries. I didn't see any. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, glancing at the mountains on either side. It's a different system. I don't look for unusual energy. Oh, look at the ground. The ground. Sasuke shifted his gaze and immediately noticed something amiss. In the woods between the two mountains, there were small mounds of earth piled with fallen leaves. These mounds were so tiny and lacked obvious digging signs that the group had only glanced at them before moving on. But upon closer inspection, if the malevolent spirit mercenaries had some form of earth escapability, then they had indeed burrowed into the ground. I see them. So many. Sasuke's expression tightened. What do we do? They are clearly waiting for us to advance. Should we still go? Of course, why not? Akali said naturally. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? If we get surrounded, we can always use Flying Thunder God to escape. If I'm not mistaken. Akali looked at Sasuke. You should be able to use it, right? Flying Thunder God. Oomph. Sasuke revealed a restrained smile. It's fortunate that Master Tobirama taught me well. I can't use it in battle yet, but sending others is no problem. That's good. With you and me, two Flying Thunder Gods as backup, what's there to fear? Let's go. Without looking back, Akali walked into the valley, followed closely by Sasuke and Naruto, then Ziyuan, who walked quickly in small steps, and finally Oil Girl Shino, who had always been there, but was unnoticed. As they watched the figures of Konoha and the others disappear, the remaining members of the four great ninja villages exchanged glances, seeing the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes. The information about the owner of Flying Thunder God, which should have been highly confidential, was openly discussed by Akali and Sasuke, as if it were casual conversation. In the past, a single owner of Flying Thunder God, Minato Namikaze, had caused the four great ninja villages to lament. Now with the resurrected Tobirama Senju, Konoha had 3 Flying Thunder Gods, and one was even Uchiha, leaving them speechless. I hope our village won't go to war with Konoha in the future. With this prayer, the others quickly followed. After a while, the group entered the valley, and ahead on the high mountain, a young man dressed in priestly robes and wearing glasses appeared. Looking down arrogantly at the crowd, the young man scoffed. You overestimating ninjas, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come here. Hearing this, the group looked up to see the familiar face of the young man, and Ziyuan exclaimed, Atsui. Yes, at this moment, the form displayed by the malevolent spirit was unmistakably Ziyuan's guard, Atsui. Priestess. The malevolent spirit coldly scoffed. Do you think that by transferring all power to this boy, I would be deceived? It's just a countermeasure. As long as I devour you here, I can remain perfect. Speaking of which, this boy is still conscious. He wishes to live and does not want to die. Do you want to speak with him? Without waiting for Ziyuan's response, the malevolent spirit closed his eyes, his expression changing instantly to that of Ziyuan's familiar Atsui. Atsui opened his mouth and shouted, Lady Zian, be careful of the malevolent spirit's divine soldiers. Atsui cried out in pain. After a moment of contorted expressions, the malevolent spirit returned to a very displeased look. This boy, I kindly offered him a chance to reminisce, but he leaked my information the moment he spoke. But even if you know my trump card, what of it? Come forth, my unparalleled army. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a shout from the malevolent spirit, the 2 mountains beside them began to tremble, and amidst the rumbling, thousands of mercenaries crawled out from the ground. However, the malevolent spirit's trump card was not the mercenaries. After they crawled out, to the astonished gazes of the group, the 2 great mountains on either side split open. From the fissures of the mountains, the faint silhouettes of 2 giants could be seen. What is that? Akari narrowed her eyes, surveying 2 towering giants deep within the mountains, both crowned with imposing horns and jagged antlers. One bore an extraordinarily prominent nose reminiscent of Susanu's visage, clad in a black Tengu armor and gripping a long sword. The other was even more distinct. A ring of levitating thunder drums circled his back, a longbow hung across his chest, and a katana rested at his waist. Recalling Futaho's earlier mention of divine spirit soldiers, Akari realized the final character must be Yome, meaning terracotta effigy. Susanoo take Mikazuki no Kami. So these are the divine effigies, Akari murmured, piecing together their origins. Is this truly the source of Nurarahine's confidence? I assumed the film's antagonist would be weak, but having absorbed the Mika's power, he proved surprisingly formidable. Akari's voice brimmed with genuine astonishment. Meanwhile, Nurarahion issued a command, "Go forth, my peerless legion. Bring me the Miko." Dong dong. The effigies remained silent, yet slammed their halberds into the earth in unison, a thunderous synchronized rhythm. Thousands surged forward like a dam, bursting a tidal wave of terracotta warriors crashing toward the assembled shinobi. Surrounded on all sides, and with Nurarahion standing defiantly just ahead, the elite shinobi instantly reached their decision, seized the leader first, advanced straight ahead. Moved. Lightning released Black Spot Chakra. Darui, master of frontal assaults, led the Cloud Village team forward. Violent black lightning erupted, shattering several effigies in an instant. "Sister, shall we join them too?" Kenkaro turned to Temari. "Very well. Summoning technique, / dance." Temari bit her finger, formed the hand seals, and summoned her colossal 3-star fan. With a single sweep, a ferocious tornado erupted, cleansing the battlefield. Akari, well, hold the left flank. Kurenai, don't fall behind. Yes, Sister Temari. Kurenai hurried to keep pace. If the Sand Shinobi secure the left, then well, take the right. Defensive warfare. This is where Rock Village excels most. Kuratsuchi wiped her nose with pride. "Chotetsu, let's go." "Understood." Chotetsu boomed in reply, and sealed his hands. Earth release rigid form technique. A massive earthen giant, sturdier and heavier than the terracotta effigies, rose from the ground. Shielded by its bulk, the Rock Village squad charged toward the right. Akari glanced at the Mist Village shinobi, Ao and Chojuro, who had nowhere else to go. "You two stay with us for now. Naruto, carry the Miko. We move." Akari fell in behind the Cloud Village team. As the future 5th Raikage, and a lightning release user naturally adept at countering earth affinity techniques, Darui's advance was blisteringly swift. Before casting more than a few jutsu, he had already breached the front lines and stood face-to-face with Nurarahion. Nurarahion gazed upon the Cloud Shinobi before him and scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, you not only refused to scatter and flee, but charged headlong toward me instead. Your courage is admirable, yet tragically devoid of wisdom." With a cold snort, Nurarahion summoned nearly 100 clay spears from the earth, like a Roman legion hurling volleys in perfect unison. A dense rain of spears blanketed every inch of ground surrounding the Cloud squad. The sudden brutal assault tightened the Cloud Shinobi's expressions. Samui and Atsui exchanged a glance. Samui, ever calm and analytical, swiftly assessed the situation. "Atsui, this time it's our turn." "Understood." Both drew their tanto and leapt skyward. Cloud Flow Flame Slash. Cloud Flow 100 Turn Blade. A majestic arc of searing flame and a whirlwind of precise rapid blade strikes deflected the majority of the spears, while the remaining few posed no real threat to the advancing Cloud Shinobi. Nurarahion's lips curled upward. "Not bad. You'll make fine effigies for my army." As stunned gazes followed the earth beneath, Samui and Atsui abruptly softened, transforming into a viscous clay marsh. Just then a panicked squirrel, dashing blindly, tumbled directly into the clay marsh. Instantly thick clay surged like ravenous ants toward the creature, engulfing and filling the poor squirrel in moments. When next they glimpsed the squirrel, it had been fully transformed into a terracotta figurine. Samui's expression shifted instantly. Midair, she delivered a sharp kick, propelling her younger brother Atsui clear of the marsh's grasp. But when it came to saving herself, she lacked the strength to escape. Her descent landed perilously close to the marsh's edge. By then, Darui had already surged far ahead, too distant to intervene. Unless something unforeseen occurred, Samui would inevitably sink into the mire and become another effigy. "No, sister!" Atsui cried out, anguish tearing through his voice. Yet at that very moment, a violet silhouette flashed across the air, gracefully tracing an arc before whisking Samui cleanly out of the marsh's reach. Simultaneously, Sasuke caught Atsui midair. Sasuke cast a dismissive glance at the flustered boy. Less leaping. Didn't your sensei teach you that? And yet you dared test us." "Truly." Sasuke shook his head, set Atsui down, and strode forward alone, leaving the rest unsaid. Yet from the shifting hues of Atsui's face, it was clear he had felt it deeply. Elsewhere, Akari held a similar stance. Having rescued the golden-haired statuesque Kunoichi, she, uncharacteristically, offered no words of greeting or banter. Instead, with playful retribution, she gave the woman's ample bosom a firm, teasing pinch. then departed swiftly. By then Darui had already engaged Nurerihion in combat. Unexpectedly, despite being theoretically a sovereign summoner, Nurerihion possessed exceptional close combat prowess. Clutching a clay spear, he parried, thrust, feinted, and jabbed with masterful precision, occasionally summoning volleys of spears from the earth itself to counter Darui's lightning release. Though Darui stood as an elite jonin comparable to Kakashi in stature, he could not break through Nurerihion's defenses. After over a dozen exchanges, Nurerihion mastered Darui's sword patterns. Seizing the opening, he gripped the spear with both hands and lunged, striking directly at Darui's exposed center. Only Darui's emergency activation of lightning chakra mode saved him from being overwhelmed outright. Even so, Darui was hurled violently backward, his body airborne defenseless. Nurerihion stomped hard. Hundreds of spears launched skyward, converging in a lethal barrage upon the helpless Darui. Storm Release Laser Circus. In desperation, Darui unleashed his ultimate technique, clashing with Nurerihion's spears in a blinding detonation. At that very moment, Akali arrived at the battlefield's edge. Twin Kusarigama gleaming, she lowered her center of gravity and sprinted forward, then vanished utterly from Nurerihion's perception. Sakura, Murderous Whirl. A low, mellifluous feminine voice whispered beside Nurerihion's ear. From the shadows, Akali materialized, her razor-edged Kusarigama slicing across his throat with the serene, inevitable grace of falling cherry blossoms. Thud! In a flash of Sakura petals, Nurerihion's head fell to the ground. Killed. Looking at the head of the wraith that fell neatly to the ground, Darui was momentarily stunned. He had expected Akali's strength to dispatch the wraith swiftly, but he never anticipated it would be this decisive. No, it didn't die. Akali twirled the scythe in her hand, her probing gaze directed towards the mountain beneath her feet. As a ninja who mastered the way of balance, she was extremely sensitive to matters of life and death. Though the blade had cleanly severed the wraiths, had it merely grazed a patch of earth, it was likely just an illusion. However, a faint hint of decaying cold death energy seeped up from the mountain below. Before Akali could discern the source of the death energy, boom. The mountain suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had struck, causing everyone on the mountain to struggle to maintain their footing. Watch out for falling rocks. The warnings from the ninjas echoed repeatedly as boulders cascaded down from the mountaintop. Yet Akali did not focus on the falling rocks, as she had been searching for the aura of the wraith all along. Just as the rocks began to tumble, she finally found it, at the mountain's peak. This shrinking turtle has finally shown itself, Akali muttered. Shown itself. Darui followed Akali's gaze to the mountaintop, his dark cheeks suddenly tightening. At this moment, the mountain peak had completely shattered, replaced by the enormous head of an armored golem. Clearly, it was this creature that had forced open the mountaintop, causing the landslides and tremors. Is that the wraiths? Darui could hardly believe it. The mountain beneath them was nearly 1,000 meters high, neither too tall nor too short. The enormous golem rested within the mountain, judging by the size of its exposed head, the wraith's true form stood at least 200 meters tall. Even if the humanoid enemy was powerful, the ninjas could still maneuver through their extensive experience fighting humanoid foes. But how could they contend against a 200-meter-tall clay giant? Let alone the fact that there were still 2 divine golems within the other mountains that had yet to emerge. Akali, should we withdraw? Darui felt a surge of retreating thoughts. That is no enemy we can handle. I need to return and report to Lord Liang. All right. Akali withdrew her gaze and looked at Darui. You take your people and retreat, just bring the priestess to me. You? Darui stared at Akali in shock. Aren't you coming along? Akali, I know you're strong, but the wraith is too exaggerated. It's better to avoid confrontation, right? Avoid him. Akali scoffed dismissively at Darui. Enough, just bring the priestess. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Well, fine. Darui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Akali and the intelligence received by their cloud ninjas. Meanwhile, with its head exposed, the will of the wraith fully returned, its enormous clay eyes opened, letting out an enraged roar. Ninjas, I want you all dead. Boom. An even more violent tremor followed. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the wraith standing in the mountain began to pound its massive clay fists against the surrounding mountain shell. Powerful fists struck the rocky surface, dislodging massive stones and debris, quickly creating a large opening that revealed more of its golem body. Simultaneously, the divine golems within the other 2 mountains were doing the same. In no time, 3 towering giants, each over 200 meters tall, emerged from the heights surrounding the ninjas in a triangular formation. In comparison to these giants, the ninjas, who stood a little over a meter tall, appeared utterly insignificant. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but turn pale, their hearts trembling, instinctively gathering around Akali and Sasuke, waiting for them to use the flying thunder god to teleport them, as previously discussed. However, Akali remained silent, and Sasuke did not move while the others dared not urge them. Until, Akali, I have brought the priestess for you. Dalui placed Ziyuan beside Akali. Where's Naruto? Not seeing Naruto, Akali inquired. Naruto slipped and fell into a ravine. All right. Akali nodded, knowing where Naruto had gone, or it didn't matter as he wouldn't die here even if she did. Sasuke, take them away. After speaking, Akali drew out the brand new Dark Abyss Greatsword. In contrast to the previous battle against Uchiha Itachi, this time the Dark Abyss Greatsword was even more crimson gleaming, as if blood were flowing upon it when touched by sunlight. Simultaneously, the heart at the hilt beat more powerfully, thumping as if someone were drumming inside. This was not because the Dark Abyss Greatsword had consumed some miraculous elixir, rather Akali had taken some time to draw a few lucky tickets, enhancing its power. Thus, as soon as the Dark Abyss Greatsword was drawn, the Wraith instantly felt a tremendous threat. The Wraith, which had been enjoying the fear of the ninjas, could no longer contain itself. To Akali's right, the divine golem Kanmuri Raijin unhooked its longbow, not even bothering to knock an arrow, and simply drew it back into a full moon. Then, boom, a thunderous roar erupted as Kanmuri Raijin released the longbow. A lightning arrow shot out, directly hurtling towards the location of Akali and the others like a missile. Seeing this, Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly to pinpoint. Hold on to me. Whooshed. Sasuke vanished with everyone using the flying thunder god. Simultaneously, Akali plunged the Dark Abyss Great Sword into the ample space of her chest. Dame, activate. Boom. In an instant, at Akali's command, a massive, violent pillar of crimson energy descended, centered around Akali. The bolt of lightning from Kanmuri Raijin struck the energy pillar as if a wave crashed against a bridge, pure scattering harmlessly. The immense energy vibrated the air, pounding the ground, and creating wave after wave of shock waves and seismic waves. The mountain, which had just been tormented by the Wraith, began to wail as if reaching its limit and started to collapse. Oh. Next to the energy pillar, the non-magic priestess, Ziyuan, instinctively screamed in terror on the shaking, collapsing terrain. At that moment, hearing Ziyuan scream, Akali seemed to remember her, and a blood-red chain shot out from the energy pillar, wrapping around Ziyuan's slender waist and pulling her toward the energy pillar. No, you can't go in there. Sensing the intense metallic scent of blood from the surface of the energy pillar and the overwhelming desire more sinister and frenzied than the Wraith, Ziyuan struggled with all her might, her entire body brimming with resistance. Yet no matter how fiercely the priestess fought, her body remained soft, and the sweet, delicate priestess was destined to be consumed by Akali. Without a care for Ziyuan's will, Akali thus drew the pure and innocent priestess into her foul, dark body. No, absolutely not. The disrupted Ziyuan was still screaming. But with a merciless smack from Akali, Ziyuan finally calmed down. I'm not dead, Ziyuan muttered, covering her reddened forehead. Why do you really want to die that badly? Akali teased. What a shame the Darkborn are not the traditional villains of the story, otherwise you could have died with your tongue out. Who wants to die like that? Strangely, Ziyuan actually understood Akali's words. Oh. Akali wore a sly smile, looking at Ziyuan with a half-smile that made Ziyuan bury her head into her chest. Then Ziyuan forcefully shifted the topic, saying, let's not talk about this. She looked around at the dark purple energy enveloping her and Akali, as well as the clear exterior visible through the energy. The enormous Darkborn deity was currently swinging a giant sword, caught in a fierce battle with the three divine soldier puppets of the Wraith. Seemingly far surpassing the Wraith's divine soldier puppets in power, each swing of Aatrox's sword forced one of the puppets to stagger back. Though with the Wraith's own presence, they had three divine soldier puppets, which should have been able to dominate Aatrox, yet they ended up taking turns to block his sword. So powerful. Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim as she watched such might. The fully realized Wraith was already incredibly strong, but the giant summoned by Akali was actually overpowering the opposing divine soldier puppets. Ziyuan, who had only hidden away in a corner of the ghost realm, had never witnessed such power. As she watched, Ziyuan also revealed a puzzled expression. Why, though it looks so filthy and evil from the outside, once inside, the filth, madness, and hunger all vanished, leaving behind an exceptionally pure, almost sacred negative energy. It's like the reversal of the great deity Izanami entering Yomi. Ziyuan's face was filled with disbelief. Akali looked at her in surprise. Not bad, priestess. Indeed, this is the fallen body of a celestial warrior that has been tainted. Akali explained, although it has fallen, the corruption of the void is more concentrated in the warrior's spirit. The body itself is actually fine, and we are now replacing that spiritual part. Now I see. Ziyuan suddenly understood, then frowned in thought. Speaking of which, the fallen celestial warriors shouldn't be nameless in past myths, but why does this warrior's appearance not match any deities I know? Guess. Akali glanced at Ziyuan with a sidelong look, thinking to herself that it would be a miracle if she could guess it right. I can't guess. Ziyuan shook her head in frustration, lamenting that despite being a priestess, she couldn't even recognize a fallen deity. Then she looked at Akali, wanting to inquire directly, but then she noticed Akali's half-smiling expression. Ziyuan suddenly jolted awake. Is this something I shouldn't ask? Akali smiled faintly. Will you continue guessing? Ziyuan shrank her neck and fell silent. With Ziyuan silent, Akali fell quiet too. For a moment, the large enclosed space could only hear the booming sound of weapons clashing outside. For some reason, even though the sounds from outside were so noisy, Ziyuan inside found it eerily quiet, even feeling a bit suffocating. Thus, Ziyuan became increasingly cautious. Seeing the priestess who had been so poised from the start finally become honest, Akali finally spoke. Speaking of which, I still prefer your earlier calm and mysterious priestess demeanor. How about you revert to that? Ding. Ziyuan's emotional value, 99.99. Ziyuan's face turned awkward. Hee. Akali shook her head. Forget it, we're in battle now, so I want chat with you, but after we finish you must tell me honestly. Ziyuan nodded obediently. I understand, Lady Akali. After receiving a clear answer, Akali withdrew her attention from within and turned back to the front. At this moment, the Wraith who had been dealing with Akali's indifferent responses was already furious and had no power to fight back. Damn little bug, how dare you humiliate me like this? Today, even if I have to sleep for 10,000 years, I will slay you here. Come forth, Amaterasu Tsukuyami. With the Wraith's shout, the bright sky suddenly dimmed. Akali and Ziyuan felt a flash before their eyes, and immediately two tall pitch-black humanoid figures appeared before them. However, blackness was not the same as blackness. Among the two shadows, one was engulfed in dark flames, faceless and eyeless like an unfinished clay sculpture. The other was a shadow as black as night, like the part of the moon that remained unlit by the sun. Amaterasu Tsukuyami. A shout came from within Ziyuan as Aatrox reacted. Wraith, how dare you desecrate the corpse of the deities? For you still calling them deities here? They are just a bunch of dead trash. Now that they are dead, they might as well serve me. Saying this, the clay spear in the Wraith's hand struck the ground heavily, resonating through the earth. The Amaterasu made of dark flames immediately moved in response, and a ball of black fire erupted from its mouth. Seeing the air around Amaterasu's black flame distorted by the high temperature, Akali dared not take it heeded and quickly activated her barrier. Under the high damage of Amaterasu's fireball, the orange-yellow barrier flickered and vanished in an instant, but the fireball, having evaporated the barrier, scattered all over the ground and began to ignite the forest. Seeing this, Akali inside Aatrox summoned her wings with a Control 5 command and flapped them to escape the fire circle. While dodging the fireball attacks from Amaterasu, Akali asked Ziyuan, what do you mean by deity corpses? Aren't these created by the Wraith? Specifically, I'm not sure because it involves our origins. Compared to the Wraith, which has lived from ancient times to now, the priestesses have undergone too many iterations. Ziyuan shook her head. I only know that there was a great war in ancient times during which the gods of Takamagara were all killed by one person and their corpses piled up, among which the resentment formed the Wraith, while the remnants of the gods' benevolence constituted the priestess's legacy. Strictly speaking, we priestesses are actually gravekeepers. One person, not two. Akali seized on the key word in Ziyuan's words. No, just one person. Legends may distort, but no matter how they change, it should still be one person, so I believe that's definitely correct. Ziyuan confirmed. Is that so? Numerous speculations instantly surfaced in Akali's mind. If it's just one person, then in her understanding there is only one who fits the criteria. The Otsutsuki, who devours planets, killing the original deities before devouring them, seems reasonable enough. However, these ancient secrets are not the focus at this moment. Seeing Akali so agile, the Still Moon Reader finally made a move. As its shadowy body shifted, swish, an invisible ripple spread across the area. Ziyuan inside Aatrox felt her vision darken, and all the sounds from outside seemed to have been muted, as if the pause button had been pressed. A profound silence enveloped everything. At that moment, the loudest sound Ziyuan could hear was actually the sound of her own heartbeat. The things that even the Ziyuan within Aatrox's body can sense are naturally more apparent to Akali. At this moment, Akali felt as if she was surrounded by impenetrable darkness, where not only silence prevailed, but even the flow of the wind and the breath of living beings were undetectable. At the same time, her chakra and spiritual perception vanished without a trace once they left her body, as if she had fallen into a void. Seeing that the Wraith could still execute such a fine technique, Akali raised an eyebrow. Is it the kind of dark technique from the second generation? And furthermore, a version that even seals sound and perception? Well, is this the Eastern Immortal? Knowing that you can't hit me, you've chosen to seal my visual perception. Indeed, that's a good move. But what a pity. Controlling Aatrox, Akali deftly dodged a shot from the Amaterasu fireball, then raised her greatsword to block a spear thrust from the Wraith. She then turned and executed a swift kick, striking the wrist of the Susanoo holding the sword, sending its weapon flying and forcing the deity to retract his longbow. The fluidity of her movements and the precision of her predictions seemed as if Akali were unaffected by the perception seal of Tsukuyomi at all. Impossible. The Wraith couldn't believe it. The power of Tsukuyomi was supposed to be absolute. Why was the opponent completely unaffected? Are you surprised? Akali replied with indifference, her enormous dark eyes glowing with mocking red light. Actually, there's nothing surprising about it. They're just a bunch of trash eliminated by the Otsutsuki Kagaya. If your trash were really that strong, why would they appear here today? You can hear me, eh? Hearing Akali's words, the Wraith was utterly shocked. Of course I can't hear you. Akali answered. It's just that you're too easy to read, Wraith. You're just like a 3-year-old child. No, I should say that a 3-year-old child is not as easy to understand as you. After learning from Ziyuan what the Wraith was made of, Akali completed her personality modeling of the Wraith. After all, the concept of the Wraith as a vengeful spirit was too classic in the world before her transmigration. Sure enough, after Akali's words, the Wraith's defenses were completely shattered. Ding, emotional value from the Wraith 99999. Damn little ghost. I will kill you. Roaring, the Wraith thrust its spear toward Aatrox's robust chest. Other divine warrior puppets also joined the Wraith, attacking with the long sword of Yamada no Orochi, arrows of thunder, and the undying Amaterasu black flames. Sensing these through the power of shadows, the red light in Aatrox's eyes shot out like searchlights in the pitch-black Tsukuyomi barrier. Now's the time. Akali frantically extracted her chakra, pouring all of it into Aatrox's body and then releasing it from Aatrox's form. She was about to do something crazy. That is, to use Aatrox's body to delve into the Twilight's veil and unleash the Cherry Blossom kill. Under normal circumstances, sinking a body of Aatrox's quality into shadows, Akali wouldn't even think about it, as it would be tantamount to seeking death. Even Aatrox's shadow charge was merely a brief dash. It was displacement, but not teleportation. However, now, under the suppression of the dark energy released by Tsukuyomi, the membrane between matter and shadow was quite fragile, and the darkness cast by Tsukuyomi was inherently similar to Akali's shadow power, which was why she could maintain her senses within it. The darkness of Tsukuyomi could suppress many opposing positive energies, but it could not suppress powers that were closely related. Thus, as the Wraith and its divine warrior puppets were about to strike Aatrox's body, whoosh, the enormous Aatrox suddenly vanished. Without waiting for the Wraith to react, the dark greatsword used as a scythe pierced Susanu's back heart. Crash! A massive amount of shattered clay fell densely from the point where the sword pierced through Susanu's chest. Apart from the clay from Susanu's chest, blood, imbued with lightning, dripped from the tip of Aatrox's sword. My! These warrior puppets are alive. I see they are based on the corpses of those celestial deities, then covered in clay to control their movements. What an EVA! Akali remarked. Then she was about to withdraw her greatsword and continue dealing with the Wraith and others. As for why she didn't deal with the Wraith first and chose to eliminate Susanu's warrior puppet instead, isn't it common sense to take out the AD first in a team fight? However, when Akali pulled the greatsword, it didn't budge at all. The body of Susanu's warrior puppet clamped the dark greatsword tightly, as if it were a hydraulic press. My! Akali was stunned, not expecting that these warrior puppets, clearly dead bodies controlled to move, would possess such a fighting spirit as if they were alive. Immediately, Akali prepared to unleash dark sword energy to forcibly sever Susanu's body. But a vague whisper suddenly came from the dark greatsword, stopping Akali's actions. God, kill, absorb. Absorb. Pure strands of lightning energy and life force surged into Akali's body from the hilt of the dark greatsword. At that moment, Akali realized that it wasn't Susanu that clamped the dark greatsword, but rather the dark greatsword that was biting into Susanu. I see this is also a god. Alright, you are a god, then so be it. Akali released her control over the dark greatsword. The dark greatsword, starved for who knows how many millions of years, once let go, began to devour Susanu's flesh and blood like an insatiable abyssal maw. Previously, Susanu hadn't cried out when the greatsword pierced a hole in its chest, but now it let out a horrible shriek like a squished duck. Listening to Susanu's shriek. Ding, emotional value from the Wraith 99999. Impossible, you are absorbing Susanu. How could that be? The Wraith, as a spirit of resentment, found it hard to believe what it was witnessing. On one hand, it couldn't comprehend how a corpse could still shriek. On the other hand, it couldn't understand how Akali could absorb the power of these corpses for her own use, while it, a newborn from divine resentment, could only forcefully control them as warrior puppets. But if Akali could devour and absorb these divine corpses... Thump thump. The Wraith's heart pounded heavily twice. Silently, the enormous warrior puppets began to retreat, gradually shielding Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and other puppets behind them. The movements of the Wraith immediately caught Akali's attention. Even in its fallen state, the dark figure's handsome visage from the past turned its eyes glowing red like laser sights, targeting the Wraith. Noticing Aatrox's actions, the Wraith trembled. In response, Aatrox curled his lips into a sinister smile, trying to escape. Do you think mere prey can escape from the hunter? Aatrox's voice was powerful, tinged with a husky, sinister quality that made the Wraith even more fearful. In the past, being immortal had always been the Wraith's assurance to act recklessly. But now to be told that someone could devour it, how could the Wraith accept that? Kill it. Charge forward. The increasingly frantic Wraith commanded the divine puppet soldiers. At that moment, Amaterasu's black flames shot toward Aatrox like bullets from a machine gun. The pitch-black fireball was still very present, even in the darkness created by Tsukuyomi. However, Akali had already confirmed that these black flames of Amaterasu had the same properties as Tsukuyomi's techniques, or rather Tsukuyomi resembled them, but it didn't matter. With various defensive shields and armors like Seraphim, Golden Bell Shield, and Thunderclap, relying on the characteristic of Amaterasu's flames that could be stripped away, Akali successfully disregarded the black flames. At the same time, a shadow clone holding the scythe of Rayist separated quietly from Aatrox's body. Then facing the Susanoo who swung a blade at her, Akali controlled Aatrox to swing the sword, Fiery Chain of Binding. A fiery red chain flew out, binding Susanoo. With Tsukuyomi being ineffective, Amaterasu ignored, and Susanoo temporarily restrained, Akali finally had the chance for an exhilarating unknown battle against the Wraith. The massive fallen celestial raised its colossal sword, and then smashed it down. The short distance for a giant was still considerable for a regular person, a shadow charge. Boom! The already chaotic mountains exploded into fragments. So heavy. The Wraith propped itself up with its spear, kneeling on one knee, struggling to resist. Aatrox's sword, its clay mask showing vivid horror. Was that not your full strength earlier? Guess. Akali issued a hoarse voice through Aatrox. Damn brat'll fight you. The Wraith forcefully pushed Aatrox's giant sword away, and its clay armor suddenly melted, turning into raw mud. As the Wraith changed, Susanoo, still struggling under the fiery chain, suddenly froze, and its surface armor also melted into mud. Then the mud scattered as if alive, swimming towards the Wraith. Had Akali checked her mini-map at this moment, she would have noticed that the undead clay soldiers at the front line had all stopped their movements and then melted. A surge of power flew back from various places in the ninja world, flowing into the Wraith's body like a mighty river. As the recovering power poured in, the Wraith's body began to grow wildly. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. In the end, the Wraith transformed into a 600-meter-tall clay giant, the shattered valley before it looked like a small stool. However, the state of this clay giant was evidently not very good if the original Wraith's appearance was that of a cold and mighty soldier. Then the current Wraith looked like a rough child's craft project, a rough humanoid shape, made from a piece of rubber and another piece of rubber. The huge gaps filled the spaces between the clay, as if any violent shake could cause it to fall apart. The Wraith was evidently very dissatisfied with this appearance. Damn brat, if it weren't for you messing things up, why would I have to start recovering power before achieving my perfect form? As compensation, I will seal your soul within the clay statue, tormenting you for eternity until the end of the world. So arrogant. Aatrox, inside whom Akali resided, raised an eyebrow. Then you may have miscalculated. Because I am the ender of worlds. Just as the words fell, a massive natural energy surged into Aatrox like a dragon drinking water. Akali, you. Ziyuan looked ahead in shock. Although her eyes had long been blinded in childhood, this was Aatrox's mental control chamber. Thus she could clearly see Akali gradually transforming. First her long hair turned red, as if filled with flowing magma. Then two horn-like protrusions similar to the dark ones grew from her head, and enormous heat continued to flow into her body, and all her exposed skin turned the color of glowing red steel. This was not KDA's ultimate form, but rather a skin that had been drawn before, but never used the flames of Naruto. She hadn't used it earlier because the changes were too drastic for Akali to adapt to. Additionally, the flames of Naruto were a solution used in specific environments, allowing Akali to transform into a form resembling a fire elemental being, outputting her internal energy with near-zero delay. In previous battles, it was clear that Akali did not have such a need, but now she did. Boom. As Akali entered Sage mode and transformed her skin into the flames of Naruto, the external Aatrox seemed to ignite, surrounded by blazing blood flames. With the infusion of powerful energy, Aatrox's body began to grow, inflating in size in an instant. The 400-meter-tall Aatrox stood before the 600-meter-tall clay giant. Though still not a match, he no longer felt like a weakling. In fact, compared to the grotesque clay giant, the handsome Aatrox looked somewhat like a hero come to slay a monster. Yet the Wraith did not care about that. Die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A flurry of clay spears shot towards Aatrox with the Wraith's wave. Before the sharp spears, Aatrox's body, known for its resilience, soon showed numerous blood, holes lava-like blood flowing from the wounds. Seeing Aatrox finally injured, the wraith's spirit lifted, condensing a spear in its hand as it thrust towards Aatrox. And Akali did not back down. The battle of the giant beings was straightforward, focused on attack and defense as her heavy sword slammed down towards the wraith. The consequence of not defending was that Aatrox's sword scraped off a large chunk of clay from the wraith, and then the wraith drove its spear into Aatrox's chest. But the next second, an unexpected event occurred for the wraith. That was, apart from the new spear it had just thrust, the wounds from the previous spears unexpectedly began to heal naturally after Aatrox attacked. Upon looking at the ground, it turned out that the chunk of clay that had been sliced off had transformed into pure energy absorbed by Aatrox. Akali, bloodsucking, how do you say it, bloodsucking? Ding, emotional value from Wraith, 99.99. As the wraith was stunned, Akali struck down with her sword again. This time the strongest Q3 directly cleaved off a large chunk of the wraith's thigh clay. You monster, die. The wraith, whose body was being devoured, roared while its attacks grew even more frenzied. Under the wraith's onslaught, Aatrox's recently healed wounds burst open again, bleeding profusely. Once the Great Annihilation was activated, the body became energy, so recovering the body required consuming energy. The reason for not healing the wounds was simple: Akali's energy accumulation could not keep up with the wraith. Fortunately, Akali was not truly a single-minded fighter. She was an assassin capable of delivering a fatal blow upon finding a flaw. Splitting her mind, Akali asked Ziyuan, "What about the weakness you mentioned earlier? I can't see where you said the weakness is at all." Ziyuan paused. "Do you still need a weakness? I thought you wanted to consume directly." Ziyuan's foolish words faltered. Seeing the priestess fall silent, Akali rolled her eyes indignantly. No, in the state of the flames of Naruto, there were no human eyeballs. Her entire eyes were red, so it should be said she had red eyes. "You really? Hurry up and find the weakness. We need to settle this quickly, or else delays could lead to changes." Akali still remembered Obito's side, and since Obito stirred the situation, he couldn't possibly have only the wraith up his sleeve. Thus, Akali had reason to suspect today might turn into a multiplayer event, and she needed to conserve some energy for the guests to come. "Yes, I understand." Ziyuan nodded quickly, and then closed her eyes to sense. However, after sensing for a while, Ziyuan opened her eyes in confusion. "I don't feel anything." "What do you mean you don't feel anything?" Akali asked, dissatisfied. "I just don't feel anything." Ziyuan's words were filled with genuine confusion. Akali was shocked. "Didn't you say that when the wraith unleashed its full strength the weakness would appear? But now the wraith has unleashed its full strength. Where is the weakness you mentioned?" "Theoretically, when it exerts its full strength the weakness should appear, but I really don't feel anything." Ziyuan was sweating profusely. "Wait a moment, just wait a moment. You better hurry up." Akali helplessly threw out a sentence and turned her attention back to the wraith engaging in battle with the dark giant sword. At the same time, while fighting, Akali began to plan. Given the current situation, Ziyuan seemed unreliable, so the only option was to activate her backup plan. Fortunately, she had previously sent out a shadow clone carrying Rayist. A message was sent to the clone. "Freeze." Receiving Akali's order, the shadow clone plunged Rayist into the shadowy body of Tsukuyami. The shadow energy of Tsukuyami appeared very solid, but evidently had no effect against Rayist. As a fellow dark being tainted by the void, the ability to absorb external flesh energy was not exclusive to Aatrox. Rayist possessed it too. At this moment, after stabbing Rayist into Tsukuyomi's body, the unresponsive Tsukuyami began to be drained by Rayist. As Akali had anticipated, Tsukuyomi's energy matched her nature perfectly. While it could not enhance her chakra quality, it continuously raised her chakra limit, or in other words, her mana bar, during the extraction. Not long after, Akali's shadow clone completed the extraction from Tsukuyami. Following Tsukuyami was Susanoo. As for Amaterasu, Akali had no way to deal with its black flames, so she could only temporarily skip it. After completing the energy absorption from the other divine bodies, the shadow clone returned to its main body. Boom! A surge of energy poured into Akali's body as the shadow clone returned. Perhaps the corpse of Tsukuyami summoned by the wraith still retained some of the moon god's powers, or perhaps absorbing Tsukuyami made Akali's perception of shadows clearer. In any case, upon the shadow clone's return, Akali not only received energy, but also sensed some very subtle energy flows from the wraith at that moment. In Akali's perception, besides the massive clay body before her, there was a thin pipeline extending from the clay body connecting to another location. Moreover, in that place, Akali sensed a familiar chakra, that of the missing Naruto. Connecting this to Naruto's destiny as the child of prophecy, Akali understood. "You crafty wraith with your thick eyebrows and big eyes playing tricks in the dark." It was not that the wraith had no weaknesses, it had learned the lich's tricks, turning the weakness into something like the life box, placing it outside its body. At the same time, the cunning wraith had also staged a drama of sending out false information, making it seem as if the weakness still had consciousness and had not been devoured remaining there. But in truth, the weakness had long since vanished. Confined by the previous act, neither Akali nor Ziyuan had thought that the devoured weakness was not within the wraith. Had Akali not borrowed the dark weapon to devour the divine corpse summoned by the wraith, she might have been deceived by the wraith. A group hastened forward along the pitch-black underground aqueduct. For a moment, the only sounds were the splashing of water and the rapid patter of their footsteps. Naruto's position was not far from the Wanyao soul casket. Before long, the group arrived before a grand doorway lit by torches, flanked by two earthen warrior statues molded in the likeness of Wanyao, confirming that Akari and her companions had reached the correct location. There really is something here, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the terracotta warriors. Don't gape like a startled sparrow, eliminate them. Akari rapped sharply on Naruto's skull. Got it, I'm going in. Naruto formed shadow clones and hurled two spiraling chakra spheres toward the gate-guarding statues. The statues stood silent, but the synchronized rhythmic footfalls echoing from beyond the gate revealed that the terracotta guard battalion tasked with protecting the Wanyao soul casket had already been alerted by the intruders. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive gate groaned open and legions of terracotta warriors surged forth like a hive of disturbed hornets. At that moment, Akari seized Yugao's wrist. Naruto's drawing their attention. Now's our chance. Let's go. With a flick of her wrist, she launched 3 smoke bombs, precisely blanketing both the gate and the passageway beyond. Under the smokescreen's cover, Akari hoisted Yugao effortlessly in one arm and vaulted overhead, straight across the corridor. In moments, they emerged into an underground chamber vast as a palace. At its center rose a throne, and seated upon it was a figure hauntingly familiar to Yugao. Me. She gasped, stunned into bewilderment at the sight of her own identical double. Indeed, the figure enthroned was no longer Yugao's loyal guardian Ashine, but a perfect replica of Yugao herself. A chime resonated in Akari's mind. Ding. Emotional resonance from Yugao 9999. How is this possible? Yugao faltered, dazed. If she sat upon the throne, then who or what was this version standing before it? Folk tales flooded Yugao's thoughts. Stories spun in village tea houses and whispered beneath moonlit eaves. Tales like that of a condemned prisoner who bribed his executioner to feign death, only for the executioner to pocket the coin and carry out the sentence while the prisoner, believing himself spared, lived years in exile, until a chance encounter revealed his true fate. From such narratives, Yugao's prodigious intellect swiftly drew a chilling conclusion. Could it be that she had already perished, that duty alone had anchored her true spirit, allowing a fragment of her soul to wander forth in search of aid against the calamity? Thwack! A sharp rap shattered her reverie. Ow! Yugao clutched her crimson forehead, stinging where Akari had flicked it. What on earth are you pondering? Akari sighed, already knowing full well. Think carefully. How did you manage to slip away, leaving your guard to impersonate you? Right? Yugao recalled. The secret technique shadow mirror body transfer passed down through generations had allowed Ashine to assume her exact likeness. Yet if that was merely an illusionary effect, why would Wanyao itself accept the transformation as absolute? Her gaze turned puzzled toward the doppelganger upon the throne. Akari stepped forward twice and called out, voice ringing clear, "You've lingered long enough. Surely your consciousness transfer is complete by now. Oh, and one quick interview. How does it feel to become a big Omo girl? Shut your mouth, brat." The Wenya-possessed Yugao snapped, her eyes open, pupils stark white, eerily akin to the Byakugan, radiating palpable malice as they locked onto Akari and Yugao. Simultaneously, another chime echoed within Akari's mind. Ding. Emotional resonance from Wanyao 9999. Akari tilted her head, bemused. Was being dubbed a big Omo girl truly so devastating to Wanyao's composure? Had one phrase shattered it entirely? Wait. Akari suddenly remembered her own earlier question to Yugao. Surely Wanyao isn't so blind it can't even distinguish male from female? Precisely. If the shadow mirror body transfer couldn't replicate form flawlessly, then why would Wanyao ever believe it had truly consumed the Shrine Maiden rather than launching exhaustive searches across land and sky? So, truly gone then. Great dragon. Akari's gaze held 3 parts mockery, 3 parts suppressed mirth, 3 parts schadenfreude, and 1 part quiet empathy. I said, shut up, rat. One more word, and I'll detonate myself just to drag you down with me. The Wenya-possessed Yugao's delicate face darkened further, her chest heaved violently with rising fury. Ding. Emotional resonance from Wanyao 9999. The surging emotional feedback vividly illustrated Wanyao's unraveling composure, clarifying at last why it had gone to such lengths to expel the very body it had absorbed. It was no true lich, no necromancer crafting soul caskets for survival and transference. Wan Yao had ingested the Shrine Maiden's power into its own flesh. Expelling that vessel offered no tangible advantage in longevity, and certainly cost it strength. For having devoured the Shrine Maiden's essence, Wan Yao had transcended its former state as an undead grudge spirit, becoming at last a living being. And a living being draws its peak power not from external avatars, but from its own sovereign flesh and blood. Thus there remained only one motive behind this desperate act, to temporarily forget that it had changed. A soft chuckle escaped Akari's lips. Her smile, radiant and serene, became the spark that ignited Wan Yao's final collapse. Wretch, I'll kill you. Utterly unhinged, Wan Yao seized a spear and charged forward with a thunderous bonsai rush. Akari smiled faintly. Several lightning-charged cold shadow modifications shot forth, shattering the spear midair, the concussive blast hurling Wan Yao backward onto the stone floor. Then from Akari's alluring lips came a barbed reprimand. Darling, even your rage looks like a pout. Oh kawaii Kido. Ding. Emotional resonance from Wan Yao 99999. Aya. Wan Yao roared in unbridled fury, and as it did the earth above them trembled violently, shaking the cavern to its foundations. Then, a colossal stone hand smashed downward, brutally tearing through the ceiling and gouging open the earth above them. It was Wan Yao's dispersed power, now manifesting as a towering clay colossus reaching down to seize its own fragmented self from the ground. If Wan Yao succeeded in reuniting with that power, Akari could still prevail, but only after a protracted, arduous struggle. So shink. A razor-edged ninja scythe severed the slender neck, a gleaming kunai pierced the heart. At the very instant Wan Yao neared reunion, Akari materialized, guided by the flying thunder god mark planted earlier by her cold shadow modifications, and delivered the killing blows. Throat slit, heart ruptured. No. The clay giant froze mid-reach. Clutching its throat, Wan Yao collapsed to its knees, life ebbing rapidly. Then Akari's wrist flicked. Her scythe and kunai vanished, replaced by the colossal black blade of Aatrox. At the sight of that ancient soul-devouring weapon, Wan Yao's milky white pupils convulsed violently. Wait, please wait. Realizing its final moments had begun, Wan Yao pleaded desperately, don't kill me. I will serve you. I will become your Shrine Maiden. I will worship you as divine. I am still useful. I am still useful. Is that so? Akari tilted her head slightly, a cruel curve lifting one corner of her lips. Pity, there's only need for one Shrine Maiden. And besides, consuming you makes you mine anyway. Without waiting for further entreaty, she raised the greatsword high and brought it down in a single decisive arc. Shink, glug glug glug. A beautiful pale head soared upward, then bounced twice upon the stone floor, rolling to rest at Yu Gao's feet. Its wide, unblinking white eyes stared fixedly at Yu Gao, as if straining to convey its undying resentment. Alas, Yu Gao under ordinary circumstances was blind and saw nothing. With Wan Yao's core extinguished, the petrified colossus above them shuddered and began collapsing inward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boulders plummeted from the ceiling, crashing into the hollow expanse below. In moments the debris piled into a small mountain of stone. Yet Akari had already vanished via flying thunder god the instant the first boulder fell. Those falling stones held no threat for her. Still cradling Yu Gao in her arms, gently stroking the Shrine Maiden's soft, fragrant belly, Akari suddenly fell silent, struck by a nagging sense that something vital had slipped her mind. What was it? Help! Help me, Akari! Naruto's faint cry echoed from beneath the stone mound. Oh, Naruto! I forgot him. Akari smacked her forehead, then closed her eyes, sensing the flying thunder god mark she'd left on Naruto, and in a flash pulled him free. Akari. The moment he appeared, Naruto erupted in furious protest. I thought you'd take me out with you. Instead, you only carried off the Shrine Maiden, betraying friendship for romance. Betraying friendship for romance. He stomped and fumed in outrage. Akari had no retort, only a sheepish bow of her head. Suma Mason, I'll treat you to ramen. Humph. Naruto, rare witness to Akari's humility, softened slightly. 3 bowls. Fine, 3 bowls it is. Akari thumped her chest confidently. Her coffers were deep enough for 3 bowls of ramen. All right, I forgive you. Naruto nodded, satisfied, then squinted at the stone heap before them. So, did we actually defeat Wan Yao? Yes, Wan Yao is dead, Akari affirmed. So it's over? Naruto asked, blinking innocently. Over. That remains uncertain. Akari offered a cryptic smile, then offering no explanation took Naruto's hand and led him toward Sasuke's position. With Wan Yao slain and its immortal Terracotta Legion dissolved, the coalition of shinobi squads, drawn from multiple villages, had no further purpose in remaining. After announcing Wan Yao's demise, each squad departed to rest before returning home. Meanwhile, news of Wan Yao's fall reached Tobi's ears. In the land of rivers, Tobi recoiled in shock upon hearing the report from White Zetsu. What? Wan Yao is already dead. Affirmative, Tobi. White Zetsu reported approximately 3 hours ago the Terracotta Army, engaged in battle against the 5 great shinobi countries, began melting en masse, their clay dissolving into the earth and vanishing. Half an hour later, even those statues farther from the epicenter, untouched by dissolution, crumbled outright. To verify, our agents waited, then risked exposure to investigate the site, and there they recovered this. White Zetsu produced a severed head, eyes wide open in eternal shock. No need to see the face, the long, pure white hair alone confirmed it. The very shrine maiden they had delivered to Wanyao. The shrine maiden's head. No, Toby shook his head, correcting himself. If Black Zetsu's account holds true, this is Wanyao's head. Worthless. Toby raised his hand to crush the skull, yet halted inches from impact, as if struck by sudden recollection. Wait, bring the head back. Extract its memories. He commanded. Unlike shinobi, who seal their minds against intelligence leaks, Wanyao and the Shrine Maiden possess no such safeguards. Scour every memory. I demand the full sequence of cause and effect. Understood. White Zetsu bowed and vanished head in hand. Annoying. Toby scowled at the departing figure. Wanyao fell too soon, creating a gap in our plans. Black Zetsu, what's your assessment? Black Zetsu, emerging from the soil beside Toby's feet, replied, we must activate Plan B. Also, Kabuto seeks you. Kabuto has completed it. Toby's voice surged with delight. Well, probably completed it, Black Zetsu answered, tone oddly hesitant. Probably. What does that mean? Toby frowned. Enough. I'll see for myself. He vanished in a blur of Shunshin, reappearing moments later before Kabuto's ritual hall, his voice already echoing ahead. Kabuto. Black Zetsu says you requested my presence. Indeed. Kabuto turned from the doorway, his appearance instantly arresting Toby's breath. Gone was the diminutive figure Toby first met. Kabuto now towered nearly to Toby's height, and 2 broken horns jutted from his brow. What is this? Toby gestured to the horns. Imbalance. Kabuto replied tersely, the White Zetsu body you provided proved excessively potent. The combination of wood release and Mangekyo Sharingan isn't additive, but multiplicative. So, Kabuto elaborated, my own storm release, swift release, steel release, and dark release. All combined, couldn't rival those 2 alone. Under my control, they became mere foundations, not equal partners, but structural supports. That should have been disastrous. Yet sustained by those very supports, I glimpsed horizons far beyond my prior reach. His eyes blazing with fervent obsession, Kabuto fixed his gaze on Toby. I need the Byakugan, immediately. Bring me a Hyuga main house member. I'll grant you anything. Byakugan. And you expect me to seize an entire Hyuga main family for you? Hearing Kabuto's demand, Obito's voice instantly rose an octave, and beneath his swirling spiral mask a wry smile flickered across his face. This was not joy, not genuine amusement. It was fury twisted into bitter laughter. So now if you demanded the sun itself from the heavens, would I be expected to shoot it down for you? Obito glared at Kabuto with undisguised irritation and snapped. Do you even know what the Byakugan is? Yet you demand one, and even insist on capturing a main family member. During peacetime, main family members rarely leave the Hyuga compound. Attempting to abduct one from Konoha is no different from declaring open war upon the village itself. I know. Meeting Obito's razor-sharp gaze unflinchingly, Kabuto replied calmly, precisely why I said a Byakugan, though having a main family member would of course be ideal. Why do you need the Byakugan so desperately? Obito asked, genuinely perplexed. Is it tied to your current condition? Yes, profoundly so. Kabuto nodded solemnly. As I mentioned earlier, my present state suffers from severe imbalance. Only after acquiring both the wood release and the Sharingan did I realize their inherent duality. Their very natures embody yin and yang, and together they naturally harmonize one another. Tragically, however, my Kekkei Jinkai technique, Gyuki no Jutsu, was originally founded upon 5-element equilibrium, not yin-yang balance. Thus, once the wood release and Sharingan entered my body, their innate capacity for mutual stabilization was shattered by my other bloodline traits, triggering not only disruption but actual physiological distortion. Now I require a third force, powerful enough to anchor the entire system. An instinctive certainty tells me the Byakugan is that third force. I can recalibrate Gyuki no Jutsu accordingly. A main family member remains optimal, but if necessary, a single Byakugan will suffice. I'll secure the eye first, the main family can follow later. Fixing Obito with an unwavering stare, Kabuto declared, you sought my aid in eliminating someone. Grant me the Byakugan, allow me to restore foundational balance, and I shall depart immediately to fulfill your request. Is that so? Obito murmured, falling silent in deep contemplation. For the first time, he realized Kabuto's predicament might serve his ends remarkably well. After all, Kabuto was no fool. He was cunning, self-interested, and notoriously unreliable. Having a clear vested interest was far more dependable than constantly maneuvering him into action or fearing he might vanish mid-task. If you truly require only one Byakugan. A faint knowing smile curved beneath Obito's mask. How fortuitous. Wait here, I'll return shortly. With those words, Obito vanished into the Kemui dimension. Moments later he reappeared, tossing Kabuto a sealed scroll. Kabuto broke the scroll's seal, and there, glistening crimson and still pulsing with fresh neural tissue, lay a freshly harvested Byakugan. Excellent, 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 excellent. His hands trembled as he stared at the eye, overwhelmed with exhilaration. I'm curious, how precisely do you intend to proceed? Obito asked, intrigued. Kabuto had already integrated the Mangekyo White Zetsu. Both eyes were now Mangekyo Sharingan. There was simply no space left for the Byakugan. Yet ocular Kekkei Genkai like the Byakugan or Sharingan could never be absorbed directly. They required surgical implantation to function. Surely Kabuto wouldn't gouge out one of his own eyes. Indeed he would. Before Obito's astonished gaze, Kabuto ruthlessly extracted his right eye and slotted the newly acquired Byakugan into the empty socket. Then with a swift sweep of medical chakra he sealed the wound, completing the transplant in an instant. Hold on, transplanting an eye is this straightforward? Obito blurted, momentarily flustered. Not from ignorance. Rin had once transplanted Kakashi's Sharingan, and he remembered clearly how delicate and precise such procedures demanded to be. Kabuto glanced at him, startled. As if baffled he'd asked something so elementary. Yet out of respect for Obito's assistance he answered, for ordinary shinobi, yes. Precision is paramount. But for me now, my overwhelming vitality more than compensates for any surgical imprecision. Ah, I see. Realizing his oversight, Obito nodded quickly and shifted focus. What of the Mangekyo you just removed? How will you dispose of it? Dispose? No. Kabuto shook his head, then clenched his fist. Fine tendrils of living flesh erupting from his palm to devour the stolen Mangekyo Sharingan whole. As he did, an unfamiliar potent chakra surged within his left eye. This is the eternal Mangekyo. No, not quite eternal, yet astonishingly close. Obito stared stunned at Kabuto's transformed eye. He knew the formula for the eternal Mangekyo, but lacked the means to achieve it. He'd even pondered fusing two eyes into one, though that would permanently sacrifice one of his most devastating techniques. To forfeit an entire paired ability for a single near-eternal eye was too steep a price. Obito would never pay it. Yet Kabuto had done exactly that, with ruthless resolve, and succeeded in forging an eye nearly indistinguishable from the eternal Mangekyo. So this is Gyuki no Jutsu. Obito suddenly sensed the profound value in Kabuto's research. But Kabuto's transformation was far from over. After upgrading his left eye, Kabuto's overall ocular power dipped by roughly 20%. Yet his internal chakra flow grew markedly more stable. Under the Byakugan's stabilizing influence, the broken horn atop Kabuto's head began regenerating, curving swiftly into a crescent moon shape like a bull's horn. A torrent of overwhelming chakra erupted from Kabuto's being. Congratulations, you appear to have gained considerably, Obito remarked, offering quiet praise. Indeed, Kabuto affirmed, nodding. As agreed, I shall carry out your bidding. Tell me, who must I eliminate? Patience, patience. Obito waved dismissively, smiling faintly. You still require a main family member, do you not? My task can wait. First, retrieve your prize. Coincidentally, a Hyuga main family member is currently on a mission outside Konoha, along the Fire Country's coastal border. His tone remained calm, but carried unmistakable enticement. Kabuto needed no deduction to suspect the target bore hidden complications. But it no longer mattered. Kabuto now possessed absolute confidence. He could confront any adversary across the shinobi world. Even the legendary Sannin, once towering figures he could only admire from afar, would kneel before him. His reply was terse, decisive. Where? The coastal frontier of the Land of Fire. Having relayed Hinata's approximate location, both Obito and Kabuto vanished in simultaneous shunshin. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi forces of the 5 great shinobi villages reconvened, having received urgent intelligence. Always Byakugan has been stolen. Darui's expression hardened as his hand tightened around his sword hilt. Who dared this? Though hailing from rival villages, they had fought side by side and forged bonds of comradeship. Learning a comrade had been assaulted ignited Darui's fierce indignation. A mysterious figure wearing a spiral-patterned mask and bearing a single visible Sharingan. Chojuro reported, grief barely contained. A Sharingan. All eyes turned toward Akali and her companions. After all, the Sharingan belonged to the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. Sasuke's attention snapped to full alertness. Provide every detail. What did this individual look like? Approximately 180 centimeters tall with a masked face and an indistinct silhouette. Chojuro offered a rough description, then shook his head. Beyond that I cannot say. We engaged only once. I failed to land a single blow. He moved like a phantom. My strike passed straight through his body while Aoi was subdued in an instant. A phantom. An illusion. No. If it were Genjutsu, the Byakugan would have pierced it. Sasuke frowned deeply, then turned to Akari. Akari, what is your assessment? It's a Mangekyo technique. I believe I know who he is. Akari sighed heavily. Who? Chojuro's voice tightened with urgency. Certain details remained unshared before slipping into unconsciousness. Aoi had whispered that the assailant's ocular chakra resonance matched exactly the hue used in the Genjutsu controlling the Fourth Mizukage. It was highly probable the attacker was the same entity who manipulated the Fourth Mizukage. Otherwise, Aoi, despite the foe's strength and intangibility, should never have been captured and blinded so effortlessly. 12 years ago, the Ninetales' assault upon Konoha. That masked figure was its architect. Akari revealed. Her words hung heavy in the air. Collective shock rippled through the group, silence descending like a shroud. None had anticipated hearing such a closely guarded truth. To the world, the Ninetales' rampage was officially attributed to a Jinchuriki's childbirth gone awry, never to deliberate malicious orchestration. He released the Ninetales? Naruto cried out in disbelief. Details cannot be disclosed here. If required, others will brief you later. Akari's expression darkened. Yet, why steal the Byakugan? She had long puzzled over why Toby ceased his machinations after she eliminated the demon Wanyudo. Now the answer crystallized: he hadn't withdrawn. He'd simply run out of time. Her victory over Wanyudo had been too swift, leaving Toby unable to advance his schemes. The moment news of Aoi's stolen Byakugan surfaced, Akari sensed immediate danger. I pray I am mistaken. Whispering inwardly, a glacial edge sharpened in Akari's gaze. Otherwise, Toby, you have already sealed your own fate. In that instant, a decision solidified within her. Glancing at Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino, she stated flatly, continue back to Konoha yourselves. I must return immediately. Akari, wait. Sasuke called out. But before his words fully formed, Akari vanished, teleporting from the remote land of demons directly to her home in Konoha. A cascade of system alerts echoed silently among them. Ding. Darui's emotional resonance 999. Ding. Samwi's emotional resonance 999. Ding. Their collective speechlessness resonated through the interface. Yet Akari paid them no mind. Activating her spatial surveillance network, she scanned her Konohabist visual grid. Let me locate Orochimaru. The laboratory. Excellent. In a flash, she teleported, via Flying Thunder God, to stand directly before Orochimaru. Familiar chakra stirred Orochimaru's senses. He lifted his head surprised. Akari, I understood you were deployed elsewhere. How fares the land of demons? Resolved, but new developments compel my return. I've come to seek your expertise, Akari stated. Oh, you've come specifically for me. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out eagerly, then halted mid-gesture as he recalled his current feminine guise. With practiced restraint, he retracted it, leaving only the subtle serpentine twitch of a forked tongue. Paired with his carefully crafted, alluring visage, the effect was undeniably hypnotic, a true serpent queen incarnate. In calmer times, Akari would have teased him, relentlessly savoring the emotional spikes. But now she waited in stoic silence. Seeing her gravity, Orochimaru dropped all pretense. Speak. What do you require of me? Edo Tensei. Akari's voice was edged with venom. More precisely, I demand you resurrect Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. Ding. Orochimaru's emotional resonance 9,999. Even Orochimaru could not suppress his astonishment. What purpose drives this? He pressed urgently. Have you consulted Tsunade or the second Hokage? Consider carefully, Akari. The resurrection of the first and second Hokage already provoked alarm across the shinobi world. Summoning Hashirama would provoke outright coalition against Konoha. Their justification would be ready-made, Orochimaru emphasized. No one understood better than he the irreplaceable power of legitimacy, of a cause backed by moral authority. When wielding both momentum and righteous pretext, even he, whose victories in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars had cemented his status as heir apparent to the Fifth Hokage, especially following Minato Namikaze's death, had been cast out of Konoha like a rabid dog. I understand, Akari affirmed. Hashirama's Edo Tensei will remain utterly clandestine. I may need to eliminate a target. Who? Orochimaru asked. The man who 12 years ago invaded the Ninetales Jinchuriki's birthing chamber, released the beast, and caused Minato Namikaze's death. Akari refused to elaborate further. Will you assist me, or not? Assist? Of course I will, Orochimaru replied, a fervent, delighted smile spreading across his face. He thrived on motion, stillness bored him. Though resurrecting Hashirama would inevitably trigger global backlash, it promised seismic upheaval, the very winds of change he craved. However, one complication remains. Orochimaru's expression sobered. During preparations for the Konoha Crush plan, I attempted Hashirama's Edo Tensei repeatedly, but his soul resides within the death god's belly. Without resolving that resurrection is impossible. Leave it to me, Akari replied coolly. She did not know the location of the Uzumaki clan's burial vault. It did not matter, because Tobarama Senju certainly did. The Whirlpool Noodle Hall. Upon hearing Akali's purpose, Senju Tobarama set aside the empty shinobi tools he had been holding and frowned in genuine bewilderment. What business do you have there? Yondaime Hokage was sealed using the dead demon consuming seal 12 years ago. His soul now resides within the stomach of the Shinigami. I must release him and perform the impure world reincarnation. Akali explained. The impure world reincarnation. Hearing her words, Senju Tobarama's expression instantly hardened with gravity. Why do you suddenly seek to reincarnate Yondaime Hokage? Tobarama cautioned sternly. Akali, this technique is forbidden. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to disturb the delicate balance between yin and yang. I know, but I truly need Yondaime Hokage's help. Akali met Tobarama's gaze unflinchingly, her resolve unwavering. Noting her determination, Tobarama fell silent in contemplation. Must it be him? Could no one else suffice? Could I not assist you instead? You could, but Yondaime Hokage remains the most direct, decisive option. Akali clarified, let me speak plainly, a mysterious figure has set his sights on Hinata Hyuga, and Yondaime Hokage is the optimal solution to eliminate him. I see. Very well. Tobarama nodded in assent. After all, he had never been one to rigidly abide by rules. The impure world reincarnation itself had been devised by him precisely to outmaneuver adversaries. If he could create it, why should Akali be denied its use? Moreover, given Akali's capabilities, she would inevitably locate the Whirlpool Noodle Hall regardless of his consent. Why burden his village's prodigy over such a trivial matter? Especially since her intent was to confront an enemy. The Whirlpool Noodle Hall lies here, Tobarama said, producing a map and marking a precise location upon it. I'll say no more. Proceed with caution. Shall I provide you with Hinata Hyuga's current whereabouts? What do you think? Akali shot him a perfectly executed, disdainful glance. Very well, Tobarama sighed, rubbing his chin in mild exasperation. Having been unexpectedly reincarnated by Orochimaru, his feelings toward Konoha's present state were deeply ambivalent. He disapproved of the parasites clinging to power at the top, but admired the vigor of the new generation rising beneath them. Yet even among these promising youths, certain interpersonal entanglements left him utterly baffled. Even during the era of Madara, Uchiha and his elder brother, the latter, had still dutifully taken a wife. Damn it! How had Konoha devolved into this? That accursed monkey, and Danzo. At that thought, Tobarama seethed inwardly. Once back in the netherworld, he vowed to drag both men forth once more, for another reckoning. Second Hokage. Akali watched him, curiously puzzled by his sudden outburst. It's nothing, Tobarama composed himself and waved dismissively. Attend to your mission first. Report upon your return, or let Sasuke and the others report in your stead. Understood, I'm off. Akali's expression sharpened. Heedless of Tobarama's mood, she vanished in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Whirlpool Noodle Hall lay not far from Konoha. At Akali's speed, she arrived there in less than an hour. After placing a Flying Thunder God marker within the hall, she instantly returned to Konoha and retrieved Orochimaru. So this is the Whirlpool Noodle Hall. Orochimaru surveyed the masks adorning the walls with feverish excitement, seeking traces of the Shinigami's power. Before she could discern anything, however, Akali lunged forward and seized their target, the Shinigami mask. How did you identify it so swiftly? Orochimaru stared astonished. Akali casually tossed the mask in her palm. To me it shines as brightly as fireflies against midnight. Enough delay, let us begin. Akali donned the Shinigami mask. Instantly, a bone-chilling gale erupted from her, sweeping outward in all directions. Wait! Seeing Akali about to form the hand seals, Orochimaru urgently restrained her. What is it? Akali turned her gaze questioning. You dare ask? Orochimaru sighed in disbelief. Summoning the Shinigami demands your own soul as payment. Do you truly intend to bear that cost? Orochimaru meant he would perform the ritual. Having mastered the living corpse reincarnation, he could evade the soul forfeiture provided Akali secured him a new vessel. But Akali had no intention of hunting down a new body for Orochimaru. I know, she affirmed then. Meeting Orochimaru's incredulous stare, summoned the balanced soul blade with a flick of her wrist. The ancient violet blade blazed with quiet majesty, illuminating the dim interior of the Whirlpool Noodle Hall. Lifting the soul-forged weapon, Akali declared unruffled, if the Shinigami believes he can claim my soul, then let him try. We shall see whose blade cuts deeper, the Shinigami's dagger, or my sword. Fine. Proceed. Orochimaru stood speechless. Clearly he had underestimated these reckless warriors. never imagining Akali would dare challenge the Shinigami himself to a duel of wills. Wordless Orochimaru gestured politely toward her. Then by all means, perform. Akali said nothing, only began weaving the intricate hand seals, each one etched indelibly into every shinobi's memory. After 9 precise seals, she clasped her hands together. Forbidden technique. Dead demon consuming seal. HSSSS. Another wave of chilling wind descended. Yet this time the gale did not emanate from Akali, but from a point of empty space behind her. Orochimaru instinctively widened his eyes, staring at that spot. Though invisible to mortal sight, she knew something intangible had just manifested. Sensing the malevolent spirit's presence, Akali's soul blade vibrated, and the white-purple soul ward barrier spontaneously unfurled, enveloping both her and Orochimaru within its luminous dome. Bolstered by the soul ward's resonance, Orochimaru's vision sharpened, revealing where before there had been only void a gaunt obsidian-skinned elder clad in white robes crowned with sharp horns, a visage of profound dread. This is the Shinigami. Orochimaru breathed, his scientist's curiosity igniting as he rapidly recalled every documented detail of the entity. Compared to Orochimaru's awe, Akali remained effortlessly nonchalant. She glanced over her shoulder at the knife-wielding deity, then offered a casual, familiar greeting. Hey, glad you could make it. Good, you're here, so let's get to work. Gripping the hilt of her soul blade, Akali strode deliberately toward the Shinigami. By standard procedure, releasing a soul from the Shinigami's stomach required the caster to slit their own abdomen. Thereupon the Shinigami would mirror the action, using his own blade to open his stomach and release the trapped soul before claiming the caster's soul in exchange. But logic now rested firmly in Akali's hands, and if she were to follow protocol and carve open her own belly, what purpose would the soul blade serve? Thus she halted before the Shinigami, raised her blade with both hands, and Orochimaru sensed danger. Akali, what are you doing? Huh? Orochimaru gasped in disbelief, because Akali without hesitation drove the soul blade straight into the Shinigami's abdomen. Shink! The violet-white blade pierced deep. A soul wound shriek tore from the Shinigami, clutching his gut as though struck by a cleaver. Only then did the mindless entity register the assault and retaliate accordingly. The Shinigami wrenched the dagger from his mouth and lunged, but Akali simply recalled her blade and struck once, twice, thrice. When the 3 strikes of the ultimate Twilight art concluded, the pallid Shinigami collapsed under the onslaught, shattering into shimmering particles and vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, several orbs of light drifted forth from the dissolving stomach, only to be halted midair by the soul ward barrier. Orochimaru hesitated, then ventured, the Shinigami is dead. No, he isn't dead. But this manifestation has been severed entirely, Akali clarified. Even so, that is astonishing. Orochimaru struggled to conceal his awe. This was the Shinigami, just a particularly powerful spirit with a specialized function. Nothing extraordinary, Akali dismissed with a wave of her hand. Merely a specialized spirit. Orochimaru murmured, thoughtful. Enough. Akali clapped Orochimaru's shoulder. Time to work. Right. Orochimaru snapped back to focus. The sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. I'd nearly forgotten. Wait a moment. With that, Akali vanished, reappearing moments later holding a freshly captured white Zetsu. These little pests proved surprisingly elusive. She dropped the white Zetsu at Orochimaru's feet. Here, use this. Orochimaru knelt, examined the creature closely, and confirmed it matched the very specimen he had previously expended great effort to capture. He cast Akali a long, knowing look. She understood something profound, but said nothing. Orochimaru simply nodded and began chanting, impure world reincarnation. Countless paper slips surged upward from beneath the white Zetsu. As the white Zetsu screamed in agony, paper fluttered wildly, swirling around the tormented being like a storm. Under the technique's influence, its form warped, its pale green hair and masculine features dissolving, replaced by golden locks and the contorted, agonized expression of a man frozen mid-cry. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, Minato Namikaze, his face bearing the serene, godlike countenance of a primordial deity, surveyed his resurrected form and exclaimed, "This is the impure world reincarnation. What did you too summon me?" Minato's gaze shifted between Akali and Orochimaru. He had never seen Akali before, so he gave her only a cursory glance before turning his attention elsewhere. But Orochimaru stirred an uncanny sense of familiarity, prompting Minato to study her eyes and demeanor with renewed intensity. Surely not. Cross-referencing the image in his memory, Minato's jaw dropped. For this pale-skinned woman's eyes, and her entire bearing, were identical to those of Orochimaru himself. And layered atop that, her chilling serpentine chakra signature. "You're Orochimaru Sensei." The female Orochimaru, shocking the still waters of eternity. Seeing that Minato recognized her, Orochimaru offered a smile, so unervingly elegant it sent shivers down his spine. Long time no see, Minato-kun. I'm surprised you remembered me. Haha. Well, Oro Kimura Sensei's style has always been uniquely memorable. High intelligence memorable. Low intelligence disturbing. Minato unquestionably possessed high emotional intelligence. Thus he swiftly set aside Orochimaru's altered appearance and refrained from probing the cause, focusing instead on the matter at hand. Speaking of which, Oro Kimura Sensei, why was I reincarnated? This is the Whirlpool Noodle Hall, isn't it? Did you specifically break the Shinigami seal to summon me? Has something happened to the village? Minato's expression grew grave. The village? No, it certainly isn't. Orochimaru shook his head. Minato-kun, it wasn't I who called you forth. With that, Orochimaru gestured toward Akali. It was me. Akali stepped forward and extended her hand. Pleasure to meet you, Yondaime Hokage. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. You are? He shook her hand warmly. I'm Akali, Naruto's friend. Though that's beside the point. Akali gazed into Minato's eyes, azure as Naruto's, and asked, do you recall the mysterious assailant who attacked the delivery room the night Naruto was born? Yes. Minato snapped to attention. What of him? Nothing dire. Just that I must deal with him now. Akali asked, I believe you placed a flying thunder god mark upon his back. How did you know that? Minato exclaimed, astonishment widening his eyes. Even Orochimaru looked stunned. A secret. Suffice it to say, I know. Akali no longer bothered with pretense. Tobi's attempt to steal the Byakugan signaled clear hostility, and since his intentions were now laid bare, she saw no reason to wait for narrative convenience. Eliminating him came first. Passivity in the face of calculated betrayal was weakness, not virtue. Akali was no pastry chef, and she held no affection for Ace's devotion. Akali continued, Yondaime Hokage, just tell me, does that mark still exist? Let me sense it. Minato closed his eyes and focused inward. Finding no trace, he settled cross-legged and began drawing in natural energy. Sage mode, activate. Orange-yellow markings bloomed beneath his eyes. Amplified by Sage mode, his perception finally pierced the veil, found it. It flickers erratically, somewhere in the land of wind. Excellent. Akali smiled satisfied. Then we have our lead. Let's go, everyone. She turned toward the exit. Destination, the land of wind. Chin Yao. This is easy. Like 1,000 birds crying out at once, fingers crackling with electric light, sliced through the swarming Kong Ren, as if rousing an enraged beehive. A sudden cry rose from behind Kakashi. A Kong Ren that had slipped into Kakashi's blind spot was sent flying by a single kick from Akai. Akai, shielding Kakashi's back and standing back-to-back with him, shouted with fervor, Don't slack off, Kakashi, or this round you'll lose to me. What kind of turkey hunting contest was this you proposed all on your own? Kakashi replied, sounding somewhat breathless, I never agreed to this. Still, despite his protestations, Akai's encouragement stirred something in Kakashi. He straightened and turned his gaze forward. Ahead, within a slope of golden sand, a massive stone fortress struggled to free itself from the desert's embrace. Sands cascaded off it like a deluge. We must hurry, Kakashi told Akai. Although these Kong Ren were maddened by the sandstorm that buried their main base and drove us from the land of fire all the way here, the desert's mercy is not endless. We have to get up there and blow it before they take flight. I understand. Akai's expression sobered as he spoke of business. Hong has already led Ningxi Chutian and the others to infiltrate it. Infiltrated? Kakashi looked toward the desert. His Xiaolunyan's insight was being used to its fullest. Only now did he notice an unnatural flow in the dunes. Clearly those were the traces of a squad concealed by Hong's Jinjutsu. Hong's illusion has improved, Kakashi praised. Even my Xiaolunyan must scrutinize to find a hint of their passage. While they're following that Akari girl, Akai nodded. Sometimes disciples grow too fast, and we teachers are helpless. Kakashi shook his head. Even if we are destined to be surpassed by our pupils, there are still things we can do before that day comes. Move out, Akai. Kakashi cried, roused. Dumb and open. Youth. Akai yelled and charged forward again, brimming with youthful vigor. Kakashi smiled faintly and advanced as well. His manner of combat lacked Akai's bombast. Instead, it displayed an Uchiha-like precision and judiciousness. Every ounce of chakra, every scrap of stamina, and every tool were employed at the right time in the right place. That restrained style lacked Akai's overt spectacle, yet in a steady, enduring way Kakashi dispatched more than a few Kong Ren. While the Leaf Shinobi tangled with the Kong Ren horde, Kakashi stole another glance ahead to see where Hong's squad had slipped into hiding. In the next instant, the Magatama of Kakashi's Xiaolunyan barely twitched, and his eye widened like a bronze bell. For within his sight, someone had suddenly appeared behind Hong's squad. Someone he had not seen in ages, so long gone that the Leaf had already counted him dead in their records. Bai Luhu, why is he here? The reappearance of a fallen acquaintance left Kakashi momentarily bewildered, but he snapped to attention. Now is not the time for that. Bai Lu. Bad. Bai Luhu raised his hand, and several orange-yellow beams burst forth like a scattering of heavenly flowers raining densely down toward Hong's squad. Fortunately, there were 2 pairs of Baiyin Byakugan within Hong's team. A sneak attack was impossible. Return heaven. Return heaven. 2 crystalline blue spheres appeared and intercepted Bai Luhu's storm-style assault. But amid the spin of the return heaven and the ravage of the storm-style, Jutsu Hong's Jinjutsu veil was torn to tatters. The silhouettes of Tiantian Xiali Ningxi Chutian and Shanxing Qingye emerged. Is this the soft fist of the Rixiang? There's a technique to it, Bai Luhu commented loftily. Who are you? Shiri Hong leading the squad stepped forward warily and fixed Bai Luhu with her gaze. Bai Luhu blinked at Shiri Hong's question. You don't know me? Why would I? Shiri Hong sneered. You're famous. Perhaps, Bai Luhu answered, his face expressionless, but Shiri Hong's words stabbed at him within. Once allied with the 3 Sannin, his deepest shame had been being left far behind by them. Then today you will know me. With those words, his left eye shifted. Its pattern transformed into a kaleidoscope of 3 interlocking yin-yang fish biting each other's tails. A cold, crushing ocular force cascaded forth with black chakra. A skeletal arm sprouted from Bai Luhu's side, and with a thunderous howl it slammed towards Shiri Hong. Teacher Hong, watch out. Chutian darted forward, Ao chakra solidified at her fist as she struck at Bai Luhu's Zhujuanengu with a single concentrated blow. Boom. The solid Zhujuanengu met flesh, and the force slammed Chutian backward 3 paces. Yet on the black skeletal limb, 2 tiny fist marks appeared. In that instant, Chutian had thrown 2 punches in a blink. After the fierce clash, a faint pale golden aura began to circulate around Chutian. Intriguing, Bai Luhu's eyes brightened as he observed her fists. As a second Susanoo arm coalesced on the other side of his body, Shanxing Qingye unleashed Katon Great Fireball technique. An orange fireball roared toward Bai Luhu, engulfed in raging flame. Though joked about as a merciful jutsu that had never killed a direct hit, would still exact a terrible toll. Facing the blazing ball, Bai Luhu raised his hand. Mingtun absorb apertures. 2 red diamond-shaped holes appeared in Bai Luhu's palm. The searing fireball vanished the moment it touched them, as if the breath had been let out of a balloon. Only Chutian and Ningxi, both with Baiyin, saw clearly the fireball had not been nullified. It had been absorbed. Watch out. Chutian and Ningxi warned loudly. The next moment, Mingtun evil self-destruction fist. Boom. The absorbed fireball erupted from Bai Luhu's palm and surged back toward the group with violent momentum. Bagua empty palm. Ningxi threw up a palm to counter and said to the others, careful, those apertures on his hand can absorb ninjutsu and return them. He can absorb ninjutsu. The team reacted with alarm and solemnity. Xiali, however, smiled. So that means we should use taijutsu, right? Open the gate. Open. Xiali opened a gate. Tiantian, cover me. Got it. Tiantian nimbly produced 2 scrolls and tossed them skyward. The unfurling scrolls hovered like dragons stretching through clouds. Countless tools unrolled and spiraled upward in tandem as Tiantian, like a spinning top, launched them down in volleys. This was Tiantian's signature skill. Secret technique, twin rising dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense rain of tools accurately covered Bai Luhu, and steel wires hidden on the implement's tips meant that even if he tried to flee, he'd be bound. But Bai Luhu did not intend to flee from Tiantian's barrage. Tools. Heh. Steel release metallize. Pale skin on Bai Luhu darkened into an iron-black sheen. The tools struck his body like blows upon a steel pillar, ringing with crisp metallic clangs. Tools, useless. Tiantian gaped as she landed. She realized and shouted, wait, Xiali, hold on. But her warning came half a beat too late. Xiali had already slipped behind Bai Luhu after Tiantian's attack, and he had seen the tool's ineffectiveness with his own eyes. But the azure beast of the leaf would not abandon the assault simply because the foe had turned as hard as iron. Leaf solid spin gale. The suddenly appearing Xiali delivered a powerful reverse spinning kick into the back of Bai Luhu's skull. The weighted bone of his lower leg met Bai Luhu's head with a dull bell-like thud. The tremendous force made Bai Luhu stagger forward 2 steps despite his metallized form. But while Bai Luhu had stepped forward to lose momentum, Xiali found himself in a tight spot. A short grunt escaped him. With a hand clutching his calf, Xiali hopped back into the group on 1 foot. Are you okay, Xiali? Tian asked with concern. He'll be fine. The weight plate took some of it for me, he replied. He rolled up his pant leg to reveal vivid bruising on his calf. But he'll need some time to recover. Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Shiri Hong stared at Bai Luhu with grave concern. He can absorb ninjutsu and even ignore taijutsu. He's a troublesome enemy. How has someone like this not shown up before? Enough. Shiri Hong shook her head and made a decision. Divide the squad. Qingye, you take Xiaoli and Tiantian to continue the mission. Chutian Ningxi, and I will hold him here. Understood. Shanxing Qingye nodded. Shiri Hong specialized in Jinjutsu, Chutian and Ningxi had Bai-Yin and soft fist tactics. Both teams were arranged sensibly as counters to Bailu. Tiantian, Xiaoli, come with me. Shanxing Qingye took Xiaoli, who still had objections, and the three dashed toward the Kongren fortress. Bailu did not stop them as they departed. Shiri Hong found this odd. You want to stop them? Bailu smiled faintly. Why should I stop them? I see. You're not one of the Kongren. Shiri Hong suddenly realized. Yet he had attacked them. That meant among those three, there was something Bailu hungered for. What could that three-man squad be carrying that a mysterious power like Bailu would risk angering the Leaf to seize? Oh no. Chutian, you're his target. Shiri Hong's smooth brow broke into cold sweat. If Bailu's quarry was Chutian, then Shiri Hong's earlier decision to prioritize Xiaoli and Tiantian had been a mistake. Chutian was stunned. As a member of the clan, she knew how coveted the Bai-Yin was across the ninja world. Aside from that childhood incident, this was the first time someone had singled her out as a prize. Hearing Shiri Hong's words, Ningxi's face turned ashen. He stepped between Chutian and Bailu. Chutian, go to Kakaxi. With Kakaxi and Akali watching, even if the enemy were an ace from another great village, you'd be safe. Are you telling me to run away, Ningxi Gij? Chutian bristled. I was not raised to flee from battle. Setting aside Teacher Hong, if it truly comes to life or death, Ningxi, you might not outlive me. Kyushin's words were not mere bravado. Akira's presence gave her many reserves. Even so, protecting the clan is a branch family's duty. Ningxi answered firmly. And obeying the clan's orders is the branch family's duty. Chutian refused to be constrained by duty's rhetoric. Ningxi Gij, I order you stay and fight with me here. Chutian. Fine, I understand. Through his Bai-Yin's full 360 vision, Ningxi watched Kyushin's resolute eyes. He hesitated, then nodded, and took up the soft fist stance once more. When the internal dispute within the three-man squad concluded, Bailu spoke. Miss of the Rishang, you sure you want run? Sometimes the lattice whim kills those beneath her. Think of it as sparing your dear Ningxi a reckoning. Why not try running? Bailu spread his hands. Then later when the Rishang investigate, he might live. Shut up. Chutian ignored the provocation. If you're going to fight, fight. If not, be gone. Where does all this chatter come from? How, what a spirited lady. Bailu smiled with satisfaction. Good. I like your vigor. Because it means when I devour you, your vitality will be fully acquired. With that, he blurred. In an instant, he was before Chutian. At a speed, even the Bai-Yin could not clearly track. Bailu's fingers became claws and lunged for the pale, slender throat of the girl like a starving tiger. Chutian. Ningxi, who had not expected his warning to be ignored, erupted with furious eyes and threw a desperate palm backward. But by then, relying on the suddenness of his swift release, Bailu had already seized Kyushin's throat. Feeling the delicate touch of a young girl's skin, Bailu smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Chutian felt it too. I've got you, too. Noticing the expression on the girl's face, Bailu paused. The next moment, a weight like a mountain's crushing pressure pressed down from Bailu's whole body. Bailu felt a flash before his eyes, and what was once Hinata turned into the sky. A powerful sensation of being airborne enveloped him, and at that moment Bailu realized he was being lifted by that white-eyed little girl. Despite being a girl who barely reached his chest, she was able to lift him, who had undergone numerous enhancements, as if he had become an ordinary ninja, once again looking up at the geniuses and clans of the past. All the years of relentless growth felt like a dream, and the instant he was captured, it was as if he had awakened from that dream. The realization of this fact made Bailu instantly blush with anger. Bastard, let me go. He struggled fiercely, and the Susanoo arm that had grown earlier struck at Hinata. At that moment, it seemed like Hinata had activated an invulnerability body, as Bailu's Susanoo arm hit her, only creating a golden ripple, accumulating willpower for Hinata without any other effect. While the energy-formed Susanoo could still barely move, Bailu's actual body felt as if it were frozen like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move at all. Smash it for me. A fierce shout echoed in Bailu's mind like a surround sound. Following the sensation of being airborne, a severe feeling of falling came. Realizing that he couldn't break free from Hinata's grip, Bailu gritted his teeth in anger and reluctantly activated Steel Release, preparing to endure. Bailu was quite confident in Steel Release, as his hardened body could withstand the vast majority of physical damage. At this point, Bailu began to imagine Hinata's futile attempts to harm him, feeling despair as she realized she couldn't injure him at all, and the panic that would ensue when he counterattacked. In his fantasy, Bailu was held by Hinata head down and heavily crashed into the ground. Boom. A violent cloud of dust instantly erupted as the hard ground beneath Bailu shattered like it had been struck by a meteor, creating a massive pit, and sending a large amount of yellow sand flying outward. Crash! The severely injured Susanoo transformed into a cloud of dark light and dissipated. And there in the center of the pit, Beilu-Hu's upper body was buried in the sand, the powerful impact compacting the sand into stone with his long legs trembling and emitting a metallic creak under the strain. "How is it? Did you take him down?" Yuhi Kurenai asked Niji anxiously. Having also trained under Akali, she knew that Hinata's breathtaking technique was not just pure physical damage, but also inflicted structural damage to the target. Because the technique's essence was to imprison and then smash, all the force and impact would be unreservedly concentrated on the target. As the saying goes, steel is easy to break. The target of this technique was indeed in a state of being overstrained. Therefore, Kurenai had a lot of confidence in this move. However, the response Kurenai expected was met with Niji shaking his head. "No, that person's limbs and internal organs sustained an impact, but there's a force protecting his insides, otherwise they would be injured even more. Wait, he's recovering so quickly." Seeing the chakra flowing within Beilu-Hu, Niji quickly warned, "Hinata, be careful." With Niji's words, Beilu-Hu slammed both hands onto the ground, pulling himself out of the compressed sand. In the next second, the previously used swift release activated again, and Beilu-Hu moved at an incredible speed, continuously launching punches and kicks around Hinata. Under Beilu-Hu's rapid and fluid assault, Hinata was forced to respond, having to fight slowly against his speed. Fortunately, with the insight of the Byakugan and the ability to dismantle Beilu-Hu's attacks, Hinata was still barely able to cope. However, soon Beilu-Hu did something that both Hinata and Niji did not expect. He formed hand seals, and chakra surged violently toward his white right eye. Byakugan activate. Familiar veins appeared around Beilu-Hu's right eye. Byakugan. What? Hinata and Niji were shocked. They never expected that Beilu-Hu's right eye was actually a Byakugan. With the Byakugan allowing him to see the internal condition and the Sharingan predicting external movements, Hinata's actions appeared utterly transparent to Beilu-Hu. With every punch and palm strike, Beilu-Hu could precisely hit Hinata in the most uncomfortable and difficult to counter directions. Bang, bang, bang. After Beilu-Hu activated the Byakugan, just a few exchanges led to Hinata taking several punches and having to stagger backward. Then Beilu-Hu attempted to pursue her. Hinata had no choice but to raise her right hand high, unleashing a powerful technique, her chakra-filled soft palm striking heavily towards the ground. Heavenly Thunder Break. Boom. The explosive sound wave forced Beilu-Hu back. Simultaneously, under the tremors caused by Heavenly Thunder Break, Beilu-Hu was also afflicted with a debilitating state, his bones feeling weak and his movements becoming difficult. However, Beilu-Hu's movement difficulties presented a great opportunity for Hinata. She reached out and forcefully pulled towards Beilu-Hu. Although Hinata's hand was still a distance away from Beilu-Hu, he and the air around his body seemed to be ensnared by an invisible net being forcefully pulled towards her. At the same time, golden energy began to visibly converge on Hinata's right fist at her waist, exuding a pressure comparable to that of a tailed beast. It was predictable that if Beilu-Hu truly took Hinata's charged punch, no matter how grand his ambitions or crazy thoughts were, he would have to spend several years recovering afterward. And just then, Hinata had just used a powerful technique to shatter skulls while Beilu-Hu was still imprisoned and unable to escape, making it seem as if he was destined to take that punch. But at the moment Hinata swung her fist. Bang! A small sapling suddenly shot up from the ground, striking down heavily on Hinata's outstretched fist like an uppercut. Under the force from below, Hinata's fist uncontrollably lifted upward. Boom! Golden energy tore through the air, swirling past Beilu-Hu's head, and a large amount of his long white hair was torn off and scattered, resembling falling snowflakes. Yet regardless of the severe damage to Beilu-Hu's hair, Hinata's decisive strike that could determine the outcome of the battle was truly avoided by Beilu-Hu. There still would release. Hinata stared incredulously at the sapling that had blocked her punch. Steel release, swift release, nether release, gale release, would release, Sharingan, Byakugan. Besides Akali, this was the first time she had encountered an enemy with so many abilities. This is bad. Hinata instantly realized the severity of the situation. Although her complete set of powerful techniques looked impressive, they came at a cost, momentarily exhausting her strength. This exhaustion could be alleviated by the small cookie she had bitten into beforehand, but it could not be instantly resolved. Such a fierce skill set was still too early for a girl who had yet to fully mature. Tick-tock. A drop of crystal-clear sweat slid down Hinata's smooth cheek. Think fast. Hinata frantically turned her mind, seeking a way to resolve the situation. After all, she had just so confidently told Niji not to shy away, and now, after failing to land a hit, she had directly activated the timer and entered a state of being unable to select her form. How embarrassing. You can't do it, can you? Beilu-Hu grinned at Hinata's flustered expression. At your age, being able to force me to activate the ancient illusion technique must mean you're quite a renowned genius in Konoha. The ancient illusion technique Beilu-Hus left eye Sharingan was also the left eye's ability of Uchiha Fugaku, which allowed the user to predict or deduce future events for a period. As for the right eye, that was the ancestral Amaterasu, so without a second thought Beilu who discarded it as a consumable. What a pity I'm no longer the ordinary person who could be trampled on by you geniuses. In front of my eyes, which can see through time, geniuses are merely my nourishment. Enjoying the confidence bestowed by his power, Beilu, who felt exhilarated. Saying this, Beilu who suddenly threw a punch at the air before him. In the next second, bang. Ugh. The suddenly appearing Yuhi Kurenai clutched her stomach and knelt down weakly, her mouth uncontrollably spewing forth foul-smelling acidic liquid. How could this happen? Kurenai didn't understand why, with her speed of the magical shadow technique, she could be precisely intercepted by Beilu-Hus' punch. Noticing Kurenai's astonishment, Beilu who proudly lifted his chin. I told you my eyes can see through the future. In front of my eyes, all your resistance and schemes are utterly transparent to me. Just like this. Beilu who suddenly kicked Kurenai away. Due to the misalignment of the attack, Kurenai's hand reaching out to Hinata could no longer reach its destination. Then the airborne Kurenai returned to the magical shadow technique's mark. She had just left her uncontrollable body, rolling in the sand covered in fine yellow sand, looking quite disheveled. Evidently, Kurenai had intended to grab Hinata and bring them both back, but due to Beilu-Hus' foresight, her intentions were uncovered, leading to her being kicked away. Following Kurenai, Niji appeared behind Beilu, who a phantom 8 trigrams field enveloping both of them. Got you. Sensing Beilu-Hus' exact position, a glint of sharp light flashed in Niji's piercing Byakugan. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Even with his eyes closed, he could execute the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, as smoothly as Mercury, the dense palm wind sealing off every inch of escape for Beilu-Hu. However, as the process of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms unfolded, something unexpected happened to Niji. With each palm strike, he delivered Beilu, who could accurately dodge by taking a small step back, sidestepping, or twisting his body, evading the attacks with minimal movement. The control over distance felt as if there was an invisible wall between him and Beilu, who every time his hand approached the wall, an unseen hand would push Beilu, who back a small step, only for him to be repositioned afterward. Thus, no matter how smoothly or accurately Niji executed his 8 trigrams, 64 palms, they were futile in the eyes of Beilu, who, as a result of the complete set of attacks, Niji grew increasingly anxious. Because if the previous palms were evaded, it was fine, the only loss was chakra and stamina. But if all 64 palms were dodged, it would mean a loss of the dignity of a genius of the gentle fist. 62 palms, 63 palms, 64 palms. Niji continued to strike. Due to his attacks always being dodged in the last 3 palms, he even made a move to sacrifice himself. However, even with Niji's self-sacrificial attack pressing forward, without holding back, he still could not touch Beilu, who, I told you in front of my eyes that can see the future, all your efforts are in vain. Bang! With a deft step, Beilu, who evaded Niji's self-sacrificial attack, delivering a heavy punch to Niji's unguarded side. Boom! In front of Beilu-Hus' steel-enhanced fist, Niji, devoid of any capacity to resist, instantly had his ribs shattered and was sent flying. Niji. Hinata looked at the flying Niji, her eyes filled with worry. You should be focusing on yourself now, Hinata's lady. Beilu, who sneered. Do you regret not listening to the Branch family's advice to retreat back then? If you had chosen to retreat instead of fighting to the end, you might have had a chance to meet Kakashi. Of course, in the end, you still can't escape my grasp. Beilu-Hus' words hinted at something. That feeling of inevitability made Hinata extremely displeased. However, soon the clever Hinata realized that Beilu, who truly had his sights set on her. The vision granted by the Byakugan adjusted soundlessly, and at that moment Hinata saw that ahead of Kakashi and Might Guy, there was also a mysterious man in an Akatsuki cloak wearing a mask. It was evident that this was Beilu-Hus' backup. It was precisely because of the mysterious man's interference that Kakashi and the others were unable to come to their aid. TSK. I've been completely calculated. The uncontrollable situation filled Hinata with a sense of helplessness. Yet that helplessness also brought her some relief. Because sometimes admitting your weakness does not mean being weak. Acknowledging the gap is key to better growth. Therefore, Hinata was not prepared to continue fighting Beilu, who he was not an opponent she could handle right now. I remember Akali taught me this. Hinata recalled her time with Akali. To speak with a cry, to have tears in your eyes, to have your eyes slightly red, to clench your fists, and to bring some self-destructive tendencies. Then, Hinata murmured, I can do nothing. So, wait, what are you doing? The Beilu who could see the future exclaimed in surprise. Help me, Akali. In the next second, a purple shield lit up around Hinata. With Akali's speed, she suddenly appeared, and then launched a swift attack, there were fewer than 5 individuals in this world capable of reacting in time. But today she encountered one. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated from Bailuhis' neck. Blocked it. Akali took a closer look and found that Bailuhis' neck was dyed with the iron-gray hue characteristic of steel. She then recognized the face of the person she attacked, noting the Byakugan in his eye sockets along with the Sharingan's kaleidoscope. So it is Bailu. Akali's heart understood. I didn't expect Obito to have discovered this person and bestowed upon Bailu the Byakugan and the Sharingan. The complete form of the Ghost Bud technique can indeed force Hinata to seek help. After her first strike failed, Akali retreated to Hinata's side and began to examine her carefully. Are you alright? You're not injured, are you? I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Compared to me, Teachers Sakura and Niji have sustained heavier injuries, Hinata whispered. Teacher Sakura and Niji. Akali tiptoed to get a better view, looking towards Niji and Sakura. Noticing Akali's gaze, Sakura waved her hand at Akali. I'll handle Niji, don't worry. But you should be cautious of that guy, his abilities are quite troublesome. Is that so? After hearing Sakura's loud warning, Akali glanced back at Bailu. Byakugan and Sharingan indeed troublesome. By the way, Hinata, did that person showcase his Sharingan techniques during the battle? Maintaining her vigilance against Bailu, Akali continued to inquire. Yes, he claimed that his eyes can see the future. Eyes that can see the future. Akali stared at Bailu deep in thought. So that's it, it's Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, this feels troublesome. Akali did not expect that the original Uchiha Fugaku from the Naruto anime actually existed here, and his ability was indeed foresight. However, thinking about the presence of characters from the movie like the Land of Snow, the Demonic Spirit, and the Empty Ninja, she found it entirely unsurprising. Have you finished discussing how to deal with me? Observing the two, whispering, Bailu crossed his arms, exuding confidence and composure. If you haven't reached a conclusion, I can give you a little more time. So generous. Akali raised an eyebrow, a sweet smile gracing her face. If Naruto were here, he would know that this was a sign of Akali's anger. After all, this is your last time together. Bailu grinned maliciously, his once handsome face now twisted with ill intent. But you needn't be sad or despair, for being my sacrificial offering to ascend is your honor. Is that so? Akali squinted slightly. In the next moment, a surge of blue and white lightning enveloped the delicate and alluring figure of the girl, and with the speed brought by Reikage, Akali transformed into a spherical flash of lightning charging toward Bailu. With the lightning-enhanced ninja sickle once again slashing toward Bailu's neck. Under Akali's perfect control, had Bailu not evaded her sickle, would have precisely severed his trachea and carotid artery. However, Bailu not only avoided it, but even had the leisure to counterattack. The skeletal form of Susanoo emerged, its heavy iron fists sealing off all of Akali's escape routes. Noticing Bailu's attack, Akali frowned, throwing down a smoke bomb to obscure his vision. Then, with astonishing flexibility, she twisted her body into an shape, evading Susanoo's iron fists. Swish, 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 swish. Each kunai enhanced with wind and thunder attribute chakra pierced through the smoke, locking onto Bailu's throat, heart, and eyes like a well-aimed shot. The tips of the pitch-black kunai reflected a sharp, cold gleam under the blazing desert sun, causing anyone who gazed upon them to wince in pain. Yet even so, Bailu did not evade. Because he didn't need to evade. In the next second, clang, clang, clang. The high-speed flying kunai clashed against each other as if they had not been prearranged, and after a series of seemingly chaotic yet orderly collisions, 5 kunai narrowly flew past Bailu's sides. Clearly, had Bailu chosen to evade, he would have been struck by the suddenly shifting kunai. In the next second, Akali's figure flashed again at Bailu's side. A shuriken formed from shadows shot from Akali's hand, aiming directly for Bailu's back. However, Bailu ignored Akali's shadow blade entirely, and instead directed a laser from his wind release towards a kunai located behind him. Seeing Bailu's attack, bang! A cloud of smoke erupted and the dark kunai instantly transformed into a youthful and invincible beauty. Seeing that Bailu had accurately identified her Trojan horse tactic, Akali seemed somewhat surprised. After failing her ambush and exposing herself, she once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Hinata's side. Returning, Akali's brows were tightly furrowed, her expression one of distress. Upon seeing this, Bailu, whose face had been somewhat serious, felt he had the upper hand. I told you in front of my eyes, all your resistance is futile. Even if you're a genius from Konoha, it's the same. To Bailu's words, Akali could only respond with 2 words, idiot. What did you say? Bailu's expression changed dramatically. Akali retracted her previously feigned distressed expression, a look of disdain and mockery creeping onto her delicate face. I said you are an idiot. Can't you understand? Have you been in the mountains for too long, and your brain has gone dull? Then I am a bit troubled. Akali playfully extended a finger to rub her temple. Watching Akali like this. Ding. Emotional value from Bailu, 99.99. A deep and heavy chakra surged wildly around Bailuhis' body. Boom, 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 boom. The sky thundered as if the heavens themselves sensed Bailuhis' fury. A mass of dark cumulonimbus clouds swelled up like waves while deafening lightning flickered within, giving the oppressive feeling that the dark clouds were about to crush the city. But for Akali, all of this was just background noise. Akali simply replied calmly, 3 seconds. Bailuhu was taken aback. What? I said your maximum foresight time is 3 seconds. Akali declared confidently. Why did she go to such lengths to use the cold shadow modification and the Naruto transformation kunai to hide herself, even deliberately creating a non-attacking clone to distract Bailu? It was to test Bailuhis' foresight limit. And once Bailu bypassed the process set by Akali to attack her hidden body within the kunai, then the duration of Bailuhis' foresight could be determined. As for what if Bailuhis' foresight duration exceeded Akali's design process, or was longer? What could she do? Just deceive him. And evidently Akali's deception this time was very successful. Ding. Emotional value from Bailu 99999. A wave of abundant emotional value was harvested. Having his Sharingan's foresight time accurately guessed by Akali left Bailuhis' heart shaken. But he showed no emotion on his face. If you think it's 3 seconds, then so be it. Regardless of whether it's 3 seconds or 4 seconds, you will die in the next second. So confident. Akali smirked slightly. Are you sure? Why not use your foresight to check again? Am I really dead? Oh, sorry, I forgot that you can't see the world 3 seconds later. My apologies. By the way, your foresight lasts only 3 seconds. It's quite unique. How about I give you a nickname? Let's call you 3-Second Man. Boom. The suddenly descending lightning interrupted Akali's words. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck the ground, instantly dissipating the remaining smoke around Akali, leaving a 0.5% high charred pit in the desert. Yet within that still steaming charred pit, there was no sign of Akali. She had already darted aside the moment the lightning struck. Then a series of bolts of lightning rained down. Yet facing Akali's speed, no matter how fast these bolts were, they only ended up kicking up dust at her heels. Roaming in the sea of thunder, Akali watched Bailu, who was still maintaining the wind release Gale Dragon, as a pure white lightning armor manifested around her body. Enveloped in lightning, the lightning attribute chakra stimulated her cells. Akali transformed into a ball of lightning, once again charging toward Bailu, her crisp voice echoing, "Don't think you're the only one who can use lightning to strike." Secret art, 10,000 Thunder Prison Invocation. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening thunderclap accompanied the emergence of a gray thundercloud, forcefully pushing aside Bailuhis' dark clouds. Then, as if competing with Bailuhis' dark clouds to see whose lightning was thicker, bigger, and louder, a blue-white lightning 1,000 times more violent than Bailuhis' wind release descended from the sky, instantly crossing the distance between heaven and earth, striking down upon Bailuhis' head. How can it be so fast? Bailuhu exclaimed in shock, unable to evade. In his foresight, whether he used swift escape to flee, steel escape to block, or wind release to intercept, he could not escape the relentless storm of lightning, only to have his defenses shattered, just a difference of speed. Thus there was only one possibility for resistance. Would release Great Forest Technique. Bailuhu slammed his palm to the ground. With a massive output of chakra, slender, yet seemingly weak saplings burst from the earth, quickly growing into towering trees. The dense canopies of the green leaves formed a continuous expanse resembling a green wall that protected Bailu. Boom, boom, boom. Akali's 10,000 Thunder Prison Invocation struck the forest, igniting the trees under the searing lightning, rapidly turning them blackened and carbonized before setting them ablaze as torches. However, even as these torches spread across the forest, turning it into a sea of fire, the Bailuhu within remained untouched. Suddenly Bailuhu, who had taken cover within a large tree, began to form hand seals. Wind release, thundercloud oscillation. The simplified version of the Gale Dragon was unleashed by Bailu, summoning a mass of black cumulonimbus clouds around him, with bright blue lightning flickering within. These bolts of lightning surged wildly within the clouds, enveloping Bailuhu completely like a flock of birds. In the next moment, a crimson scythe, seemingly forged from flesh and blood, cleaved through the tree Bailu was in. Akali appeared wielding the giant scythe, crashing into Bailuhis wind release. Zzz. Crackle. As the thunder clouds met Akali, they erupted chaotically bright arcs of electricity, striking the ground and staining the earth a ghastly black. Yet Akali was protected by the lightning armor, and even without it she had various shields. So Akali simply spun her scythe and swept away the surrounding thunderclouds. However, by the time she broke free from Bailuhis thunderclouds, he was already absent from his original position. This is troublesome. Akali's pretty face grew serious as she had deduced Bailuhis' foresight limit, which indeed helped her greatly. However, such an informational advantage was not very evident in actual combat, since Akali had few means to lay ambushes. At this moment, Bailuhu also realized. So what if Akali had guessed his foresight limit? With a full 3 seconds of foresight, even if Akali's methods momentarily caught him off guard, he could still deduce countermeasures through attempts made in the foresight. With his current hardware and software set up, Bailu truly did not believe anyone could defeat him. Is that all you've got? A confident Bailu sneered at Akali. If that's all you can do, then I'll just go claim my spoils. Shut up. Akali glared at Bailu, her mind racing. How to take him down? Do I have to use poison? She remembered that in the original Naruto, Jiraiya had used poison against enemies capable of manipulating time. If she had reliable, slow-acting poison, she could easily poison Bailu, and by the time his foresight saw her poisoned state, it would be too late. Yet Akali had various abilities, but she unfortunately had none related to poisoning. Forget it. Akali suddenly shook her head using poison. Only treacherous knights would resort to backstabbing with poison. Our righteous ninja assassins took enemies down hidden. This was also recorded in the records of the prominent assassin from the Fate series, Hassan. As for what to do if she couldn't take him down, not being able to defeat him only indicated her numerical values were insufficient. After all problems in this world can ultimately be categorized as numerical problems. So, Sage Mode activate. In a splendid transformation, Akali dropped a smoke bomb at her feet. In the next second, internal and external kill chaotic dance. An ebony aurora burst from the smoke, charging towards Bailu like a comet. So fast, Bailu's eyes widened. The Mangekyo he had inherited from Yuji Bofu granted him a 3-second foresight of events along with the ability to play out their likely outcomes. Coupled with Bailu's myriad blood limit configurations, no matter how an enemy's attack came, he could arrange his own abilities in combination to seek an optimal solution. It was without doubt a formidable power and one perfectly suited to him. Yet Bailu had not considered one crucial problem. To see is not the same as to be able to respond. Just as when Shaoli struck Suisho. Even if Suisho saw the attack's trajectory, his body still failed to react in time. For him, sight had become precognition and bodily reaction had become a counter pulled from permutations of his own abilities. But what if the eye could foresee it, and yet his own powers could not produce a suitable response? Like now in Bailu's foresight, he clearly saw Akali springing at him, yet in every simulation, no matter how he reacted, he was always cleaved by Akali's huge scythe. How is this possible? Bailu could not believe what he saw. That crushing pressure, that sense of hopelessness. It was like the old mediocre him standing before the 3 Sannin. But I am nearly perfect now. I am no longer who I was before. Once I devour that clan's Byakugan, I will ascend to godhood. Bailu roared inwardly. I will never accept such a future. With that inner roar, a stream of blood and tears spilled from his eyes and fell onto the searing sand. A fierce stabbing pain shot through his left eye as if it would burst. That relentless pressure yielded results. By mercilessly pushing the Mangekyo, Bailu finally discovered a solution to Akali's assault. A rustling erupted from the skeletal frame of the Susanoo. He sustained like a web, dense flesh and chakra veins sinew spread outward. Encased in those newly grown chakra flesh filaments, the Susanoo's initial skull structure rapidly became a blooded, towering black giant, minus its lower body. The dark behemoth rose to shield Bailu. Yet this was not the end. Lacking a second Mangekyo and not being an Uchiha original awakener, Bailu's Susanoo was inherently limited. At best, it could reach this stage. So Bailu did not deploy the second stage, Susanoo, merely for defense. When he brought forth the Susanoo's second phase, he had both arms form a seal. He intended to cast a famed defensive ninjutsu, would release wooden barrier. With Susanoo's chakra gushing like a fountain, great quantities of wood sprang from the earth, as if after spring rain. Before the Susanoo, a conical tank-like bulwark of timber rose. Its low front and high rear made the wooden barrier behave like sloped armor on a tank, deflecting incoming strikes. Slashing attacks fared no better. Akali's inward-outward slaughtering rush slammed against Bailu's wooden barrier. The slope sent Akali hurtling into the sky, exposing her back to Bailu. The Susanoo's massive hands closed as if grasping air. A blackened long staff materialized and was seized. With that great stave, the Susanoo swung at the airborne off-balance, Akali. Akali, having to break her momentum, flipped against inertia and launched a shuriken at the Susanoo while using the roll to propel herself away from the staff. But since Bailu could precognize Akali's trajectory, was already contained within his expectations. Ignoring the harmless shuriken, Bailu finally adjusted the Susanoo's staff trajectory, and before Akali could land, caught up with her. With a thunderous impact, the mountain-weight staff smashed into Akali. Even with a shield, she was hurled like a kite, with its string cut, slammed deep into the sand. The sand exploded like fireworks, a vast pit opened. Akali lay at the bottom face down in the dirt, motionless, as if grievously wounded. But Beiluhu was not fooled by that posture. He refused to believe that such a sharp-tongued Konoha genius would fall from a single blow. So the Susanoo raised the great staff again. Gathering strength, it crashed down toward the pit where Akali lay. The heavy staff tore the air with a piercing shriek. Yet as he swung the staff, Beiluhu's face drained of color. In his 3-second future view, he had already seen Akali vanish. And where she reappeared was, according to his foresight, riding the mark left by the shuriken just thrown by Hayate, Akali popped up directly before him. Right in front of me. Ding! Emotion value from Beiluhu 99.99. Beiluhu hastily redirected the Susanoo's staff from the pit to the ground before him. Akali indeed manifested in front of him. A mad echoing laugh reverberated inside Beiluhu's skull. Forbidden art, instant prison of shadows. Akali beneath the staff dissolved into shadow and multiplied into a swarm of shadow, Akalis that tightly surrounded Beiluhu. Gulp. Looking at the encircling shadow, Akalis, Beiluhu swallowed hard. In his future sight, that cluster of shadow, Akalis unleashed a bewildering variety of deadly techniques. Each move was threatening, each strike enough to make his head feel as if it would explode. Sensing Beiluhu's thought the real, Akali hidden among her shadows taunted, "Can't take it. Then you better endure, because this is just the beginning." Her words whispered in his ear. Like a surgeon's blade, her inward-outward slaughter cut through a small portion of the Susanoo's waist, drawing a brilliant black aurora. Beiluhu ignored the attack from Akali herself. In the sequence that followed, the real Akali's strike would be the gentlest, the least dangerous. After the real Akali, the other shadow Akali struck in unison. Multiple blades, demon slashes, cold shadows, cherry blossom slaughters, even telekinetic assaults, and Tiburus. Every skill Akali possessed was manifested by the shadow duplicates and hurled at Beiluhu. Faced with such an onslaught, Beiluhu shut his Mangekyo's precognitive dojutsu. Turning off foresight was the optimal solution his simulations had produced. There were simply too many chaotic attacks. If he tried to precognize each shadow Akali's motion, his head would explode. So having foreseen that he could withstand the barrage by sheer endurance, Beiluhu chose to tank it. And indeed, he could weather the shadow Akali's strikes. After several seconds, the shadow Akali's exhausted their energy and dissipated on the wind. The original Akali, who had only watched from the start, folded her blades. "It's over." When the shadow onslaught ceased, and Beiluhu reopened his future sight, a look of despair crossed his face. No, how can this be? Why? Akali knew why Beiluhu despaired. Because he had seen himself moments later be blown apart by the extinguishing soul mark. This was something Akali had realized after entering sage mode. She did not carry poison herself, yet did she not possess delayed activation methods? Of course, she did the mark of the instant prison of shadows. Beiluhu's foresight spanned 3 seconds, which meant he could not see actions that seemed harmless in the present, but became lethal in the future. So why not have the shadow clones of the instant prison attach the extinguishing soul mark to Beiluhu? Akali shook her head at his despair. Is it hard to understand? Just think of it as being poisoned. You've been poisoned, and there is no antidote, because this is not only an external toxin, it's a poison of the heart. Akali spoke slowly. The fact that Beiluhu had once befriended the 3 Sannin showed he was not without merit. His later creation of the Onaya technique was proof of his talent. But tragically, jealousy consumed Beiluhu, unbalancing his mind and driving him down a dark path. Otherwise, with his scientific prowess, a single word to Orochimaru might have spared him this ruin. They say it's easy to vanquish bandits in the mountains, but hard to slay the bandits in one's heart. Akali extended a hand toward Beiluhu. Goodbye, Konoha deserter. She closed her fingers, and a deep night-like shadow energy blossomed on Beiluhu's skin. He frantically released steel release, trying to resist. But the extinguishing soul mark was not external. It had been placed inside him. With a boom, the mark detonated within Beiluhu's body. Beiluhu slumped to the ground like a broken puppet, blood pouring from the wound. This time, the Mokutan life force he had siphoned from Baiju could not save him. As his blood flowed away, Beiluhu's eyes dimmed. His lips twitched as if to speak, but no words came. Ding! Emotion value from Beiluhu 99999. So does that count as dying with hatred? Akali glanced at the emotion score gleaned from him and felt a flicker of surprise. Akali, you did it. Hinata, having finished her part, ran to Akali's side. As expected of you. You even stopped that kind of enemy. Well, I'm not that amazing. Akali scratched her head. The main reason is he was sloppy, only relying on stats with no real technique. If he had known a few more wood-release techniques or been more adept with the Mangekyo, or if his style weren't so one-dimensional, I wouldn't have taken him down so easily. In the end, a researcher is a researcher. Not every scientist can fight like Orochimaru, Akali explained. Also, the person who brought him here was incompetent. At first, seeing Bei-Lu-Hus Byakugan and Mangekyo, Akali had thought him formidable. But with Sage Mode and an instant prison of shadows, it was over in an instant. Dai-Tu had given Bei-Lu so many abilities, yet had never taught him how to fight properly. Thinking of that, Akali was speechless. Her exasperation was from her vantage point as a combatant. From Dai-Tu's perspective, withholding instruction was deliberate. What if Bei-Lu had become stronger than his master? That would have been a problem. Besides, Dai-Tu had created Bei-Lu and those phantoms to gather intelligence on Akali. If they could be eliminated, all the better. He wanted little else. Looks like that side is done. Noticing Akali had finished Dai-Tu, who was facing Kakashi, and Akai straightened his mask. In that case, I should be going. Don't run. Akai charged at Dai-Tu, a flurry of fists and kicks raining down like a machine gun barrage. But Dai-Tu merely activated intangibility, and Akai's blows became useless. Dai-Tu watched coldly. No need to be so impatient. We'll have plenty of chances to meet again. Farewell. Then Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi and Konoha's Azure Beast Might Guy. Dai-Tu suddenly spat blood, interrupting his words. Both Akai and Kakashi were puzzled to see Dai-Tu coughing blood. Akai even looked at his own fist in confusion. He had felt no impact. Never mind. Though he had not felt the hit, he would keep punching first and sort it out later. Akai resumed his assault, forcing Dai-Tu to remain intangibly phased. The next instant, another Rasengan struck the body Dai-Tu had left in Kimui's space. A painful scream escaped Dai-Tu as his right shoulder was shredded as if thrown into a grinder, revealing a bloodied arm. 2 successful hits were enough for Dai-Tu, however, slow to realize where the attacks had come from. Ding! Emotion value from Dai-Tu 99.99. Dai-Tu had never imagined that one day his Kimui space could be penetrated by an enemy. As the saying goes, to repel outside threats, you must first secure your interior. No longer able to conceal Dai-Tu's right, I shifted into the Mangekyo. He activated Kimui at full power and directly swapped his body into Kimui's space. Another volley of emotion value was recorded. Ding! Emotion value from Dai-Tu 99.99. Akali nodded in understanding. Looks like Dai-Tu saw an old acquaintance. I should hurry over. Go then, Akali. We're fine here. Hinata offered comfort. I see it. What AI Luo's team is almost here. What AI Luo arriving. Then the Umbu here doesn't need my attention. Akali nodded. Hinata, wait here a while. They'll be back soon. With that, she vanished again. By the time Akali reappeared, she had already arrived at Kakashi's side. Akali, you're here. It seems that everything is settled over there. Yes, that's why I came over. How are things on your side? Akali inquired. Kakashi replied, that mysterious person blocked us for a while, but once they realized things were finished on your end, they disappeared. Already disappeared? Akali nodded knowingly. It seems that the actions of the Eternal Sister are quite swift. Wait a minute, Akali, did you just say? Eternal Sister? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Yes, the Eternal Sister. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Akali smiled slightly, looking at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. This is not a topic that can be overlooked. Kakashi's expression turned serious. The Eternal Sister was involved in the Ninetales incident 12 years ago. Although he did not finish his sentence, everyone understood what Kakashi was implying. Seeing this, the slow-witted Might Guy finally reacted. Oh right, the Eternal Sister isn't already. But why did you say her actions are quick, Akali? That's right. With Might Guy guessing it, Akali simply admitted it. After all, with the examples of the first and second Hokage, it was not a big deal for Minato Namikaze to be brought back by Edo Tensei. I found Orochimaru to bring back the Eternal Sister through Edo Tensei, just to deal with that mysterious person you were facing. You probably don't know. Maybe Kakashi does. Akali glanced at Kakashi. The mysterious person you faced is the culprit behind the Ninetales attack on Kushina's delivery room, which caused countless casualties in Konoha. Listening to Akali's words. Ding, emotional value 999 from Might Guy. Ding, emotional value 999 from Kakashi. It can't be, it's him. Kakashi gritted his teeth in anger, revealing a rare, deep killing intent. No wonder I always felt an odd sense of familiarity from that person. Although he was known as the star-crossed lone wolf of the Hokage, Kakashi was essentially a strong person. The suicide of his father did not break him, it only made him work harder. The death of his close friend and the killing of his teammate did not break him either, because they had passed on the will of fire to Kakashi. What truly broke Kakashi was the Ninetales incident. He witnessed a new life nearly being born, and the void in his heart was about to be filled by this new life. Yet as Kushina's bodyguard, he was knocked unconscious by the enemy at a crucial moment, failing to fulfill his duty as a protector. In the end, everyone died, and he was the only one left alive. In such circumstances, how could Kakashi not harbor hatred? Unlike Kakashi, Might Guy focused more on the matter of Edo Tensei and the Eternal Sister. He clearly did not agree with such actions. Akali, you shouldn't have performed Edo Tensei on the Eternal Sister. The second and first Hokage's case was at least a conspiracy by the enemy that we uncovered. But this time you disturbed a king sleeping in the afterlife to eliminate the enemy. Regardless of your intentions, this is a failure as a living person and a dereliction of duty as a ninja. Because eliminating the enemy is our duty. You're right, teacher guy. To Akai's surprise, Akali agreed with his words wholeheartedly. Akali understood that Might Guy was teaching her, and there was no other meaning behind it. He genuinely believed that way. But this enemy is truly an unprecedented villain in ninja history. I believe that any means to deal with him is acceptable. Saying this, Akali glanced at Kakashi, showing a hint of wariness, which made Kakashi frown. Then Akali approached Might Guy, patted him on the shoulder, and signaled him to lean in closer. Seeing this, Might Guy was puzzled, not understanding what Kakashi had to hide, but under Kakashi's nod he bowed down and brought his ear closer to Akali's mouth. Akali whispered in a volume that Kakashi definitely couldn't hear, because the mysterious person's true identity is Uchiha Obito. What? Might Guy exclaimed. Ding, emotional value 99999 from Might Guy. This shocking revelation from Akali stunned Akai for 100 years. That person is actually. Akai momentarily forgot to hide this from Kakashi, exclaiming in surprise. Luckily, he quickly realized, as Might Guy had always reacted quickly regarding Kakashi's matters. After glancing at Kakashi, Might Guy quietly asked Akali, "Is this true?" Akali nodded firmly, "Absolutely true." Ding, emotional value 9999 from Might Guy. This. Might Guy was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he finally regained his senses and said with a complicated expression, "All right, if that's the case, I have no objections. After all, if you say that the mysterious person is an enemy of Konoha, then that's fine. Konoha has many enemies. But to say that the mysterious person is Obito who grew up in Konoha, that's something Might Guy couldn't understand. For Obito, Minato and Kushina were incredibly kind to him and did nothing wrong. Instead, Obito killed his mentor, betrayed his master, and unleashed the Nine Tails, nearly killing Naruto, indirectly leading to the Uchiha clan's extermination. He was indeed deeply immoral and utterly criminal. For such an enemy, it was indeed acceptable to use any means necessary. What do you plan to do next? And what about Kakashi? Might Guy asked Akali. He knew that since the Eternal Sister had been resurrected, Akali's goal was definitely to defeat Obito here. However, to defeat Obito, they had to consider Kakashi, so Kakashi's arrangements were crucial. Next, I will use Flying Thunder God with Kakashi to support the Eternal Sister. Akali briefly explained, that person can ignore your attacks, because his ocular technique connects to another dimension, and I am going to that dimension now. So, I need to give you a task, Jonin Guy. Yes. Akai stood at attention and saluted, showing obedience to Akali. Akali continued, the task is simple, stay here. If that person comes out and attempts to escape, then push him back and don't give him a chance to run. Of course, that person is more likely to not come out, but you still need to remain vigilant throughout. Can you do that? No problem, leave it to me. Akai gave Akali a thumbs up and smiled broadly, his white teeth reflecting brightly under the sunlight. Great. Akali also gave Might Guy a thumbs up, then walked over and grabbed Kakashi's arm. At this point, the Eternal Sister should have caught up on old times, so let's head over. After saying that Akali found the Flying Thunder God seal she had previously left with the Eternal Sister, and along with Kakashi used Flying Thunder God to arrive in Obito's Kamui space. As soon as the two landed, a great fireball came flying towards them. Akali raised her hand towards the great fireball. Ice barrier. Boom. A wall of icy blue materialized, blocking the great fireball coming from Obito. Akali and Kakashi, you made it. A gentle voice came from behind the two. Teacher. Hearing this voice, Kakashi turned around excitedly, his black eyes glimmering with fine cracks, but undoubtedly, it was Minato Namikaze, as warm as the sun. Teacher. After many years seeing Minato again, Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for how to express his excitement. Minato seeing Kakashi again was also very emotional. You've grown up, Kakashi. You've become such a tall and handsome young man. Seeing the troubled expression on Kakashi's face, he didn't need to ask to know how Kakashi had been over the years. So Minato patted Kakashi on the shoulder. You've had a hard time all these years, Kakashi. Not at all. Though Kakashi said this, he still felt a lump in his throat and turned his face away. Seeing this, Minato shook his head with emotion, not expecting that Kakashi had not changed at all over the years. Just as Minato was about to console Kakashi again, a mocking voice came from ahead of the group. Yo, is this a reunion of old classmates today? Everyone's here in full force. Yeah, I should have asked Orochimaru to bring back Lin Yuen too, then your class would be even more complete. Akali immediately retorted. However, she forgot that Lin Yuen's matter was an AoE. No, perhaps Akali was being deliberate. Ding, emotional value 99999 from Obito. Ding, emotional value 9999 from Kakashi. Ding, emotional value 999 from Minato. Another wave of emotional value rolled in beautifully. Shut up, Brett, you don't deserve to talk about Lin. Obito said irritably. So you think you do? Akali continued to insult mercilessly. How about a bet? Call Lin Yuen here and see whether she thinks I'm worthy to talk about her, or if you are. Ding, emotional value 99.99 from Obito. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Obito jumped up in anger. But Akali was not willing to let him off. My name is not Shut Up. You keep saying Lin this and Lin that, seeming to like her so much, but why do you start saying shut up when it comes to Lin Yuen? Oh, it turns out Lin Yuen doesn't like you at all. The one she loves is Kakashi, and dying at Kakashi's hands might even seem like a good ending in her eyes despite some regrets. On the other hand, some fools think they love her, but in reality, she doesn't even look at you. And doing what she doesn't want you to do, what are you? This guy can't say much. Ding, emotional value 99999 from Akali. Enough. I said enough. Akali's words made Obito tremble with rage. Hidden deep within the thing he least wanted to face was exposed so nakedly by Akali, and even someone as bitter and deep as Obito could not hold himself together. I will kill you, I must kill you, and anyone related to you, no matter who they are, I will kill them. Obito glared at Akali with a fierce gaze. Then I hope you can follow through. He'll go find Orochimaru to bring Lin Yuen back, then he'll build a good relationship with Sister Lin. Looking at Obito, Akali's cute face was filled with malice as she proudly said, You know I am the one who wins over sisters the most. Maybe I can even invite Sister Lin over to my house as a guest, and then we can go soak in hot springs together. Isn't that much more comfortable than accompanying some childish ghost? Ding, emotional value 99999 from Obito. Oh. Obito roared in anger. Kakashi and Minato had no idea. Did he really not know? Akali, this Konoha girl, surely had her words carry other meanings. For Obito, Lin Yuen was not only his ideal goddess, but also his mother in his heart. So what Akali said could easily be interpreted as the enemy attacking their own crystal. Obito, enraged, lost his rationality and charged directly at Akali. However, before Akali could meet the enemy, a lightning-fast figure intercepted him. Clang, clang, clanged. The iron-forged kunai clashed with Obito's Uchiha fan, sparking bright flames. Looking at the person blocking his way, Obito growled irritably, Step aside, Kakashi. No, you step aside, Obito. Kakashi shouted with even greater volume, drowning Obito's words. Why is it you? Unlike in the original, where Kakashi slowly figured out Obito's identity, this time, he directly saw Obito's face, and naturally his reaction was different. Bang! Obito swung the Uchiha fan with all his might, sending Kakashi flying. I don't need to explain myself to you, Kakashi. You are the one who broke the agreement. However, the next second, Kakashi charged forward enveloped in lightning. I broke the agreement and failed to protect Lin, but what wrong did Minato Sensei and Kushina Sensei commit? Holding kunai, Kakashi clashed with Obito once more. The two furious fighters seemed to be venting their anger using pure brute force without any technique as they collided dozens of times in an instant. In the clash of kunai and Uchiha's fan, Kakashi's kunai broke and his palm tore apart. However, Obito was not in a better position either. He took a solid hit from Kakashi's headbutt. After headbutting Obito, Kakashi pulled back and began to form hand seals. Raikiri. A brilliant blue-white lightning flickered in Kakashi's right hand. With Raikiri in hand, Kakashi renewed his confrontation with Obito. The two, who had not seen each other for a long time, entered the second round of their duel. Seeing this, Akali asked Minato, who was watching nearby, Does Obito still have the Flying Thunder God mark on him? Not anymore. Minato shook his head. After I used the Flying Thunder God mark to launch a sneak attack, once Obito forcefully destroyed the mark on his back with fire. I see. Akali nodded and then inquired about another matter. How long do you plan to let Kakashi and Obito fight? In other words, when will you take down Obito? Let's wait a little longer. After just hearing Obito's inner monologue, Minato felt somewhat complicated. As his teacher, I have indeed failed him, but let's wait for Kakashi to be at a disadvantage. Confronted with a madman like Obito, even the good-tempered Minato had nothing to say for a moment. So Akali and Minato quietly waited. After a while, exhausted from his frenzied assault, Kakashi revealed signs of fatigue, while Obito grew tired of this kind of communication with Kakashi. Wood release cutting technique. A seemingly unremarkable wooden spike shot toward the unsuspecting Kakashi. Akali and Minato exchanged glances. Swish. Minato used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Kakashi and took him away. Meanwhile, Akali dashed behind Obito, her crimson scythe aimed at his head. Bang! Obito raised his chain to block the Uchiha fan, protecting his back. The heavy scythe clashed with the fan, producing a dull thud. In the next moment, Obito turned around. Boom. An unsealed great fireball was unleashed. Feeling the intense heat wave approaching, Akali did not hesitate and activated the lava shield from Annie. Subsequently wrapped in flames, Akali charged forward, directly crashing into Obito's great fireball. With the lava shield's protection, Obito's great fireball did not harm Akali in the slightest. Instead, it made the lava shield even hotter. Instead, he found his vision blocked by the great fireball and failed to notice Akali moving forward. Thus, Akali slashed down from Obito's left shoulder, extending all the way to his right lower side. Pshhhh. The boiling blood erupted and was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving a charred black wound on Obito's body. If not for Obito instinctively twisting at the most critical moment, Akali's slice would have sent him to meet Satoru Gojo. Ding. Obito's emotional value, 999. Obito jumped back, creating distance from Akali. Looking at the injured Obito, Akali smirked and mockingly said, "What's wrong? Without your dojutsu, you can't fight anymore. You can't even dodge this slash. Bastard." Obito gritted his teeth in anger, very displeased with Akali's words, but unable to retort. Because he had indeed grown accustomed to the existence of Kamui, his reactions to sneak attacks were extremely dull. Even just now, he had subconsciously wanted to use Kamui. Indeed, Obito could also use Kamui inside the Kamui space. However, unlike being outside where his body was internalized inside, it was externalized. Obito recalled that there were people outside, so he forcibly suppressed such thoughts. This battle of wits between his left and right brain severely impaired Obito's reaction time. Obito had to admit that he was indeed in a dire situation now. What to do? He looked at Akali as well as the distant Minato and Kakashi, his mind racing. However, before he could come up with a suitable countermeasure. Swish. Big ball Rasengan. Minato appeared using Flying Thunder God, wielding a gigantic blue sphere aimed at Obito. Bang! Obito had no choice but to raise the Uchiha fan to block. The impact of the big ball Rasengan hit the fan, sending Obito flying like a baseball. Watching Obito fly away, Minato looked puzzled. Is Obito really that badly injured? No, wait, he must be trying. Minato suddenly guessed Obito's intentions. Sure enough, as he was sent flying, Obito's figure swayed, and he moved himself out of the Kamui space. Obito has escaped. What do you say, Akali? Minato looked at Akali. I have arranged my guy outside, he can stop Obito. You take Kakashi outside, and he'll stay inside. Akali said quickly. Okay. Minato nodded and took Kakashi away with a Flying Thunder God from the Kamui space. With Might Guy Kakashi and Minato pursuing from outside, and Akali guarding the spring inside, Obito, unable to use Kamui, was naturally no match for the three. Thus, Akali in the Kamui space did not have to wait long. Buzz. The kunai of Flying Thunder God left for Minato was awakened by him. Is it over? Akali used Flying Thunder God to arrive outside just in time to see Obito's heart pierced by Kakashi's Raikiri. Looking at Obito's corpse, Kakashi said in a low voice, "It's over, Akali. I finally avenged my teacher and Yugo, but you're not happy, are you?" Akali interjected. Exactly. Kakashi looked very confused. Akali, why did everything end up like this? I don't know. Akali shook her head, but I know you don't need to dwell on this now. Because Obito isn't dead. Huh. Ding. Kakashi's emotional value, 9,999. Ding. Minato's emotional value, 9,999. Ding. Might Guy's emotional value, 9,999. Not dead, how is that possible? Kakashi was shocked. I pierced Obito's heart with my own hands. You're right, but that's the Uchiha. Akali shrugged. Naturally strong bodies with abundant chakra, the Sharingan boosts their power by a tier, and the three Tomo are on par with Jonin, while if they can unlock the Mangekyo, it's even more. Not to mention, they can use one Sharingan to perform the ultimate Jinjutsu. Izanagi. Izanagi. The others were very puzzled by the name Akali mentioned. Well, to put it simply, it's a technique that can reverse life and death. Akali glanced at the place where Obito had fallen. Wait, I remember the maximum standby time for Izanagi seems to be 5 minutes. Considering his situation, Obito must have used the death feign version of Izanagi to leave a body. So, is anyone going with me to the Kamui space to wait for Obito? Akali and Kakashi made eye contact. 5 minutes later, Kamui space. Huff. Huff. Obito, panting heavily, emerged from the Kamui space, and with his appearance, Obito's left eye permanently turned gray. Damn Akali. Damn Kakashi. Damn Minato. Feeling the permanent loss of his left eye, Obito cursed furiously. You all better not give me a chance. If you do, I will definitely. Definitely what? Akali's crisp voice interrupted Obito. Moi. Obito turned his head abruptly and saw Akali and Kakashi's annoying faces. Surprise, motherfucker. Akali waved at Obito. It's me, we're back, are you happy? Ding. Obito's emotional value, 9,999. You guys, how is this possible? Obito was incredulous. He had already used Izanagi. How could he still not shake off Akali? Well, it's not much. I just know the information about Izanagi. Akali said with a smile, ninja battles are battles of information. This is a point taught at the Ninja Academy, isn't it? After saying that, Akali waved forward. Go ahead, Kakashi beast. Don't make me sound like a summoning beast. Kakashi complained and charged forward again. With Akali's help, the chakra-drained Obito was down again in less than 5 minutes. Akali and Kakashi began to wait for the next 5 minutes. However, there would be no next 5 minutes. Because the humiliated Obito had long since made up his mind to rather die than be revived and humiliated by Akali. So after waiting for nearly 15 minutes, Akali regretfully discovered that Obito was truly dead. He just died, what a coward, Akali muttered under her breath. Kakashi looked at her with a dark expression covering his face and helplessly retorting, "Be human, Akali." Fine. Just after agreeing to be human, Akali walked over to Obito's corpse and reached for his right eye. Smack. Kakashi hurriedly grabbed Akali's wrist, frowning as he asked, "Akali, what are you doing?" "Digging out his eyes and burning them. This pair of eyes is too troublesome," Akali replied. "Of course, if you think it's inappropriate for me to do it, you can do it, or you can switch your eyes with him." "No need." Kakashi shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he still dug out Obito's Mangekyo along with his own left eye to burn together. Just as Akali said, Obito's eyes were indeed a bit troublesome. Noticing Akali's surprised gaze, Kakashi forced a smile. "Since we're going to destroy them, we might as well destroy them together, a proper beginning and end." "All right." Akali said nothing further. It was Kakashi's choice. The two confirmed Obito's death and returned to the ninja world. Meanwhile, the main base of the Sky Ninjas was taken down by the subsequent reinforcements led by Gaara. Thus, the content of 3 consecutive theatrical versions was completely finished by Akali. A week later, in Akali's room, having heard Akali's entire story, Hinata asked curiously, "So, is this the end?" "Yes, it ends here. If nothing unexpected happens, the subsequent ninja world should be much calmer." Akali nodded. After all, the mastermind is dead. With Obito gone, the Akatsuki members are not a threat. "But isn't there the impure world reincarnation?" Hinata asked curiously. "What if those behind the scenes use impure world reincarnation to bring people back?" "Well, I discussed this with the second Hokage. I will make a trip to the Pure Land." Saying this, Akali summoned the Soul Blade. "Once dead, stay in the Pure Land. Oh, what's the point of always coming back to cause trouble? Life and death should be orderly, that's balance." "You're going to the Pure Land." Hinata only caught the first part. "Don't worry, but it's not about dying, it's about going directly there. My ability system is special and can achieve this." Akali quickly reassured Hinata. "Okay." Hinata finally felt relieved and then asked about something else. "So the affairs of the ninja world are settled. What about us?" "Us?" Akali's eyes twinkled as she revealed a lovely smile. "We are just getting started. The good days are yet to come." "Is that so?" Hinata looked suspiciously at Akali's smiling face and suddenly pinched the soft flesh around Akali's waist. "What about that priestess Cheyenne?" The priestess Cheyenne had visited Konoha a few days ago to express gratitude for Konoha's support. Hinata initially felt indifferent about Cheyenne's arrival and merely greeted her ceremonially. But upon seeing her face to face, Hinata was shocked. "Oh my god, she's basically another me. Only Cheyenne had white hair while she had a hint of purple-blue hair." All this. Akali felt like crying. "It's really not my fault regarding Cheyenne." To be honest, Akali had already been very restrained regarding her passive ability to draw attention. But she never expected there would be such an operation from Cheyenne. After everything was settled, Akali also asked Cheyenne why she looked like she recognized her. Cheyenne's answer was simple. She could see people's deaths, and once when she saw someone die, she caught a glimpse of Akali. At that time, Akali had already become strong enough to surpass the dimension of time. Feeling someone peeking at her, Akali directly looked back and saw Cheyenne, causing her to retract her gaze in a daze. But even so, Cheyenne, who had gazed at a deity, still burned out her own eyes. However, thanks to this, Cheyenne, who encountered the divine, became Akali's priestess in the future. So this butterfly was indeed not attracted by the current Akali. After hearing Akali's explanation, Hinata nodded. "In that case, it really isn't your fault." Yes. Akali made a cute sound trying to muddle through. However, Hinata's expression changed immediately. "Do you think you can feel at ease just because you said that?" Elbow. Ding. Hinata Hyuga initiated a match invitation. Hinata grabbed Akali by the collar. Hey. Akali exclaimed in panic. "What are you doing?" "Calm down, Hinata." "Calm down? How can I calm down?" Hinata yanked Akali into her embrace with a powerful grip. "If I calm down any further, my cake cream will be licked clean by someone. No matter what happens in the future today, I must take the first bite." Akali was left speechless by Hinata's words. Or rather, she was not that unwilling either. Ding. Akali accepted the match invitation. The strange sound she had just heard echoed in her ears. The subsequent plot does not need to be elaborated on. In short, at the invitation of Hinata, the two supreme beings had a battle that was fought all the way to the Tai Chi 8 desolations, obliterating the Great Tao. Under the absolute disparity in skill, the final outcome goes without saying. Akali scored 13-0, carrying the entire match, and was awarded MVP. Hinata scored 3 0. A becoming a pillow princess winning by lying down. The end of the entire book.